Lin Feng was an exceptional sniper, but he found himself hunting mutant beasts in the wilderness to survive. He drove a camouflaged vehicle, silently traversing the vast expanse of the barren land. A gentle breeze stirred up fine grains of sand, scattering them in the air. A green-horned antelope was grazing on the withered grass, its vigilant eyes constantly scanning its surroundings. As the most populous mutant beast in the desert, their harsh living conditions made them a common target for nearly all carnivorous mutants. Not far away, a tawny-coated desert wolf had already set its sights on the antelope. The wolf lowered itself to the ground, using its fur for camouflage, inching closer to its prey. 300 meters, 290 meters, 270 meters, 250 meters, 240 meters. Once within 200 meters, the wolf was confident it could use its burst speed to take down the green-horned antelope. Suddenly, the antelope lifted its head, warily surveying its surroundings. The wolf instantly flattened itself against the ground, not daring to move. At this critical moment, a barely audible gunshot shattered the silence of the wilderness. A silver streak pierced through the wolf's eye, striking its skull with pinpoint accuracy. Death came so swiftly. Lin Feng lowered his sniper rifle and drove his off-road vehicle toward the wolf's corpse. He quickly loaded the prey into his vehicle, sprinkled deodorizer over it, and sped towards the camp. Not long after he left, a middle-aged man with an unusually broad nose appeared at the scene, sniffing the air carefully. He got away and used deodorizer, the man said, shaking his head at his companions. The scar-faced leader narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Looks like people in the camp are getting suspicious. We need a new plan. Lin Feng sped through the terrain until he finally saw the camp, surrounded by tall barricades. He let out a sigh of relief, unaware that danger was lurking close by. After entering the camp, Lin Feng skillfully found a parking spot and unloaded his prey. As he walked, he greeted the camp residents, showing a strong sense of community. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at a noticeably larger tent. He pushed open the door and tossed the 3 wolf carcasses heavily onto the ground. A tall figure emerged from behind the bar, the strong smell of alcohol mingling with a palpable sense of menace. Instinctively, Lin Feng's hand moved towards his waist, but the figure paid no attention as he inspected the prey. You're in luck. I'll take them all. Lin Feng looked at Old Bai with curiosity and asked, good luck? Why not good skills? He knew that luck had indeed played a role this time, but how could the old man be so sure without witnessing the scene? Old Bai chuckled, bent down, and peeled back the eyelid of the wild wolf, revealing the blood-red empty socket underneath. All 3 wolves were shot in the eye, but the wounds and the entry angles are different. If that's not luck, what is? Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Entry angles? Old Bai laughed again. Don't waste your brain cells on this. Every sharpshooter is made by practice, and you, buying subpar bullets, don't stand a chance. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, but he had to admit Old Bai was right. In the wilderness, all weapons and equipment were cast-offs from the big cities, not only of dubious quality but also priced at 2 to 3 times higher. 10-star coins could buy 300 to 500 rounds of premium bullets in the city, but in the wilderness, it would only fetch 200 rounds of shoddy ammunition. Special bullets were even more expensive. 10-star coins could get 30 to 50 in the city, but no more than 10 in the wilderness. Old Bai looked at Lin Feng and said earnestly, so, spend more time training and aim to find a place in a big city. You still have a chance to become a level 5 warrior before you turn 16. Lin Feng, who was 15 and already a level 3 warrior, glanced sideways at Old Bai. Old Bai, don't try to sell me your incomplete technique again. I can't afford the 3,000 star coins, let alone deal with the side effects. As he spoke, his eyes inadvertently swept over Old Bai's withered right leg. Old Bai didn't mind and just chuckled. No technique in the wilderness is completely safe. If you don't want it, just stick to breath training. With that, he lifted the 3 wolf carcasses and moved behind the bar. Lin Feng said no more, heading straight to the bar and sitting down. A beer, please. Old Bai took an iron cup from under the bar and filled it with cold beer from the keg behind him. Lin Feng drained the cup in one gulp, the cold beer clearing his mind. He examined the iron cup in his hand, feeling nostalgic. He had drunk many beers on Earth, but none tasted as good as this wilderness brew. He glanced at the pistol on his waist. Though a city cast-off, it far surpassed Earth guns in accuracy, lifespan, and reliability. This led him to conclude that the technology in the cities was far advanced compared to his previous life. Just then, a system prompt echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! It's time to check in. Lin Feng sighed but complied. Check in, he thought. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the cosmic treasure, the universal blood dagger. Binding to host. In the next moment, Lin Feng's surroundings shifted, and a blood-red space appeared before him. Before he could take in the scenery, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. Binding complete. Please proceed to the designated coordinates to retrieve your treasure. A set of coordinates appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Here we go again, Lin Feng sighed. The system, a standard feature for transmigrators, had awakened on his first day after rebirth. Each month of check-ins yielded a treasure. According to the system, each treasure could easily destroy a planet and, with proper use, dominate the universe. However, Lin Feng discovered a major issue after a month of idle check-ins. These treasures required retrieval. For someone who couldn't even enter a city and was stuck surviving in the wilderness, traveling to another planet to collect treasures was more unrealistic than digging his own grave. Currently, Lin Feng needed the system's reminders to check in daily. The system was too advanced, while he was just a grounded wilderness wanderer. Lin Feng started mentally flipping through the treasure catalog: Tree of Life, Book of the Netherworld, Saint's Source Ring, Intelligent Skylock. He had accumulated 50 treasures, each with an awe-inspiring name. One treasure per month. So I've been in this world for over 4 years? Lin Feng calculated, looking at his calloused hands. He recalled that at 15 on Earth, he was just preparing for high school entrance exams. Oh Bai, do kids in the big cities have exams? Lin Feng suddenly asked, intrigued. Old Bai looked at him in surprise before nodding. Yes, they do. 16-year-olds in cities take 2 types of exams: martial arts and basic knowledge. The martial arts exam requires reaching level 5, while the mechanic exam requires perfect scores in 5 basic subjects. Passing these allows entry into higher education institutions in the cities. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. So this 16 years old, level 5 warrior requirement in the wilderness is actually the admission standard for these city schools? Old Bai shrugged. What else? And those who enter from the wilderness must serve the city's guard for at least 5 years after graduation. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. No free lunch in this world, huh? Suddenly, he thought of something. What about those with special abilities? Don't they need to take the exams? I once saw a girl who had just awakened her ability being taken away by people from the city. Old Bai laughed. Exams? The top echelons of the big cities are all controlled by those with special abilities. Once they awaken, they are immediately taken away from the city. Taken away? What do you mean? Is there a place more advanced than those cities? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Old Bai took a deep puff from his pipe and slowly said, Kid, this world is vast. This planet is just another wilderness. Planet? Lin Feng's pupils dilated at the term. It was the first time he had heard it in the wilderness. For those surviving here, the world was divided into 2 parts: the wilderness and the cities. They were merely wanderers of the wilderness, savages outside the cities. Watching Lin Feng stare blankly at his drink, Old Bai couldn't help but sigh. The young man's demeanor mirrored his own from years past. With memories flooding back, Old Bai bent down and retrieved a small booklet from beneath the bar, placing it gently in front of Lin Feng. Take a look, Old Bai murmured. Lin Feng opened the booklet, and a silver, transparent card slipped out. Quick on the draw, he caught it midair. Suddenly, a series of electronic beeps sounded. Access opening. Beep. Insufficient energy. Beep. Simplified access opening. Beep. Database selection. Beep. Opening a level and below database. Beep. Insufficient energy. Beep. Opening level and below database. Beep. Insufficient energy. Beep. Opening level and below database. Beep. Energy sufficient. Beep. Level and below database successfully opened. Lin Feng looked up at Old Bai in bewilderment, but the old man continued to wipe his glass unhurriedly, seemingly oblivious to the sounds. Realizing that only he could hear them, Lin Feng calmly set the card aside and began flipping through the booklet. The first thing that caught his eye was a flashy headline. Blue Light Mercenary Group is recruiting. Join us for advanced knowledge, powerful weapons, and guidance from our formidable leader. Most importantly, we provide high-quality awakening potions for free. Achieve a successful awakening, and a residence permit in the Elf Empire is within reach. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk. The garish letters and eye-catching promises reeked of desperation. Continuing to flip through, he came across an image. A blue-skinned creature standing before a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. The caption read, The astonishing strike of the Blue Light Mercenary Group's leader. Lin Feng was speechless. Although the Blue Light Mercenary Group might be relatively ordinary in the vast universe, he hadn't expected their leader to possess such terrifying power. Even if the promotion was exaggerated, it couldn't hide their destructive capability. For someone like Lin Feng, who roamed the wilderness, such power was unimaginable. As he read on, Lin Feng pieced together a basic power structure. The Elf Empire, the Mercenary Center, the top 10 mercenary groups, and the top 100 mercenary groups. The Blue Light Mercenary Group barely made it into the top 100, and even then, their position wasn't secure. On the last page, the recruitment requirements were listed. Strength equivalent to or above a level 25 warrior. Level 25 warrior? Lin Feng exclaimed internally. For a moment, he thought they must be crazy. As far as he knew, Even the lord of a major city might not reach that level of strength. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng tried to calm his agitated thoughts. This world was clearly far more vast and powerful than he had imagined. How much for this booklet? Lin Feng asked. You've already read it. It's yours, Old Bai replied nonchalantly. Lin Feng looked at him in disbelief. Are you sure? The same guy who'd charged 2 coins just for a dung cart passing by is giving me this for free. Take it or leave it. Old Bai snapped. Lin Feng didn't mind. A bargain is a bargain. With a swift motion, the booklet and silver card vanished from the bar. Old Bai, despite having seen this trick many times, couldn't help but praise. If you were born in a major city, you could have been a mechanical or chemical genius with those hands. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Too bad we're in the wilderness. Forget being a mechanic, we don't even have decent machines here. Hey, erase your payment, Old Bai said, tossing a pouch onto the table. Lin Feng picked it up, knowing without counting that it contained 100 star coins. I'm off, Lin Feng said, setting down his glass and leaving the bar. Watching him go, Old Bai sighed. Kid, keep pushing forward. Lin Feng headed to the vegetable vendor, trading 1 star coin for some wild greens, then made his way to his tent. As a level 3 warrior, he was part of the camp's defense, so his tent was on the outermost layer, surrounded by others of similar strength. Entering his tent, he looked around the sparse interior. A bed, a table, and a stone fire pit in the middle. He pulled down the curtain for privacy and, instead of maintaining his weapons, took out the silver card. At that moment, text appeared on the card. Place above the eye. Lin Feng hesitated as he moved the card toward his left eye. After a moment of internal struggle, he resolved to take the chance. Better to gamble on this than continue aimlessly. As the card touched his eye, he felt a cool sensation. The card melted like thin ice, the liquid flowing directly into his left eye. Suddenly, a light screen materialized before his eyes. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV3. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Ability, none. Strength, 3.6. Agility, 3.7. Constitution, 3.5. Spirit, 4.1. Talent, dexterity. Skills, basic breath technique LV3, sniper rifle LV2, assault rifle LV3, dagger concealment LV4, handgun LV3. Knowledge, basic firearm components LV1, basic ammunition identification LV1. Seeing his own stats, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. They were so meager that even he found them pathetic. Fortunately, no one was around to mock him. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Beep. Clevel database is now open. Would you like to browse? Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng's vision blurred, and a new interface appeared. The first entry was a breathing technique. Basic spiritual breathing technique suitable for beings with elf blood. The second entry was a meditation method. Basic tidal meditation and almost perfect foundational meditation technique. Meditation? Lin Feng muttered, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Lin Feng frowned slightly, recalling the meditation technique that Old Bai and the others had once discussed. It was mentioned when a little girl with awakened abilities was taken away from the camp. They said that ability users needed to use this meditation technique for their training. Apparently, this technique was also highly coveted in the big cities. Earlier, he had seen a series of insufficient energy prompts and had only managed to unlock a Clevel database. He had assumed that a Clevel database would be quite basic, but reality seemed to be far from his expectations. Lin Feng continued browsing through the contents of the database. Basic Manual for Metal Firearms Training Manual for the Central Control Fortress, R56 in the Periphery Control Zone of the Mechanical Nation. Basic Mechanics Elementary Education Series from the Mechanical Empire. Basic Materials Science Elementary Education Series from the Mechanical Empire. Basic Pharmacology Elementary Education Series jointly compiled by the Mechanical Empire and the Mysterious Continent of Roland. Basic Biology Elementary Education Series jointly compiled by the Mechanical Empire and the Mysterious Continent of Roland. Basic Metal Attack Weapons General Knowledge Series for Mechanics from the Mechanical Empire. Basic Simple Potion Configuration Pharmacist Series jointly compiled by the Mechanical Empire and the Mysterious Continent of Roland. Spirit Snake Dagger First Year Weapon Practice Method for the Spirit Snake Academy, a third-level martial arts academy in the true martial empire. After reviewing these contents, Lin Feng understood that this might be the recommendation of the silver card. However, he couldn't help but wonder. What exactly is this silver card? Why did it react the moment he touched it, while Old Bai seemed completely oblivious? Just then, lines of text suddenly appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Respected Master of the Celestial Lock. We are the people of the Celestial Lock, the intelligent clan. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He swiftly opened the system panel and searched among the cosmic treasures he had obtained from signing in. He soon found the cosmic treasure, Intelligent Celestial Lock. Master of the Celestial Lock? Lin Feng suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Finally, his system was no longer useless. Wait, you are the people of the Celestial Lock, so you are alive? Lin Feng suddenly realized. No, we have perished. This is merely a simplified intelligence left behind after we discovered that the Celestial Lock had a new master. The so-called people of the Celestial Lock is just a flattering title we gave ourselves. Our origin is merely discarded mechanical junk, which gained intelligence and the ability to reproduce after being influenced by the Celestial Lock's aura. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, amazed that mere aura could turn mechanical junk into life forms. He seemed to understand why the system claimed that each treasure obtained from signing in had the potential to destroy stars and traverse the universe. How did you perish? Lin Feng asked, curious about the fate of these people. We grew too powerful, causing other cosmic empires to fear us. Eventually, a war broke out and we lost. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to this revelation. Cosmic empires? Like the Elven Empire? Yes, but the Elven Empire is only considered second tier among the allied empires. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, realizing his own insignificance. Forget about the allied empires. He didn't even have the qualifications to live in a second-tier empire like the Elven Empire. Revenge? That was a fool's dream. Respected master of the Celestial Lock, do not belittle yourself. Although you are currently quite weak, being chosen by the Celestial Lock means you will undoubtedly become a cosmic-level powerhouse in the future. Lin Feng was speechless, thinking that this intelligence really didn't know how to sugarcoat things. The universe is vast, and the respected master of the Celestial Lock should venture out to explore it. Reading this, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of calm. In his previous life, the world had spoken of reaching for the stars and the sea, but there was no hope in sight. Now, although he was weak, he could see the path leading to the stars. Perhaps this life wouldn't be wasted. With a thought, Lin Feng's vision shifted to the content of the basic spiritual breathing technique. He was surprised to find that it was completely different from the basic breathing technique he had learned earlier. The basic breathing technique was static, while the basic spiritual breathing technique involved 108 movements, each coordinated with different breathing patterns. Lin Feng immediately stood up and began practicing. A holographic image appeared in front of his left eye, guiding his movements. Calm your mind. First, step forward with your right leg, while taking a deep breath. Step forward with your left leg, and begin exhaling. At first, Lin Feng didn't feel much, but by the 10th movement, he could clearly sense something entering his body. This warm current circulated through his internal organs before spreading to his muscles and bones. This energy was far more potent and advanced than the primordial energy he had absorbed before, akin to the difference between a mature mutated beast and an earthworm. Spiritual breathing technique. This must be what they mean by spirituality, Lin Feng muttered to himself as he paused. Suddenly, an intense hunger struck him, as if it was coming from the depths of his soul, and his stomach seemed ready to digest his internal organs. With weakened legs, Lin Feng dragged himself to where the dried meat was stored, grabbed a handful, and began devouring it ravenously. After gulping down a mix of food and cold water, Lin Feng finally felt a bit better. He let out a long sigh, remembering his harrowing cultivation experience just moments ago. This technique was truly extreme. Luckily, he stopped in time. Otherwise, he might have starved himself to death. Lin Feng frowned in thought, wondering why this happened. He pulled up the information on the basic spiritual breathing technique again and carefully reviewed it. Suddenly, it all made sense. The core of the technique was to draw cosmic spirituality into the body, with the crucial first step being to disperse one's own spirituality. All the movements and breaths served this purpose, but the real fuel came from the nutrients and stored energy in the body. Understanding the principle, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. It seemed that regular dried meat didn't have a high enough energy density. Perhaps nutrient concentrates would be a better choice. Unfortunately, those were only available in large cities and were astronomically expensive in the wilderness. He rubbed his forehead in frustration, deciding to consult Old by later that evening. Setting aside this worry, Lin Feng focused his mind to check the results of his cultivation. He pulled up his personal stats panel and was shocked to see he had advanced to level 4. This is unbelievable, Lin Feng muttered, staring at the data in disbelief. Just one session had raised his level by 1, but remembering the terrifying hunger that felt like it would digest his very organs, he shook his head. Future cultivation would need to be done cautiously, with a maximum of 3 repetitions before resting. It might be a bit wasteful, but safety came first. Lin Feng's gaze grew solemn. He recalled the feeling of being watched while sniping the wild wolf this afternoon. He hoped it was just a lone wolf, silently praying for it to be so. Fatigue washed over him, and Lin Feng stood up, heading toward his bed. Just as he lay down, a message suddenly appeared before his eyes. A 519 suggestion. Replace sleep with meditation. Without hesitation, Lin Feng opened the information on the basic tidal meditation technique. A serene ocean scene appeared, with a gentle breeze and slight waves. Just seeing this image brought a sense of peace to his heart. The excitement of leveling up, the fear of hunger, the anxiety of loss, and the pride of gaining treasures all seemed to fade away. Though there were no written instructions, Lin Feng felt he had grasped the essence of the meditation technique. He sat cross-legged, adopting the posture with 5 points facing the sky, and began to meditate. Unbeknownst to him, his personal stats panel quietly updated. Basic tidal meditation, technique LV2. At dawn, Lin Feng awoke from his meditative state. He immediately checked his personal stats and found his mental attribute had increased from 4.8 to 5.1. Though he wasn't sure what this meant, he sensed it was significant. After all, A519 had given this meditation technique an almost perfect rating. Lin Feng closed his eyes and focused his mind. Suddenly, a short blade flew from his sleeve, precisely piercing the ground to his left. He rolled out of bed, retrieving the blade, and found it had skewered a foot-long black-toothed sandworm. With a flick of his wrist, the worm was sliced into several pieces. He sheathed the blade, a smile playing on his lips. Just one night of meditation had significantly boosted his strength, making him more than a match for 3 or 5 versions of his former self. This meditation technique, while appearing to have little effect on his physical body, had greatly enhanced his combat prowess. Lin Feng even thought of Zhang Xiao, the level 8 warrior with beast-like instincts, and the head of the defense squad. Stretching, Lin Feng sat by the campfire to prepare breakfast. He lit the wood, poured level 3 edible water into an iron pot, and added dried meat and wild vegetables to cook. Just before serving, he sprinkled in some salt, completing a simple meal. Though the taste was nothing special, it was the best he could manage in the wilderness. Lin Feng ate quickly, feeling the warmth in his stomach gradually restore his energy. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped eating and frowned, his sharp gaze directed outside the tent. Someone was approaching, and they were stronger than he was now. He tracked the footsteps until they reached his tent. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, followed by a familiar voice calling out, "Lin Feng, come out." It was the voice of Captain Su Gan. Lin Feng was surprised. He had expected the visitor to be Zhang Xiao, the strongest guard in the camp, but it was the relatively unassuming camp leader Su Gan. Licking his lips, Lin Feng walked to the tent entrance and unzipped it. Su Gan's slender figure appeared, his blue eyes strikingly bright against the dawn sky. "Camp leader, what brings you here?" Lin Feng asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Lin Feng was taken aback at this moment. He stared at Su Gan, sensing that the other man's frail body was burning with the intensity of a raging furnace. Lin Feng realized that Su Gan's strength definitely surpassed Zhang Zhao's level 8 and might even reach level 10. Su Gan glanced at Lin Feng calmly and said in a detached tone, "The guard team needs more people today. You'll be the lookout. Find a suitable spot and set up the sniper rifle." As he spoke, he handed Lin Feng a communicator. Lin Feng frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "A lookout? I haven't done this kind of mission in a long time. Looks like my hunch from yesterday was right. Someone is indeed watching us." He nodded silently. "I'll get ready and head out." "All right, go ahead," Su Gan instructed briefly before turning to leave. Lin Feng watched Su Gan's back, but said nothing more. Back in the tent, Lin Feng picked up the sniper rifle case and walked towards the perimeter of the camp. He looked around and found that there were no suitable high points within the camp. Even the tent tops couldn't support a person. After a moment of thought, Lin Feng decisively drove out of the camp and quickly disappeared from sight. Standing on a high point at the camp entrance, Zhang Xiao and Su Gan exchanged a glance. "Interesting idea," Zhang Xiao commented, arms crossed. Su Gan responded with a smile. "It's a pity his skill level is a bit low. Otherwise, he might be able to help you out." Zhang Xiao nodded in agreement. "I asked Old Bai before. His shooting still lacks stability." Su Gan remained silent, not saying anything further. Since Lin Feng's skills and marksmanship weren't up to par, he wasn't worth more of his attention. Lin Feng drove to a location far from the camp. He swiftly covered the car with camouflage tarps and then set up a Type 3 sniper rifle on the roof. Looking towards the camp, Lin Feng frowned slightly. This position had a good field of view but was a bit far from the camp, posing a significant challenge to his marksmanship. He opened the basic manual for metal firearms, a training book from the Central Control Fortress within the R56 Mutation Star's peripheral control zone. Lin Feng focused intently on reading, understanding that in this mutated wasteland, practical training was crucial. Lin Feng was deeply engrossed in the sniper manual in his hands, his eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. The material detailed how the muzzle velocity of different firearms affects bullet trajectory and the application of the basic formula SUT-12 at superscript 2. It then delved into key factors influencing shooting accuracy, distance, and wind speed, and provided methods for making accurate judgments. The manual also included practical fine-tuning techniques, emphasizing gun adjustments over posture changes. For instance, it suggested that when the wind speed reaches level 3, the sniper should adjust the crosshairs by 0.3 MOA. The more Lin Feng read, the more excited he became, silently praising the manual's practicality and directness. Lin Feng spent the entire day on the rooftop, fully focused on his studies. He observed the surroundings of the camp while flipping through the manual, occasionally chewing on some jerky and sipping water. As the sun set, his walkie-talkie crackled with a shift change notification from Su Gan. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, a gunshot interrupted him. Su Gan and Zhang Xiao exchanged puzzled looks. Suddenly, they noticed a splash of blood spreading on the ground in the distance. Lin Feng quickly explained over the walkie-talkie, "Something's off. I've been observing all day and noticed nothing unusual until just now when we switched shifts, and there was a slight movement." Zhang Xiao immediately decided to investigate, leaping agilely towards the bloodstain. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already moved to a second sniper position, aiming his rifle at a small bump to Zhang Xiao's left. There, an enemy sniper was hidden, nervously communicating with a comrade through an earpiece. Zhang Xiao reached the bloodstain and pulled away a camouflage cloth, revealing a fully armed corpse clutching a Type 3 heavy eagle sniper rifle. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but admire Lin Feng's precise shooting angle. He wrapped the body in the camouflage cloth and quickly returned to the camp. As Zhang Xiao entered the camp, Lin Feng immediately drove back at high speed. When he was only 50 meters from the camp, the enemy hidden under the camouflage cloth finally realized what was happening, cursed, and fled in panic. Back at the camp, Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This experience gave him a tangible sense of his progress and boosted his confidence for future challenges. "Lin Feng, come here for a moment." Su Gan's voice shattered the silence of the camp, his gaze fixed on the still-dazed Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately ran over, his eyes quickly locking onto the body on the ground. More precisely, the Type 3 heavy eagle sniper rifle clutched in the corpse's hand. This rifle was an upgraded version of the Type 3 sniper rifle Lin Feng was using, with a longer range and greater power. The especially advanced variable focus lens on the heavy eagle scope made distant targets much clearer. Noticing Lin Feng's intense gaze, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but smile. "Stop staring. It's all yours," he said. "Too bad the blood stained this mimetic camouflage cloth." Hearing this, a holographic screen suddenly popped up in front of Lin Feng, displaying Basic Ecological Camouflage Studies from the Mechanized Country's Basic Firearm series. Although it was indeed valuable, Lin Feng quickly focused on a more pressing issue. "The key thing now is their identity, right?" Lin Feng looked at Zhang Xiao and asked. This question caught the attention of the other hunters in the camp, who all looked up at Zhang Xiao and Su Gan. Although the camp seemed loosely organized, everyone was interconnected, which explained the numerous defense tasks. Zhang Xiao and Su Gan exchanged a glance, with Zhang Xiao finally speaking up. After all, at least on the surface, he was the strongest person in the camp. "We contacted the nearest camp hub yesterday," Zhang Xiao said. "These people are definitely not just lone wolves. They seem to be a group of criminals who escaped from the big city, and their crimes aren't minor. The city's wanted posters have even reached the wilderness." Hearing this, the crowd's expressions grew serious. Criminals who could escape from the big city were definitely not to be underestimated. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao quickly added, "But don't worry too much." The camp hub said that these people usually hit Tandran, typical bullies who avoid tough fights. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this long. The crowd relaxed slightly, nodding in agreement. For those living in the wilderness, capturing wanted criminals from the big city offered a significant advantage, a chance to enter the city. Yes, those who captured these criminals had the opportunity to receive a city residency permit. With this thought, everyone turned their attention back to Lin Feng. Sensing their expectations, Lin Feng humbly said, "If I managed to take him out with a single shot, he couldn't have been one of their core members. Probably just someone they recruited after reaching the wilderness." The crowd agreed, though Su Gan gave Lin Feng a deep look but said nothing. "All right, everyone disperse," Zhang Xiao ordered. "Get some rest. We'll add 2 more people to tonight's watch." Even though they now knew more about their adversaries, Zhang Xiao decided to err on the side of caution. That was the rule of survival in the wilderness. The others scattered, leaving Lin Feng to gather the spoils. The more he collected, the more amazed he became. A 3rd-generation Gauss assault rifle, a 3rd-generation Windbird pistol, 3 fragmentation grenades, along with the Type 3 heavy eagle sniper rifle and mimetic camouflage cloth. Such a high standard of equipment was rare, even for some established camps. What did these big city criminals do to afford all this? Lin Feng pondered. Zhang Xiao and Su Gan also noticed this, standing silently by. Finally, Su Gan ordered, "Everyone, stay put for the next few days. Let's assess the situation." Lin Feng agreed. With his new, advanced gear, he needed time to familiarize himself with it. Overall, time seemed to be on their side. As Lin Feng walked away with his new equipment, Su Gan thoughtfully stroked his chin, This kid might be useful. We should bring him along for that upcoming mission. Zhang Xiao nodded, picking up the corpse and leaving. Back in his tent, Lin Feng put his things away and lay down on his bed, replaying the critical shot in his mind. It felt almost divine, as if he had instantly analyzed the target's position under the camouflage cloth. Then bang! A perfect neck shot, a flawless kill. Calming himself, Lin Feng opened his stats panel to check his attributes. To his surprise, all his firearm skills had jumped to level 5. Such rapid improvement seemed unbelievable. However, he quickly realized that perhaps it wasn't the data that was extraordinary, but that he had been too weak before. The leap from 1 to 2 was naturally easier than from 100 to 200. With a wry smile, Lin Feng muttered, "That's insane." Climbing out of bed, Lin Feng began meticulously inspecting the weapons he had confiscated. Many in the wilderness had a habit of deliberately sabotaging their weapons not out of spite, but as a survival tactic. A minor sabotage or intentional misalignment would pose no issue for the owner, but would prevent the enemy from using it immediately. However, to Lin Feng's astonishment, these weapons were practically brand new, as if they had just come off the assembly line. For the wilderness, this was unheard of. The best weapons available were usually at least 3 to 4 years old. Frowning, Lin Feng muttered, "Something's off. New weapons, excellent gear, Hitandran tactics, swift movements." Suddenly, a wild idea crossed his mind. Training? Could a group of wanted criminals be training in the wilderness? At that moment, Lin Feng's senses heightened. He quickly loaded his pistol, feeling the cold, heavy weight in his hand secure and powerful. "Come in," Lin Feng said without looking back, as if he had anticipated someone's arrival. "Heh, the sound of you cocking that gun gave me quite a scare." The tent flap was pushed open, and in walked a young man with a somewhat sleazy demeanor, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Lin Feng glanced at him sideways and spoke indifferently. "What brings you here, Huang Xiao?" The young man, named Huang Zhang, claimed to be a minor noble from the big city, having fled to the wilderness after offending someone he shouldn't have. Although the truth of his story was dubious, he indeed carried the airs of a city dweller when he first arrived, often looking down on others. After several lessons, his attitude improved, but he revealed a cowardly nature, even too scared to leave the camp to hunt beasts. If not for his skills in vehicle repair, he would have starved long ago. Huang Zheng chuckled. "Nothing much. Just heard you defended the camp today, and thought I'd invite you to Old Bai's for a drink as one of the camp members." As he spoke, his eyes wandered around the tent, lingering on Lin Feng's good equipment, feeling a pang of jealousy. A drifter with such nice gear. What a waste. Huang Zheng muttered to himself. How did he get so lucky? A single shot, and he bagged a big one. Strength? Who actually believes Lin Feng has that kind of skill? That's a mimicry camo cloth, not some ragged tarp painted by a common drifter. Spotting subtle movements under a mimicry cloth from nearly 1,000 meters away? What? Did he awaken some eagle-eye ability? Lin Feng couldn't read Huang Zheng's mind, but he had his suspicions from the man's gaze. He stood up and said calmly, "Sure, I could use a break." Under Huang Zheng's watchful eyes, Lin Feng stored all his equipment in a silver box in the corner. This made Huang Zheng's mouth twitch involuntarily. B11 self-destruct silver safe, the most common anti-theft device in the wilderness, a clear warning. Lin Feng nonchalantly holstered his newly acquired Windbird pistol at his waist, with his previous Model 3 as a backup on the other side. He explained, "Out here in the wild, we have to make the most of all our resources. The Model 3 is powerful but heavily worn. The Windbird is an upgrade, and since I'm used to the Model 3, adapting to it is easy." As they walked side by side to Old Bai's, Huang Zheng chattered on about camp gossip. Who had vegetables today? Which tent had a fight? Who got caught cheating with the neighbor? Lin Feng responded casually while plotting how to ask Old Bai about the nutrient concentrate. Noticing Lin Feng's distraction, Huang Zheng consoled himself. "It's fine. Whether Lin Feng cares or not, he's just a clueless guy. I'll just wait for him to sell me that thing." Soon, they arrived at Old Bai's tent, where the smell of alcohol and the din of chatter greeted them. Inside, crude jokes and cursing echoed. "When I killed a wild wolf with my bare hands, you were still in diapers. Pa, you little brat, I was wearing your mom's diapers, huh? Ha ha ha." Huang Zheng muttered disdainfully. "This place is nothing compared to the city's bars. No music and so noisy." Before Lin Feng could respond, Ding Huang, sitting nearby, snorted. "If the city is so great, why did you come to our little camp?" Huang Zheng shot back. "Mind your own business. What do you know about the city, you country bumpkin?" Seeing Ding Zhu about to retort angrily, Lin Feng quickly restrained him, smiling. "Ding Gu said he'd buy you a drink yesterday, but he couldn't make it, so he's making up for it today." He then gave Huang Zheng a meaningful look. Huang Zheng cursed inwardly but forced a smile. "I said I'd buy." Turning to Old Bai, he called, "3 large beers." Old Bai looked at the 3 of them in surprise, clearly taken aback by the odd group, but he still placed 3 beers in front of them. Huang Jing feigned generosity. Drink up, Lin Feng. If you need anything else, just let us know. Despite his words, the pained expression on his face was evident. Lin Feng didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, Huang Zheng, why don't you just tell me what you want? Since you said so, I'll be straightforward. Huang Zheng put on a serious face. I'm interested in that contaminated mimicry camo cloth of yours. As soon as he said that, Ding Zhu realized, I knew it. I was wondering why such a stingy guy would buy us drinks. It's all for that cloth. Lin Feng remained calm, flipping open Basic Principles of Ecological Camouflage to look up related information, while asking, so, how much are you offering? The book quickly displayed a wealth of information on mimicry camo cloth, including principles, materials, manufacturing methods, precautions, repair methods, weaknesses, and more. Huang Zheng didn't answer immediately, but confidently held up 3 fingers in front of Lin Feng. 300 star coins. Lin Feng was taken aback, and Ding Zhu spat out his drink. What the hell? Just 300 star coins? With that look on your face, I thought you were offering 3,000. Seeing the expressions on Ding Zhu and Lin Feng's faces, Huang Zheng realized his offer was too low. He calculated in his mind that 300 star coins was already a decent amount, considering the camouflage cloth was not only damaged but also stained with blood. Lin Feng stared silently at Huang Zheng, and the silence only added to Huang Zheng's pressure. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly said, 350 star coins. That's my final offer. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng didn't even bother to look at him. Ding Zhu couldn't help but mock, Huang Zheng, you always think everyone else is a fool and that you're the smartest. This piece of mimicry camouflage cloth originally costs at least 6,000 star coins. You're offering 300? 350? You must be out of your mind. Ding Zhu's blunt words made Huang Zheng's face turn ugly, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Suppressing his anger, he turned to Lin Feng and said, Brother Lin, this thing is blood-stained and useless to you. Why not sell it to me? I'll fix your car for free from now on. Ding Zhu sneered and shook his head, while Lin Feng merely glanced at Huang Zheng without saying a word. Seeing this, Huang Zheng's face turned from green to white, and he suddenly shouted in anger, Lin Feng, don't look down on me. So what if you got lucky and killed someone? It's just a piece of damaged cloth. If you won't sell it to me, I don't want it. And don't expect me to fix your car anymore. As Huang Zheng turned to leave, Lin Feng coldly said, Huang Zheng, don't go just yet. Huang Zheng's heart skipped a beat, thinking Lin Feng was scared, given that he was the only mechanic in the camp. He was about to speak when Lin Feng interrupted. You haven't paid for your drink yet. Are you expecting me to cover it? Hearing this, Huang Zheng's expression twisted, and he roared, it's just a drink. Who the hell needs your charity? He slammed his hand on the bar, causing the whole wooden table to shake. Just as Huang Zheng was about to continue his outburst, he felt a sharp gaze on him. The old man behind the bar coldly warned, if you want to fight, take it outside. If you mess with my bar again, I'll deal with you myself. Huang Zheng immediately fell silent, not daring to look at the old man. He shot a venomous glance at Lin Feng before slinking away. Ding Zhu snorted, trash. Lin Feng turned to the old man and asked, old man, got a question for you. Can you get your hands on some concentrated nutrient solution? The old man replied grumpily, no, I can't. And even if I could, it's not like you could afford it. One vial costs 3,000 star coins. Upon hearing this price, Ding Zhu couldn't help but gasp. Lin Feng muttered, that's too expensive, while internally wondering if he could get a discount. The old man added, don't think it's just expensive. You'd have to wait until you reach a settlement to even have a chance to buy it. Lin Feng nodded, understanding the situation. Ding Zhu suddenly asked, so, our next move is to head to the settlement? The old man explained, that's right. There's a settlement about 300 kilometers away. Su Gan and the others have decided to head there. We haven't exchanged supplies for over 6 months. If it weren't for that traveling merchant group we met last time, we should have gone a while ago. Hearing this news, everyone in the bar perked up. As Lin Feng pondered how to raise money, Ding Zhu patted his shoulder, signaling him to talk outside. Lin Feng quickly asked the old man to keep an eye out for the nutrient solution, which made the old man curious. Do you really have that much money? Why did you act so dejected earlier? Outside, Lin Feng asked, Brother Ding, what's up? Ding Zhu lit a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring, saying, there's a way to make that much money, but it's risky. Are you in? Where? What's the job? Lin Feng, though familiar with Ding Zhu, needed to know the details. Sandscales fruit, guarded by a pack of coyotes, Ding Zhu revealed slowly. Sandscales fruit? Really? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Sandscales fruit was highly valuable, with a regular purchase price of over 5,000 star coins. The Sandscales serum made from it was one of the rare top-tier auxiliary serums in the wilderness, starting at 50,000 star coins. Do you think I would lie to you? Ding Zhu rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with helplessness. He looked at Lin Feng, sighed, and continued, I don't have a chance anymore, but you still have a glimmer of hope. Keep pushing forward. Lin Feng fell silent at these words. He recalled the first time he left the camp and ventured into the wilderness. It was Ding Zhu who led him and taught him many valuable lessons that saved him from many detours. Thank you, Brother Ding, Lin Feng said earnestly. Ding Zhu waved his hand dismissively and responded nonchalantly. There's no need for such sentimentality between men. I was planning to tell you in a few days, but since Old Bai mentioned moving, we might as well go sooner. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng said, 3 days. Let's go in 3 days. This period would give him enough time to prepare and monitor any movements from the organization behind the person he had taken out. No problem, Ding Zhu agreed. After a brief farewell, Lin Feng left. Ding Zhu watched Lin Feng's departing figure, exhaling smoke as he reminisced about the small, skinny figure from years ago. Back in his tent, Lin Feng didn't immediately start working out. Instead, he opened a book titled Basic Camouflage in General Ecology and began to study it intently. As he read, he occasionally let out exclamations of amazement. The camouflage techniques detailed in the book were indeed eye-opening. Even something as simple as throwing sand to blind someone was described in a highly professional manner. Ever since his mental power had advanced, Lin Feng felt his thinking had become much sharper. He quickly finished reading the material. After a brief contemplation, he took off his combat uniform, changed into casual clothes, and retrieved a piece of mimicry camouflage cloth from his safe. Without hesitation, Lin Feng used the short blade on his sleeve to cut the mimicry camouflage cloth. An outsider might have scolded him for being wasteful. A complete piece of mimicry camouflage cloth was valuable even with a few holes, but once torn into strips, it lost most of its worth. However, Lin Feng's movements were impressively steady. He carefully cut the mimicry camouflage cloth into long strips and then, following the weaving techniques described in the material, began to weave them into his combat uniform. His fingers moved swiftly, and in just over 10 minutes, he had woven the strips into the uniform in a unique pattern, making it look like it had an additional layer of crisscrossed fabric armor. Comparing the pattern to the one in the material, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and set the modified combat uniform aside. He then began chewing on some jerky while practicing basic spiritual breathing techniques. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Feng familiarized himself with several new firearms. The manual on firearm usage was indeed practical, allowing him to get as comfortable with the new guns as he was with his old ones. Of course, this came at the cost of nearly 100 rounds of ordinary ammunition. 3 days later, Lin Feng returned to Old Bai's bar. 300 rounds of regular ammo, 30 rounds of special ammo. That'll be 50 star coins, Old Bai said, immediately asking for payment. Lin Feng paid promptly. The price was fair for the wilderness. After receiving the money, Old Bai placed the ammunition in front of Lin Feng. As Lin Feng carefully inspected the special rounds, Old Bai casually asked, "What's got you buying so much ammo at once? Got your eye on some treasure?" "No, just preparing for the move. Better to have more on hand for the journey," Lin Feng replied without looking up. Camp relocations were always dangerous, and Old Bai nodded in understanding. Just as Old Bai was about to say more, Lin Feng held up a special round. "I need a replacement for this one." Old Bai took the round and examined it closely, quickly noticing a scratch on the bullet head. He frowned and said, "Kid, you've bought ammo from me so many times, don't you know the rules by now? Perfect bullets are rare in the wilderness. A scratch on the bullet head is as good as it gets." Lin Feng showed no dissatisfaction and took the round back from Old Bai. He pointed to the area where the bullet and casing met. "No one cares about scratches. My issue is here. The casing is jammed into the bullet. This will cause the bullet to wobble in the barrel, damaging it significantly." Upon hearing this, Old Bai squinted and examined the spot Lin Feng pointed out. Sure enough, the edge of the casing had been pressed into the bullet on one side, which, though minor, would indeed cause instability when fired. Old Bai gave Lin Feng a long, hard look and said, "Kid, your eyes have improved recently." Lin Feng just smiled. It wasn't his eyesight that had improved, but his knowledge. He had identified the common issue with this batch of bullets: subpar bullet head processing and poor molding technique. This was likely why these bullets had ended up in the wilderness. After getting the replacement bullet, Lin Feng had a drink before leaving Old Bai's bar. That afternoon, Old Bai heard that Lin Feng and Ding Zhu had left the camp together. Upon learning this, Old Bai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "That little rascal. Not a word of truth from him," he muttered. Ding Zhu looked at the woven strips on Lin Feng's body and asked curiously, "What are you up to?" "It's something good. You'll see its purpose soon enough," Lin Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Ding Zhu shrugged and didn't press further. The two got into the vehicle, with Ding Zhu driving. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, staying alert. Although there had been no disturbances outside in the past 3 days and the camp's activities were normal, Lin Feng was the one who had fired the shot. Even if the enemy hadn't seen him, the vehicle they were using was Ding Zhu's. It was crucial to remain vigilant. The journey was quite peaceful, without any trouble. Ding Zhu checked his watch and said with satisfaction, "Today went pretty smoothly. We should be able to reach the area by tonight." At this point, Lin Feng had taken over driving duties and was focused on the road ahead. Ding Zhu turned to Lin Feng and asked, "How big is that pack of coyotes?" "At least 15, Lin Feng replied, his eyes still on the road. "The alpha is probably close to reaching level 7. Ding Zhu nodded silently. As wilderness hunters, they were well acquainted with the habits of coyotes, a common type of mutated beast. A pack of 15 meant the alpha's strength would be around level 7. Besides being used to make potions, the sandscale fruit itself is an essential mutation material for the alpha's advancement, Lin Feng explained. Since they haven't consumed it yet, the alpha must not have reached level 7. He continued, "Coyotes are nocturnal creatures. We can observe the situation during the day tomorrow." Ding Zhu agreed. Although it hadn't been long since his last visit here, who knew what changes might have occurred during this time? If the alpha had already consumed the sandscale fruit, their trip would be for nothing. The vehicle continued on for a while, when suddenly Lin Feng slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the ground, and the vehicle came to a halt in the middle of the road. Ding Zhu reacted quickly, unlocking and loading his rifle. He scanned the surroundings warily and asked, "What did you see?" "Found something good," Lin Feng said excitedly, jumping out of the car. Ding Zhu frowned, watching Lin Feng's back, unsure of what he was up to. He quickly moved to the driver's seat, started the engine, and kept it idling, ready to rescue Lin Feng or make a quick getaway. Lin Feng walked nearly 400 meters, slowing down as he went. Ding Zhu's eyes darted between Lin Feng and the surrounding area until he saw Lin Feng stop and stare intently ahead. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Ding Zhu glanced at Lin Feng before turning his attention back to the environment. After confirming it was safe, he looked back at Lin Feng, who was now holding a large, dirt-colored mushroom in one hand and a long, slim object in the other. Lin Feng quickly returned, and Ding Zhu saw what he was holding, a spore-burst mushroom and a desert viper. Ding Zhu couldn't help but smirk, thinking, "Is this what he calls good stuff?" Lin Feng got into the passenger seat, beaming. "Trust me, these are valuable. You'll see in time." As soon as the car door closed, Ding Zhu floored the gas pedal, the vehicle shooting off like an arrow. He couldn't help but remark, "I have to admit, your eyesight is impressive. Spotting that mushroom from such a distance." Lin Feng carefully placed the spore-burst mushroom in a safe spot and explained, "The spore-burst mushroom is naturally dirt-colored and has no scent, making it hard for even grazing mutated beasts to detect. We wilderness wanderers often step on them if we're not careful, getting covered in spores and becoming their pollination tools." He smiled mysteriously. "This thing has some major uses." "Major uses?" Ding Zhu glanced skeptically at the mushroom. Aside from being a novelty for kids, he couldn't think of any practical use for it. Shaking his head, he focused on driving. Meanwhile, in a concealed location, a video conference was underway. "So, how are they doing?" "Not great, it seems. Only 2 have reached level 5 so far," someone on the screen said. Why is there one less than before?" "The last mission to attack the camp failed. That level 5 sniper got taken out by an expert sniper from their camp." The person on the other end looked puzzled. "Taken out with one shot? I thought the sniper team was equipped with adaptive camouflage sheets." Clearly, he was more concerned about whether his preparations were adequate than about the mission failure or personnel loss. Sensing the displeasure, the person on this side quickly explained, "We didn't skimp on any equipment. But adaptive camouflage sheets aren't foolproof. They might have been spotted while moving." The other person narrowed his eyes slightly. "Adaptive camouflage sheets aren't perfect, but you were in the wilderness." The person on this side lowered his head. "Indeed, if they couldn't even take down a camp in the wilderness, how could they complete their mission? All right, no need to hang your head. Continue training. If they meet the standards in 3 months, they stay. If not, bury them all." With that, the video call ended abruptly. Looking at the now-closed projection wristband, the person let out a long sigh. Meet the standards or get buried, that was typical of that individual's ruthless style. Thinking of this, his expression grew even more grim. Back with Lin Feng and Ding Zhu, they had already set up a temporary camp. Lin Feng was busy by the campfire, while Ding Zhu watched his actions with a puzzled expression. Crack! Sparks flew as the gathered wood caught fire. Lin Feng placed an iron can over the fire to heat it. "What are you doing?" Ding Zhu asked, bewildered. "Give me a bottle of the alcohol we brought," Lin Feng said. Ding Zhu complied, handing over the alcohol bottle, still wondering what Lin Feng was up to. Lin Feng took the alcohol and set it aside, then carefully used a knife to cut open the spore-burst mushroom. Despite his gentle movements, Ding Zhu moved to the side, wary of getting covered in spores. To his surprise, Lin Feng's hands were incredibly steady, and the anticipated explosion didn't occur. Lin Feng precisely measured out 300 milliliters of alcohol, no more, no less. As the alcohol fell into the heated can, it began to evaporate vigorously. Just as the steam was about to escape, a large amount of spore powder poured in, mixing with the alcohol vapor and returning to the can. Gray-black foam quickly filled the can, but Lin Feng was unfazed. He took out 3 bullets, gave them a gentle tap, and then pried them open along the seams, revealing the pale yellow gunpowder inside. Ding Zhu was stunned. He had opened bullets before, but never with such ease and precision. Moreover, Lin Feng's exact control when pouring the alcohol clearly showed careful calculation. Where did he learn all this stuff? Lin Feng adeptly handled the tools in front of him, as if engaged in a precise alchemical process. He carefully sprinkled a small pinch of pale yellow powder into the pot, and then drew a piece of firewood from the fire, lightly touching the powder with it. Sizzle! A ghostly blue flame instantly engulfed the entire pot. The previously calm liquid inside began to boil violently, almost spilling over the edge. Lin Feng quickly moved the pot off the fire and placed it on the sandy ground nearby. Hiss! Puff! A wisp of blue smoke rose, and the liquid in the pot miraculously solidified. Ding Zhu was dumbfounded. His limited understanding couldn't grasp how Lin Feng had turned a small amount of liquid into a pot full of solid material. He curiously poked it, expecting a spongy texture, but it was surprisingly firm, like slightly dried sand by the riverbank. Lin Feng opened his mouth to explain but then decided against it. With your level of knowledge, it's better if you just know what it does. Ding Zhu was immediately displeased. What do you mean by my level of knowledge? Tell me, what don't I understand? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and took out a freshly dismantled bullet, pointing to the residual pale yellow powder inside. Do you know what this is? Gunpowder, obviously, Ding Zhu replied without hesitation. I know it's gunpowder. I'm asking for its chemical name. Nitrocellulose. What's cellulose? Is it made from cotton? Lin Feng was momentarily speechless and finally gave up on explaining. Whatever you say. Just remember that this stuff can mask our scent. He pointed to the grayish-black solid in the pot. Ding Zhu suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up. He knew that although the wild coyotes were nocturnal and had poor eyesight, they had evolved a keen sense of smell, able to detect scents from miles away. Masking their scent would be a significant advantage. Ignoring Ding Zhu's excitement, Lin Feng focused on making the next batch of scent-masking powder. The formula came from basic terrain camouflage studies, and although it was the simplest scent-masking powder, it should be sufficient to deal with the coyotes. Lin Feng pondered silently. To quickly enhance his skills, mastering more of these techniques was crucial. So, the more Lin Feng wanted to create these things, the faster his skills would develop. But that means entering the big city will be necessary. He muttered to himself. What did you say? What big city? Ding Zhu asked while grinding the grayish-black solid into powder. He noticed that the end product was much less than expected, barely filling a third of the pot. Nothing. How's the grinding going? Lin Feng deflected the question. Whatever, if you don't want to say. Just thinking about when to enter the big city, right? Ding Zhu grumbled. It's ready now. We'll see tomorrow if it works. All right, this batch is done too. We'll test it tomorrow, Lin Feng said. The two began packing up the camp, carefully extinguishing the fire with sand before heading to where their vehicle was parked. Starting a fire in the wilderness was extremely dangerous, and they wouldn't risk it near their campsite. In the morning, they covered the vehicle with cloth and began applying the scent-masking powder to their clothes. Lin Feng saw Ding Zhu about to pour some into his pants and quickly stopped him. Hey, you don't need that much. This area has the strongest scent, and who knows if this stuff will work. Better to use more, Ding Zhu argued. Lin Feng sighed. If it doesn't work, using more won't make a difference. Ding Zhu paused, then nodded in realization. You're right. He put the pot down. With their gear ready, they began to sneak toward their destination. Ding Zhu noticed that Lin Feng could keep up with his pace and smiled approvingly. Not bad. I haven't had to look after you much, and you've kept up. Lin Feng just smiled without saying much. The spiritual breathing technique had indeed benefited him greatly, not only improving his stamina but also enhancing his muscle flexibility, allowing him to better navigate rough terrain and conserve energy. How much further? Lin Feng asked. Ding Zhu's expression grew serious. I have to say, your powder really works. By this distance, I should have heard the wolves howling, but there's no sound at all. It must be your scent-masking powder. Lin Feng silently breathed a sigh of relief. Although he appeared confident, he was actually uncertain. His concern wasn't the formula but the preparation process, as this was his first attempt using less than professional tools. As long as it works. Lin Feng thought gratefully. Yeah, get ready to crawl. We're close. Ding Zhu checked his firearms as he spoke. Gone was his usual carefree demeanor, replaced by the qualities of an experienced wilderness hunter. Lin Feng nodded silently, assembling his Type 3 Falcon sniper rifle. Ding Zhu glanced at it expressionlessly and said, same old setup. Long-range sniping, lure the enemy, ambush and kill. All right, this time you can push forward a bit more. Ding Zhu gave Lin Feng a deep look and then nodded. This plan meant Lin Feng would face more coyotes on his own. Let's go. The two reached the back of a dirt mound and quickly covered themselves with camouflage cloth. Holding their weapons in one hand and the cloth in the other, they bent their legs to increase contact with the ground and began crawling forward. Using this method, they silently reached the top of the mound. Through small holes in the camouflage cloth, they finally saw the pack of coyotes. 1, 2, 3, 13. Lin Feng counted silently. There are 13 visible, all gathered around a large rock. Underneath the rock, there seems to be space for 2 or 3 more wolves. After confirming the numbers, Ding Zhu prepared to speed up. He needed to keep a distance ahead of Lin Feng. According to their plan, Lin Feng would snipe some of the targets from a distance, and the remaining coyotes would inevitably charge at him. Ding Zhu would only reveal himself when half of the pack entered the area between them. They had practiced this tactic countless times and had it down to a fine art. Just as Ding Zhu was about to accelerate, a sleek, tawny figure emerged from under a giant rock. Strong and agile, this was everyone's first impression of the coyote. Its smooth fur, sharp teeth, and unworn claws all signaled its extraordinary status. There was no doubt this was the pack leader. Both Lin Feng and Ding Zhu instinctively lowered their heads, barely daring to breathe. A question arose in their minds simultaneously. Had they been detected by getting too close? But if they had been discovered, wouldn't the coyote have charged directly at them? Why was it climbing the rock to gaze into the distance instead? Moreover, it wasn't even looking in their direction. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed something. He quietly tugged at Ding Zhu and pointed in the direction the coyote was looking. Ding Zhu instantly understood. Someone else was coming. Judging by the coyote's stance, it seemed like they were planning a frontal assault. With this realization, the two of them relaxed slightly but remained silent, observing the situation. For now, the advantage of being hidden was theirs. The roar of an engine shattered the silence. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance, both realizing the newcomers were no ordinary group. In the wilderness, the quality of a vehicle had one defining criterion: power. Only strong enough power mattered. Comfort and appearance were secondary. Anyone driving such a vehicle in the wild was no ordinary person. A tall vehicle kicked up dust in the distance, heading straight for the coyotes. Ding Zhu couldn't help but whisper, "Holy crap, they're charging right in? That's bold." Lin Feng also turned to get a better look at their intentions. Suddenly, a violent burst of gunfire rang out. Looking up, they saw a black, 6-barrel rotating machine gun spewing blue flames, its metal bullets covering the entire coyote pack. Blood sprayed from the coyotes that couldn't dodge in time, their bodies flung like ragdolls by the impact. Ding Zhu gasped, "Is that a large-caliber machine gun? Damn, who uses that kind of firepower in the wild?" Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. The scene was shocking. The once mighty pack leader now cowered behind the rock, trembling. The sand was stained red with blood, and coyote limbs were scattered everywhere. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the vehicle, suddenly noticing something odd. It didn't seem to be stopping. Bullets continued to hit the rock, kicking up clouds of dust, as if the entire boulder might collapse any second. Ding Zhu also noticed that despite the intense firepower, the massive vehicle showed no signs of slowing down, roaring past the rock and disappearing into the distance. Watching the vehicle vanish into the dust, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a look filled with both confusion and relief. They wondered why the newcomers wasted so much ammunition, but were relieved that their biggest problem had been inadvertently solved. As the vehicle drove away, the coyote leader finally dared to peek out from behind the rock. It glanced nervously in the direction of the departing vehicle, just about to check on its injured companions when its fur suddenly stood on end danger. The coyote leader quickly ducked, its ears stinging, narrowly avoiding a fatal shot. But the next moment, pain shot through its throat, followed by excruciating agony in its front leg joints. Before it could even react, its body collapsed, life quickly draining away. "Nice shooting, Lin Feng." Ding Zhu turned to Lin Feng, eyes full of admiration. Lin Feng's 3 shots were incredibly precise. One above the coyote's head, one below, perfectly trapping it. Whether it raised or lowered its head, it couldn't escape death. Even if there was a miscalculation, the shot to the front leg joint would have incapacitated it. This demonstrated both confidence and caution. At this moment, Lin Feng had already raised his sniper rifle, eyes fixed on the direction the vehicle had gone. Ding Zhu realized the situation was dire. The gunfire would have been heard by those in the vehicle. Sure enough, the people in the vehicle had heard the shots. Inside the vehicle, they exchanged surprised glances. There were people back there? Didn't notice. The others shook their heads, indicating they hadn't sensed anything either. Even the most perceptive among them had felt nothing. They were probably sniping that coyote leader. Judging by the sound, it was likely a Type 3 Heavy Eagle sniper rifle. Given the terrain, they should be positioned on that hill. Hearing this, the group was stunned. That position was so close to the coyote pack. Not only had they not sensed it, but neither had the coyotes. That distance was well within the coyote's olfactory range, especially since they'd been detected from much farther away earlier. Should we go back? The sniper, who had almost instantly deduced their position, asked. The one who had started the conversation hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. Encountering people like that in the wild. If we turn back, they might just start shooting. The others nodded in agreement. In the wilderness, a second's delay in shooting could mean losing your life. Lin Feng kept his eyes on the distance, while Ding Zhu went around finishing off any remaining coyotes. Though the earlier attack had been fierce, it hadn't been thorough, and some coyotes were still barely alive. They've gone far, Lin Feng sighed in relief. The earlier ferocious attack had not only dealt a fatal blow to the coyote pack, but also instilled a strong sense of urgency in him. Ding Zhu also exhaled deeply, saying with ease, I've finished off the rest. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, both breaking into satisfied smiles. Let's go, they shouted in unison, rushing towards the massive boulder below. Although the wilderness demanded constant vigilance, they understood that speed was a form of caution in itself. Upon reaching the boulder, Ding Zhu looked down and his face lit up with joy. On the flat ground beneath the rock, a tiny green sprout, no taller than a hand, stood out in the sandy soil. Hanging from it was a dirt-colored fruit the size of an apple, its surface covered in fine scales, giving it an unusual appearance. Excitedly, Ding Zhu reached out to pluck the fruit when suddenly, a dark stinger shot straight towards his face. Sand scorpion? I'm done for, was the only thought left in his mind. As one of the deadliest creatures in the wilderness, the sand scorpion claimed countless lives each year. Ding Zhu had never expected that today would be his turn. In the nick of time, a glint caught Ding Zhu's eye. A simple yet sharp dagger sliced through the air in a serpentine motion, striking the stinger precisely. With a metallic clang, the dagger and stinger collided. The next moment, Ding Zhu felt a powerful force pull him back. His feet dug in, and he was flung backward. As Ding Zhu was pulled away, Lin Feng finally saw the situation clearly. An adult-sized sand scorpion with a hard exoskeleton and massive serrated pincers glinting menacingly. The scorpion's tail lashed out again, accompanied by the snapping of its giant pincers. Lin Feng rolled to the side to dodge, and when he got up, his rifle was already in hand. He was about to shoot when he noticed the green plant beside the scorpion. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng realized that in such a semi-enclosed space, it would be difficult to avoid damaging the precious sand scale fruit. Ding Zhu, on the other hand, acted decisively. He flicked open his folding knife, transforming it into a long blade. With a shout of rolling sand blade, he swung the blade in a spinning motion towards the scorpion's head. The scorpion quickly raised its pincers to defend, sparks flying as blade met pincer. After a brief exchange, Ding Zhu realized that the scorpion, like him, was a level 6 creature. His blade techniques were somewhat lacking in close combat. The scorpion, without hesitation, thrust its venomous stinger at him. Ding Zhu calmly retreated, seizing the opportunity to slash at one of its joints. The scorpion, in pain, thrashed its remaining limbs wildly, its entire body emerging from the shelter of the boulder. Ding Zhu sneered. A beast is just a beast, devoid of reason. The moment the scorpion exposed itself, Lin Feng, wielding dual automatic rifles, unleashed a barrage of bullets. The concentrated fire hit the scorpion's joints with precision, causing dark green blood to spurt out. One of its legs was severed, and the scorpion lost its balance, collapsing to the ground. It opened its mouth in agony, its remaining 3 legs struggling to push it back under the boulder. Seizing the moment, Ding Zhu struck with all his might. His long blade pierced through the scorpion's mouth and into its brain. Lin Feng's last bullet shattered one of the scorpion's pincers. The light faded from the scorpion's eyes as it fell lifelessly to the ground. Lin Feng took a deep breath, nearly passing out from holding it during the dual-wielded shooting. Ding Zhu approached the scorpion's corpse, extracting his blade and examining the body. He noticed that the bullets had hit almost exclusively at the joints, and couldn't help but be impressed by Lin Feng's marksmanship. Without saying much, Ding Zhu began to dismember the scorpion with his long blade. Lin Feng stood guard nearby, knowing they had to move more cautiously now. Once Ding Zhu finished, he pointed under the boulder, suggesting Lin Feng retrieve the fruit, still shaken by their near-death encounter. Nodding, Lin Feng walked towards the boulder, but was distracted by several canisters on the ground. 6 or 7 black gas canisters, each about the length of an arm, were labeled ultra-high combustion gas in bright red letters. Clearly, these had been buried in the sand and unearthed by the scorpion. Remembering a special method for making metallic bullets, Lin Feng realized they had stumbled upon a valuable find. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng first picked the sand scale fruit and carefully dug out its root with his dagger. He wrapped the fruit and roots separately in cloth, then strung the gas canisters together, dragging them out from under the boulder. Outside, Ding Zhu had already finished dismembering the scorpion, placing its important pincers and venomous stinger on its exoskeleton along with the wolf carcass they had previously hunted, making it easier to carry. Seeing Lin Feng emerge with a string of canisters, Ding Zhu looked puzzled. Good stuff, Lin Feng explained briefly. Each dragging their spoils, they headed back to their parked vehicle, bringing a dangerous but fruitful hunt to a close. With a loud slam, Ding Zhu shut the car door heavily, then leaned back into the seat with a sigh of relief. Ah, that's better. Lin Feng started the vehicle and sped towards the camp. Inside the car, Ding Zhu took a swig of water, still shaken. I never expected to encounter so much trouble on this trip. Facing the threat of death, it still gives me chills thinking about it. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we thought we were just dealing with a pack of wolves. Who could have predicted things would end this way? I still wonder what those people were doing in the wilderness. He furrowed his brow in thought. Judging by their appearance, they must have come from the big city. People out here, no matter how wealthy, wouldn't waste resources like that. Such senseless killing is rare in these parts. Ding Zhu was dismissive. What else would city folks come to the wilderness for? Exotic bones, rare fruits, what else? Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. As a pharmacology student, he understood these things better. Many ingredients for potions couldn't be cultivated artificially. Take the sand scorpion they encountered today, for instance. Normally, it would never coexist with a wolf pack, yet they found both under the same rock. The reason behind it was unclear, but the phenomenon was undeniable. Kicking up dust, Lin Feng floored the gas pedal and managed to reach the camp before nightfall. As soon as they entered, many eyes were drawn to the sand scorpion materials in the trunk. Li Hai, the deputy leader of the camp security team, couldn't help but admire the intact scorpion tail. Wow, you guys struck gold this time. Ding Zhu grinned proudly. Absolutely. Want some scorpion venom? Li Hai's eyes lit up. Sure. Give me about 10 grams. Ding Zhu hesitated for a moment. 10 grams was a significant amount. He cautiously asked, what's the deputy planning that requires so much venom? Realizing they were unaware, Li Hai explained. We're heading to the camp gathering site the day after tomorrow. Didn't you know? The leader said there's going to be a big trade fair. Camps from all around are already heading there, and even people from the big city are coming to sell stuff. The leader doesn't want to miss out. Lin Feng suddenly understood. With city folks involved, it made sense. Li Hai urged, so, are you selling or not? Ding Zhu laughed. Of course we are. 5 grams for 1,000 star coins. Without hesitation, Li Hai pulled out a bag and counted out the star coins, handing them to Ding Zhu. He knew this price was a bargain. In the gathering site, sand scorpion venom could sell for double. 1,000 star coins was a steal. Ding Zhu pocketed the money and addressed the onlookers. Folks, there's not much venom left. The rest we need for ourselves, so no more sales. The crowd nodded in understanding and dispersed. Lin Feng said to Li Hai, we'll deliver the venom to you tomorrow. Though slightly puzzled, Li Hai chose to trust them and left. Lin Feng patted the wolf carcass and said to Ding Zhu, I'll take care of these things. You go buy 2 liters of water from Old Bai. Though unsure of Lin Feng's intentions, Ding Zhu complied. When he returned with the water, he was greeted by a grisly scene. The wolf had been skinned, disemboweled, and the tent reeked of a foul odor. Lin Feng was scrubbing the wolf's stomach with fine sand. Seeing Ding Zhu, he said, perfect timing with the water. He shook the wolf's stomach, now mostly clean. Ding Zhu asked, puzzled, why are you cleaning the wolf's stomach? It's not edible or useful. As he rinsed the stomach, Lin Feng explained, do you know how the sand scorpion releases its venom? Ding Zhu answered without hesitation, from the venom gland in the tail stinger. Most scorpions have their venom glands in the last segment of their tails. Lin Feng corrected him. The venom gland is indeed in the tail stinger, but to fully release the venom, the entire tail is needed. He instructed Ding Zhu to hold the cleaned wolf's stomach open. Taking the whole scorpion tail, Lin Feng manipulated the stinger to pierce the wolf's stomach. With a squelch, the stomach was punctured, and a thick stream of dark green venom gushed into the clean bottle Lin Feng had prepared. Ding Zhu weighed the bottle, astonished. At least 15 grams. How is there so much? Lin Feng continued working on the stinger, not looking up. If you had been stung, that's how much venom would have been injected into you. Ding Zhu's mouth twitched, but he understood Lin Feng's point. By simulating the stinger's penetration, they had triggered the remaining nerves in the tail to release all the venom from the gland. Ding Zhu left with the container of scorpion venom. Lin Feng, being the main person responsible for extracting the venom, naturally took over the subsequent transactions. Their roles were clear, and each person knew their responsibilities. Lin Feng carefully placed the venom sac of the desert scorpion into a nearby glass jar, then began preparing his special concoction. He started a fire and set up the iron pot he usually used for cooking, filled it with water, and waited for it to boil. As the water began to bubble, Lin Feng took out a viper he had previously hunted from his backpack. With a sharp knife in hand, he skillfully made an incision along the snake's body and, with a swift pull, skinned it completely. He sliced the white snake meat into thin pieces and dropped them into the boiling water. Finally, Lin Feng added a green snake gall and the venom sac from the desert scorpion to the pot. Instantly, the clear broth turned an eerie dark green, resembling a witch's brew. Lin Feng watched the broth intently, counting the seconds in his mind. 7 minutes, 6 minutes 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 second. He swiftly pricked the snake gall with his knife, causing it to burst and mix its bile with the green broth. In the next moment, the broth turned milky white. Seeing this, Lin Feng allowed himself a small smile. His training could continue. He had been struggling with intermittent practice due to a lack of proper nutrition, but now he could resume fully. Eagerly, Lin Feng grabbed the still steaming snake soup and, ignoring the heat, gulped down half the pot in one go. The pungent taste hit him hard, but he suppressed the urge to vomit and immediately began practicing his spiritual breathing techniques. As he continued his exercises, a warm sensation spread from his stomach throughout his entire body. By the time he reached the 50th movement, the warmth had dissipated. He quickly drank the remaining soup, but found that it was consumed even faster than before, not lasting until the 60th movement. Frowning, Lin Feng realized he had underestimated the resources required for his spiritual breathing practice. He had thought the snake soup would last until the 70th movement, but now it seemed that only a nutrient solution could support a complete session. He opened his attribute panel and carefully reviewed his stats. Strength, agility, and constitution were all nearing 5.0. Just one more session would push him past this threshold. This meant that the ticket to the big city was within reach. Despite his excitement, Lin Feng forced himself to remain calm. No one knew what challenges awaited in the big city, so he needed to continue improving himself. He sat cross-legged on his bed and began practicing the tidal meditation technique. A few days later, the convoy was ready to set off. Cries of "Let's go!" echoed from the front, and all the vehicles roared to life. Ding Zhu's vehicle maintained a parallel position 400 meters to the left of the convoy, while Lin Feng lay on the roof, covered with a camouflage cloth, fulfilling their duties as part of the camp's guard team. Suddenly, an alarm sounded through the communicator. B2 team, be alert. A wolf pack has been spotted in your direction. B2 team was Ding Zhu and Lin Feng's squad. B2 acknowledges. Wolf pack located approximately 1,600 meters ahead, moving towards the main convoy. Should we fire a warning shot? Ding Zhu inquired. After receiving permission, a shot rang out. To everyone's surprise, Ding Zhu reported hitting the lead wolf, causing the pack to retreat. This claim was met with skepticism from other B team members, as such precision at that distance seemed impossible. However, Su Gan, using his special abilities, confirmed Ding Zhu's report. B2 didn't lie. They hit the wolf. Not only hit it, but also broke its front leg. This news stunned everyone. From that point on, B2 team's performance made the convoy's journey much smoother. Beast packs often retreated before getting close, significantly increasing the convoy's travel speed. Eventually, Zhang Xiao decided to reassign one of B team's squads to a team, as B2 alone could handle all the pressure on the left flank. Lin Feng, meanwhile, focused on his duties, shooting at any sensed beasts and continually honing his skills. Previously, his overall shooting skills rapidly advanced to level 5, thanks entirely to his extensive past experience. But now, he's exhausted all that accumulated knowledge. To make further progress, he must engage in constant practical combat and personally grasp the essence of each shooting technique described in the books. The convoy moved forward until the afternoon when Lin Feng furrowed his brow and asked, "Why are we encountering fewer and fewer beasts?" Ding Zhu sighed and explained, "Beasts aren't stupid. You keep sniping them from over a kilometer away, either breaking their legs or blowing their heads off. Why would they come near? They'd be walking to their deaths." Lin Feng shrugged and muttered, "No perseverance. They should come more often. Maybe I'd find a breakthrough." Hearing this, Ding Zhu was left speechless. He stepped on the gas, and the roar of the engine drowned out Lin Feng's voice. Lin Feng sighed and pulled out the data A519 had given him, starting to study it carefully. In fact, he spent most of his time each day poring over this information. "Get ready to stop." Ding Zhu's voice jolted Lin Feng out of his study. Looking up, he saw the sky had darkened, and the sun was setting. "Stop," Lin Feng replied. Ding Zhu hit the brakes, and Lin Feng rolled off the roof of the vehicle. The two of them stretched, and Ding Zhu invited Lin Feng to join him for dinner. After guarding the convoy all day, they wouldn't have to prepare their meal tonight. They entered a hastily set up tent, immediately drawing a dozen gazes. Some were admiring, some amused, some puzzled, but most were resentful. Lin Feng was baffled. Where did this resentment come from? As soon as they sat down, a big bowl of yellow-flowered antelope meat was placed in front of them. The yellow-flowered antelope is one of the few non-mutated creatures in the wilderness, with delicious meat that requires minimal preparation. Its taste and nutrition far surpassed the jerky they usually gnaw on. Just as Ding Zhu nodded in satisfaction, his gaze was drawn to Lin Feng's bowl. It was piled high with pieces of antelope meat, carefully sprinkled with spicy herb powder. Ding Zhu was not pleased. Hey, 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 Xiaoxue, that's favoritism. Xiaoxue, the young girl who had served the meat, had a delicate face but a thin frame, suggesting malnutrition. Hearing this, everyone wore an "I get it" expression. Xiaoxue quickly waved her hands in denial. It wasn't me. The captain told me to give Brother Lin more meat. Oh, now you're calling him Brother Lin? Li Hai teased from the side. Xiaoxue blushed and ran out of the tent, leaving a trail of laughter behind her. Ding Zhu was about to speak when Lin Feng stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. Eating meat can't shut you up, Lin Feng said, then began to devour his meal. After a day of chewing on jerky, which filled the stomach but tasted awful, this was a welcome change. Just as they were finishing their meal, Zhang Xiao and Su Gan entered the tent. Zhang Xiao asked with a smile, "Full yet? If not, I'll have the kitchen slaughter another one." "Enough, enough, definitely enough," came the excited responses from everyone in the tent. The yellow-flowered antelope, a non-mutated creature that could survive in the wilderness, had unique attributes like a 360-degree field of vision and incredible speed, making it elusive to ordinary hunters. Only top hunters like Zhang Xiao could catch such a rare prize. "Good," Zhang Xiao said. "You all have contributed so much to the camp. Eating well is the least we can do. Let's also discuss tomorrow's escort schedule. Any ideas?" Despite the wilderness being a place where the strong ruled, large-scale operations required collective input for everyone's survival, Li Hai spoke first. "Based on the pattern, tomorrow's beasts will be stronger. We should tighten our formation." Zhang Xiao nodded in agreement. "All right, everyone move inward by 50 meters. Besides watching for beast attacks, keep an eye on each other." Everyone offered suggestions, mostly about resupplying ammunition or changing vehicles, and some proposed taking breaks. Zhang Xiao approved the resupply and vehicle maintenance suggestions, but rejected the idea of breaks, announcing that they would accelerate starting tomorrow, aiming to reach the settlement within 3 days. As the discussion wound down, Zhang Xiao prepared to adjourn the meeting. Any other comments? If not, let's head to our assigned tents to rest. Just as everyone was about to get up, a group leader niece suddenly spoke up. "Wait, Captain, I have something to discuss." "What's the issue?" Zhang Xiao asked. "Well," niece began, "we want Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's team to join our group." This statement instantly ignited the emotions of a group members. "Yes, let Lin Feng and his team join a group, right? B group has had them all day. It's our turn now." "Exactly, Lin Feng and his team have been sniping like crazy in B group, driving the beasts to us. We're exhausted." "Yeah, B group's pressure has eased, but it's been transferred to us." Hearing the uproar, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, finally understanding the resentful looks they had received earlier. Zhang Xiao watched this scene with a smile. Li Hai panicked. "No way. We've already given you one team. What more do you want?" Nice hesitated but quickly made up his mind. "3 teams? We're willing to trade 3 teams for Lin Feng and Ding Zhu." The tent fell silent. 3 teams? 2 might be negotiable, but 3 was another matter. Both A group and B group had only 7 teams each. Losing 3 teams meant giving up nearly half their manpower. "Hold on a second. You all are debating so intensely, but no one has asked for Lin Feng's opinion yet." Zhang Xiao suddenly clapped his hands, interrupting the heated discussion. Instantly, all eyes turned to Ding Zhu and Lin Feng. Lin Feng was quietly sipping soup, seemingly indifferent to the conversation around him. Seeing this, Ding Zhu shrugged and responded on his behalf. "Let the team leaders discuss it. We have no objections." Nice and Li Hai exchanged a glance, then stood up and left the tent to discuss the details outside. Moments later, they reached an agreement. Team A would transfer 3 squads, and Lin Feng and Ding Zhu would move from Team B to Team A. The two nodded expressionlessly, while everyone else was momentarily speechless, unsure how to react to the decision. As they exited the tent, Ding Zhu noticed Lin Feng deep in thought and tried to reassure him, "Don't stress too much. If it doesn't work out, the captain will definitely switch you back." Lin Feng looked up confused. "What pressure? Switch what back?" It turned out he had been engrossed in reviewing documents and hadn't paid any attention to the discussion. Ding Zhu's mouth twitched involuntarily, thinking, "So you didn't hear a word I said?" He couldn't help but quip, "Never mind. I said switching you to Team A is like swapping you for a donkey." At dawn, the convoy set off. Nice reorganized the teams, assigning Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's squad to the rear, keeping a certain distance from the main group. Wang Zhengliang from Team A, sitting beside Nice, leaned back in his chair and asked curiously, "Are you really that confident in Lin Feng and his team?" Nice smiled lightly and replied, "It's not about confidence. I just like to gamble." Wang Zhengliang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled wryly. Other members of Team A began to murmur among themselves, debating the wisdom of Nice's decision. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had climbed onto the roof of Ding Zhu's vehicle, setting up his sniper rifle and scanning the horizon intently. With their patrol area expanded, Lin Feng was fully alert. As for Ding Zhu's comment about possibly being switched back, Lin Feng didn't mind. Transferring 3 squads to Team meant they would earn half the travel expenses for this operation, which was a decent sum for the cash-strapped Lin Feng. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence. Ding Zhu, startled inside the car, thought Lin Feng was just testing his gun. However, Lin Feng's cold voice came from the rooftop. "We've got trouble." His voice then echoed through the camp's communication channel. Large numbers of sandwolves spotted from the north and south. Estimated at least 20, no alpha wolf, indicating a micro-wolf disaster, according to regional sandwolf standards. This news hit everyone like a hammer. Sandwolves, one of the most numerous mutated beasts in the wilderness, were not to be underestimated. When they formed packs, especially with cunning alpha wolves, they could devastate an entire camp. After a brief silence, Su Gan's voice came through the communicator. 13 sandwolves spotted in the open to the east. No alpha wolf observed. Estimated total in the east exceeds 25. Confirmed micro-wolf disaster scale. This information made the entire escort team tense. A pack of more than 15 wolves without an alpha was a clear sign of a wolf disaster. Even more alarming, the wolves seemed to understand human methods for assessing wolf disasters, deliberately leaving only 13 visible to avoid raising immediate alarm. "What are your thoughts?" Su Gan asked, trying to find a solution. Nice picked up the communicator, hesitated for a moment, then said, "It seems we're out of options. The wolves have targeted us and won't give up. Even if we stay put and fortify our defenses, we'll likely be surrounded and picked off." At this moment, Li Hai's voice joined the conversation. "How about we break through their lines?" This suggestion quickly gained some support. Someone analyzed, "We discovered them early, so their encirclement might not be fully set up yet. Otherwise, they would have attacked directly instead of leaving small groups to mislead us." However, just as people were considering this option, Lin Feng's voice cut in, dousing their hopes. "Even if we break through, they'll still chase us down." Lin Feng's calm words left everyone present stunned. They had to admit he was right. Even if they managed to break through this time, the enemy would soon catch up. Unless they kept running non-stop, they'd only end up in worse shape in the wilderness. Su Gan asked calmly, "So, what's your plan?" To him, these seemed like minor issues. "Kill." Lin Feng replied succinctly, followed by the sharp crack of a gunshot, piercing the silence. Everyone suddenly understood. Since they knew the wolf pack was still gathering and their numbers were insufficient, why run? Wouldn't it be better to take the initiative? This was just a small wolf disaster, not an endless horde of monstrous beasts. Sitting in the car, Su Gan and Zhang Xiao exchanged glances, surprise and excitement flashing in their eyes. Zhang Xiao picked up the communicator, cleared his throat, and solemnly ordered, "All team members, listen up. Begin hunting the wolf pack in all directions." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. Hunters in the wilderness never feared slaughter and combat. Engines roared to life as the vehicles surrounding the camp scattered in all directions like sparks. The reserve team was called out, and the atmosphere in the camp turned intensely serious and iron-willed. Old Bai watched Lin Feng and the others leave, a smile forming on his face. "That kid's got some quick wits." Gunshots continuously rang out overhead, and Ding Zhu watched the blood splatter in the distance, involuntarily twitching his lips. His job was just to drive steadily forward, which seemed much easier in comparison. As the distance increased, the blood splatters grew smaller and more blurred. Ding Zhu could no longer tell how far away Lin Feng was sniping the desert wolves. Yet, Lin Feng maintained his smooth aiming, breathing, and shooting motions, like a precision machine. The enhancement of his mental strength was crucial to Lin Feng's marksmanship. Even using the Type 3 Falcon sniper rifle, the desert wolves were only the size of coins in the scope at 1,300 meters away. Hitting them accurately relied entirely on his instincts. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped shooting. Ding Zhu immediately asked, "What's wrong? Why did you stop firing?" "Wait a minute, let's see where they're heading," Lin Feng replied. Ding Zhu understood. Lin Feng wanted to find the wolves' den. After being slaughtered, the remaining wolves' only thought was to seek the alpha's protection. "I'll slow down and trail them," Ding Zhu said, easing off the gas pedal. Lin Feng took out some jerky to replenish his energy. Since practicing the spiritual breathing technique, he had become easily hungry, but his state quickly recovered after eating. Following the fleeing wolves for a long time, Ding Zhu frowned, worried they were getting too far from the main group. At this moment, he felt Lin Feng moving on the roof, seemingly busy with something inside the cabin. Suddenly, Lin Feng shouted, "Stop!" Ding Zhu slammed on the brakes, and Lin Feng was flung off by inertia, rolling twice on the ground before standing up. Lin Feng returned to the front of the car and asked, "Want to take a gamble?" "How?" Ding Zhu raised an eyebrow. "I shoot, you turn around and run. That's it? What about you?" "I have a secret weapon," Lin Feng said, flashing a sunny smile. Ding Zhu stared at Lin Feng for a moment before finally nodding firmly. Surviving in the wilderness and hunting beasts ultimately came down to risking one's life. If you took the gamble, your life was yours. Lin Feng tugged at the cloth strips on his body, and his previously tight camouflage instantly scattered. Like a cheetah, he dashed toward the distant desert. Ding Zhu watched Lin Feng disappear in the blink of an eye. Ding, are you ready? Lin Feng's voice came through the communicator, carrying a hint of chill. Ready. Ding Zhu replied curtly. Bang. A loud noise erupted. Ding Zhu sharply turned the steering wheel, making a wide turn toward the main group. A wolf's howl echoed through the sky. From the rearview mirror, Ding Zhu saw a silver desert wolf the size of a calf leap out from behind a boulder, howling at the sky. 5 or 6 similarly sized alpha wolves also emerged from different places. Ding Zhu's eyes locked onto the silver desert wolf. Shaiyue. It's actually Shaiyue. Shaiyue, the undisputed king of the sand wolves, is a being of extraordinary abilities. From birth, these creatures possess immense strength and unique powers, including the ability to command packs of sand wolves and manipulate the surrounding sand. At this moment, a juvenile Shaiyue is threatening Ding Zhu and his group. If it were an adult Shaiyue, the situation would be even more dire. Ding Zhu floored the gas pedal, sending clouds of yellow dust swirling in the desert. Shaiyue locked onto its target, leaping from a boulder and leading the pack in pursuit. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, halting its advance as a bullet struck the ground to its left, kicking up a spray of dirt. Shaiyue warily scanned the surroundings, baring its fangs, its ears twitching and nose sniffing, but it couldn't pinpoint the shooter's location. Growing agitated, it continued to chase after Ding Zhu's fleeing vehicle. 3 more shots rang out, and Shaiyue instinctively leapt to avoid them. Upon landing, it noticed that the weakest of the lead wolves had fallen in a pool of blood. The scent of blood enraged Shaiyue, and it let out a thunderous roar before charging toward Ding Zhu's vehicle like a bolt of white lightning. Ding Zhu watched the 6 or 7 level Shaiyue through the rearview mirror, his expression grave. Even as a juvenile, this natural-born king was not to be underestimated. With the distance rapidly closing, Ding Zhu unfolded his long knife, ready for combat. At that moment, a barrage of gunfire targeted Shaiyue. However, the bullets struck the sand armor that suddenly encased Shaiyue, leaving only a few white marks on its silver-white scales. Shaiyue halted, its gaze locking onto Lin Feng in the distance. Lin Feng, covered in strips of cloth and holding a sniper rifle, was less than a kilometer away from Shaiyue. Ding Zhu, anxious but unable to turn back, watched as Lin Feng fired again. 3 bullets hit the same spot on Shaiyue, breaking through its armor and causing its left leg to bleed. What happened next left Ding Zhu dumbfounded. Lin Feng charged directly at Shaiyue, shooting as he ran. Shaiyue easily dodged the bullets and prepared to counterattack, only to see Lin Feng trip and fall headfirst into the sand, leaving just one foot sticking out. As Shaiyue puzzled over this, a metallic clanging drew its attention. Turning around, it saw a sea of flames consuming its view. The intense heat from the fire toppled Shaiyue's massive body and even melted its tough scales. The distant camp's migration team, captivated by the astonishing sight, mistook it for a volcanic eruption. The other lead wolves, seeing this, abandoned their king and fled in panic. Ding Zhu stared blankly at the pillar of fire until a fit of violent coughing snapped him back to reality. Lin Feng, panting heavily, dragged a charred silver-white corpse to the car. Lin Feng explained that the explosion was caused by a high combustion gas cylinder he had dug out from the wolf's den. He had been worried that it might have deteriorated over time, but its power turned out to be astonishing. Ding Zhu finally understood. The wolves had mistaken the cold gas cylinder for a comfortable resting place. Lin Feng opened the car door and hauled Shaiyue's body inside. Ding Zhu, coming to his senses, started the vehicle, still somewhat dazed. This thrilling battle had ended in an unexpectedly dramatic fashion. So, all that commotion just now was caused by you guys? Su Gan stared at Lin Feng's slightly singed hair, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Lin Feng touched the scorched tips of his hair and gave a wry smile. Yeah, that shot hit something, and suddenly a pillar of flame erupted. Nearly roasted me alive. But it did scare off those wolves. He explained that he had intended to approach the corpse of the Shayu to prevent any other alpha wolves from attacking. Unexpectedly, those alpha wolves were so timid that they fled immediately, leaving him with nothing but a close call with fire. Su Gan and Zhang Xiao exchanged glances, unsure how to react to this unexpected outcome. A stray shot had accidentally triggered an explosion in the desert and scared off a pack of wolves? Taking a deep breath, Su Gan said to Lin Feng, "No matter what, you've done a great job this time. When we get back to the settlement, I'll make sure you get a bonus." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, not refusing the offer. In the wilderness, being polite could only bring trouble. As Lin Feng and Ding Zhu walked away, Su Gan turned to Zhang Xiao. "I initially suggested bringing him along, but now it seems essential." Zhang Xiao nodded in agreement. Luck is indeed the most crucial element for surviving in the wild. Back in the vehicle, Ding Zhu suddenly became excited. Damn, we really took down a Shayu. And it had a pack of alpha wolves with it. Lin Feng smiled and explained that he had suspected something was off. The wolves' unusual behavior, retreating in a coordinated manner even in fear, indicated that there was a leader directing them. Ding Zhu pondered for a moment and then cautioned, let's keep the Shayu incident to ourselves to avoid any trouble. Lin Feng agreed, and the two decided to handle the valuable carcass once they reached the settlement. The next afternoon, Ding Zhu stretched and asked, how much longer until we get there? As Lin Feng cleaned the disassembled parts of his firearm, he replied, according to Captain Zhang, we should arrive by sunset. Ding Zhu sighed in relief and sat down next to Lin Feng, inquiring in a low voice about the status of the Shayu. Upon learning that it was taken care of, his eyes lit up, but he quickly grew concerned about finding a buyer. They discussed quietly for a while and ultimately decided to wait until they reached the settlement to make any plans. In the distance, a patchwork of colors came into view. Various tints clustered together, resembling a giant quilt spread across the land, creating a spectacular sight. Ding Zhu explained that this large settlement, covering nearly 500 meters, attracted numerous trade caravans that would stay for about a month. Lin Feng suddenly understood. So that's why we were in such a hurry to get here. The two turned to retrieve their belongings, while not far away, Huang Zheng watched their backs, biting his lip as if making a firm decision. It's so expensive. I bought scorpion venom for just 180 credits per gram yesterday. 180 credits? You must have bought it at your own camp. Here, I'll buy all you have for 180 credits each. The bustling sounds filled the air as Lin Feng and Ding Zhu observed the lively scene around them with interest. This marketplace was indeed extraordinarily vibrant. Even without entering the tents, they had already seen many rare items along the way. Following Ding Zhu's inquiry, the two headed towards a yellow tent. As soon as they lifted the flap, a loud shout erupted. Are you kidding me? Is this what you gave me? Lin Feng's eyes scanned the scene, spotting a slender, middle-aged man in neat attire, yelling at someone who was clearly a wilderness hunter. The hunter held a broken gun barrel and argued. Of course it wasn't like this when you gave it to me, but it broke as soon as I tried to use it. The middle-aged man snorted. That's your problem. We don't take responsibility for that. Besides, how do I know you're not trying to scam me? The argument escalated quickly. At the middle-aged man's command, several burly men appeared and moved to seize the hunter. However, the hunter moved like lightning, taking down the men in an instant. He grabbed the middle-aged man by the throat and snarled, "You think you can cheat me?" The middle-aged man was lifted off the ground, his face turning purple, and he struggled to speak. "I will compensate." The hunter snorted and threw the man heavily to the ground. The man lay in the dust, gasping for air, a handprint clearly visible on his neck. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances and quietly slipped out of the tent, not wanting to provoke this hidden expert. Geez, is every settlement this dangerous? Ding Zhu asked, still shaken. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. It seems there's no difference between here and the wilderness. It's still survival of the fittest. They decided to split up to gather more information. Lin Feng wandered between tents, inquiring about prices, but the results made him frown. Not only were the prices unreasonable, but counterfeit products were also rampant. Especially the concentrated nutrient solutions, most were diluted to varying degrees, with the most outrageous being pure solvent, mixed with coloring agents. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a scrawny young man called out to him. The young man, with a secretive air, displayed 5 undiluted concentrated nutrient solutions, asking for 3,000 credits each. Lin Feng remained calm and asked, "Where did these come from?" The young man grew wary, but Lin Feng smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you stole these from your boss, didn't you?" The young man was shocked, and Lin Feng continued, "Don't you find it strange? You stole them so easily, and your boss doesn't even care?" At Lin Feng's request, the young man handed over one of the nutrient solutions. Lin Feng shook it vigorously, and the liquid quickly separated. The top layer was clear, while the bottom layer consisted of milky white spheres. "This is a defective product. It's harmful to your body," Lin Feng explained. "You haven't drunk any, have you?" The young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shook his head repeatedly. He was relieved that he hadn't tried it out of frugality. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The young man finally understood the meaning behind the strange expression on the boss's face back then. He looked down at the reagent in his hand, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Whether he used it himself or sold it, the consequences would be unimaginable. In his moment of distraction, Lin Feng broke the silence. "This stuff is useless to you. Why not sell it all to me?" The young man snapped back to attention, his eyes wary as they scanned Lin Feng. "You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Seeing through his thoughts, Lin Feng turned and walked away without a word, decisively. "Wait." Sure enough, before Lin Feng had taken 3 steps, An urgent shout came from behind. Lin Feng turned around to see the young man, now with a sycophantic expression, asking, "Brother, it wasn't easy for me to steal this. What price can you offer?" 20 per vial, Lin Feng said casually. "What? That cheap?" The young man was clearly taken aback by the price. Lin Feng was unfazed. He knew no one wanted this stuff. Even if they didn't close the deal today, he was sure it would happen tomorrow. "You don't really think I can turn this junk into treasure, do you?" Lin Feng retorted. The young man was momentarily speechless. He knew that people out in the wilderness had no such abilities. Even the bosses from the city had given up on this stuff. How much could it possibly be worth? "Add a bit more, and I'll give you everything I have," the young man pleaded, his voice weakening. Lin Feng pretended to ponder. "Fine, since you took the risk, 30 per vial." The young man was overjoyed. "All right, deal." He reached into his clothes to retrieve the items, but was stopped by Lin Feng. "Not here. Let's find a better place." 10 minutes later, the young man left hurriedly with his money. Lin Feng patted his backpack, a slight smile playing at his lips. The young man was half right. Lin Feng could indeed turn this junk into something valuable. Shaking his head in self-mockery, Lin Feng began purchasing other necessary supplies. When he returned to his base, he found Huangzhang and Ding Zhu waiting in front of his tent. "Need something?" Lin Feng asked as he approached. "Still thinking about that camouflage fabric?" Huangzhang nodded frankly. "Yes, I'm still here for the camouflage fabric." Ding Zhu teased. "So, what's your offer this time?" Huangzhang shot Ding Zhu a glance and said to Lin Feng, "I know I can't meet your price, but I can introduce you to a reliable buyer." Ding Zhu frowned. "Who knows if this reliable buyer is legit? What if you're teaming up to scam us?" Huangzhang looked at them disdainfully. "You think there are a lot of scammers because you haven't found the right places. It's always you wilderness drifters who get conned." Ding Zhu bristled and stepped forward menacingly. Huangzhang, now fearful, retreated. Lin Feng held Ding Zhu back. "Enough." He turned to Huangzhang. "State your terms." Huangzhang leaned in and whispered, "Simple. Just give me a small commission. 5%. Lin Feng shook his head firmly. "No way. 500 flat." Seeing Lin Feng's resolute stance, Huangzhang reluctantly agreed. After setting a meeting for the next day, he quickly left. Ding Zhu scoffed. "Lucky he ran off quickly." Lin Feng advised, "Let it go. He might actually help us solve a big problem. Stop giving him a hard time." Ding Zhu grumbled, "I just can't stand his attitude. Acting superior even though he escaped from the big city just like us." He then eyed Lin Feng. "You won't turn out like him, will you?" Lin Feng paused. "Me? I don't even know if I can get into the big city." Ding Zhu glanced at Lin Feng. "Once we sell that stuff and buy some nutrient solutions, shouldn't that be enough?" With that, he turned and walked away, not giving Lin Feng a chance to respond. Lin Feng was left speechless. He entered the tent and took a moment to calm his mind. Then he started assembling the glass apparatus he had purchased, preparing the herbs and low-grade nutrient solution. With a snap, a flame ignited. Lin Feng was about to embark on his first true attempt at potion making. Not long after, Ding Zhu lifted the tent flap, immediately coughing from the thick smoke. "Cough, cough. What are you doing, Lin Feng?" "I'm coming." Lin Feng responded, emerging from the tent with bloodshot eyes. Ding Zhu joked, "What were you doing in there? Destroying evidence?" Huangzhang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. What kind of conversation was this? Always talking about killing and destruction. Can't they be a bit more peaceful? Lin Feng glanced at the two of them, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. Overnight, 7 out of the 10 substandard concentrated nutrient solutions he had turned into qualified products. This meant that the 350 star coins he had invested had suddenly transformed into a staggering 21,000 star coins. A 60-fold return made Lin Feng's heart race. "All right, let's not worry about how I did it. Let's head to that reliable shop Huangzhang recommended," Lin Feng said, suppressing his excitement and addressing his companions. Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng's energized demeanor and nodded helplessly. Huangzhang led the way, with Lin Feng and Ding Zhu following behind. Along the way, Lin Feng kept yawning, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Before long, they reached the outskirts of the gathering place. Huangzhang led them straight to their destination, entering a pitch-black tent. Just as they stepped inside, the drowsy Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. "Once we're in, let me do the talking. Don't interrupt." He paused, then added, "Whether the deal goes through or not, you'll still get your intermediary fee." Huangzhang hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. As the three of them entered the tent, they saw a long queue already formed inside. Huangzhang glanced at Ding Zhu with a hint of pride, saying, "It's no surprise that a lot of people know this place is reliable. So naturally, many come here to trade." Before he could finish speaking, a servant approached and asked if they had anything to sell. Lin Feng took the lead. "We have items to sell and things to buy." The servant smiled and handed Lin Feng a black wooden plaque, explaining that it was a number for selling items and that the boss would see them shortly. After thanking the servant, Dingzhu couldn't help but elbow Huang Zhang, teasing, "Look, even people from big cities aren't as arrogant as you." Huang Zhang snorted in displeasure, loudly declaring that he came from Yinfeng, one of the 4 central cities, and not some small town. Hearing this, Lin Feng became interested and asked, "The 4 central cities? Are there different levels of big cities?" Huang Zhang, with a dismissive look, began to explain. These big cities are divided into 4 factions: Yiyuan, Yinfeng, Dongbin, and Gaochao. Each faction has its central city. He lowered his voice and added, "Only from the central cities can one leave this planet." Dingzhu quickly asked, "So which faction does our wilderness belong to?" "Half Yiyuan, half Yinfeng," Huang Zhang replied, then gave Lin Feng a meaningful look. "It's a pity for you, Lin Feng." "Pity for what?" Lin Feng frowned. Huang Zhang explained that Yiyuan and Yinfeng factions treated outsiders poorly, denying them even the chance to attend university and forcing them directly into dangerous frontline troops. In contrast, the Dongbin and Gao Chao factions were much friendlier to talented outsiders, offering free university education and nurturing them as core members. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were stunned, struggling to digest this new information. Lin Feng had initially thought it would be simple to join any big city, unaware of the complexities involved. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man nearby chimed in, "Young man, your information is outdated. Nowadays, outsiders joining the Yinfeng faction can also attend university, but they have to pay their own tuition." Huang Zhang retorted defiantly, "Do you think I don't know their tricks? The tuition for outsiders is more than triple that for natives. Yinfeng's university fees are already high, and an average family's annual income plus loans barely cover one person's tuition." He then looked pointedly at Lin Feng. "How much money does a drifter like you have?" This remark made several people in the tent look uncomfortable, clearly concerned about their own children's or relatives' education. Lin Feng sighed but quickly regained his composure. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's focus on the task at hand." Huang Jing nodded in agreement. True, at least the Yinfeng faction no longer treats outsiders as cannon fodder. This statement made the atmosphere in the tent even more awkward, prompting Ding Zhu to mutter, "You really have a way with words, don't you?" Ignoring the comment, Lin Feng began scanning the tent. His attention was drawn to a conspicuous blackboard covered with wanted notices. One in particular stood out. By Zongyao, male, 3,540 years old, level 15 or above. Crime: assaulting Wanfeng prison and rescuing 43 death row inmates. Reward: permanent residence in Yinfeng City, 400,000 star coins, and a choice of 3 fifth-generation weapons. Isn't this guy a bit too formidable? Ding Zhu exclaimed, eyes wide as he read the notice. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. It's quite unbelievable that someone could break 43 people out of a major city's prison. This is no ordinary feat. He must have had a team, Huang Zhang suggested confidently. Ding Zhu couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. "Oh, and you know this how?" Huang Zhang stared at Ding Zhu with a look that could only be described as one reserved for fools, his eyes filled with disdain. "Are you stupid or something? The other side broke out over 40 people. How do you think they'd manage that without a gang? What, do you really think they all just follow one person around?" Ding Zhu's mouth twitched, reluctantly admitting that Huang Zhang had a point. He was about to retort when he noticed that Lin Feng had already turned his attention to the wanted posters below. Lin Feng examined each wanted poster carefully, his eyes suddenly lighting up. What surprised him the most was that each bounty included permanent residency in a major city. This meant that capturing a single fugitive would grant direct access to a big city without any additional conditions. As Lin Feng pondered over the enticing reward, his gaze was drawn to a poster further back. The face in the photo bore an 80 resemblance to the person he had previously assassinated, only with slight differences in detail. Curious, Lin Feng turned to Huang Zhang and asked, "Huang Zhang, how advanced is the plastic surgery in the big cities?" Huang Zhang responded proudly, "It's excellent." Seeing Lin Feng's skeptical look, he added, "You'll see for yourself once you get into the city. There are no ugly people in the big city." Ding Zhu began to scrutinize Huang Zhang. After a thorough once-over, he nodded. "You know, he's right. Even someone like you isn't ugly." Huang Zhang was instantly furious. "Ding Zhu, don't push it. This is all natural. I've never gone under the knife." Ding Zhu smirked dismissively. "Well, no one would know for sure." Huang Zhang retorted, "That's just your ignorance talking. There are obvious signs of surgical adjustments on a face, and anyone with experience can spot them right away." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the corpse and Zhang Zhao's words. "Take your spoils and leave the rest to him." Lin Feng gave Huang Zhang a thoughtful glance. This seemingly ordinary camp appeared to be hiding many secrets. Huang Zhang's identity was clearly more complex than it seemed, and there was also the deeply concealed Su Gan. Just then, a server called their number. The three of them walked into a small room, barely big enough for 3 or 4 people to sit down. A young man with an extraordinary presence sat at the head of the table. The young man introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Shi Qing." Ding Zhu responded politely, "Hello, Mr. Shi. I'm Ding Zhu, and these are Lin Feng and Huang Zheng." Shi Qing got straight to the point. "What do you have to offer?" Huang Zheng was about to say mimetic camouflage cloth, but Lin Feng pulled him back. "You should step outside for a moment," Lin Feng told Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng pouted in dissatisfaction but left the room. Only then did Ding Zhu take out the sandscale fruit from his pocket. Shi Qing's eyes lit up. Sandscale fruit? Without hesitation, Shi Qing offered. One price, 10,000 star coins. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged surprised glances. Shi Qing explained, "Honestly, this is probably the highest price you'll get in this entire settlement. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask around." Lin Feng candidly replied, "To be honest, this price is much higher than we expected." Shi Qing seemed a bit surprised, then smiled. "The price of sandscale fruit has always been volatile. With this value, I can have my alchemist turn it into potions without any loss. I'm quite surprised, Mr. Lin, that you would directly tell me the offer is high." Ding Zhu responded with a smile, "Honesty for honesty. It's best if everyone is straightforward." He then gave Lin Feng a meaningful look. Noticing the interaction between the two, Shi Qing's curiosity was piqued. Was there more to come? Lin Feng slowly pulled a fist-sized blue bone from his backpack. Shi Qing's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Sand moon bone." Shi Qing suddenly sprang up from his chair, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the object in front of him. An exotic bone. It's actually an exotic bone. His voice trembled with excitement. He had only expected the other party to bring out a Sha Lin fruit at most, but never something as precious as this exotic bone. Taking a deep breath, Shi Qing tried to calm his racing heart. Coming from a prominent family, he quickly regained his composure and asked in a steady voice, "May I take a look?" Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance before hesitantly handing the exotic bone to Shi Qing. He carefully examined the rare item, tapping it lightly with his knuckles and bringing it close to his nose for a sniff. A gleam of delight flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, "Yes, this is it. It's definitely an exotic bone." Setting the bone down, Shi Qing pulled out a small electronic scale from his pocket and placed it on the table. He gingerly weighed the bone, watching as the numbers settled at 180 grams. The market price for an exotic bone is 20,000 credits per gram. "I won't haggle, let's go with that. How does that sound?" Shi Qing proposed with a hint of anticipation in his voice. 20,000 credits per gram? That makes it 3.6 million credits? Ding Zhu exclaimed, his breath quickening. He turned to Lin Feng, who remained unfazed, as if the astronomical figure meant nothing to him. "So, what do you say?" Shi Qing asked, his gaze shifting between the two. "Agreed." Lin Feng responded calmly, his tone astonishingly composed. A smile spread across Shi Qing's face, and he felt a surge of joy. After being out in the field for so long, he had finally come across something valuable. He had thought he would have to venture deep into the wilderness for such a find. But here it was, in the possession of two wanderers who hadn't even reached level 10. However, 3.6 million credits is no small amount, Shi Qing said. "Do you have your own accounts?" Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged puzzled looks, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of an account. Shi Qing wasn't surprised. He pulled out 4 cards from his coat, each marked with 100,000 in the center. He then used a device about the size of an old smartphone to deduct 40,000 credits from one of the cards. "Do you recognize these?" "They're anonymous credit cards," Shi Qing explained, pushing the 4 cards towards them. "I recognize these," Ding Zhu said with a sigh of relief, his tone lightening. Just as Ding Zhu reached for the cards, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Shi, could you offer a discount on that multifunctional 3-section folding workstation outside?" Shi Qing was taken aback, looking at Lin Feng in surprise. "You mean the 600,000 credit workstation?" "That's right," Lin Feng confirmed with a nod. Shi Qing's eyes darted between the cards on the table and Lin Feng's face before he broke into a smile. "Actually, Mr. Lin, there's another option you might find even better." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked, intrigued. "The 600,000 credit workstation is expensive, even with a discount," Shi Qing explained. "But if you don't mind a second-hand one, we might be able to work something out." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Second-hand? What's the condition?" "It's not in bad shape," Shi Qing said, "but it's an older model, lacking the latest smart control module. You'll have to manually adjust many settings, which affects precision." Before Shi Qing finished speaking, a line of text appeared in Lin Feng's mind. "Basic high-level autonomous programming, a primer from Tian Suo Intelligence's knowledge series. No problem, it's good enough for me." Lin Feng decided quickly. Shi Qing nodded, placing his hand on 2 of the 100,000 credit cards. Before Lin Feng could speak, Ding Zhu gritted his teeth and said, "Go ahead and take them." Then he turned to Lin Feng, "Don't say anything. Let me wallow in my misery for a bit. Lin Feng said nothing, following Shi to retrieve the workstation. When fully folded, it was the size of a briefcase, making it easy to carry. However, the manual was as thick as 4 fingers. This? Lin Feng was surprised. Without the smart control module, everything needs manual adjustments, Shi explained with a shrug. Lin Feng nodded, understanding the importance of the smart control module. It's strange, Shi mused. Recently, there's been a surge in smart technology in the big cities. These older models are likely to drop in price. Another line of text flashed in Lin Feng's mind, but he remained composed. Progress is inevitable, isn't it? Shi looked at Lin Feng with surprise. He hadn't expected such insight from a wanderer. After a moment of thought, he took out a card with an emblem on it and handed it to Lin Feng. I believe you're just one step away from entering the big city, Shi said. Take this card. It gives you a 5% discount at any of our family shops. Lin Feng accepted the card without hesitation. Until we meet again. They bid each other farewell. As they left the tent, Huang Zheng's eyes were glued to the briefcase in Lin Feng's hand. What are you staring at? Ding Zhu snapped, his expression fierce. That thing cost 200,000 credits. He probably sees everyone as a potential thief right now. Who cares? Huang Zheng scoffed, then turned to Lin Feng. So, is it reliable? Can I get my commission now? Without a word, Lin Feng handed over 500 credits. Huang Zheng quickly counted the money and left without a second glance. Watching him walk away, Ding Zhu shot a glare at Lin Feng, his eyes full of resentment. Let it go. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Feng said, not out of sudden compassion, but because he had a feeling that killing Huang Zheng would bring more complications. Huang Zheng glanced back to make sure Lin Feng and Ding Zhu weren't following him and sighed in relief. The moment he saw Lin Feng with the briefcase, he knew he might be in danger. That item wasn't something you could buy with the proceeds from selling a damaged mimicry cloth. They didn't follow, Huang Zheng thought. Maybe they figured it out. But so what? I'll be gone by the end of the year, and we won't cross paths again. Muttering to himself, Huang Zheng headed for the largest bar in the settlement. Are you sure it's them? Absolutely. Looking for revenge? We need a target anyway. They're perfect. No, they're too weak. Understood. Lin Feng stared at the attribute panel in front of him and slowly exhaled a deep breath. A dose of concentrated nutrient solution had not only sustained his damage-free training for 3 days, but also propelled him to the mid-level of level 5. His eyes scanned the various data points. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV.5. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Ability, none. Strength, 5.5. Agility, 5.6. Constitution, 5.4. Spirit, 5.9. Talents and specialties, dexterous. Skills, comprehensive gunmanship, LV.7. Serpent dagger, LV.3. Basic spiritual breathing technique, LV.1. Tidal meditation technique, LV.2. Knowledge, basic potion knowledge, LV.3. Biology, LV.3. Pharmacology, LV.4. Formulation, LV.4. Basic mechanical knowledge, LV.4. Mechanics, LV.3. Material science, LV.5. Weaponry metal, LV.5. Mechanical processing, LV.4. Intelligent programming, LV.4. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The workbench had indeed been invaluable. Practical experience proved far more effective than just reading books. Immersed in his studies and training, he was oblivious to the changes in the outside world. Meanwhile, at the camp's bar, Ding Zhu was approached by Zhang Xiao. Captain Zhang, what brings you here? Ding Zhu asked, surprised to see the usually enigmatic leader. Zhang Xiao glanced around the bar before asking directly, are you here alone? Ding Zhu nodded, yes, just me. Lin Feng has been holed up in his tent recently, busy with something. Even you haven't seen him? Zhang Xiao murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Ding Zhu shook his head. While he wasn't sure about Lin Feng's exact plans, he knew better than to disturb him. Zhang Xiao suddenly raised an eyebrow. You've leveled up? Yes, bought a potion and finally reached level 7. Ding Zhu replied with a smile. Feels great to have some money. Zhang Xiao got straight to the point. I'm forming a small team to hunt some exotic beasts. Are you interested? What are we hunting? Ding Zhu inquired. That's confidential for now, but it's quite dangerous. Zhang Xiao's tone remained calm, but his eyes hinted at the mission's difficulty. After a moment of thought, Ding Zhu replied, I'm in. As for Lin Feng, I'll ask him. Zhang Xiao nodded and left. Ding Zhu finished his drink and exited the bar. With a new task ahead, he decided to upgrade his gear first. At Lin Feng's tent, just as Ding Zhu was about to speak, he heard a voice from inside. It's open. Just come in. Lifting the flap, a wave of heat hit him. Lin Feng, shirtless and with defined muscles, was busy at a forge. In the furnace was a pool of glowing yellow liquid. Lin Feng periodically dipped various parts into it before working on them at the bench. The tent flap closed automatically behind him, and Ding Zhu exclaimed, "What's this?" "Just a small application," Lin Feng replied casually. "Hand me your folding knife." Ding Zhu handed over his folding knife. Lin Feng first cleaned it in an ultrasonic cleaner, then tossed it into the yellow liquid. "Hey!" Ding Zhu instinctively reached out. "I'm used to that knife. You should at least ask before doing anything to it." "Relax," Lin Feng said calmly. After a moment, Lin Feng retrieved the knife with tongs, now coated in a thin layer of gold. He cooled it in a bucket of water and handed it back to Ding Zhu. "Try it out." Ding Zhu took the knife and with a flick of his wrist, the blade extended smoothly, far more fluidly than before. A swift swing produced a sharp whistling sound. "Great knife!" Ding Zhu exclaimed. "What is this?" It not only increased the hardness and sharpness, but also maintained the flexibility. "That's usually a contradiction." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "You actually know about that?" "Of course I do," Ding Zhu retorted. "It's simple, really. It's the same material we've been selling," Lin Feng explained. Ding Zhu suddenly understood. No wonder the exotic bones are so popular. At that moment, Ding Zhu felt a surge of excitement, eager to have all his equipment refined. Lin Feng was meticulously fine-tuning the equipment in his hands when suddenly, an excited voice came from outside the tent. "Lin Feng, are you there? I've got some great news to share." Lin Feng looked up to see Ding Zhu bursting in, excitement written all over his face as he fiddled with the folding knife. "What's up? Why are you so happy?" Lin Feng asked, his eyes still fixed on the mechanical parts strewn across the table. Ding Zhu eagerly explained. "Zhang Xiao has organized a small team to hunt down some exotic beasts and invited us to join." "Exotic beasts?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. "What kind of beasts exactly?" Ding Zhu shrugged as he put away the folding knife. Zhang Xiao didn't go into details, but it sounds serious. Lin Feng glanced at the refined parts on the table and nodded. "You've already agreed, haven't you?" "Yep," Ding Zhu grinned. "I've been itching for some action after a few days of downtime. How about you? Want to join in?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. "Sure. It's a good chance to test out the new gear." Ding Zhu patted Lin Feng's shoulder. "It's settled then. I'll go find Zhang Xiao and the others. You keep at it." With that, he hurriedly left the tent. Lin Feng looked at the scattered parts, determined to speed up his progress. He wiped the sweat from his face and immersed himself back into the mechanical work. Meanwhile, in another part of the camp, Su Gan was lounging in a chair, lazily reading a book. He asked nonchalantly, "Did Lin Feng agree?" Zhang Xiao nodded. "Yes, both he and Ding Zhu are in." Su Gan pondered. "That kid has been improving rapidly. I wonder what secrets he's hiding." Everyone has their secrets. Su Tian closed her book and stood up. In this world, survival often depends on them. Zhang Zhao's expression remained calm. "You know my abilities. This is the only path left for me. Don't forget, our goal is to return to the stars." A blue light flickered in Su Gan's eyes as he nodded silently. He pulled out a blue vial from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Xiao. "Since you've decided, I wish you success." Time flew by, and soon it was the day of departure. Lin Feng had just finished assembling the Type 3 Falcon sniper rifle, along with 3 special bullets. At that moment, Ding Zhu's voice called out from outside. "Lin Feng, it's time to go." "Coming," Lin Feng replied, quickly packing his gear and following Ding Zhu. The two made their way through the camp to the parking lot. Ding Zhu pointed to a sand-colored heavy armored vehicle in the distance. "That's it. Zhang Xiao rented it. Costs 1,000 star coins a day." As they approached the vehicle, they saw Zhang Xiao waiting. "Get in," Zhang Xiao said. "There are a few others inside you should meet." Lin Feng and Ding Zhu opened the door to find 6 people already inside. 2 pairs of twin sisters, a muscular man holding a Gatling gun, and a stern-looking blonde middle-aged man. The blonde man spoke first. "Hello, I'm Walls. And you are?" Before Ding Zhu could answer, a stern young man extended his hand to Lin Feng. "Wang Che?" Noticing the sniper rifle case beside him, Lin Feng shook his hand. "Lin Feng?" This scene surprised the others in the vehicle, as Wang Che was known for his aloofness and rarely initiated conversations. Walls then introduced the other members, the twin sisters Bu Jia and Bu Shi, the muscular man known as Iron Bull, and another man named Li Gang. At that moment, the door opened again, revealing 2 unexpected figures: an elderly man with white hair and Huang Zheng. "Old Bai? Huang Zheng?" Ding Zhu exclaimed in surprise. Old Bai chuckled and teased Lin Feng. "Young Lin, aren't you going to help an old man out?" Lin Feng reluctantly helped the old man to a seat, his mind filled with questions. Huang Zheng, looking impatient, explained that he was roped in as the driver, then promptly went to the driver's seat. With the roar of the engine, the newly formed team set off on their mission to hunt the exotic beasts. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a scar-faced middle-aged man was excitedly examining a photo of an exotic beast. "Is this our target?" he asked, licking his lips. eyes gleaming with danger. Yes, a voice replied, these beasts will be the perfect test of your progress. Pass this trial, and you'll officially join us. Then, you'll have everything you desire, even revenge, the scar-faced man asked eagerly. A burst of laughter followed, then a resolute voice, yes, that is our ultimate goal. The carriage remained silent until Wang Che suddenly sparked a lively discussion with Lin Feng. There are actually other ways to maintain shooting stability, Wang Che said, his eyes gleaming with expertise. For instance, our arms can form a sort of brace. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That's true. It could work, but it would require specific training for the arms. If you want to enhance firepower, Wang Che lowered his voice, the simplest way is to modify the bullets. Their conversation caught the attention of the others, making the atmosphere in the carriage a bit awkward. Finally, Wallace broke the silence. Are you all from Zhang Zhao's camp? Yes, Ding Zhu replied. Captain Zhang leads our security team. Wallace smiled and shook his head. Well, we have something in common. Zhang Xiao used to be our captain too. Ding Zhu was surprised. You used to be from our camp? I don't recall any of the veterans mentioning you. Not exactly, Wallace explained. We were part of an organization before. An organization? Ding Zhu pondered. So, you're from the big city then. As the conversation continued, the atmosphere in the carriage gradually became more congenial. Ding Zhu realized that these people formed a highly competent team. Bo Jia and Bo Shi handled scouting, Wallace and Li Gang were the frontline fighters. Wang Che was the sniper, and Iron Bull provided heavy firepower. Compared to their makeshift group, this team was far superior, which explained why Zhang Xiao hadn't sought the deputy leader from their camp. Lin Feng and Wang Che exchanged a knowing smile, recognizing each other's impressive skills through their conversation. Wallace suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Feng. Lin, how old are you? 15, almost 16, Lin Feng replied. Wallace's eyes brightened. Have you decided which city you want to go to? Lin Feng shook his head. I don't really know much about these things. Wallace thought for a moment. It would be great if a team could take you to Dongbin. They treat newcomers well. They all knew that Ye Yuan and Yin Feng were hostile to outsiders. Or you could join one of the major organizations, Bo Jia chimed in. Zhang Gang was puzzled. Aren't those organizations usually looking for college graduates? Bo Jia explained. Most of them are, but some special organizations recruit people with clear backgrounds to train themselves. Wallace seemed to remember something and shook his head helplessly. I know where you're talking about. That place is indeed great, but the requirements are extremely high. He looked apologetically at Lin Feng. It's not that you're lacking. It's just that their standards are extraordinarily high. Even someone like Wang Che probably wouldn't pass their exams. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Even Wang Che? To him, Wang Che was already one of the top individuals he'd met in the wilderness. Wang Che didn't argue, saying calmly, I've been there and heard about some of their feats. Those people are indeed terrifying. He paused. Once, a top team of 6 killed a sand moon that had stirred up a massive beast tide. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were stunned into silence. A massive beast tide could destroy a major city, and a sand moon capable of commanding such a tide had to be at least level 20. For 6 people to kill it was unimaginable. Lin Feng shook his head, knowing he had a long way to go before reaching that level. The vehicle continued to drive smoothly, and the conversation gradually quieted down as most people began to rest. Only the old man continued to drink, one bottle after another. With a soft sound, the vehicle came to a stop. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and the carriage door swung open. The scene before him was shocking. Ruined skyscrapers, weathered remnants of buildings, and exposed bones. It was like all the elements of an apocalypse had come together, making Lin Feng feel like he had stepped into a post-apocalyptic video from his previous life. Luck is on our side. We found a ruined city to spend the night, Wallace said with a light laugh. At least we won't have to worry about a sandstorm tonight. Iron Bull agreed. Indeed. It's the peak season for sandstorms in the wilderness. The group quickly set up their resting area. Huang Zheng lay down on the freshly laid bed, looking exhausted. Everyone understood. Driving all day was tiring. Zhang Xiao began assigning tasks. Bo Jia and Bo Shi would scout the surroundings. Wang Che and Lin Feng would find a high point for defense. The old man and Ding Zhu would handle dinner, and everyone except Huang Zheng would take turns on night watch. Wang Che pointed to a dilapidated skyscraper not far away. Let's check that out first. All right, Lin Feng agreed. Carrying their gear, they navigated through the ruins towards the building. On the way, Lin Feng asked curiously, how do cities usually end up like this? Internal conflict, beast tides. Wang Che replied succinctly. Internal conflict is the main reason. Why? Lin Feng was puzzled. Aren't resources in the big cities more abundant? Even in the harsh wilderness, I haven't heard of any camp collapsing due to internal conflict. Wang Che turned around, his gaze as sharp as a knife, slicing through the air towards Lin Feng. Do you know why the major cities in the Yin Feng region are not very welcoming to hunters from the wilderness? Lin Feng shook his head. Wang Che continued coldly. It's simple. The biggest internal conflict in Yin Feng's central city was instigated by a hunter from the wild. That chaos led to half of the city's high-ranking officials being killed or severely injured. Lin Feng's expression grew serious upon hearing this. Wang Che said no more, leading Lin Feng into the building. The structure resembled a fortress, with thick walls and narrow windows that limited their view as soon as they stepped inside. Wang Che cautiously scanned the surroundings, holding a gun in his left hand and a knife in his right. Lin Feng followed closely, placing glow strips along the way to mark a safe route for potential emergency evacuation. These glow strips not only guided them in the dark, but also helped them quickly move to higher floors and set obstacles to block any pursuers in case of danger. This strategy was extremely useful for survival in the wild, though only well-funded teams like theirs could prepare so thoroughly. In the dimly lit stairwell, only their breathing echoed. Although there weren't many obstacles on the stairs, the height was significant. 20 minutes passed, and they had only made it halfway up. Suddenly, Wang Che's eyes narrowed. 3 quick shots rang out, followed by the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. Desert scorpions, low level. Wang Che explained briefly, noticing Lin Feng peering ahead, perhaps trying to get a better look. Lin Feng nodded silently, thinking that those creatures had probably already fled, so there was no need to discuss further. As they continued climbing, Wang Che's short knife suddenly slashed across the floor, sparks flying as he sliced a black scorpion with its tail raised in half. The higher they went, the more beasts they encountered, and Wang Che's attacks became more frequent. Lin Feng focused on placing the glow strips, trusting Wang Che's vigilance completely. 40 minutes later, they finally reached the top floor. Lin Feng quickly used discarded materials to build a simple sniper platform. Wang Che nodded in satisfaction. Although Lin Feng's performance during the climb was average, the structure of this sniper platform exceeded expectations. Nice job on the platform, but as a sniper, you also need to value close combat skills. Wang Che couldn't help but remind, recalling how he had intentionally let some simple beasts through to test Lin Feng's close combat abilities, but Lin Feng had been oblivious. Lin Feng humbly responded, "Yes, I still have a lot to learn from you. It's good that you're willing to learn." Wang Che patted Lin Feng's shoulder. "Feel free to ask me any questions." "Definitely, as long as you don't mind, Brother Wang. These are minor issues." The two chatted as they returned to the camp. Wang Che reported the situation above to Zhang Xiao, who nodded lightly and then asked Lin Feng to help Old Bai with the cooking. Watching Lin Feng and Old Bai prepare the meal, Zhang Xiao asked, "What do you think?" Wang Che analyzed. His sniping skills are top-notch, but his close combat is still lacking. However, to have developed such sniping abilities in the wild shows he has great talent. Worse, who had come over, chimed in, "With your recommendation letter, I think getting him into our reserve camp shouldn't be a problem." But Zhang Xiao shook his head. If that's the case, the danger level for him entering our organization would be very high. Worse didn't argue. Their reserve camp wasn't a training organization but a combat unit like theirs. Unfortunately, university education was still too expensive for them. Soon after, Bu Jia and Bu Shi returned, reporting that the surrounding area was safe. Only then did everyone relax, sitting down to eat and rest. Although they had only been driving, the journey was still exhausting. Lin Feng crawled into his tent and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, as Lin Feng opened his eyes, he heard the system prompt, "Would you like to start the check-in?" Realizing it was the monthly check-in day, Lin Feng hoped to get an item closer to him this time. He silently thought, "Check-in, ding, check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cosmic treasure, Wuxiang Divine Mask." The next second, the scene before Lin Feng's eyes shifted, revealing a vaguely outlined face in a pure white space. The system's mechanical voice sounded, "Recognition complete. Please proceed to retrieve your treasure." Coordinates appeared in Lin Feng's mind again. Although he knew the system wouldn't change easily, realizing that the coordinates were on this very planet made him jump up suddenly. "No way. This has to be a joke." Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. The news was simply too shocking for him. Rip. The tent zipper was suddenly yanked open. Ding Zhu stood at the entrance, frowning slightly as he looked at the dazed Lin Feng on the ground. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Ding Zhu's voice carried a hint of concern. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. "Nothing." Ding Zhu rolled his eyes. "If it's nothing, come out and have breakfast. Why are you standing here early in the morning?" With that, he turned and walked away. Lin Feng remained where he was, silently repeating the meditation mantra until he felt calmer. He got dressed and exited the tent, finding the meal already prepared. As he ate, Lin Feng focused intently on the coordinates in his mind. He suddenly realized that the coordinates were not stationary but were moving slowly, sometimes returning to the starting point, indicating human activity patterns. Could it be a commuter? Lin Feng pondered. It can't be just an exception for the intelligent Skylock, right? He decided to investigate personally. Lin Feng turned to the old man beside him and pointed into the distance. Old Bai, where does that direction lead? Old Bai took a sip of his drink, looked in the direction Lin Feng pointed, and said calmly, Rock Peak Central City. Wars, who was nearby, added, it's not just Rock Peak Central City. There are also satellite towns in that direction. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he nodded silently, committing this information to memory. After a hearty meal, the group boarded the vehicle again, with Huang Zheng at the helm as usual. Meanwhile, at another campsite, a group of people was gathering. Is everyone here? A middle-aged man asked coldly. Coach, all 13 members are present. Someone responded loudly. Good, the middle-aged man said with a cruel smile. Soon, I'll achieve my goal. The 13 people showed no emotion. They were well aware of their demonic coach's nature. This time, you go on your own, the middle-aged man continued. They'll wait here for 7 days. If you don't return, he gave a meaningful look at their necks. Everyone felt a faint electric current from the devices in their necks and responded in unison, understood. The middle-aged man nodded, tossed them a set of car keys, and walked away. The 13 quickly headed to the parking lot and drove into the wasteland. The middle-aged man watched them leave, then mounted a modified motorcycle and disappeared into the vast wasteland with a roar. A few days later, Lin Feng and his team's vehicle struggled through the sandy terrain. Zhang Gang remarked, good thing our vehicle is heavy enough. Otherwise, this wind would have flipped us over. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from the front. Wars opened a small window connected to the driver's cabin. Zhang Xiao looked through the window and said, based on the map, we're almost there. Everyone perked up. Wang Che asked, Captain, can you tell us our target now? Zhang Xiao nodded and handed some documents to Wars for distribution. Lin Feng took his copy and his eyebrows shot up Sandstorm Wyvern. The document detailed the creature's characteristics. Wings, yellow scales, a lizard-like body, and most notably, sharp horns. A wyvern, a dragon-type beast. Wars exclaimed excitedly. Old Bai, no longer drunk, had a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. Legend has it that the wasteland was formed when a giant dragon from beyond the stars fell here. It seems the legend might not be baseless. Lin Feng suddenly recalled a mage's handbook from the mysterious land of Roland, which detailed the traits of wyverns. He couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the universe and its myriad civilizations. However, a question arose in Lin Feng's mind. Is this really something we can hunt? He looked at Zhang Xiao and said, according to the information, an adult wyvern can reach level 30. With its powerful bloodline, humans of the same level are no match, let alone a temporary team like ours. Zhang Xiao shook his head and explained, don't worry. The formidable strength of dragon-type creatures is based on a massive supply of resources. The barren environment of the wasteland can't possibly provide the resources they need to reach adulthood. He paused before continuing. It's fair to say that ensuring its survival is already a challenge. Dragon-type creatures' obsession with treasure stems from their dependency on vast resources for survival and growth. This fact left everyone deep in thought. Ding Zhu turned to Zhang Xiao, his eyes filled with confusion. Then what's the point of forming this team? Zhang Xiao's response revealed a shocking truth. Because of the Dragon Guards. Despite the difficulties in Drake's survival, they can use their bloodline power to infect nearby beasts, turning them into loyal guards. The atmosphere in the carriage instantly grew tense. Everyone nodded, processing this information. Vols gave Zhang Xiao a deep look, secretly astonished this information was classified in their institution. Zhang Xiao continued, his tone calm yet authoritative. Your task is simple. Help me clear out these Dragon Guard beasts. I'll handle the rest. His commanding presence sent a shiver through everyone present. Vols scanned the group and decisively commanded, everyone, prepare for battle. Lin Feng silently nodded and exchanged a glance with Ding Zhu. Ding Zhu understood and pulled out a wooden box from his backpack, neatly arranged with gray-black powder. Scent-masking powder, he explained. It can conceal our scent? Vols and the others were initially puzzled, then remembered their previous encounter with a wolf pack. Ding Zhu hastily added, this stuff is effective. We've tested it. Even the keen-nosed sand wolves can't detect us within 800 meters. Vols interrupted him. No need to explain. We've seen its effectiveness. He then began distributing the powder to the team members. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a look, puzzled. Could someone else also make this powder? Old Bai looked at Vols and his team, confused by their trust in Lin Feng. Huang Zheng turned to the group in the carriage, his tone serious. Ding Zhu, don't joke around. This is a matter of life and death. Ding Zhu rolled his eyes. Shut up. Do you think we joke with our lives on the line? Zhang Xiao intervened to stop the argument. It's fine. We'll find out its effectiveness through testing. Everyone nodded in agreement, deciding to proceed cautiously. As the sandstorm subsided, Zhang Xiao ordered them to disembark. Huang Zheng took the opportunity to stretch his muscles while eyeing Val's and his team's sophisticated gear with envy. In contrast, Lin Feng and the others' third-generation equipment seemed shabby. Suddenly, Huang Zheng noticed the peculiar clothing on Lin Feng and his face changed. He quickly approached and demanded, "What are you wearing?" Everyone's eyes focused on the fabric strips on Lin Feng. Zhang Gang recognized it immediately. "Is that strips of mimetic camouflage cloth?" Huang Zheng pointed at Lin Feng, unable to contain his criticism. "What a waste. Even if you didn't sell it to me, you shouldn't have torn it into strips." The implication was that Lin Feng would rather destroy it than sell it. Val's and his team were also surprised by Lin Feng's actions, not expecting him to handle valuable items so emotionally. Lin Feng gave Huang Zheng a cold look and said calmly, "For your few hundred star coins? I'd rather tear it up. Besides, who told you that tearing mimetic camouflage cloth makes it useless?" Val's and the others, hearing the price, agreed that tearing it up was reasonable. Huang Zheng knew he was in the wrong but still muttered, "Tearing it ruins it. That's common sense." Ding Zhu was about to teach him a lesson but was stopped by Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored Huang Zheng and took a magazine from his waist, handing it to Wang Che. Wang Che took it with a puzzled look and saw a flash of crimson. Lin Feng explained, "A special type of bullet. It might come in handy." Huang Zheng sneered, "Lin Feng, you're hilarious. Their gear is 2 generations ahead of yours, and you bring out this wilderness junk ammo? You're setting yourself up for humiliation." Unexpectedly, even Ding Zhu didn't retort this time, and the others gave Lin Feng odd looks. Lin Feng didn't bother explaining, knowing that words alone wouldn't convince them. "It's unlikely to be needed, just keep it with you." Wang Che responded considerately, "No problem. I'll keep it handy." He placed the magazine in the most accessible spot. Zhang Xiao shook his head at the scene and then ordered, "All right." Huang Zheng stays to watch the car. The rest, prepare to move out. "Yes." Val's and his team responded reflexively, surprising Lin Feng and the others with their military discipline. "Move out." Zhang Zhao's command sent the group into tactical formation. Bu Jia and Bu Shi took the flanks, Val's and Zhang Gang moved forward on either side. Iron Bull stayed in the center, Lin Feng and Wang Che followed closely, and the others brought up the rear. The team maintained their formation, advancing in the direction Zhang Xiao had indicated. Meanwhile, another team resumed their journey after the sandstorm. "Let's hurry, time is running out," urged a voice. "Who could have predicted a sandstorm?" Another person complained. "Do you think that person cares whether we faced a sandstorm?" This statement plunged the group into silence, realizing that their lives mattered little to some people. "Stop whining and move, or we'll be too late." With this urging, the vehicle sped towards the depths of the wilderness. Back with Lin Feng's group, they were now lying prone on a hill, their eyes focused on a protruding rock below. More precisely, on the dark, gaping hole beneath the rock. "That's the drake's lair," Zhang Xiao whispered. Val's asked, puzzled, "I don't see any dragon guard beasts." The usually silent old by suddenly spoke up, "They're right at the entrance, and some are underground." The group was astonished to see Old Bai remove his left leg's clothing and press his ear to the ground. The strongest one is about 30 meters underground in a stone chamber. The other creatures are clustered at the entrance, with some hidden beneath the soil at the entrance. Old Bai described in detail. Val's gave Old Bai's left leg a thoughtful look, silently guessing. Earth breath technique listening to the ground. The old man remained silent, but the others had expressions of sudden realization. Wang Che frowned slightly and said, "Even if they're all at the entrance, it's still difficult to handle." "Yeah," Wolves echoed. "They're all gathered at the entrance. How are we supposed to move? Are we just going to charge in?" Lin Feng calmly responded, "It's simple. Just get close and throw a few grenades inside." To him, this was the easiest scenario. Wolves shook his head, saying, "But there are dragon guard beasts underground at the entrance. How do we get close?" Zhang Xiao quickly interjected, "Speaking of which, last time I was at this spot, I saw some beasts coming out." At this, everyone immediately checked their bodies, thinking to themselves, "Concealment powder." Lin Feng turned to Wolves, "Do you have grenades?" "No grenades, but I have this," Wolves said, pulling out a pure white plastic brick from his pocket. "Type 2 explosive," the old man blurted out. Wolves nodded with a smile. "That's right. Pull the fuse, and it explodes in 40 seconds. As for the power..." His gaze swept around before finally settling on the entrance. Lin Feng agreed. "If we can throw it to the entrance, things will get much easier." Saying this, he tore a strip of cloth from his shirt, causing the rest of his clothes to hang loosely. Even Zhang Xiao felt a bit dazzled. "Give it to me." Lin Feng extended his hand. Wolves handed over the explosive. Just as Ding Zhu shouted, "Be careful," Lin Feng had already pulled the fuse and rushed toward the entrance. Everyone was stunned. Then their faces turned pale with shock. The old man gripped the stone beside him tightly, crushing it. Wang Che whispered, "Is he trying to get himself killed?" The old man said gravely, "The beasts at the entrance are starting to move." A thought flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously. It's over. Lin Feng's move was too risky, running straight ahead as if the beasts were idiots. At that moment, Ding Zhu spoke up. Here he comes. Everyone looked up and was dumbfounded. Lin Feng had disappeared, and all they saw was a figure covered in strips of cloth, defusing the explosive. Wang Che quickly opened the scope of his sniper rifle, scanning the area ahead carefully but finding nothing. Even the usually taciturn Iron Bull couldn't help but curse, damn. Dingju looked at the old man. Old man, did you hear that? The old man closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then opened them and said, 300 meters. And the beasts inside the entrance are quiet. Everyone gasped. 300 meters. They were not only amazed that the old man could locate Lin Feng, but also stunned that Lin Feng had gotten so close to the entrance. For a warrior above level 7, this distance was just a couple of sprints. Even more shocking, he hadn't been detected by the Dragon Guard beasts. The next second, a white brick flew through their line of sight, heading straight for the entrance. Move in, Zhang Xiao ordered decisively. As a bright white light flashed from the cave, everyone stood up, weapons in hand, and fired at the entrance and the ground ahead. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from the cave. Flames burst out from the entrance, scorching and cracking the ground, revealing Dragon Guard scorpions with yellowish-brown shells and sharp spines. The exposed scorpions hadn't even reacted before a rain of bullets poured down on them. Rat-a-tat! The sound of gunfire was incessant, especially from Iron Bull's 6-barrel machine gun, which seemed to ignite a blue flame at the muzzle. Take that! Iron Bull roared, continuously firing. The others were equally excited. This kind of combat, under the crushing power of their weapons, was a cathartic release of their killing intent. The exposed Dragon Guard beasts were not faring well. Even with their reinforced shells, they couldn't withstand such a fierce attack. Moreover, they were so close to the explosion point that they were still disoriented. Most of the Dragon Guard beasts hadn't even had time to react before their bodies were riddled with holes. Meanwhile, Iron Bull and the others began to advance. They realized that Lin Feng's grenade throw had been more effective than anticipated. The outside was already in chaos, and the beasts inside the cave showed no signs of coming out. Finally, a pair of glowing green eyes appeared in the dark cave. Just as it was about to emerge, bang! Wang Che's sniper rifle fired, a white bullet creating a bloody flower between the eyes. Nice shot, Wolves praised, while quickly emptying another magazine into the cave. Seeing that most of the exposed Dragon Guard beasts had been cleared, Zhang Xiao decisively ordered, clear the entrance again. Without hesitation, Iron Bull redirected his gunfire towards the entrance, continuing his relentless barrage. Under the constant gunfire and Wang Che's occasional precise shots, they crossed the bodies of the Dragon Guard beasts on the ground, getting within 100 meters of the entrance. A flare was thrown into the cave, and everyone gasped. Horrible! The confined explosion at the small entrance had doubled the explosive's power. The Dragon Guard beasts gathered there were almost instantly incinerated. The entire entrance was now a scene of charred remains melted together. Even the few areas not directly touched by the heat had been pulverized by the powerful shockwave. Zhang Gang couldn't help but remark, wow, this must be the most effective use of explosives we've ever had. Walls couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. He thought, when did we ever dare to get within 300 meters of a beast before? And we always calculated the timing precisely. After all, these explosives only had a 40-second detonation time. The beasts weren't stupid. They would run away if they saw someone approaching from afar. Only Lin Feng could manage to get within 300 meters, unseen and unscented, and hurl the explosive straight into the beast's lair with his sheer arm strength. The team members exchanged glances and finally shook their heads in resignation. They recalled that they had only used these explosives to break rocks or alter terrain, never considering using them directly on the beasts. Zhang Xiao didn't join the discussion but instead turned his gaze to the old man beside him, waiting for him to take action. The old man understood and placed his crippled leg back on the ground, closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then said to Zhang Xiao, it's almost cleared out, only 3 to 5 are barely alive. Hearing this, everyone marveled again at Lin Feng's achievements. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiao dived into the cave ahead, his decisive figure making everyone feel as if he were going to slaughter a pig, not battle a wyvern. While they were exchanging glances, Huang Zheng, off in the distance, encountered big trouble. A loud explosion startled him, causing him to drop the match he was using to light his cigarette. Damn, are they attacking a city? Huang Zheng grumbled, cigarette dangling from his mouth. Of course, they're attacking the wyvern's lair. You're not. Mid-sentence, Huang Zheng's hair stood on end, and he instinctively reached for his waist. Don't move. My knife is very sharp. An icy voice whispered in his ear. Feeling the sting on his neck, Huang Zheng tensed up, not daring to make any move. The person who subdued Huang Zheng reported through an earpiece. Number 2, The lookout is secured. He says someone already went to the wyvern's nest. Copy that. Shortly after, Huang Zheng heard the subtle sound of tracks crunching on sand. His heart sank, realizing something was wrong. Such a quiet vehicle shouldn't be in the wasteland, where power is paramount and other features secondary. This vehicle must come from a major institution in a big city. Coupled with their use of code numbers, they were likely on a special mission. A bitter taste filled Huang Zheng's mouth, sensing he might not escape this. Hearing someone disembark behind him, he quickly spoke. Gentlemen, I know where the person you're looking for is. I'll take you there. I'm just the driver. I don't know anything else. A scarred face suddenly appeared before Huang Zheng, the fierce eyes making his legs tremble. He spoke with a tearful tone. Sir, I'm really just the driver. They don't even take me hunting. I really don't know anything. Seeing Huang Zheng about to wet himself, a tall, thin young man nearby impatiently said, Stop messing around. Let's check it out first. If they kill the wyvern before us, our mission is ruined. Number 2 sneered. If they do, we'll just kill them too. What's there to fear? Hearing this, Huang Zheng felt doomed. He realized these people were not just troublemakers. They were desperados who would kill at the drop of a hat. Number 2 patted Huang Zheng's face. All right, I won't make it hard for you. Take us to the wyvern's nest. No problem, no problem. They're in that direction. Huang Zheng quickly pointed towards where Zhang Xiao and the others had gone, his feet moving involuntarily. Number 2 patted Huang Zheng again. Let's go. Get in the car. We'll drive over directly. Huang Zheng's face stiffened, but he had no choice but to head to the car. Once inside, he found it more luxurious than he imagined, suspecting the group might be from the city's military. Ding Zhu looked at the green blood covering the ground and then back at the dark cave entrance, shaking his head and sighing. I thought this would be a tough battle, but it turned out to be so easy. Walls withdrew his worried gaze and said, We owe it all to Lin Feng, his scent-masking powder, and that special suit. Everyone nodded in agreement. Without those items enabling Lin Feng to get close and throw that brick, they might still be struggling to approach the cave entrance. Though the dragon guards and scorpions on the ground seemed easily dealt with, it was due to the explosion's heat wave and shockwave exposing them. Otherwise, they might have suffered casualties at this stage. As the old man rewrapped his bandages, he asked, puzzled, By the way, where's Lin Feng? Ding Zhu explained. He should be on lookout. We usually do this. One cleans up the battlefield, the other stands guard nearby. He was well familiar with Lin Feng's cautious yet reckless nature. Just as he was about to call Lin Feng via the communicator, Lin Feng's voice came through first. Stay alert, someone's coming. Lin Feng's serious tone put everyone on high alert. Wang Che slipped into the cave, lying prone with his sniper rifle at the ready. Walls glanced at the scattered limbs on the ground and had a sudden idea. Soon, the cave entrance looked like a scene of utter chaos, devoid of any human presence. The car stopped at the spot where Lin Feng and his team had been lying in ambush, but it didn't move forward. Instead, it parked right there on the slope. The doors opened, and number 2 and number 1 jumped out, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Where do you think they went? Number 2 licked his dry lips, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Number 1's gaze fell on the mess in front of the cave entrance, and a cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face. Who cares? Just run them over. Hearing this, number 2 yanked number 10 out of the driver's seat without another word and took his place. The engine roared, echoing through the valley, as the vehicle sped towards the cave entrance, kicking up dirt and rocks. Meanwhile, the rear doors of the vehicle swung open, and armed personnel poured out, maintaining combat stances as they followed closely behind. Damn it! Wolves, hiding among the pile of corpses at the cave entrance, couldn't help but curse under his breath. With such a vehicle and speed, they were at risk of being crushed like pancakes. They had underestimated the enemy's cunning, hoping to catch them off guard, but now found themselves in a precarious situation. Face a hail of bullets, or wait to be run over. Wolves gritted his teeth, ready to order his team to fight back. Just then, Wang Che's communicator buzzed with Lin Feng's voice. Wang Che, use the magazine I gave you. Full auto. Wang Che quickly swapped in the magazine Lin Feng had given him and opened fire without hesitation. Simultaneously, 3 other gunshots rang out, indicating that Lin Feng was also firing. As bullets whizzed past, Wolves roared, Fight back. If you want to get things done, you can't be afraid of dying. The hidden team members placed their fingers on the triggers, ready to shoot. At that moment, the bullets fired by Wang Che and Lin Feng hit the speeding vehicle. Inside, number 2 and the others outside, including number 1, showed no fear, confident in their equipment. However, the sound of 5 bullets hitting the vehicle overlapped, followed by 2 metallic clangs. In the next instant, red flames engulfed the entire vehicle. Number 7 and number 8, who were closest, were set ablaze, their screams piercing the night. The rear team fell into chaos, staring in horror at the sudden turn of events. Wolf's eyes lit up with joy as he shouted, Fight back! The team members crawled out from the pile of bodies, gripping their firearms tightly. A shower of bullets rained down, and numbers 13 and 10, still reeling from the flames, were quickly incapacitated. Number 1, witnessing this, felt a rush of heat and was about to speak when he sensed danger and dodged to the side. A black bullet grazed his nose and hit number 5 beside him, who fell lifeless. Before number 1 could react in anger, Wolves and his team's second wave of attacks arrived. The sound of gunfire was relentless, and due to their initial surprise, they missed the best chance to counterattack. In such a battle, such mistakes meant only one thing: death. In the distance, a muscular middle-aged man stood by a desert motorcycle, watching the battle expressionlessly. He pressed his communicator and calmly reported, "Leader, this group failed the final test. I recommend restarting the artificial soldier program." The leader on the other end replied without hesitation, "Restart it. Return to the base to oversee the project and commence the blood rage serum research." "Understood," the middle-aged man responded, then cut off the communication. His gaze swept over the battlefield, pausing briefly on a nearby hill, before he mounted his motorcycle and left, indifferent to the fate of those below. After the battle, Zhang Gang gritted his teeth as he dug a bullet out of his shoulder, with Bu Shi quickly bandaging him up. Wolf's expression was grim, acknowledging the enemy's exceptional skills. Despite suffering a fatal blow, their counterattack had left almost everyone on his side injured. Where did these people come from? Wolf asked Huangzheng seriously. Huangzheng looked up, his eyelid twitching slightly, and his scorched eyebrows fell like snowflakes. Old White couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight. He had to admit, Huangzheng was lucky. Though burned to a crisp, being rescued was a blessing compared to the skeletal remains of the vehicle nearby. Huangzheng coughed twice, his cracked voice struggling to speak. "I don't know either. I was just smoking by the car when they ambushed us." He paused, then shared his suspicions. Wolf squinted in thought, his expression suddenly darkening. Old White sighed, "It seems every year at this time, trouble always finds us." Huangzheng also seemed to understand, his eyes filled with contemplation, considering whether to return early. At this moment, Wang Che returned from the burned vehicle. "It's so charred, there's no clue left." "It was a good car, though." "A good car is the biggest clue," Wolf said, taking a final drag on his cigarette. Wang Che nodded, glancing at the burned vehicle and then at the magazine Lin Feng had given him, licking his lips in amazement at its power. Turning to Ding Zhu, who had just returned, Wang Che asked, "Where's Lin Feng? Hasn't he come back?" Being cautious, Ding Zhu replied, shaking the blood off his knife. Wolf glanced at Ding Zhu's folding long knife, recalling how it had sliced through the car's rear door to rescue the screaming Huangzheng. The scene left a deep impression on him. Walls secretly admired Lin Feng's cautiousness but didn't voice his approval. Ding Zhu looked around, scratching his chin, and said, "Do we really need to be that careful now? This situation is rare enough. If it happens again, our luck would be terrible." No sooner had he spoken than Ding Zhu noticed the strange looks from the people around him. Everyone exchanged glances, recalling the sudden attack that followed his casual remark earlier. Despite this, they still believed such a rare event was unlikely to happen again. Walls was about to call Lin Feng back. Given that everyone was injured, they would struggle to assist him if he were attacked on the perimeter. Just as he opened his mouth, a tremor shook the ground beneath them, followed by a dull explosion. Instantly alert, everyone focused their sharp gazes on the cave entrance from which the explosion had come. Ding Zhu couldn't help but curse, "Damn it! Could something really be happening?" Bai Laotu and Huangzheng eyed Ding Zhu warily, as people in the wasteland despised anyone who seemed to jinx them. Walls and the others anxiously watched the cave entrance. Although Zhang Xiao was confident in dealing with the wyvern, it was still a wyvern. 3 more dull explosions echoed from within the cave. "Move back," Walls ordered decisively. The group quickly gathered their spoils and prepared to retreat, only to see a figure appear at the cave entrance. Through his sniper scope, Lin Feng observed the humanoid figure and felt a surge of alarm. "Danger! This guy is extremely dangerous." Zhang Xiao emerged from the cave, his slit pupils immediately locking onto Lin Feng in the distance. In his perception, Lin Feng was the only one on the scene who posed a threat. The group finally saw the changes in Zhang Xiao. His skin was covered in ancient, heavy grooves, his pupils had turned into reptilian slits, and although the small horns on his head were not prominent, they altered his entire appearance to resemble that of a dragon. Zhang Xiao surveyed the chaotic battlefield and the injured group from afar, softly saying, "Thank you." Despite the distance, his voice was clear to everyone. They exchanged looks, astonished by the sense of transcendence emanating from Zhang Xiao. Just as Walls was about to speak, a surge of sand rose under Zhang Xiao's feet, instantly propelling him to the group's side. "Holy crap," they thought in unison. "Is this some kind of superpower?" Lin Feng was also stunned. This mode of movement was beyond his understanding. Information about the Guardian of Sand ability appeared in his mind, describing this clever power that could manipulate sand within its range. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What was common knowledge to them was completely new to him. He stood up and walked over to Walls and the others. After listening to the group's recount of the events, Zhang Xiao patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Well done. Lin Feng smiled. Just doing my part? Huang Jing urged. Stop complimenting each other, and let's get moving before something else happens. Ding Zhu snorted, but said nothing. As they were about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Wait. Everyone tensed immediately. Lin Feng explained. I want to take all the spoils back. They then remembered the burnt-out vehicle and the bodies on the ground. Realizing there might be more to this special squad, they cut off their enemies' heads, packed them into a bag, and headed back to the car. Lin Feng drove this time, as the others were injured. Zhang Xiao, unusually relaxed, sat in the passenger seat. After driving for a while, Zhang Xiao suddenly asked, Lin Feng, what do you think of the wasteland? Lin Feng was taken aback and replied, what do you mean? Chaotic? Lawless? He struggled to find the words. By the standards of his previous life, the wasteland was an uncivilized place. Despite advanced weaponry, its social structure was akin to that of tribes. Zhang Xiao shook his head and said, no, there's only one characteristic of the wasteland. It's too small. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood Zhang Xiao's intention. He nodded silently, realizing that this was both his own plan and the reward Zhang Xiao was offering. Initially, Zhang Xiao had thought Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were just tagging along, but it turned out that Lin Feng almost single-handedly turned the tide, earning everyone's respect. After 2 days of travel and rest, everyone was gradually regaining their strength. In the afternoon, Huang Zheng, whose head now resembled a boiled egg, slowly brought the vehicle to a stop. As they got out, they found themselves back in the same dilapidated city. Stretching lazily, Ding Zhu said, let's rest here for the night. We can return to the base tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement. The journey had been exhausting, especially with all the unexpected events. Zhang Xiao reminded everyone, stick to the previous assignments and be thorough with the checks this time. He knew that repetitive tasks could lead to complacency and overconfidence, requiring heightened vigilance. Once again, Lin Feng and Wang Che paired up and headed to the abandoned building. After ensuring the coast was clear, Wang Che asked the question he'd been holding back, Feng, what's the cost of making those incendiary bullets? Lin Feng looked a bit surprised but then explained, the material costs are manageable, but since they're all handmade. He trailed off, but Wang Che understood the lack of mass production made the bullets expensive. Gritting his teeth, Wang Che handed Lin Feng a handgun. Feng, I noticed your gun is pretty standard. Lin Feng took the gun and immediately felt the difference. It was noticeably heavier, and the material felt unique. Wang Che explained, this is a product from our internal lab. The recoil is 3 to 4 times that of a third-generation handgun, and the power is at least 5 times as much. Lin Feng raised the gun and fired into the darkness. Bang! Even with his near level 6 physical capabilities, his wrist felt sore, and he estimated he could only fire 3 shots consecutively. The exploded spider carcass and the bullseye's crater on the distant wall testified to the gun's power. Impressive, Lin Feng genuinely praised. Wang Che, both proud and a bit pained, said, of course, it took me almost half a year of testing with the equipment team to get this. It's the closest we have to a 4th-generation handgun right now. After a moment of thought, Lin Feng proposed, how about this? 200 incendiary bullets and 150 armor-piercing bullets in exchange. Deal, absolutely. Wang Che was overjoyed, as this quantity exceeded his expectations. As a sniper, 200 incendiary bullets would last him a year. After the excitement, Wang Che sighed, it's a pity. Pity about what? It's a pity you're not from Central City. If you could go to the university there, your future prospects would be much better. Lin Feng replied calmly, everyone has their fate. Wang Che clearly disagreed and was about to say more when Lin Feng interrupted, wait, I found something. With a swift movement, Lin Feng dashed into the dark corridor. After a few metallic clangs, there was a thud, as if something had been stabbed. Wang Che followed with a flashlight and saw Lin Feng dragging something roughly the size of a half-grown person. I sensed it last time we cleared this area, but it was too fast. Didn't expect it to come back. Lin Feng explained. Curious, Wang Che examined the thing Lin Feng was holding. It looked familiar, but he couldn't place it. What is this? A night flyer. Oh, a night flyer. Wang Che nodded, continuing to clear the area while pondering what a night flyer actually was. After finishing their task, they returned to the camp. Lin Feng said, I'll go to the tent to get the bullets. Wait here. No problem, go ahead. Watching Lin Feng leave, Wang Che approached Zhang Xiao and Wolves, asking, Boss, do you know what a night flyer is? A night flyer? You encountered a night flyer? Wolf's expression changed, and he quickly scanned Wang Che for injuries, relaxing only when he found none. Yeah. Wang Che pointed in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng caught one. He was holding it just now. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao and Wulce exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Feng was chatting with Wang Che when Wang Che suddenly said to wait for him and ran towards the end of the corridor. Lin Feng heard a few clinking sounds, and then saw Wang Che coming back carrying a night flyer. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He looked at Wang Che and asked, "Do you remember the Blood Knight Fury that was all over the city news before?" Wang Che nodded. "Of course I remember. They said it was a beast skilled in hiding and attacking, and it could suck blood. It snuck into the city by clinging to the underside of a car, causing nearly 100 deaths, all of whom were drained of blood. The guards searched for days and lost quite a few men. In the end, it was that special organization that took it down." Wang Che's eyes widened suddenly. Wait, the beast responsible for the Blood Knight Fury was also called a Night Flyer. Zhang Xiao added, "That's right, the Night Flyer is a mutant beast born from night bats. Unlike the sandmoon species, which produce kings when their population grows large, a night flyer can only be born when the entire night bat population is nearly wiped out. It represents death, ambush, bloodlust, and madness. Moreover, night flyers are extremely sensitive to the sound of firearms, making close combat the only viable way to kill them." Upon hearing this, Wang Che suddenly remembered something Lin Feng had mentioned earlier. "Last time we were clearing this area, I sensed it, but it ran away too quickly." Wang Che had a sudden realization. Perhaps it wasn't that Lin Feng was weak in close combat, but rather that ordinary prey wasn't worth his effort. This meant that Lin Feng's seemingly mediocre performance last time was because he knew the biggest threat had already left, and the remaining small fry weren't worth his attention. Thinking about how he had underestimated Lin Feng's abilities, Wang Che felt deeply embarrassed, his face turning red. It was so humiliating. When Lin Feng came back with the bullets, he noticed Wang Che was nowhere to be found. He asked Wars, "Where's Wang Che?" Wars shrugged and joked, "You embarrassed him so much that he's probably digging a hole to bury himself in right now." Lin Feng was puzzled, not understanding how he had embarrassed Wang Che. Seeing this, Wars explained the situation to him. After listening, Lin Feng's mouth twitched, speechless. He handed the bullets to Wars and asked him to pass them to Wang Che. Having seen the power of these bullets, Wars didn't refuse and went to find Wang Che. Zhang Xiao then handed Lin Feng an envelope with 404, Blackstone Branch Road, 2nd Avenue, Yinfeng City written on it. Lin Feng asked, puzzled, "What's this?" "A recommendation letter. But it only gives you a chance for an assessment. Whether you can get in depends on you," Zhang Xiao explained. Lin Feng put away the letter and sincerely said, "Thank you." Zhang Xiao replied indifferently, "It's just a transaction." He paused and then asked, "How do you plan to join Central City?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng replied, "Either my qualifications or those heads should do, right?" Zhang Xiao suggested, "I recommend using those heads. It will save you a lot of trouble." Lin Feng was puzzled. Why? Wouldn't entering that way cause more problems? After all, it's a bounty. Zhang Xiao explained, "It's simple. A bounty can directly grant you permanent residency. But if you rely on your qualifications, you'll need a school or company to help you get permanent residency." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a bit speechless. It was clearly a comprehensive blockade, forcing you to accept exploitation from the city's natives. Old Bai's call interrupted their conversation. "Dinner's ready, come eat." The two of them walked over. As for Wang Che, he chose to have Bu Shi bring his meal. It's likely he wouldn't speak to Lin Feng for the next few days. A few days later, the vehicle slowly stopped at the designated parking area, and everyone got out. Looking around, the settlement was nearly half its previous size. In a few more days, it might be deserted. The city caravan that had harvested a wave of wealth from the wasteland would continue deeper, bringing goods to those in the wilderness and harvesting their wealth. After a brief farewell, everyone returned to their tents. After several dozen days of roughing it, even they were struggling to hold on. Lin Feng returned to his tent and checked his status. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV5. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Abilities, none. Strength, 5.7. Agility, 5.8. Constitution, 5.6. Spirit, 6.2. Talent, dexterous hands. Skills, comprehensive gunmanship LV7, sniper rifle LV7, rifle LV7, handgun LV6, serpent dagger LV5, basic spiritual breathing technique LV1, tidal meditation LV2, knowledge, basic potion knowledge LV4, biology LV4, pharmacology LV4, formulation LV4, basic mechanical knowledge LV5, mechanics LV4, materials science LV5, weapons science metal LV5, mechanical processing LV5, intelligent programming LV5. Seeing little change from before the mission, Lin Feng shook his head in dissatisfaction. But now that the task was over, he could fully focus on his training. He set a small goal for himself: reach level 7 before entering the big city. Thinking back to the night flyer in the old building, Lin Feng felt grateful. He hadn't earned a penny from this trip. The only reward was that recommendation letter. Carefully, he placed the letter in a safe. He had a feeling that the organization wars and the others were so wary of would bring him a pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao returned to his tent, where Su Gan looked him over and nodded with a smile. Not bad. You've finally got something to stand on again. Yeah, after all these years, there's finally some hope, Zhang Xiao said, feeling a bit emotional. From the first time he met Su Gan to now, it had been 7 years, and he had finally achieved fundamental evolution. Thinking of Lin Feng, Zhang Xiao shared his situation with Su Gan. The most puzzling thing is where he acquired his knowledge of potion making and bullet crafting. The wasteland is a true knowledge desert, or perhaps it's been intentionally made that way. Su Gan's fingers slowly traced over the yellowed pages of the book, a blue glint flashing in his eyes. He lifted his head and said with certainty, bloodline. Lin Feng must have received a bloodline inheritance. Zhang Xiao furrowed his brows, a hint of doubt in his voice. Bloodline inheritance? That's not something an ordinary bloodline can achieve. Su Gan gently closed the book in his hands, his gaze deep. Even though we are on the outskirts, we are still within the territory of the Elven Empire. If I'm not mistaken, the Elven bloodline in his body has reawakened. A thoughtful look crossed Zhang Zhao's face as he murmured, if that's the case, we might need his help in the future. Su Gan, however, shook his head calmly. Reawakened bloodlines are rare, and getting him into the Elven Empire wouldn't be a problem. But given their emphasis on bloodline purity, even if he gets in, it would be hard for him to rise through the ranks. Our influence would be limited. Zhang Xiao nodded in understanding, knowing their ambitions were far greater. But he added, nonetheless, a small investment at this early stage might still be worthwhile. Su Gan was about to say more when their conversation was abruptly interrupted. Just then, Ding Zhu's voice came from outside, shouting, Lin Feng, it's true. It's really true, as he barged into Lin Feng's tent, followed by Huang Zheng. Lin Feng put down the gun he was cleaning and looked curiously at the excited Ding Zhu. What's true? Ding Zhu, barely able to contain his excitement, explained. Those heads, they are really the fugitives on the bounty list. I thought I'd never see the inside of a big city in my lifetime. But now we have a chance to enter Rock Peak Central City. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. For hunters in the wasteland, entering a big city was often a lifelong dream, and Ding Zhu was no exception. Although he often bullied Huang Zheng, it was mostly out of jealousy for Huang Zheng's city origins. Lin Feng calmly said, if that's the case, we need to start preparing. Ding Zhu was taken aback. Preparing for what? Preparing for the journey to the city, of course. It's not a short distance, Lin Feng explained. A bright smile spread across Ding Zhu's face. Right, I'll get on it. He dashed out, leaving Huang Zheng standing there awkwardly. Lin Feng turned to Huang Zheng. Is there something you need? Huang Zheng hesitated but finally mustered the courage to say, I want a spot too. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Shouldn't you be asking Zhang Team about that? Aren't you asking the wrong person? Huang Zheng explained. I talked to Zhang Xiao, and he said I need the agreement of you, Ding Zhu, and Old Bai. They told me to ask for your opinion, saying that if you agree, it's settled. Lin Feng understood Zhang Xiao's intention and got straight to the point. In that case, let's skip the formalities. How much are you willing to pay? Make a sincere offer this time. Huang Zheng held up a finger. Lin Feng, a bit concerned, asked, you don't mean 1-star coin, do you? Huang Zheng rolled his eyes. A house. A house. Yes, a house. You'll need a place to stay once you get inside. This house is yours, Huang Zheng explained. It's on 3rd Avenue, worth at least 1,000,000 coins. Lin Feng thought for a moment, glanced at Huang Zheng's bald head, and recalled their time together in the wilderness. Finally, he nodded in agreement. Huang Zheng sighed in relief and left the tent. Not long after, Zhang Xiao walked in carrying a white briefcase. Zhang Team, what brings you here? Lin Feng asked. Zhang Xiao didn't answer directly but asked, has anyone else been here? Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng just left. Oh, you agreed to Huang Zheng? Yes, his offer was good. Zhang Xiao nodded, placing the briefcase in front of Lin Feng. Open it and take a look. Lin Feng opened the case to find neatly arranged purple spherical crystals. He frowned, comparing one with a star coin he took from his pocket. Apart from the color and a slight difference in aura, they were almost identical in shape and material. Zhang Xiao smiled and asked, notice anything? Lin Feng looked up at Zhang Xiao. These are essentially the same thing, right? The star coins circulating in the wasteland are just depleted versions of these. Smart. Zhang Xiao nodded in approval, clearly impressed that Lin Feng had figured it out. This also indirectly confirmed that Lin Feng's bloodline indeed had some unique qualities. Lin Feng saw Zhang Xiao off from the tent and stood there, murmuring to himself, venture capital? Huh? He recalled Zhang Zhao's explanation. Those purple star coins were the true currency, containing pure cosmic energy. The white star coins they had were merely the leftovers, devoid of any real value. Lin Feng took out a star coin, ready to follow Zhang Zhao's method of placing it in his mouth, when suddenly a document appeared before him. Introduction to Basic Energy, part of the Empire's primary education series from the mechanized nation. He halted his actions and began to read the unexpected material carefully. After reading, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. The document pointed out that the oral method was not only inefficient, but also unsuitable for low-level users. The energy in these mineral coins differed from the energy within biological bodies. At lower levels, the conversion efficiency was poor, leading to significant waste and potential damage to one's foundation. Just what kind of place is this mechanized nation? Lin Feng marveled. Their primary education covers such fundamental knowledge. It's truly intimidating. He realized that although Zhang Xiao and Su Gan had knowledge related to the stars, their understanding seemed trivial compared to the heritage of the mechanized nation. Lin Feng pondered that if he could create the mechanical equipment mentioned in the document, extracting the energy from the star coins shouldn't be difficult. He put everything away, got up, and left the tent, deciding to gather more materials to concoct potions suitable for his cultivation. Half a month passed quickly. One day, Ding Zhu dragged Lin Feng to the parking lot. You've been holed up in that tent for almost a month. You're turning into a pretty boy. Who's going to want you like this? Ding Zhu teased. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, knowing that his paler complexion had nothing to do with staying in the tent, but was a result of his rapid progress and the concentrated manifestation of his slow transformation. Ding Zhu excitedly pointed to two heavily modified pickup trucks and began to enthusiastically introduce them. Lin Feng stood by, half-heartedly responding. Suddenly, Ding Zhu stopped his introduction. Lin Feng snapped back to attention and half-heartedly praised, "Yeah, the modifications are great. You've really spent some money." Ding Zhu's face twitched, clearly sensing that Lin Feng hadn't been paying attention. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed Su Gan and Zhang Xiao approaching and quickly changed the subject. "Captain Zhang, Chief Su, what brings you here?" Zhang Xiao got straight to the point. "We're setting off." Despite being prepared, Ding Zhu and Lin Feng couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness. After all, they had lived together for years, and parting ways was inevitably emotional. After a brief silence, Lin Feng asked, "Where are you headed?" "East," Zhang Xiao replied. "We've heard there's a new major city being built over there. We're taking the camp to try our luck." This was another path for wastelanders to enter a major city, joining a newly established one. Simple yet challenging, new cities welcomed all but had to deal with battles and beast tides during their establishment. Every major city's foundation was built on countless bones. Another pause followed, and then Ding Zhu and Lin Feng said in unison, "Good luck to the camp." Su Gan and Zhang Xiao nodded in response. "Good luck to you too." Zhang Xiao glanced at Lin Feng and added, "It seems that stuff worked well for you." Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, but then realized Zhang Xiao mistakenly thought his progress was due to using the complete star coins. Knowing the misunderstanding, Lin Feng merely smiled without explaining. However, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu underestimated Zhang Xiao and his team's decisiveness. The next morning, before the rare fog on the wasteland had even lifted, the camp had already set off towards the sunrise, leaving Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, Old Man Bai, and Huang Zheng behind, staring at each other. Old Man Bai exhaled a puff of smoke and muttered, "They left pretty fast." Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng and asked, "So, when do we leave?" "Tomorrow," Lin Feng replied, then turned to Old Man Bai. "Old Man, are you heading to the city too?" Old Man Bai lazily said, "Troubled times ahead." This old man is going to the city to enjoy some peace. Lin Feng frowned and asked, "Old man, you've been muttering about troubled times lately. Where did you get that idea?" This time, it wasn't Old Man Bai who answered but Huang Zheng, who chimed in, "Isn't it obvious? People from beyond the sky are coming." "People from beyond the sky? Isn't that still a few years away?" Ding Zhu asked, puzzled. Clearly, this wasn't top-secret information, as even Ding Zhu knew a bit about it. "Yes, but the turmoil is starting now. By the time they arrive in a few years, things will just be settling down," Huang Zheng explained, his tone carrying a hint of subtle concern. Huang Zheng's response left Lin Feng and Ding Zhu speechless. It turns out that the Huang family cares so much about appearances that they even want to end any chaos before guests arrive. Such meticulous planning. Another early morning, and this time it was Lin Feng and his companions' turn to leave. Their destination was Lin Feng's central city. In the Huang family's enormous study in the central city, the head of the family, Huang Sheng, was deeply engrossed in reviewing documents. The sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Without looking up, Huang Sheng said, "Come in." A fragrant breeze wafted in as Huang Sheng's wife elegantly walked into the study, surprising him. "Madam, aren't you supposed to be playing cards at the club at this hour?" "Our son is coming back," the lady said calmly. Huang Sheng was momentarily stunned and then frowned. Wasn't he supposed to return next year? The previous matters haven't been fully resolved. Coming back now will be troublesome. You don't need to pull any strings. His wife glanced at him indifferently. Our son completed the bounty mission in the central city on his own. He can come back by himself. Huang Sheng's face remained expressionless, and he simply nodded. Not bad. He will go directly to my family's home when he returns. You don't need to worry about the rest, she added. Have you been back recently? Huang Sheng asked, frowning slightly. His wife chuckled coldly but said nothing more, simply replying, yes. If you have something to ask, just say it. Has there been any movement from the military recently? Huang Sheng was evidently more concerned about the overall situation in the central city. The military is always on the move. His wife gave a vague answer and then turned to leave. Huang Sheng was unconcerned. He had already obtained the information he wanted. His gaze fell on the map on the desk, and his pen finally pointed to a location. Shurju City. Meanwhile, at the Lin Feng Military Planning Center. What's the situation over there? A military officer asked urgently. The Allied forces have already set out, but the enemies around Shurju City have also noticed something unusual, another officer reported. The man sitting at the head of the table's eyes turned cold instantly. Are they trying to force us to turn back to rescue Shurju City? If our strategic intent was discovered so quickly, it seems that the spy codenamed Thief holds a significant position. The man suddenly chuckled, his tone shifting. If they're willing to expose Thief to protect that place, then I will make sure to take it. Relay my orders. All troops are to advance to the marked location. The messenger at the door hesitated for a moment, but then saluted firmly and responded, yes, sir. On the desolate plains, two vehicles sped along in isolation. Ding Zhu lay in a reclined seat, looking dazed. This is so boring. After 7 days of driving, they had encountered neither danger nor virtually any strange beasts, as if the entire wilderness was empty. At that moment, the communicator in Lin Feng's car buzzed, and Huang Zheng's voice came through. Hey, is it time to stop for a meal? Lin Feng saw a large protruding rock ahead and said, let's rest under that big rock up ahead. The four of them got out of the cars and quickly prepared a simple meal, a bowl of wild vegetable and meat soup with some biscuits. While eating, Lin Feng asked Huang Zheng, where are we approximately? Huang Zheng stood up, observed the position of the sun, climbed up the large rock for a better view, and finally said with a puzzled expression, we should be near Shurju City, and not far from it, but strangely, I don't see any sign of Shurju City. Old Bai put down his soup and took a deep puff from his cigarette. When something unusual happens, there's always a reason. We shouldn't stay here long. Lin Feng quickly finished his biscuits, stood up and said, I'll fill up the gas tanks first. Huang Zheng, hurry up and eat, then check the cars. We won't be staying here tonight. Everyone's expressions turned grim, understanding that such anomalies might indicate a larger crisis. Half an hour later, the vehicles were checked, the gas tanks filled, and the two cars sped off, pushing the gas pedals to the floor as they raced across the barren land. If they could see from a higher vantage point, they would witness a chilling sight. Countless black lines were rolling across the vast wilderness, slowly forming a massive encirclement, seemingly with a conscious intent to trap them within. What the heck is that ahead? Ding Zhu couldn't help but sit up straight, his eyes fixed on the rolling cloud of dust in the distance. In the back seat, the old man leaned halfway out the window, pressing binoculars to his eyes, staring intently ahead. A beast tide. It's a massive beast tide. Huang Zheng's voice was filled with panic. Hearing this, both Lin Feng and Ding Zhu felt a chill in their hearts. Damn it! They cursed in unison. They knew trouble was coming, but they never expected it to be this catastrophic. Huang Zheng, is there any other way we can go? Lin Feng asked urgently. Caught off guard, Huang Zheng stammered, unable to speak. Seeing this, the old man quickly reassured him. Don't panic, just say what you need to. He handed him a flask. Huang Zheng took a small sip, calming his nerves before explaining. The area around Shurju City is vast. We could turn back to buy some time, but this beast tide seems unusual. It might be an encircling beast tide. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. An encircling beast tide was the most despairing scenario. A tightening circle of beasts with no end in sight, leading only to death. The old man sighed. Unless we can find a gap in the encirclement, turning back is a dead end. Lin Feng shook his head. It's unrealistic. We don't have a high-altitude view to find such a gap. Even if we did, there's no guarantee we could time it right with our vehicle. Ding Zhu, you drive. Lin Feng commanded decisively. Without hesitation, he slithered out of the window and onto the roof of the car like a snake. Ding Zhu immediately slid into the driver's seat with fluid motion, not even slowing the vehicle. Standing on the roof, Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to move slowly. Huang Zheng and the old man exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Lin Feng was doing. This is basic spiritual breathing, Lin Feng thought, his mind unusually clear. He knew the spiritual density in the wilderness varied little, but where creatures gathered, it would be significantly depleted. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. Northeast. Head northeast, he shouted. Ding Zhu turned the car around without hesitation, with Huang Zhang and the old man following closely behind. The black line of the beast tide continued to roll forward, the sound of the beasts stomping now audible. Even Ding Zhu could feel the vibrations through the tires. Huang Zhang was drenched in sweat, and even the usually composed old man had a trembling hand as he gripped the flask. The sense of despair felt like a sharp knife, cutting slowly through their flesh, making it hard to breathe. Just then, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Ahead, a convoy of about a dozen vehicles appeared, moving slowly as if hesitating to turn back. This convoy was indeed hesitating. They had found the weakest point of the beast tide, where the beasts were mostly agile sandwolves, less daunting than the iron-hoofed bulls in other areas. But even so, the gap was no less than 30 meters wide. For them, deciding whether to charge or not was a matter of life and death. The convoy fell silent, their speed decreasing, as if delaying the inevitable. Suddenly, their communicator crackled. "Boss, there's a car coming up behind us." "A car? Is it another convoy?" Defan asked, suddenly hopeful. He feared their small convoy would be overwhelmed by the beast tide. Even 5 or 6 more vehicles would give him the confidence to make a run for it. No. Just 2 cars. They look like wanderers from the wilderness. Defan's hope shattered. Wanderers? Damn. As long as they don't make things worse, I'll be grateful. Still, let's stop them and talk. As Defan spoke, the 2 cars suddenly accelerated, heading straight into the beast tide without hesitation. "Boss, should we follow?" A team member asked anxiously over the communicator. Defan gritted his teeth. Follow them. Full speed ahead. The entire convoy roared to life, charging into the beast tide behind the 2 cars. Defan silently prayed that these wanderers wouldn't drag them down. "You guessed right. They're following us," Ding Zhu remarked casually. Lin Feng, still on the roof, smiled faintly. "Yeah, let's see how far these city folks can go." Lin Feng didn't have high hopes. The other convoy's hesitation showed their lack of confidence. Shaking off his doubts, he pulled out 2 grenades. 5, 4, 3, 2. As he counted down, Ding Zhu and Huang Zhang gripped the steering wheel tightly, easing off the gas slightly. 1. 3 green spheres were hurled by Lin Feng, slicing through the air towards the beast tide. The beast was right in front of them, with its sharp fangs, smooth scales, and those striking crimson eyes clearly visible. Suddenly, 3 thunderous explosions erupted, and 3 massive fireballs detonated in the heart of the beast horde. The intense heat instantly spread out, tearing a semicircular gap in the dense swarm. Huang Zhang and Ding Zhu floored the gas pedal simultaneously, charging into the beast horde the moment the heat dissipated. Lin Feng stood alone on the car roof, both hands gripping his gun, with dark bullets continuously pouring out from the muzzle. At this point, he didn't even need to aim. There were so many beasts gathered around the car that every shot hit its mark. The air was filled with the crazed roars, agonized whines, and the screeching of claws against the car's metal. The powerful penetration of the black bullets ensured each one tumbled within the beasts' bodies. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were like sharp arrows, piercing deep into the heart of the beast horde. However, the sharpest point faced the greatest resistance. The blood of the beasts around the car incited the others, making them even more frenzied. In an instant, the number of beasts around them nearly doubled. "Old man!" Lin Feng shouted over his shoulder. "On it!" The old man quickly hauled a 6-barrel machine gun out of the car and slammed it onto the roof, immediately pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat! The signature blue flames burst from the muzzle, instantly clearing the area around Lin Feng's car. Meanwhile, Lin Feng reloaded, this time with blue bullets, high incendiary, high penetration, high explosive. His 3rd trump card was finally revealed. The caravan following behind, led by Defan, was stunned. With just 2 vehicles, they had carved a path through the beast horde and were nearing the central area. Someone quickly assessed over the communicator. "These aren't just wanderers. They must be top-tier combat personnel from a major city's combat agency." Defan nodded in agreement, recognizing the seamless coordination and powerful weaponry. He immediately ordered, "Follow them. I want in on this." Just as Lin Feng was about to fire again, a new burst of gunfire erupted beside him. The old man didn't even flinch, nor did he look back. Defan and his team realized something was wrong. While Lin Feng could take down a beast with 2 or 3 bullets, they struggled even with 10. The black scales on the beasts were not only tough, but also incredibly slick. Even direct hits had their power significantly reduced, and side hits were deflected instantly, causing no harm. "Damn, what's going on? These beasts are so tough and slick. They're not like what we saw." The communicator buzzed with confusion. Lin Feng, standing on the car roof, remained unfazed. What was there to be surprised about when he had expected it? "Ding Zhu, throw it." At Lin Feng's command, Ding Zhu, from the driver's seat, swiftly threw 4 grenades into the air. His folding long knife extended to full length, and with 4 precise strikes, The grenades were sent flying to different locations. Boom, 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 boom. For fireballs blossomed within the beast horde. Ding Zhu had perfectly anticipated the beast's movements, and the grenades precisely disrupted their flow. Perfect. Now, just clean up the rest, Lin Feng murmured. Bang, bang, bang. The guns kept firing, and no beast around them was spared. Each bullet created a bullseyed hole in the beasts' bodies. Even in their madness, the pain and blood only made them more violent. But the massive blood loss and sudden, flesh wounds quickly brought them down. Finally, the sharpest blade cut through the toughest part of the beast horde, revealing a new horizon not far ahead. With the beasts around them nearly wiped out, Lin Feng and his team found themselves in an eerie vacuum. He Fan and his team, trailing behind, were in shock. How is this possible? How could there be such a huge difference in their shooting effectiveness? Follow them. Hurry up. He Fan shouted excitedly. What seemed like a death sentence had turned into a miraculous escape. Lin Feng reloaded again. Rat-a-tat-tat. Fireballs erupted within the beast horde. The beasts near the edges weren't as crazed and quickly evaded if they could. Smart. Lin Feng chuckled from the car roof. The outermost beasts were actually the highest level and most rational. If they had led the charge, survival would have been uncertain. After leaving the beast horde, Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng didn't let up on the gas, speeding towards the distance. As He Fan's team reached the edge, a beast suddenly attacked. With a bang, a car's tire blew out instantly. Another beast charged, flipping the car over. Before He Fan could react, another beast leapt onto a car's windshield, causing chaos inside and leading to another crash. In less than half a minute, they had lost 2 cars at the edge. Go. He Fan gritted his teeth and ordered, and the caravan sped off in the direction Lin Feng's team had taken. In the council chamber of Yin Feng, a dozen middle-aged and elderly people sat around a round table. What's the status of Shizhi City? Gone. Are the people gone? Or is the place gone? The place is gone. With the beast horde encirclement, it's a miracle if a third of the people escaped. Which base? Already surrounded. We should have an outcome by the day after tomorrow. That's not bad. Any other topics? Yes. How to handle the aftermath of Shizhi City? Integrate them into the satellite city. Agreed. That compensation should suffice. The vehicle slowed to a stop. Lin Feng agilely jumped out and urgently asked, "What's wrong?" Ding Zhu pointed to the fuel gauge and succinctly replied, "We're out of gas." At that moment, Huang Zheng staggered out of the car, but his condition was visibly poor. His legs trembled, his face was pale, and he spoke through gritted teeth. After driving at top speed for so long, the vehicle needs a checkup too. His voice revealed fatigue and tension. Old Man Bai strode over to Huang Zheng and gave him 3 heavy pats on the back, then burst into laughter. "Kid, why are you shaking? Didn't you enjoy that wild ride?" Huang Zheng snatched Old Man Bai's flask, took a few swigs, and suddenly shouted to the sky, "Yes." The shout seemed to release all his pent-up tension and fear. Lin Feng watched this scene and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Ding Zhu lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then stood still, letting the cigarette burn down between his fingers. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Feng asked curiously, taking a sip of water. Ding Zhu snapped out of his daze and took another puff of his cigarette. "Nothing, just finding it hard to believe. Hard to believe we actually made it out of that beast horde alive?" Lin Feng picked up the conversation. "Exactly." Ding Zhu nodded. "I've heard so many stories about the wilderness, but experiencing it firsthand is a whole different thing." Lin Feng looked back at the road they had come from. Dust was still rising, and the encirclement of the beasts was still tightening. He murmured, "How many more people will make it out of there?" Suddenly, the roar of engines broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention. It was He Fan's convoy. Ding Zhu glanced over and said flatly, "2 vehicles are missing." Lin Feng nodded silently. The scars on the remaining vehicles spoke volumes about the fierce battles they had endured. The convoy stopped 50 meters away, and only 4 people got out. Both groups stared at each other in silence, neither making the first move. He Fan's group eyed the strange assembly before them. An old man with a limp and white hair, a hat-wearing man with no eyebrows or beard, a young-looking boy, and a slightly disheveled man. The odd mix made He Fan hesitate, worried about potential danger. After a moment's hesitation, He Fan stepped forward. "I'm He Fan. May I know your names?" Ding Zhu stepped forward, blocking Lin Feng. "Ding Zhu, and this is Lin Feng." He gestured behind him, but then faltered. He knew Huang Zheng's name, but couldn't remember the old man's. Old Man Bai rolled his eyes and said, "Bai Yuman, just call me Old Man Bai." Huang Zheng quickly added, "I'm Huang Zheng." He Fan sensed some underlying issues among them, but didn't dare to probe further. Cautiously he said, "We really owe you our thanks. Without you, we wouldn't have made it out of that beast horde." He sighed inwardly. Seeing Lin Feng's group break through so effortlessly, he hadn't realized they had already cleared the path. Following them had been almost as perilous. Surviving is a matter of skill, Ding Zhu said indifferently, bringing a moment of silence. He Fan quickly asked the crucial question. Where are you heading? Are you also looking for the main force? Ding Zhu and the others exchanged glances, and finally, at Lin Feng's signal, they nodded. Hearing this, He Fan beamed. Great. If we're on the same path, that's good news. That night, He Fan brought over his main fighters to converse with Lin Feng's group, mainly to figure out their affiliations. Just hunters from the wilderness, Ding Zhu said bluntly. But clearly, He Fan and his men didn't believe it. How could wanderers from the wilderness wield such firepower? The beasts that had overwhelmed them seemed like lambs to the slaughter in Lin Feng's hands. He Fan took a bite of his biscuit and asked, why do these beasts change when they gather? They lose their sanity, become crazed, their hides toughen, and their claws and teeth grow sharper. If not for this, their losses wouldn't have been so severe. Ding Zhu and Old Man Bai simultaneously looked at Huang Zheng for answers, but he shook his head. I don't know either. It's a major research topic even in the big cities, and the biologists haven't figured it out yet. Lin Feng took a sip of soup and suddenly spoke. It's probably something like the swarming effect in locusts. What? Ding Zhu looked puzzled. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and began to explain. When locusts live alone, they don't accumulate toxins. But when they gather in large numbers, reaching plague proportions, they start to transform. They produce toxins, and their bodies change significantly. This transformation is induced by pheromones, which trigger selective gene expression. After finishing, Lin Feng looked around and saw blank stares. He realized he'd overexplained. Though Ding Zhu hadn't fully grasped it, he caught on to one word. Pheromones? Can humans use these pheromones? Lin Feng nodded. His basic biology knowledge included information on extracting and synthesizing pheromones. Seeing Lin Feng's confirmation, everyone's faces turned grim. This meant the beast horde might not be just a natural disaster, but possibly human-induced. Speaking of, I've been curious. How did Shurju City fall? Huang Jing asked He Fan. If I remember correctly, the Zhang family there was quite powerful, right? He Fan sighed. The Zhang family was pulled away. They said they found a base of the reverse star nearby, so almost all military forces from Shurju City were sent over. Then, the night before last, the east gate of Shurju City exploded, and rumors of an incoming beast horde spread like wildfire. We were abandoned. As He Fan finished speaking, one of his men angrily threw a metal can to the ground and cursed, "Damn it." Indeed, being abandoned like this is definitely something to be angry about. Lin Feng and his companions, as wilderness hunters who couldn't even enter the big city, had no right to sympathize with them. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the area where the ordinary folks were gathered. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. A boy, around Lin Feng's age, was seen rushing over. He Fan frowned deeply and stood up abruptly. What's going on? He shouted, blocking the boy who had rushed in front of him. The boy, named Xiao Han, glared with bloodshot eyes and shouted at Ding Zhu. Why? Why did you abandon our city and our convoy? Why did you just leave, knowing we were right behind you? Xiao Han's furious cries echoed through the night. He Fan and the others were momentarily stunned, feeling a tinge of resentment in their hearts. Ding Zhu looked at him expressionlessly, while Old Bai drank and watched the scene unfold. Lin Feng continued to eat his jerky, indifferent to the commotion. Huang Jing sneered. Why? Because you're too weak. You're lucky just to be tagging along with us. Xiao Han's eyes widened even more, almost tearing up. So what if we're weak? You had the ability to help us. If you had turned back, we wouldn't have lost anyone. Do you know there were children, mothers, and students like me in that car? Huang Zheng couldn't help but laugh. So you think being weak makes you right? How old are you? Xiao Han gritted his teeth and replied, 15. Huang Zheng looked unsurprised and pointed at Lin Feng. He's 15 too. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Xiao Han couldn't believe it. Impossible. How can a 15-year-old be so strong? Huang Zheng sneered. If I didn't remember being as naive as you once, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Drop your so-called big city identity. Out here in the wilderness, I could kill you for what you just said. A sudden gunshot startled everyone. Xiao Han's legs almost gave out, but He Fan caught him. Ding Zhu sneered. That wasn't aimed at you. Only then did everyone notice the dead snake lying next to Lin Feng and his group's vehicle. Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the car, never glancing at the others. He Fan gave Ding Zhu an apologetic smile and led Xiao Han away. Back at the convoy, He Fan looked at the sullen Xiao Han and simply patted his shoulder without saying a word. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, Old Bai, and Huang Zheng gathered around a vehicle. Huang Zheng was the first to speak. Why follow them? Ding Zhu glanced at him sideways. We know nothing about the surrounding environment. If Shurju City can be abandoned, so can other big cities. It's better to stick with them to gather information. Old Bai stroked his chin. We might even get some good stuff. Lin Feng finally looked up. Is there still a chance? Even though the city fell, it seems the higher-ups of Shurjo City knew about it in advance and were prepared to leave. Old Bai shook his head. I'm not talking about Shurju City, but the base of Nixing. What's Nixing? Lin Feng asked, voicing a long-held question. Huang Zheng cursed. A bunch of lunatics. He then explained the origins of Nixinga Group aiming to eliminate all humans and establish a kingdom of exotic beasts. Lin Feng was puzzled. What? Isn't this Nixing organization established by humans? Huang Zheng shook his head helplessly. Not only is it, but it's also likely established by high-ranking humans who split off. Long ago, the top brass of Yanfeng discovered that Nixing's technology was extremely advanced, resembling the top laboratories of the four major factions. Old Bai added, it's as if the four major factions collectively established this organization. Huang Zheng shrugged. This is a well-known conspiracy theory in the big cities. But it's not baseless. No one can fathom how the smaller Nixing has maintained technological parity with the four major factions, and even slightly surpassed them. The roar of the engines filled the air as the convoy set off on the wilderness road once more. Lin Feng and his team were leading the way again, but this time the route was provided by He Fan and his group. The route, accompanied by the final broadcast from Shurju City, was distributed to everyone's communicators. Clearly, this had all been planned long in advance, though the civilians were unaware. During the midday break, Ding Zhu remarked, it's surprising that nothing happened along the way. Leaning against the car, Lin Feng replied calmly, I guess this route was carefully planned out. Ding Zhu shrugged and said no more. After all, even in difficult times, the city dwellers were still better off than the wilderness hunters like them. As they continued their journey in the afternoon, they soon spotted a massive camp in the distance, far larger than the settlement they had departed from. Despite the size, Huang Zheng's voice came through the communicator with a sigh. Only this many people made it out. I'd say maybe a quarter of Shurju City's population escaped. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, realizing that the gap between the big city and the wilderness was far greater than they had imagined. Before the convoy reached the camp, someone came out to meet them. A fully armed man approached the front of the convoy and asked, Are you all from Shurju City? Ding Zhu shook his head. We're not, but the convoy behind us is. The man nodded and pointed. Once you get inside, just turn right. With that, he went to speak with He Fan and his group before returning to the camp's guard post. He Fan drove up to Lin Feng and said, Brother Ding, thanks to all of you for the safe journey. If you need anything, feel free to come to us. Ding Zhu nodded in acknowledgement and drove into the camp. Following the instructions, they turned right and entered a separate fenced-off area. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings, his expression slightly surprised. The number of strong individuals here was noticeably higher than in the surrounding areas. Simply put, the left side seemed like a residential area, while this side was filled with combat personnel. The atmosphere here feels a bit off, Ding Zhu remarked. Although he didn't have Lin Feng's keen mental acuity, his years of experience on the wilderness made him sensitive to unusual situations. I see a tavern. I'm going to grab a drink, came Old Bai's voice through the communicator. The group nodded in agreement. They found an empty spot and began setting up their tents. By the time they were done, Old Bai had returned, his face flushed, and carrying a jug of strong liquor. So, what did you find out? Ding Zhu asked as he pulled Old Bai into the tent. Despite his flushed face, Old Bai was still clear-headed. He replied, I asked around. This area is filled with scavengers from nearby cities, just waiting for the army to move into the base so they can pick up the scraps. Hearing this, Ding Zhu laughed. Looks like we made the right choice coming here. Initially, he had some doubts about following He Fan's group. It was a common feeling among wilderness folks, feeling somewhat inferior when facing city dwellers. Old Bai shot Ding Zhu a sideways glance. Do you think I would lie to you? I told you, there are benefits to coming here. He was starting to slur his words. Ding Zhu didn't say more and helped him to a folding bed to rest. As Old Bai lay down, he mumbled, There's a restaurant in the residential area on the left. You can try it out. Then he began to snore softly, already asleep. Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, and Huang Zheng looked at each other, somewhat helpless. Old Bai really had a knack for falling asleep anywhere. What now? Ding Zhu asked. Huang Zheng's eyes lit up with an idea. Let's go to the restaurant. And leave Old Bai here alone? There are patrols outside. He'll be fine. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were tempted. They had never tasted city food before. Let's go. Lin Feng finally decided. At the restaurant, Huang Zheng took a bite of beef and his face lit up with excitement. Yes, this is it. This is the taste. Seeing Huang Zheng's excitement, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were puzzled. Sure, the food was better than what they had in the wilderness, but it didn't seem worth such excitement. Huang Zheng, you're from the city too. Why are you acting like you've never seen good food before? Ding Zhu teased. Huang Zheng snorted, showing his city pride. You guys know nothing. My father brought me to Shurju City once, and we ate at this very restaurant called Stone Bowl. Ding Zhu shook his head in disbelief. City folks really were different. even having the concept of tourism. Of course, I've been traveling to various cities since I was 6. I've been to almost all the major cities of the 4 great factions, Huang Zheng said nonchalantly while eating. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a look, realizing that Huang Zheng's background might be more complicated than just being a resident of the central city. Noticing their thoughts, Huang Zheng raised his head proudly, just figuring that out now. It's too late to try and curry favor with me. Ding Zhu rolled his eyes. If you keep bragging, they'll throw you out into the wilderness, believe it or not. At this, Huang Zheng pouted and said no more. No matter how good his background was, it was useless if no one acknowledged it. Before they could take a few more bites, someone appeared in their line of sight. He-Fan. Indeed, He-Fan was equally surprised. He thought he wouldn't see them again after the journey. Who knew they would run into each other at dinner time? You know them? Asked the burly, bronze-skinned man beside He-Fan, noticing his reaction. They're the ones I told you about who saved us, He-Fan explained. Upon hearing this, a thoughtful look flashed in the burly man's eyes. Hello, gentlemen. I am He-Qian. Thank you so much. He-Qian's eyes were red with emotion, and his voice was filled with gratitude. He grasped Ding Zhu's hand tightly and continued, if it weren't for you, my brother here might not have survived. Ding Zhu quickly stood up and waved his hand. No need to thank us. They followed us out on their own. But He-Qian insisted, no, we must at least treat you to a meal today. With that, he started adding more dishes to the table. Ding Zhu thought for a moment, and finally didn't refuse. Huang Zheng, standing nearby, glanced at He-Qian and silently shook his head. Someone's in for it. Ding Zhu and Lin Feng are not exactly the kind-hearted type. They moved to a spacious private room. Ding Zhu and He-Qian sat together, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly warm. After a few rounds of strong liquor, Ding Zhu's cheeks were noticeably red, and he began to address He-Qian as brother. Ding Zhu smiled and said, Brother He-Qian, I may not be much, but I do have some influence in Shiju City. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me. He-Qian laughed heartily and replied, That's great. We came from the wilderness and don't understand a lot of things. For instance, we've heard there's an army planning to attack some base, but we haven't found a way to get there yet. A flicker of surprise crossed He-Qian's eyes, followed by an incredulous expression. Are you telling me you're hunters from the wilderness? Why would I lie to you? Ding Zhu said as he poured He-Qian another glass of wine. But you don't look like you're from the wilderness. Your weapons are too good. Ding Zhu waved his hand, a hint of pride in his voice. So what if it's the wilderness? As long as you have money, even the wilderness. Before he could finish, a fit of violent coughing interrupted him. Lin Feng started coughing just in time, making Ding Zhu realize he almost let something slip. He quickly shut his mouth and poured He-Qian another drink. He-Qian appeared magnanimous, patting Ding Zhu on the shoulder. No worries. I don't make friends based on their background. As long as I, He-Qian, value someone, I don't care about their status. You haven't found a way yet, right? No problem. Just follow us the day after tomorrow morning. Seeing He-Qian's generous offer, Ding Zhu immediately stood up, grabbed a bottle of liquor, and said excitedly, Then I must thank you, Brother Qian. This bottle is for you. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the entire bottle. The scene heated up the atmosphere in the room, and even Lin Feng and Huang Zheng ended up drinking quite a bit. By the time they were thoroughly drunk, night had already fallen. He-Qian insisted on seeing them off to the camp's entrance, watching them stagger into their tent before leaving. When they returned to their tent, the old man was already awake, cooking a pot of bubbling meat soup over the fire. Smelling the alcohol on them, he served each of them a bowl of hot soup. Come on, have a sip. The three, who had been stumbling moments ago, now stood straight as if the alcohol had gone into someone else's stomachs. The old man got straight to the point. So, what did He-Fan want with you? Huang Zheng looked at the old man in confusion. How did you know it was He-Fan? The old man rolled his eyes, clearly not wanting to explain the obvious. Ding Zhu reminded them, Do we know anyone else in this camp besides He-Fan? Ding Zhu's expression was calm, more composed than usual. Huang Zheng didn't dare to speak further and recounted their encounter in detail. After finishing, he looked at Ding Zhu and asked, Do you think you might have overacted? Ding Zhu smirked coldly. It doesn't matter if I overacted. What matters is whether they get greedy for our equipment. He glanced meaningfully at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, expressionless, said, Let's settle this once and for all. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding the harsh rules of survival in the wilderness. Meanwhile, in He-Qian's tent, He-Fan was providing a detailed report. After he finished, He-Qian asked, So, these people just have better weapons? He-Fan hesitated but replied honestly, That's how it seems, but we've never seen them in action. Everyone frowned at this, realizing the potential risk. Just then, Xiao Han spoke up. Their levels can't be that high, and their close combat skills are probably weak. He-Qian was curious. Why do you say that? Xiao Han explained. The leader, Lin Feng, is only 15 years old. If his shooting skills are already this good, how could his level and close combat skills be high? Even the most talented need time to train, right? Plus, they said they're wanderers from the wilderness. They probably don't even have combat techniques, so how could their close combat skills be strong? Everyone nodded, finding Xiao Han's reasoning sensible. Even He Fan seemed a bit swayed. He Qian slammed the table, making a decision. Let's do this. Xiao Han's eyes lit up with excitement. Uncle Qian, I want to join you. He Fan was about to refuse, but He Qian agreed directly. No problem. He stared into Xiao Han's eyes and said meaningfully, jealousy can be a powerful motivator. I hope you can keep it up. Xiao Han didn't hide his resentment. Exactly. I want Lin Feng dead. Why should a trash wanderer mock me? How can he ignore me when we're both 15? Compared to Huang Zheng's mockery, Lin Feng's indifference irritated and angered him more. He Fan now understood He Qian's intent. In reality, they didn't need many excuses. He Qian had already decided to target Lin Feng and his group. As for the reason, a good weapon was enough. Having figured it out, He Fan raised his hand. I'm in too. He Qian nodded, giving He Fan a look of approval as if to say, you're smart. Boom. Amid the deafening roar, Lin Feng and his team stood on a distant hillside, feeling the ground tremble beneath them. Their eyes were fixed on the horizon, where a massive mechanized force was advancing toward the open valley. A variety of combat vehicles and an impressive number of tanks formed a series of steel phalanxes, surging forward like a torrent of metal. The spectacle was awe-inspiring, but Huang Zhang couldn't help but frown and ask, are we just going to charge in like this? There's no way the Xing rebels are unprepared. Many around him nodded in agreement. Even if Yin Feng's central city wanted to showcase its strength, such a reckless approach seemed unwise. He Qian added, if the central city doesn't have a backup plan, this battle could be devastating. Inside the Xing base, confusion reigned as well. They knew more than those scavengers outside. They were aware that Yin Feng had sealed off all escape routes long ago. Yet, after the lockdown, Yin Feng had made no further moves. They had assumed their enemy was waiting for a powerful weapon to minimize losses. But now it seemed Yin Feng intended to launch a direct assault, which made the wait all the more puzzling. Amid the confusion, in the Yin Feng command center, the commander turned to a woman in a tight combat suit beside him and asked, have all your people withdrawn? The woman glanced at her communication watch and nodded. Yes, everyone is out. Can we activate the coordinates now? The commander pressed. Instead of answering, the woman sent a message through her communicator. A moment later, a prominent red dot appeared on the screen before the commander, marked at a depth of 120 meters below the eastern edge of the valley. As expected, the location is almost spot on, the commander murmured. The thick rock layer blocks most signals, so we had to send someone down to place the signal generator. He picked up a red communicator from the table and decisively ordered, commence the strike in 10 seconds. Simultaneously, Lin Feng suddenly looked up at the sky. Dingzhu noticed his unusual behavior and asked, what's wrong? There's something up there. Lin Feng squinted at a black dot amidst a patch of white clouds. What is that? Before he could finish, the black dot flickered. Lin Feng shouted, get down. Ding Zhu, Old Bai, and Huang Zheng instinctively dove to the ground, while others around them looked on in confusion. Suddenly, a deafening boom descended from the sky, causing many to lose their hearing momentarily. Someone yelled, it's a sonic boom. High-altitude bombing. Realizing the danger, everyone scrambled to dive for cover, but it was too late. A black dot had already struck the eastern edge of the valley. The immense impact drove the missile almost directly underground. Lin Feng calmly remarked, here it comes, followed by a soul-shaking explosion. Boom. The terrifying blast was accompanied by intense ground tremors and a scorching heat wave. The armored vehicles and tanks below were pushed off course by the shockwave, and those standing were flung like ragdolls. Even Lin Feng and his companions, lying on the ground, were dragged half a meter by the force. As the explosion subsided, the steel phalanx sprang into action. Armored vehicles, tanks, and numerous infantry quickly dispersed, forming a surrounding formation as they charged into the valley. The battlefield erupted with continuous booms and chaotic noise. Lin Feng looked up and barely made out a massive black hole that had appeared on the eastern mountainside. Through the hole's flickering electric sparks, he glimpsed a metallic interior teeming with advanced technology. The Xing's tech level was evidently beyond his imagination. Such a horrifying missile attack had merely breached their defenses, causing significant but not crippling damage. The flashing red alarm lights indicated that the Xing base still had fight left in it. Looks like the Xing can still put up a fight, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Spit, spit. Ding Zhu spat out the sand in his mouth. I don't know if the Xing base can keep fighting, but if we don't get out of here, we'll be obliterated without a chance to fight back. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. They had clearly underestimated the battle's intensity. They had thought it would be over quickly, and once Yin Feng's forces withdrew, they could swoop in to scavenge. But now, It seemed wiser to return to their camp and wait. Others around them seemed to share the sentiment. Getting up and heading back to camp, they were here to make money, not to die. Lin Feng's commander looked at the incoming reports with an expressionless face. Though he was silently cursing the equipment department's incompetence, such a rock layer had diminished the missile's power by 40%. What a waste. He shook his head in frustration, knowing they couldn't afford another strike. Despite its power, such a missile came at a high cost. He turned to ask the woman something, only to find she had vanished. His expression darkened as he thought, Special Combat Bureau, whose side are you really on? How does that old man Lei Xiao manage to keep his position? Shaking his head, he refocused on the task at hand. Destroying this base and then returning to claim his accolades, climbing higher in the military ranks. Meanwhile, on the side of the valley, the woman stood before a 5-man tactical team, with a captive in a lab coat in their midst. The mission is over. You can head back now, she said. Ma'am, we have something to report. One of the team members spoke up. Go ahead. The Xing have recently been developing a new type of instrument. It's said to have significant advantages in drug separation. Upon hearing this, the woman's face immediately showed a look of interest. The issue of medicine has always been a headache for the Lin Feng faction, requiring them to spend a fortune every year to purchase supplies from the Dongbin and Gaochao factions. If this thing could indeed advance their medical capabilities, it would be a tremendous achievement. Where is it? All team members turned their gaze simultaneously to the captured lab coat. The captive sighed and said helplessly, in the lab. But even if I tried to describe it, I couldn't make it clear. Hearing this, the woman frowned slightly. At the moment, the valley was engulfed in fierce battles, and returning hastily was clearly unwise. No worries, she said after a moment of contemplation. The main task of the army is to destroy this base. They should be done by tonight, and after a bit of cleanup, they will withdraw. We can check with the army first. If we don't find it there, we'll search the ruins. If we still can't find it, then we'll have to give up. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, their primary mission was already accomplished, and this was just a potential bonus. Time passed quickly, and soon it was afternoon. He Qian, fully armed, arrived at Lin Feng and the others' residence and knocked on the door. Brother Lin Feng, shall we head out? Ding Zhu opened the door and was somewhat surprised to see He Qian and his men fully armed. Is the battle over? Did Yin Feng's army end the fight in just a morning? He Qian's face was dark, not because he was in a bad mood, but because the scorching heat had darkened his skin. He replied, the sounds of artillery have stopped. We'll have to go over there to see the specifics. All right, let's head out then, Ding Zhu said, and Lin Feng and the others followed suit. Huang Zheng looked at He Qian and his men's equipment and couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for them. With just this gear, they think they can outsmart others? It's like looking for trouble with a lantern in a toilet. As they returned to the valley, the scene before them was completely different from before. The once empty valley was now encased in a broken, silvery white dome. The structure appeared to have endured countless rounds of artillery, leaving only ruins. The ground was littered with incomplete corpses, and every step squelched in sticky blood. Many held their breath from the moment they entered. Even though they had seen death before, this battlefield's brutality was a first for them. Huang Zheng looked around in confusion. Why didn't we notice such a large structure in the valley before? Everyone pondered, could it have been hidden by some special camouflage technology? Lin Feng pointed to a remaining piece of the curved wall and explained, because this building was originally underground. Following his gesture, they noticed some yellow soil on the silvery white curved wall. This realization made everyone gasp. Ding Zhu sighed, this is real warfare. Yin Feng's army actually blasted this underground fortress out with sheer firepower. He Qian suddenly pointed to 2 holes ahead. It looks like both of these places lead down to the fortress. Which way should we go? The people behind He Qian seemed to take this as a cue and began to mentally recite the lines they had rehearsed. Their plan was to keep Lin Feng and He Qian together while the rest formed another group. However, before they could speak, Lin Feng's voice rang out first, let's split into 2 groups. I'll go with He Qian, and we'll take a few strong members. The rest can go with Ding Zhu and Huang Zhang to protect Old Bai. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a silence fell over the scene. The people behind He Qian were taken aback. Wasn't this the plan they had rehearsed? How did Lin Feng know? More importantly, his group distribution was exactly what they had intended. What's wrong? Is that not okay? Lin Feng turned to He Qian with a faint, enigmatic smile. Seeing this, He Qian and his men felt a chill. Something seemed off. He Qian's eyes shifted, then he widened them, exuding a fierce aura. No problem. I think Brother Lin Feng's plan is the most reasonable. He then selected a few strong members from his team, including He Fan and Xiao Han after a moment of thought. He Fan calculated that this arrangement gave them 3 more people than they had initially planned. The rest of the group naturally gathered around Ding Zhu, subtly forming a protective circle. Lin Feng nodded and led the way into one of the large holes created by the artillery. He Qian and his men quickly followed. Now that they were here, they couldn't let Lin Feng escape. As Lin Feng and He Qian left, a smile appeared on Ding Zhu's face. We should get moving too. The people around Ding Zhu sensed something was off. How had Lin Feng and Ding Zhu suddenly taken control? But with no other choice, they nodded and followed. Not long after both teams disappeared into the tunnels, other similarly equipped people began entering the same holes. However, the ground of the valley soon started shaking again. Those who hadn't yet entered were shocked to see Yin Feng's army returning. This unexpected turn left everyone bewildered. In the dark underground, Lin Feng led the way. The star reversal base was indeed built like a fortress, divided into multiple layers, with each tier forcibly blasted through by heavy artillery. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked back at He Qian. He Qian, who had been looking for an opportunity to strike, felt his heart skip a beat and almost instantly drew the axe from his waist. But before he could act, Lin Feng spoke. How many levels have we descended? Lin Feng's question caught He Qian off guard, making him realize that Lin Feng had no intention of attacking. Calming down, He Qian was puzzled by Lin Feng's sudden question. He Fan and the others behind him were also confused but eventually answered. We've gone down 4 levels. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, damn, we've been set up. Lin Feng sighed and then stared motionlessly at the people in front of him. This sudden stillness left He Qian and the others puzzled. Unable to hold back any longer, He Qian asked, Brother Lin Feng, why aren't you moving forward? Lin Feng replied expressionlessly, I'm waiting for you to make a move. A glint of coldness flashed in He Qian's eyes, but he forced a smile and strode towards Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin Feng, you must be mistaken. We're partners. Why would we attack you? Despite his words, He Qian's steps quickened, eventually turning into a sprint towards Lin Feng. As the distance closed, a gleam of joy flickered in He Qian's eyes. He thought to himself, daring to let someone get this close? That's asking for death. He Qian's steel axe swung out, tracing a metallic arc in the air. Seeing this, He Fan and the others couldn't help but smile. This was He Qian's renowned move, the stone-splitting axe, capable of cleaving rocks in two, let alone a human skull. However, just as the axe was about to strike, Lin Feng's voice rang out, too slow. Before the words even finished, He Qian's body collapsed to the ground with a thud. He Fan and the others were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Shoot! Xiaohan, from the back of the crowd, screamed, being the first to react. It was only then that He Fan and the others snapped back to reality, raising their guns to fire. But before they could pull the triggers, a rapid series of gunshots erupted. Bang! 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 6 shots rang out almost as one, leaving the men behind He Fan staring in disbelief at the bullet holes in their chests. Bodies fell to the ground one after another, eyes wide open in death's final surprise. Lin Feng's gaze, however, settled on a small figure running away in the distant Xiaohan. After screaming, Xiaohan had turned and fled, running faster than he ever had in his life. He felt lighter with each step, as if some divine force was aiding him. Even when a sudden pain struck the back of his head, he didn't stop. If Lin Feng knew what Xiaohan was feeling, he might have nodded in agreement after all. Not many corpses could run an extra 50 meters after their heads had exploded. Lin Feng glanced at the bodies on the ground, shook his head, and walked away. He thought to himself, a 10th level weakling daring to rob people. Do they lack self-awareness? Or is this level of strength enough to get by in the big city? Soon after, another group arrived at the scene. Leading them was the woman from earlier. She initially showed no interest in the bodies until someone in a white lab coat stopped her. Wait, the person in the lab coat exclaimed. Look at the bodies. Do you notice anything unusual? The tactical team took a closer look. A deep voice remarked, isn't this just a case of being counterattacked? The one with the axe got taken down by a close combat move, and then the others were shot while the body fell. Anyone could do this. Even the grade guards from Nixing wouldn't find it challenging. The person in the lab coat looked surprised at the man's deduction. You can tell the attacker was only 8th level? The leading woman explained. Below 10th level, there's no chi. Plus, the techniques used were more about skill. It's not hard to see. She knelt and searched the bodies. Soon, she stood up, revealing her open palm. The group then noticed the issue: there were only 6 bullets, but 8 bodies. Carefully wiping and collecting the deformed bullets, the woman pocketed them. A scar-faced young man beside her looked grim. Bullets with such penetration power, even our special combat unit doesn't have them. Has Nixing's technology advanced this far? The lab coat person quickly shook his head. I swear on my life, I've never seen such bullets in Nixing. You don't need to treat me like a thief. I'm most valuable alive. Either side would treat me well if captured. I have no reason to risk my life for anyone. Hearing this, even the woman leading the group twitched slightly at the corner of her mouth. She decided to wait for the Yin Feng army to arrive before making any decisions. Her gaze pierced the darkness, seemingly seeing the remnants of Nixing hidden deep within the fortress. Meanwhile, Lin Feng arrived at Ding Zhu's place. From a distance, he saw 4 or 5 people holding the old man hostage, retreating in fear. But before Lin Feng could act, the old man suddenly sprang into action. The small submachine gun he had hidden emptied its magazine in an instant, sending the 4 lackeys around him to meet their end with puzzled expressions. Huang Zheng shook his head in disbelief as he looked at the 4 men riddled with bullet holes. Lin Feng's cunning was deep. He had deceived them, claiming he would protect Old Bai, only to set a trap for them. Ding Zhu patted Huang Zheng's shoulder and remarked, "Yeah, who would have thought the weakest among us would be a 20-year-old kid and not an old man with white hair?" Huang Zheng's smile froze at Ding Zhu's words. Ding Zhu walked over to Old Bai and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Old Bai looked puzzled. "I'm fine, but something feels off." "What's off?" Ding Zhu scanned the surroundings, which bore the marks of a fierce battle, resembling an abandoned war zone. In the darkness, Lin Feng's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling everyone. "It's simple. The battle was intense, but there are too few dead bodies." Everyone paused and looked around more carefully, realizing there were indeed very few corpses. Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng cursed simultaneously. Damn, there's no way they'd be thinking about retrieving bodies at a time like this. Lin Feng sighed. They want us to be the cannon fodder, not the scavengers. The Yin Feng army is probably on its way here. We need to move quickly. The group agreed in unison and began to retreat along their original path. After running a short distance, Lin Feng suddenly stopped at its junction, causing the others to halt as well. Ding Zhu quickly covered Huang Zheng's mouth to prevent him from making a sound. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance. Understanding the signal, Ding Zhu unfurled a folding knife and tossed a small piece of metal into the corridor. The moment the metal hit the ground, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Huang Zheng and Old Bai felt a chill, realizing there was an ambush. Ding Zhu and Lin Feng swapped places, with Lin Feng moving to the rear. More gunshots rang out, but the bullets ricocheted and missed their targets. Ding Zhu noticed a pattern and slapped Huang Zheng, signaling him to pay attention. Just as Huang Zheng was about to complain, a hail of bullets rained down, all landing to their left. Huang Zheng curled up in fear, while Old Bai gave Ding Zhu an approving nod, impressed by his combat instincts. 2 of the ambushers attempted to flank them from behind. As they rounded the corner, they were met by Lin Feng's piercing gaze. Moving with lightning speed, Lin Feng slashed their throats before they could react. They tried to trigger an alarm, but their fingers were already paralyzed. Lin Feng quickly caught the falling bodies to prevent any noise. As he touched the corpses, he noticed something unusual. Their gear was far superior to what they had seen before. The bulletproof vests were of higher quality, even better than those worn by He Qian's and Val's men. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng used one of the bodies as a shield and moved to the other side of the wall. Surprisingly, the enemies seemed unprepared for an attack from behind. Lin Feng didn't hesitate, grabbing a rifle from his back, loading a magazine, and opening fire on the guard squad ahead. Red-hot bullets spewed from the gun, exploding on impact and engulfing the last 2 guards in flames. Hearing the gunfire, Ding Zhu immediately threw up a human-sized metal plate for cover. The guard squad quickly split into 2 groups, 2 charged at Ding Zhu and the others, while 3 focused on Lin Feng. In the darkness, Lin Feng's position was illuminated by the burning bodies, giving him a visual advantage. He suppressed the 3 attackers, mixing explosive rounds with regular bullets, catching them off guard. Expecting their comrades to handle Ding Zhu's group, the remaining guards were shocked to find the area empty. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's firing pattern changed, and a distinctive gunshot rang out a sniper rifle. A black bullet pierced through the cover, creating a massive hole in one enemy's chest. The remaining 2 were terrified, suspecting they had encountered an elite special tactics team from the Yin Feng faction. Lin Feng didn't give them time to think, swiftly taking them out with a few more shots. Ding Zhu stood where Lin Feng had been, leisurely lighting a cigarette and counting to 10 in his head. When the time was up, he tossed 2 grenades. The ensuing explosions filled the air with the sounds of metal clashing and flesh being torn apart. Huang Zheng and Old Bai ceased their firing, looking at Lin Feng dismantling a sniper rifle and Ding Zhu strolling over. Their faces were a mix of emotions. They were more astonished by the seamless cooperation between Lin Feng and Ding Zhu than by Lin Feng's advanced gear. With just a glance, they executed perfect tactics, manipulating their enemies with ease. Have you guys practiced this? Huang Zheng couldn't help but ask. Ding Zhu looked puzzled. Practice what? Hunt together a few times, and you'll understand everything. Old Bai suddenly realized that Lin Feng's life had improved significantly since Ding Zhu arrived, including his hunting skills and marksmanship, all taught by Ding Zhu. Lin Feng, not wasting any time, said seriously, gather the loot quickly. We need to move. The group snapped out of their daze and hurriedly scavenged for usable items. When they regrouped, the most noticeable thing was the black briefcase in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng and the others were getting ready to leave when Huang Zheng urgently urged, "Let's go." Now's the time to run for our lives. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and was about to turn and flee when a dull thud sounded overhead. Before they could react, a violent explosion erupted from the ground ahead, causing the floor beneath them to tremble. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Lin Feng. Ding Zhu lit a cigarette, took a puff, and asked, "What should we do?" Lin Feng frowned and analyzed. "It seems like Yin Feng's army has started their operation. The squad we encountered earlier must have been from Enlightenment. Now we're caught in a pincer movement, and it's tough for small fry like us to get out of this," Huangjing timidly suggested. "How about we go out and try to explain ourselves to Yin Feng's army?" Old Bai snorted. "That's like walking into a trap. Do you think Yin Feng's army will be kind enough to listen to us?" Ding Zhu agreed. "Exactly. To wipe out Enlightenment's base, they were even willing to abandon Shiju City. To them, we're just cannon fodder." A heavy silence fell over the group. Lin Feng glanced around and his eyes landed on the loot they were holding. An idea struck him. "Why do you think Yin Feng's army didn't launch a direct attack yesterday?" "To reduce casualties," Ding Zhu replied. "In this complicated terrain, their artillery advantage is minimized." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "In that case, the lower levels are actually the safest place." The group suddenly understood. Old Bai urged, let's go, let's go. There aren't many in I Xing remnants left, and a lot of them have been drawn to the surface. We need to get down there quickly." The four of them swiftly ran towards the depths of an I Xing's base through a newly created gap. Surprisingly, they encountered no obstacles and quickly reached the lower levels. Lin Feng signaled them to stop. "Let's stay here. Any lower, and we might run into more in I Xing remnants." Huang Zheng, with his sharp eyes, pointed to a collapsed area in the distance. "There should be an intact room behind that pile of rubble." Seeing Ding Zhu's surprise, he proudly explained that he knew a bit about architecture. The four of them worked together to dig an entrance and crawled inside. Old Bai carefully sealed the entrance. As he turned around, he noticed the other three standing frozen. Following their gaze, Old Bai saw a massive metal and glass apparatus, resembling a human stomach and standing 5 meters tall. Through the glass, it was filled with a milky white liquid. Lin Feng exclaimed, "Concentrated nutrient solution?" Huang Zheng quickly calculated, "At least 20 tons." The group was stunned by the sheer value of the find, but soon realized the challenge of transporting it. Ding Zhu raised a practical concern. "How are we going to take this thing out of here?" Lin Feng's eyes fell on a control panel not far away. "Huang Zheng, come with me." He quickly headed towards the control panel, knowing that time was of the essence and they had to act fast. The condition of the control panel was unexpectedly good, with only the nearby wires severed by the broken metal plate. Huang Zheng and Lin Feng quickly reconnected them and powered it up. Huang Zheng leaned in to inspect, but shook his head helplessly. The Neostar aliens used numerical codes instead of text, which they couldn't decipher. Without a word, Lin Feng shook his sleeve lightly, and several components fell out. He skillfully assembled them into an adjustable multi-size screwdriver. Huang Zheng watched in astonishment, recalling how Lin Feng had once hidden an entire sniper rifle in his clothes, marveling at his extraordinary abilities. Before Huang Zheng could ask, Lin Feng had already found a gap in the control panel and effortlessly removed it, revealing a complex array of circuits and control boards. He took out a strange palm-sized device from his sleeve and swiftly cut 2 wires, connecting them to the device. As he operated the device, Lin Feng explained, "Machines follow certain patterns. Once you find the pattern, the external text and numbers are merely superficial." This reminded Huang Zheng of something his father had once said. Before Huang Zheng could fully absorb the thought, Lin Feng pressed the only button on the device. Instantly, the previously transparent glass flickered with blue and purple light. Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Such a large, complex, and damaged machine had been activated effortlessly by him. Lin Feng focused intently on the device until it indicated a safe signal, then he breathed a sigh of relief. He tapped the button lightly, and the blue-purple light intensified, causing even those outside to feel a slight, burning sensation on their skin. Only then did Ding Zhu and Old Bai realize that this was a sterilization process. Inside the enormous machine, a milky white liquid began to whirl violently, quickly forming a bottomless vortex at the center, voraciously consuming the surrounding concentrated nutrient solution. The liquid level dropped visibly, and although they knew this was necessary, the 3 onlookers felt a pang of heartache watching the liquid worth 1 billion star coins vanish. When only half of the liquid remained, Lin Feng suddenly shouted, "Ding Zhu, break the glass cover with your knife." Reflexively, Ding Zhu threw his folding knife, not even having time to think before it left his hand. Old Bai tried to stop him but was too late. Ding Zhu himself realized what he had done only after the knife was airborne, cursing under his breath. The knife struck the glass cover with a sharp crack, shattering it completely. Huang Zheng and Old Bai simultaneously groaned inwardly, fearing the precious nutrient solution was lost. Surprisingly, The remaining quarter of the liquid was held suspended in midair by the vortex's strong centripetal force, showing no signs of falling. Ignoring their astonishment, Lin Feng picked up the knife and quickly dismantled the control panel completely. Meanwhile, the liquid nutrient rapidly condensed into countless small milky white spheres, shrinking to a 20th of their original volume. The three of them looked at Lin Feng with awe, a natural reverence for knowledge among the wasteland people. As all the solution transformed into small spheres, their size further reduced to a 30th of the original. Old Bai, displaying incredible speed, swiftly moved to the bottom of the machine, catching all the spheres in a burlap sack. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, admiring his agility at a critical moment. With the last sphere collected, the medicine separation rotor at the center of the machine ceased its operation. The entire process had unfolded like a meticulously choreographed play, smooth and seamless. Huang Zheng asked Lin Feng if they should destroy the valuable machine to prevent any loose ends. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, he suddenly tensed up, scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. Ding Zhu, Old Bai, and Huang Zheng also sensed the anomaly, and the atmosphere grew tense instantly. Ding Zhu and Bai Laotu hurriedly ran towards Lin Feng. Just as they reached him, a deafening explosion sounded behind them. The half-collapsed wall was breached with a single strike, sending dust and debris into the air. Ding Zhu took the folding long knife from Lin Feng, his expression tense. A dangerous aura filled the air, with a looming threat hidden in the smoke. A burly figure emerged from the smoke, followed by 6 others. 4 similarly equipped team members, a tall woman, and a slender young man in a white lab coat. Both groups were momentarily stunned by the unexpected encounter. The newcomers scrutinized Lin Feng and his companions, quickly realizing they were neither from the Reversal Star faction nor the city's residents, but rather seemed like wanderers from the wastelands. After some silent exchanges, everyone confirmed this surprising conclusion. Breaking the silence, Ding Zhu said, "Please, go ahead. We're just seeking shelter." The tall woman stepped forward, staring at Bai Laotu for a moment before exclaiming, "Bai Yuman?" Bai Laotu was taken aback. He carefully examined the woman's face and asked with some difficulty, "Is your last name Long?" "My last name is Liu. My grandmother's last name was Long," the woman replied. Bai Laotu's expression grew complex as he cautiously asked, "Is your grandmother still alive?" "She is. She said she wouldn't leave this world before you do," the woman replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, and Huang Zheng looked at Bai Laotu with newfound curiosity. Bai Laotu sighed, "Don't worry. This time, I intend to return to Yin Feng. I'll find her and let her see me off." The woman nodded, while the tactical team members exchanged bewildered glances, finding it hard to believe that this old wanderer had any connection to the powerful Long family. Calming herself, the tall woman turned to the young man in the white coat, "Check if the device is still usable." The young man nodded and began examining the device with a flashlight. After collecting herself, the woman walked over to Bai Laotu. "Hello, Grandpa Bai. My name is Lu Qianlan." Bai Laotu nodded, his eyes falling on their uniforms. "Are you from the Special Combat Division? Grandpa Bai knows about us?" "Of course. I used to be in the Special Operations Division myself." Huang Zhang was astonished. "Wow, Bai Laotu, you were in the Special Operations Division?" He immediately felt the cold gaze from Lu Qianlan, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Bai Laotu didn't mind. That was a long time ago. "It's not worth mentioning." He turned to Lin Feng. "The recommendation letter Zhang Xiao gave you, it's for the Special Combat Division, isn't it?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm not sure. All I know is the address is 404, Blackstone Branch Road, 2nd Avenue, Yinfeng City." Lu Qianlan confirmed, "Yes, that's the assessment center for the Special Combat Division. But I've never heard of Zhang Xiao." The only female member of the tactical team explained. "Zhang Xiao is the captain of the first squad. He went on an important mission in the wild. Currently, Li Chan is the acting captain, but everyone assumes Zhang Xiao has disappeared." Lu Qianlan nodded and gave Lin Feng a brief glance before losing interest, knowing that even if he joined the Special Combat Division, he was still far from reaching her level. The young man in the white coat brought good news. The key parts of the device were intact and could be removed. At Lu Qianlan's signal, the tactical team began their work. Bai Laotu instructed Lin Feng and the others to step aside and handed Lin Feng a sack filled with milky white pills. Lu Qianlan noticed but chose not to comment, out of respect for Bai Laotu. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads, knowing there was no hope of breaking out. They could only rely on Bai Laotu and Lu Qianlan's negotiations. Huang Zheng, meanwhile, stared intently at the tactical team dismantling the device, rolling his eyes. "Amateurs. Their skills are so poor. They can't even compare to Lin Feng, let alone me." The young man in the white coat also started complaining loudly. "Hey, stop messing around. If you keep this up, the device will be ruined even if it wasn't damaged by the explosion." The tactical team halted at his words. Lu Qianlan frowned and approached. The female team member helplessly explained, Captain, the internal structure is too intricate. We need a professional mechanic. Lu Qianlin's brow furrowed. If she requested a mechanic from the military now, the credit would go to someone else. Bai Laotu asked, can't find a mechanic immediately? Lu Qianlong nodded. Bai Laotu turned and called out, Huang Zheng, Lin Feng, come over here. Huang Zheng grumbled as he walked over. Should have called me earlier. If this keeps up, the device will be useless. Listening to Huang Zheng, the girl sneered, muttering, what a braggart. The old man rolled his eyes and then looked at Lin Feng, seemingly seeking his opinion. Lin Feng responded calmly, Huang Zheng should be able to handle it. If not, I'll step in. Lu Qianlong, the girl from the tactical team, couldn't help but mock, even more boastful than the last one. Noticing her expression, Huang Zheng just lifted his head slightly and snorted before starting to climb the massive machine. Lin Feng stood beside the man in the white coat. The man in the white coat turned to Lin Feng, adjusted his glasses, and asked, is there something you need? No, nothing, Lin Feng replied briefly, stepping back a few steps to focus on Huang Zheng's operation. Despite the tactical team's complaints about Huang Zheng's arrogance, they had to admit his skills were exceptional. Parts they thought would require significant effort to dismantle popped open effortlessly under Huang Zheng's touch. When they handed him tools, the disassembly process sped up considerably. In less than 20 minutes, the seemingly complex machine was disassembled, and the core component was extracted intact. Seeing this, the tactical team couldn't help but applaud Huang Zheng's technical prowess. As they descended, the man in the white coat immediately inspected the human-sized gyroscope-like core separator. After confirming everything was in order, he nodded. Lu Qianlong gratefully looked at the old man and said, Grandpa Bai, let me escort you out. Otherwise, we might run into trouble with the Lin Feng army on the way. Thank you, Qianlong. The old man accepted gladly. It's nothing, just what we should do, Lu Qianlong replied with a smile, showing her filial piety. Indeed, Lu Qianlong's identity was quite influential. As they reached the surface, the Lin Feng army's troops quickly surrounded them, but thanks to Lu Qianlong's intervention, they passed the inspection without issue. Wow, does the special combat unit have such high status? Ding Zhu asked in surprise. Huang Jing explained, the special combat unit does have a high status, but not to this extent. The main reason is Lu Qianlong's background. The middle and upper echelons of the special combat unit are on par with the Lin Feng army's commander for this operation. Plus, Lu Qianlong has the backing of both the Lu family and the Lung family, two powerful entities. Turning to the old man Huang Jing asked curiously, so, are you from the Bai family? They don't deserve me, the old man replied arrogantly, looking disdainful. Seeing this, Huang Zheng didn't press further, but Ding Zhu's curiosity was piqued. Huang Zheng, what are these Lu Lung and Bai families? They are prominent families in Yin Feng City, essentially at the top of the hierarchy. Their members are spread across the city's business, political, and military sectors, Huang Jing explained briefly. Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully. When the group returned to the Shiju city camp, they were surprised to find an unusually festive atmosphere. The streets were filled with people celebrating, creating a joyous scene that left Lin Feng and his companions momentarily stunned. Even if Shiju city were miraculously revived, they shouldn't be this happy, Huang Zheng remarked. Let's go down and ask what's happening, Lin Feng suggested. As they returned to their camp, they saw many people gathered around vehicles, discussing animatedly. Look at how happy they are. You'd think all the dead from Shiju city had come back to life. Yeah, trading so many lives for an identity, and they're still this happy. Be grateful they got anything at all. You're just jealous. Their city may be gone, but now they're part of a satellite city. Jealous of what? Do you even think a quarter of Shiju city's population survived? Trading so many lives for a satellite city status, not even a central one. What's there to be jealous of? See, you're just getting worked up. Worked up my ass. Amidst the arguments, Lin Feng and his group finally understood the situation. Looking at the jubilant crowd, Lin Feng said calmly, it seems the few heads we have for entering the central city are more valuable than we thought. Huang Zheng remarked, absolutely. If those people hadn't escaped from the central city's prison, there's no way the central city would offer such terms. Our luck was indeed remarkable, unexpectedly acquiring those heads. Otherwise, dreaming about entering the central city would be just theta dream. Back in their tent, the four were exhausted and quickly fell asleep wherever they could. Meanwhile, in the Yin Feng City Council office, a group of secretaries was compiling issues to be reported to the council. Has the Nixing base been destroyed? One secretary asked. Just received the news, it's been destroyed, another replied. Anything else besides this? Mainly this and a topic on joint pharmaceutical research with Dongbin, plus a plan for next year's military actions against Nixing. Wait, wasn't the Dongbin pharmaceutical thing settled already? Yes, but the Bai family said Dongbin's asking price was too high, so they renegotiated. This is the new version. Since the Bai family is involved, it should be fine. Yeah, it'll make our job easier. As they discussed, they began verifying the issues to be submitted, ensuring there were no obvious problems. Once confirmed, one of the secretaries stood up and took the files to a separate small office at the entrance. Secretary Xiao, these are today's issues. Okay, leave them on the desk, the young Secretary Xiao said without looking up. The secretary nodded, placed the files on the desk, and prepared to leave. As he turned to go, he glimpsed the document Secretary Xiao was holding, which was titled Research Plan for Sky Orbital Weapons. The secretary frowned slightly, thinking this was a military document. However, given Secretary Xiao's prominent background as the sole heir of the Xiao family and his rapid rise to a senior central official, he didn't dwell on it. Secretary Xiao was destined for a bright future. The wind-blown sand brushed against the vehicle's body, creating a faint rustling sound. Lin Feng lay on the seat, his eyes vacant as he stared at the car's ceiling. Ding Zhu, focused on driving, occasionally glanced at Lin Feng beside him. These past few days, whenever they stopped, Lin Feng would fall into this dazed state. If he didn't seem physically fine, Ding Zhu might have suspected he had some psychological issues. As the convoy unknowingly crossed a precipitation boundary, the surrounding scenery began to change. Vegetation started to flourish, and various exotic beasts became more common. Numerous cities dotted the distant horizon, far more than the desolate wilderness they had previously traversed. Although the journey remained dangerous, it was no longer monotonous. Occasionally, small exotic beasts attacked them, but they were easily dealt with. Nearing noon, Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng decided to stop for a break. Ding Zhu skillfully used a flint to ignite a pile of dry wood, but the damp environment caused the flames to quickly die down. Shaking his head in resignation, he opened a bullet and sprinkled the gunpowder onto the woodpile, finally managing to light a campfire. Lighting a fire is tough, but getting water is much easier, Huang Zheng said, carrying a bucket of crystal-clear water. This sight brought joy to the four who had been trekking through the wilderness for days. Every time they rested, they would fetch water and boil it for drinking. Lin Feng casually picked some herbs and expertly tossed them into the boiling water. The others were used to this. Once the herbs had steeped, they each poured themselves a bowl. The greenish herbal concoction emitted a pleasant aroma, and after drinking it, they all felt a refreshing breeze sweep through their bodies, leaving them invigorated. Wow, Lin Feng, your potion-making skills are really improving, the old man praised. Huang Zheng nodded in agreement. Yeah, before you had to search for a long time in the grass, but now you can just pick any herb and get this effect. He gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng looked at his stats panel and said softly, Indeed, I've made some progress recently. He silently reviewed his attributes and skills, feeling a sense of pride. He had devoted almost all his energy to learning, and aside from the skills requiring practice, he had made significant advancements in other areas. Lin Feng deeply understood the importance of balancing theory and practice. With his knowledge of biology and potions alone, he felt confident in outperforming peers in this region. With this thought, he shifted his gaze from Ding Zhu to Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng, do you think there are places for adults to study in the central city? Lin Feng suddenly asked. What kind of knowledge? Huang Zheng asked curiously. Everything, starting with basic general education, Lin Feng replied. Huang Zheng smiled. That's not difficult. If you want to study mechanics or medical drugs, it might be challenging. But for general education, you can join a middle school by paying a fee. He paused, then added, if you really have talent, you might even get a recommendation to enter a university. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The old man noticed Lin Feng's reaction and asked, puzzled, Lin Feng, this knowledge shouldn't be of much use to you, right? Why are you asking about it? Lin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Ding Zhu, who was drinking the herbal concoction. The old man and Huang Zheng followed his gaze. Ding Zhu sensed something was off and looked up sharply. No way, you want me to go to school with a bunch of 13 or 14-year-olds? Ding Zhu exclaimed. Huang Zheng's mind conjured an image of Ding Zhu with a small backpack, skipping towards the school gate. He shuddered at the thought, thinking, terrifying. That image is just too terrifying. Lin Feng raised his hand to stop Ding Zhu from continuing. This isn't up for discussion. Your knowledge is too basic right now. I can't teach you anything if you don't understand the fundamentals, and I don't have time to help you build that foundation. Ding Zhu scoffed, ready to refuse, but then he remembered a conversation with Lin Feng one night. Ding, do you know? Each star above us is a planet like ours. One day, I want to visit those planets and see them for myself. Ding Zhu found himself unable to refuse and reluctantly nodded. The old man was stunned. Ding Zhu actually agreed? Despite his easygoing appearance, Ding Zhu was more proud than anyone. He was willing to endure going to school with a bunch of kids? Huang Zheng looked at Ding Zhu, then at Lin Feng, understanding sooner than the old man Lin Feng had simply outpaced them all. Lin Feng stood at the base of the city wall, craning his neck but unable to see the top. The towering wall loomed like a massive barrier piercing the sky, inspiring awe with its grandeur. How tall is this wall, anyway? Ding Zhu couldn't help but ask, nudging Huang Zheng, who was standing in line next to him. Huang Zheng replied, 360 meters, if I remember correctly. Old Bai took a sip of his wine, his tone tinged with nostalgia. 360 meters for the satellite cities, 120 meters for the central city. What? The central city is actually shorter? Ding Zhu was surprised. Huang Zheng explained, that's because the satellite cities act as a barrier. Plus, the central city is so vast that building walls of the same height would be prohibitively expensive and less effective. Ding Zhu nodded in realization. That makes sense. You have to go through the satellite cities to enter the central city. So those satellite cities are essentially the walls for the central city. Lin Feng had to admire the clever design, but he also recognized its ruthlessness using the satellite cities as a barrier, completely disregarding the residents living there. After nearly a month of trekking, they finally arrived near the central city. Near because the central city had a unique system. To officially enter, one had to pass through the satellite cities. The central city itself had no gates, and any attempt to scale the walls would be met with the central city's guards' merciless firepower. Luckily, they had Huang Zheng with them. Otherwise, even after successfully taking down those wanted criminals, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu wouldn't have known how to claim their reward. While the central city had no gates, the gates of the satellite city were wide enough. Soon, they reached the entrance. A guard eyed Lin Feng and his companions, asking flatly, from the wilderness? Yes, Huang Zheng replied cheerfully. What's your business? The guard's expression remained indifferent. He'd seen all sorts of people trying their luck and was no longer surprised by anything. We completed a bounty task and want to enter the central city, Huang Zheng responded. The guard's expression finally changed at that. A bounty? From the central city? He took another careful look at the four of them. The peculiar-looking Huang Zheng with his newly grown eyebrows, the one-legged old Bai who was constantly drinking, the long-haired and brooding Ding Zhu, and the youthful, almost childlike Lin Feng. Such a bizarre group. The guard recalled his captain's words that the more unusual the people, the stronger they often were. This quartet was bizarre to the extreme. They might have actually completed a central city bounty. The guard said no more, signaling them to wait while he reported the situation via his communicator. Soon, a man in a black business suit approached. So, you completed the bounty? The man asked skeptically, his head slightly raised. Huang Zheng frowned but remained silent. Instead, he lifted the sack he was carrying and showed its contents to the man. Curious, the man peered inside and immediately locked eyes with a pair of lifeless eyes. He shivered involuntarily. The sack was filled with what appeared to be freshly severed heads. Swallowing hard, the man looked at the four calm faces in front of him, finally understanding their identities. These were likely ruthless individuals from the wilderness. As for which bounty, he didn't need to think long. It had to be the one for the escaped convicts from the prison, a case that had caused such an uproar that the central city's bigwigs had offered permanent residency as a reward. Please follow me. The man's attitude shifted to one of respect. The guard watching this scene silently thanked his master for advising him not to judge people by their appearances. As they followed the man into the city, Lin Feng felt a pang of nostalgia, as if he had returned to his past life. Skyscrapers towering above, wide, smooth roads bustling with traffic. But the momentary distraction passed quickly, and the four soon regained their composure. The man led them to a waiting room, gesturing to the sofas inside. Please have a seat here while I fetch someone from the notary office. All right, Huang Jing nodded, sitting down without hesitation. The man's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Huang Zheng's demeanor seemed more like a young noble than someone from the wilderness. Could it be that he was out of touch, and the wilderness had advanced to the point of using sofas? With that question in mind, the man left. Ding Zhu also cautiously sat on the sofa, a brief flash of joy crossing his face, which Lin Feng noticed. Lin Feng sat down as well, reluctantly admitting that the sofa was indeed of excellent quality, firm yet comfortable, better than any he'd sat on in his past life. Old Bai stood by the spotless window, looking out at the tall buildings with a sense of nostalgia. When I left, the satellite city plan had just been proposed. It's hard to believe that in less than 10 years, the satellite cities have developed to this extent. But this development has veered away from the original design. Huang Zheng's interest was piqued. What was the original design like? Old Bai glanced back at him and explained. Simple, really. 8 war fortresses filled with soldiers, all under military management. If that were the case, it would be nothing more than a moat, Lin Feng commented. Exactly. But that was under the immense pressure facing Yinfeng City. Once that pressure was alleviated, the approach naturally changed, Old Bai added. Immense pressure? What kind of pressure? Huang Zheng looked at Old Bai in confusion, hearing this for the first time. Old Bai was about to explain when footsteps approached from outside, prompting everyone to fall silent. Soon, the door opened, and a middle-aged man in a white coat entered, carrying a device. Please take out the heads. We need to verify their identities, the man said. Huang Jing nodded, pulling out 4 heads from the bag. The remaining heads belonged to Wars and his team. While they didn't need permanent residency, they were still interested in the bounty rewards. The middle-aged man inspected the heads carefully, frowning slightly. Seeing this, the man in the suit tensed up. Is there a problem with the heads? He asked, thinking that even handling such a significant case could earn him a considerable reward. The middle-aged man nodded. There is indeed an issue. Huang Zhang was about to argue when Lin Feng stopped him with a sharp command. Let him finish. Huang Zhang sat back down, but his gaze remained hostile. The man in the suit was surprised to see that the youngest-looking member of the group was actually in charge. Realizing his mistake, the middle-aged man quickly clarified, I haven't checked the genes yet. I only said there was an issue because these heads are so well preserved. Lin Feng smiled and explained, given that it involves permanent residency in the central city, we use some wilderness remedies to preserve them. Seems like they worked well. Hearing this, the middle-aged man didn't hesitate any longer. He sliced a small piece of flesh from each head and placed it into the device. 30 seconds later, the device's screen displayed 4 faces. Below each face flashed 4 blood-red characters. A-class wanted criminal. Verification successful. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Zhang turned to the middle-aged man in a white coat, his eyes filled with anticipation. Is it all good now? No more problems, right? The middle-aged man in the white coat smiled broadly and nodded repeatedly. No problems, he affirmed with a reassuring tone. The man in the business suit couldn't wait any longer. He immediately picked up his communicator to arrange vehicles for entry into the central city. Clearly, this matter was just as significant for him. Soon, along with nameplates and tickets for the ride, 4 suitcases large enough to hold a human head were delivered. Lin Feng and the others carefully placed the heads into the cases, each carrying one, and boarded the arranged vehicles. The cars headed to the station, where they transferred to a train, officially embarking on their journey into the city. Huang Zhang and the old man appeared calm, while Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a meaningful glance. Even near the central city, the stark class differences were unmistakable, leaving them deeply moved. The train crossed a magnificent inner-city bridge. This bridge was astonishingly wide, featuring 36 lanes in both directions and divided into 3 layers. The top layer was heavily guarded by armed troops, with heavy weaponry in plain sight. The middle layer was for vehicular traffic, bustling with movement. The bottom layer contained train tracks, where Lin Feng noticed numerous freight trains labeled grain and/or speeding by. From any angle, this bridge was the lifeline of the central city. After a while, Ding Zhu noticed scattered colorful dots below the bridge. What's that? He asked curiously. Huang Zheng explained, oh, that's the outer city. He emphasized the term outer city, implying it was not a favorable place. He went on to explain that there was a vast empty land between the satellite city and the central city, which neither side paid much attention to, though it was occasionally cleared. This made the area relatively safe, attracting many wilderness wanderers and gradually forming what was known as the outer city. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully. Safety was indeed the most precious resource in the wilderness. The man in the business suit added, however, since the people there are from the wilderness, the composition is quite complex. It's less about safety and more about chaos. He paused, then added meaningfully, but precisely because of the chaos, there's profit to be made. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu looked again at the increasingly dense colorful dots, a strange light flickering in their eyes. This seemed to be a place full of opportunities. The scene shifts to another location. Captain Li, Captain Lu is looking for you. Hearing this, Li Chun stood up unexpectedly, only to see Lu Qianlan already standing at the door. What brings Captain Lu here? Li Chen's tone was filled with surprise. Although both were captains, Lu Qianlan commanded the strongest level team and always looked down on their Blevel and Clevel teams, often saying they were no different from ordinary guards. She had never set foot in this building belonging to the Blevel team. Lu Qianlan got straight to the point. Nothing much, just here to deliver some news. Li Chen frowned. What news? He knew well that Lu Qianlan was not a good person, and the level team's specialty was enjoying the spoils alone. Nothing to do with the mission, Lu Qianlan said directly. It's about your former captain, Zhang Xiao. Li Chun stood up abruptly. You've seen Captain Zhang? Lu Qianlan glanced at Li Chun in surprise. According to her investigation, Zhang Xiao had been gone for nearly 10 years, yet Li Chun still referred to him as Captain Zhang. Clearly, their relationship was deeper than she had imagined. Haven't seen Zhang Xiao himself, but met a kid with his recommendation letter. Lu Qianlan briefly recounted her encounter with Lin Feng and the others, focusing on Lin Feng and Huang Zhang but skipping the old man. Huang Zhang, the one who made a mistake and was expelled from the city by the head of the Huang family. Li Chen asked with a peculiar expression. Lu Qianlan gave Li Chen a meaningful look. That's right. She thought to herself. Li Chen's reaction was odd. Why did he ask about Huang Zhang first instead of Lin Feng? The Huang family, Huang Zhang, Zhang Xiao, Li Chun. She suddenly recalled some rumors. All right, thanks for the news, Captain Liu. Li Qin's tone softened. Don't thank me yet, I'm not finished, Lu Qianlong continued. Lin Feng and Huang Zhang have already entered the central city. They should be heading to claim the bounty next. Li Qin frowned. Claim the bounty? So they are going to that place? I understand. I'll head over in a bit. Just tell me what you want. He stared directly at Lu Qianlong, clearly not believing she would deliver such important news without a reason. Simple. I need Li Feng for a few days, Lu Qianlong stated bluntly. Heh, I figured. Li Qin sighed. Go talk to him yourself. If he agrees, it's fine. Don't worry, he'll agree, Lu Qianlong said confidently, striding away with her long legs. She had achieved all her goals for this visit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Qin's fingers rhythmically tapped the table. Then he suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it down. He grabbed the coat hanging nearby and strode out of his office, shouting, First squad, assemble. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his group's train had arrived at the station. They had just gotten off the train and hadn't even left the platform when they were stopped by a team of uniformed police officers. Passengers around them glanced over, guessing that some important person must have arrived for the police to personally come to the platform. The police quickly escorted the 4 of them to a room without any explanation. Once inside, they froze. The room was far from the luxurious reception area they had imagined. It didn't even have a sofa, just some iron stools. The atmosphere was cold and cramped, with peeling paint on the walls. Doesn't look much like a reception room, the old man remarked coldly. Huang Zheng's face turned grim, and his breathing became heavy. Lin Feng surveyed the room, then calmly picked up a metal stool, placed it in the center, and sat down firmly. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. This will be a good opportunity to learn about the methods of Central City's people. Seeing Lin Feng so composed, the old man and Ding Zhu also grabbed stools and sat beside him. Only Huang Zhang paced anxiously around the room. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. In this cold room, time seemed to slow down to half speed, everything moving excruciatingly slowly. Huang Zhang grew increasingly agitated, repeatedly banging on the iron door, but outside remained silent, as if they had been forgotten. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Lin Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened them. The iron door was violently pushed open, slamming against the wall with a bang. A middle-aged police officer with a potbelly swaggered in. He glanced at the 4 of them and immediately began questioning. So, you're the ones who killed those fugitives? How did you do it? Where did you do it? Where are the rest of them? The barrage of questions came without any apology for the delay, instead carrying a tone of interrogation, as if he would resort to torture at any moment. Seeing the arrogant police officer, Huang Zhang could no longer contain his anger. He shouted furiously, What's the deal? We're the ones who killed the fugitives, not fugitives ourselves. What gives you the right to interrogate us like this? And who gave you the authority to lock us up here for 3 or 4 hours without any response? The middle-aged man looked up, locking eyes with Huang Zhang. In an instant, the man's pupils transformed from round to cold, snake-like slits, sending a chilling wave straight into Huang Zheng's mind. Fear flooded Huang Zheng's heart like a tidal wave. He was instantly transported back to that nightmarish evening when he was violently dragged out of bed. The subsequent memories were a blur. His ears were filled with devilish whispers, the specifics long forgotten, leaving only the deep-seated terror etched in his soul. Just as Huang Zhang was about to scream, a strong hand suddenly pulled him out of the abyss of fear. The scene before him became clear again, and he realized he was still in that cold, dim room. Everything around him seemed normal, but he was drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. He no longer had the courage to look up at the pot-bellied middle-aged man. Ding Zhu and Old Bai also wore grave expressions. They had no idea what had just happened, but saw Huang Zhang break out in a cold sweat and shake like a leaf after just one glance. If Lin Feng hadn't pulled Huang Zhang back in time, they feared he might have lost control on the spot. On the other side, a flash of disdain crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. A group gathered behind him, their faces amused as if watching a cat play with a mouse. To them, this scene was all too familiar. Whether vicious criminals or righteous individuals, they all eventually knelt, begging for mercy, confessing their sins through tears. Some even started casually placing bets, predicting how long the young man would last before breaking down. How long do you think before he starts crying? I bet half a minute. Too long. 10 seconds tops. I think he has some backbone. He might last half a minute. Don't be silly, mental strength grows with age and level. He's too young and too low level to hold out that long. Exactly, Fat Snake's mental power is almost level 6. Taking down this kid is a piece of cake. Alright, let's bet. I say 10 seconds. I say half a minute. 15 seconds. I'll go with half a minute too. At this moment, the pot-bellied, fat snake turned his gaze to Lin Feng. So, you seem to be the leader here? Then you'll be the one to answer a few questions. Lin Feng looked calmly at Fat Snake and asked, I can answer questions, but who are you? Fat Snake sneered, looking Lin Feng up and down with eyes full of disdain and even disgust. Imph. You wanderers from the wilderness, even if I told you, what would you know? To him, these self-righteous wanderers would soon fall into the city's dark corners, becoming nothing but trash. And his mission was to burn this trash. As this thought crossed his mind, Fat Snake's pupils began to flicker eagerly. Lin Feng maintained his composed expression and suddenly said, We might not know, but we still need a place to seek justice. Fat Snake's patience wore thin with Lin Feng's rambling. Enough with the nonsense. When I ask you something, you better answer properly. His voice rose sharply, and his pupils turned into vertical slits, staring intently at Lin Feng. Behind him, his followers began to whisper. TSK, Fat Snake seems pissed. Think something's gonna happen? Yeah, last time he overdid it, the guy ended up brain dead. Who cares? Who's gonna stand up for a brain-dead wanderer from the wild? Exactly. As they whispered, Lin Feng and Fat Snake locked eyes. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. Close your eyes. A man in a long coat, exuding a powerful aura, appeared at the door. His terrifying presence made everyone in the room feel a jolt in their hearts. The people behind Fat Snake exchanged glances, their eyes filled with the realization, we're in trouble. Li Chun was furious. He hadn't even met the people introduced by team leader Zhang before someone almost got turned into a vegetable. The members of the first squad behind Li Chun also sharpened their gazes. The External Affairs Bureau's behavior was becoming increasingly lawless. Suddenly, a painful scream echoed through the room, its piercing sound stabbing everyone's eardrums. It was like nails on a chalkboard, except the chalkboard felt like it was right next to their hearts. Everyone's hair stood on end, and their hearts skipped a beat. Fat Snake's followers reflexively glanced at their watches. 7 seconds. He didn't even last 10 seconds? But they quickly realized this was inappropriate and lowered their hands. The first squad behind Li Chun spread out, ready to act at a moment's notice. However, they soon sensed something was off. The previously furious Li Chun seemed to have relaxed. The External Affairs Bureau members also noticed the anomaly. The scream, though sharp, didn't seem to come from a child. Suddenly, there was a dull thud. Everyone turned to see Fat Snake sliding off his chair, his knees hitting the ground heavily. The External Affairs Bureau members were instantly filled with questions. What went wrong? Why was Fat Snake on his knees? At this moment, Lin Feng, his eyes dark and intense, stood up from the metal bench and walked step by step towards Fat Snake. He grabbed a handful of Fat Snake's sparse hair and yanked hard. Blood-streaked strands of hair were ripped out, and Fat Snake's head was forced back. Only then did they notice the blood tears streaming down Fat Snake's face. Hiss, it looked excruciating. But the next second, the External Affairs Bureau members snapped back to reality. This was Fat Snake. What are you doing? They were used to interrogating others, not being on the receiving end. Just as one of them was about to act, Li Chen's voice rang out. Are you pretending I don't exist? Li Chen stood there like a towering mountain, his presence exerting immense pressure on the people from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, making them too afraid to act recklessly. Despite this, one person gritted his teeth and questioned, Li Chen, are you sure you want to get involved in this matter? This indeed fell within the jurisdiction of the Foreign Affairs Bureau. Even though the Special Operations Division held a higher status, they couldn't casually break established rules. However, before Li Chen could respond, Lin Feng interjected, Why are you arresting us? Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but to the ears of Fat Snake, it was like the devil's whisper, sending chills down his spine. Trembling, Fat Snake replied, It's all for the reward. The bounty on these fugitives is too tempting, and you, as wanderers from the wild, have no power or influence, so we thought we could take advantage. Hearing this, the faces of the Foreign Affairs Bureau staff turned ashen. They knew all too well that the Special Operations Division had two departments, the Combat Operations Department and the Internal Affairs Department. If this matter reached the Internal Affairs Department, they would likely face severe consequences. Li Chen immediately took out his communicator and dialed a number. Captain Xiao, I'm at the Foreign Affairs Bureau. I've got a job for you. Captain Zhao's cheerful voice came through the communicator. Got it. We'll be there soon. The faces of the Foreign Affairs Bureau staff turned even paler. Li Chen's decisive action had pushed them into a corner. Lin Feng didn't know what happened next. They were taken to a noticeably upscale room. Shortly after, Li Lin entered and handed each of them a sky blue card with their facial scan printed on the left side. What is this? Lin Feng asked curiously. Permanent residency cards, Li Chun replied succinctly. This answer brought tears of joy to Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. feeling grateful for finally obtaining this hard-earned status. However, Huangjing suddenly turned to Lin Feng and said, "Let's go handle the property transfer right away." Li Chun looked at Huang Zhang with interest. "Property transfer? So you're the son of the Huang family." Lin Feng nodded in agreement and followed Huang Zhang out. Watching them leave, Ding Zhu sighed. "Does Huang Zhang really want to leave us?" Old Bai lounged lazily on the sofa, pouring himself a drink, and said calmly, "After all, it's part of his dark past. Naturally, he wants to erase it quickly." Ding Zhu lowered his head, deep in thought. With their new residency status, Lin Feng and Huang Zhang received entirely different treatment in Central City. Despite their rugged appearance that clearly marked them as wanderers from the wild, their permanent residency cards got them a luxurious VIP room. Lin Feng looked around, stunned by the opulent decor, and couldn't help but ask, Central City has a large population. Why do residents get such special treatment? Huang Zhang, now calm, elegantly sat down, placing his hands on the armrests and crossing his legs. While Central City does have a large population, most people come here to work from satellite towns. Very few actually obtain permanent residency in Central City. He paused, then kindly reminded, "But don't think everything is rosy in Central City. This is the most complex place, especially with a massive slum just outside the city walls." Lin Feng nodded in understanding. Despite this, they still enjoyed their privileges, and the property transfer was quickly completed. At the entrance of the Resident Affairs office, Huang Zhang looked at the property certificate in Lin Feng's hand and sighed with relief. "Now we're even. I hope we never meet again." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Lin Feng suddenly called out. Huang Zhang raised his chin slightly, looking down at Lin Feng. "What else? We're even now. If you need more information or help, it's best not to ask." Despite Huang Zhang's cold attitude, Lin Feng pulled out a cloth bag and tossed it to him. Huang Zhang caught it and immediately realized it contained those compact nutrient pellets. "This is your share. Just dissolve them in water when needed," Lin Feng said. Huang Zhang's lips moved, but he said nothing and turned to leave. Watching Huang Zhang's retreating figure, Ding Zhu's voice echoed in Lin Feng's ears. "I hope we never meet again." Huang Zhang is still the proud Huang Zhang. At that moment, Li Chun walked up to Lin Feng, looking at the certificate in his hand. "Wow, you got something most people would spend a lifetime trying to get as soon as you entered the city. Are houses in Central City expensive?" Ding Zhu asked, puzzled. "Expensive? Ha, even half of our squad can't afford one yet. What do you think?" Li Chun replied. "Of course, that doesn't mean the Special Operations Division's pay is low. On the contrary, our income is high, but our primary task is combat. Most of our income goes towards enhancing our combat capabilities. But this also reflects the high property prices in Central City. Take Lin Feng's house on 3rd Avenue, for instance. Central City is divided into 5 avenues, and 3rd Avenue is in the middle. The current price is close to 5 million. 5 million? Lin Feng blinked. But Huang Zhang told me the house was worth only 1 million. Hearing this, Li Chin's mouth twitched. "You got a bargain. The cheapest house on 3rd Avenue now is at least 5 million. Upon hearing this number, Lin Feng initially wanted to express his amazement, but then realized he had just given Huang Zhang those highly concentrated nutrient pellets worth at least 10 million. Instantly, he felt calm. After all, he was now a multimillionaire, and this small amount of money was nothing to worry about. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance, a flicker of anticipation in their eyes. Lin Feng turned to Li Chen, his gaze sharp, and asked, "Captain Li, when does my assessment begin?" Li Chen smiled slightly and replied, "There's an assessment tonight. How does that sound?" "No problem," Lin Feng answered resolutely. "Good, then I'll take you to this house first. You can rest and get settled. I'll come pick you up tonight," Li Chen said, turning to head for the car. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned back and asked, "By the way, what about the older gentleman?" Just as he spoke, Li Chen's attention was drawn to a scene across the street. A luxurious stretch limousine was parked there, and Lu Qianlan was talking to an old man. Seeing this, Li Chen immediately realized he had been outmaneuvered. No wonder, no wonder," Li Chen muttered to himself. "I was wondering why Lu Qianlan was being so considerate, and came to inform me herself. Turns out she didn't want to appear in person." Lu Qianlan stood by the car, smiling as she waved at Li Chen. The old man also noticed Lin Feng and Ding Zhu, and whispered something to Lu Qianlan. Although a hint of disbelief crossed her face, she eventually followed the old man towards them. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly pulled out a large cloth bag from his coat, much bigger than Huang Zhang's, and handed it to the old man. "Old Bai, I almost forgot about this." Although Old Bai wasn't short of money, he accepted the bag without hesitation. Lu Qianlan took out a piece of paper from her pocket, wrote down an address, and handed it to Lin Feng. "Qianlan is giving you the address. If you need anything, you can come find me, but don't come for just anything." Hearing this, Ding Zhu's face darkened, and his fists clenched and then relaxed. He realized that among this group, The only person who truly commanded Lu Qianlon's respect was Old Bai. Li Qian, on the other hand, paid no mind to Lu Qianlon's attitude. He thought to himself, with the Lu family's and Long family's background, it's no wonder Lu Qianlon has such an unapproachable arrogance. Just like Huang Zheng, even in tough times, he never really looked up to anyone in the camp, including Lin Feng. Old Bai was about to speak when Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him. Taking the address Lu Qianlon had written, he carefully folded it and put it in his pocket. Li Chun squinted, thinking to himself, is this the kind of person Boss Zhang values? Old Bai and Ding Zhu exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Feng. Having spent more time with him, they naturally understood that Lin Feng was already angry. Lu Qianlon smiled and was about to say something when Lin Feng pulled out a piece of paper from somewhere, meticulously copying the address from his property deed, and handed it to Lu Qianlon. You can also come find me if you need anything, Lin Feng said calmly. Lu Qianlon was stunned and didn't know how to react for a moment. Lin Feng had already placed the address in her hand. Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle, stroking his chin as he thought, no wonder Boss Zhang values him. He looks gentle and refined, but he's got a spine of steel. All right, since we all know where each other lives now, let's go, Li Chun said, not wanting to linger after being played by Lu Qianlon. He then led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu away. Watching the three of them leave, Lu Qianlon toyed with the address Lin Feng had given her, not showing much anger. She had seen people like Lin Feng before tyrannical in the wilderness, but unaware that the city had its own rules. Grandpa Bai, is Lin Feng really worth your attention? Lu Qianlon asked. Old Bai chuckled but didn't explain much. He simply said, you'll see in 3 years. Lu Qianlon crumpled the address into a ball, intending to throw it away, but after a moment's thought, she kept it. Forget it, she thought. After all, he's someone Old Bai values. Get in the car, Lu Qianlon said. In Li Chen's car, a girl was driving while Li Chun sat in the back, talking to Lin Feng and Ding Zhu. I probably shouldn't say this, but I want to give you a heads up, Li Chun said seriously. In this central city, the power of these families is immense, especially top-tier families like Lu Qianlon's. It's best not to provoke her if you can avoid it. The girl in the front couldn't help but interject. These families are something else. They look down on people first, and then force others to yield. Li Chun shook his head helplessly and then turned to Lin Feng, asking the question that concerned him the most. How is Captain Zhang doing now? Lin Feng and Ding Zhu didn't hide anything and told him everything they knew about Zhang Xiao. After listening, Li Chun nodded. As long as he's still alive. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng asked, Captain Li, wasn't Captain Zhang with the Walls team? Yes, but not entirely, Li Chen explained after gathering his thoughts. The Walls team is part of the Exploration Bureau, mainly active in the wilderness, surveying the area. We are a combat unit, primarily responsible for assisting the military and upper echelons in completing solo missions. He paused before continuing. Captain Zhang transferred from the Exploration Bureau to our unit. In just 1 year, he became the captain of our B squad and one of the strong contenders for the next deputy director. Unfortunately, he eventually left the city for the wilderness. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged looks, surprised by Zhang Zhao's extensive background. Lin Feng frowned, sensing something off. If Li Chen wasn't lying, Zhang Zhao's strength should be at least on par with Li Chen's. But from what Lin Feng could sense, Zhang Zhao's power at the camp was far below this level, only catching up to Li Chen after completing genetic modifications. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, burying this doubt in his heart. The vehicle slowly came to a stop. We should be here, the girl driving said. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu looked outside to see an independent 3-story building with large open spaces in the front and back. Wow, what a place. Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The central city has become very strict with building regulations in the past 2 years. Such luxurious buildings are rare, often unobtainable even if you have the money. Wow, this place is amazing, exclaimed the girl in the front row. Although she had a place on 2nd Avenue, it was just a regular room in a building, nowhere near as impressive as this apartment complex. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu looked around, satisfied smiles on their faces. Li Chen handed them 2 communication devices with screens and explained. Now that you're residents, once you activate these devices, you can handle many things with them. Lin Feng took one of the devices and his eyes lit up. This was just like the smartphones from his previous life. He skillfully started operating it and even began guiding the still exploring Ding Zhu. Seeing this, Li Chen asked curiously, have you used one of these before? They've been around for a while, even out in the wilderness. But many of the features probably wouldn't work out there, right? Lin Feng smiled and replied, a long time ago. This left Ding Zhu puzzled, thinking, a long time ago? How come I didn't know about this? But young people learn quickly, and Ding Zhu soon grasped the basic operations. Excitedly, he said, this thing is awesome. You can even buy bullets and weapons directly on it, with home delivery. Seeing that the two had gotten the hang of it, Li Chen nodded and said, why don't you take a rest? I'll come get you in the evening. With that, he turned and left. As Lin Feng and Ding Zhu walked towards the interior of the estate, the girl in the front row called out, "Captain, do you think those two were sent by Captain Zhang to help you?" Li Chen paused, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng's back, thinking that the young man indeed gave off an unusual vibe. Whether they could help him or not was something he could only hope for. "Let's go back to headquarters. We still need to deal with the External Affairs Bureau," Li Chen said, leading his team away. At the iron gate of the estate, the door opened automatically. Lin Feng explained that it was a facial recognition system, which had been set up when they registered the property. Hearing this, Ding Zhu couldn't help but marvel at the advancements in the big city. As they walked and observed, they suddenly frowned simultaneously. The sound of a gun being cocked echoed, and they quickly moved to the apartment entrance. After another facial recognition check, the door opened. They paused for a moment at the entrance, exchanged a look, and shook their heads before stepping inside. A spacious living room greeted them, with a spiral staircase leading to a small lounge on the second floor, surrounded by several rooms. Further up was the third floor, divided into two large rooms and several smaller ones. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu began methodically checking each room. After regrouping on the first floor, Ding Zhu summarized, "There are signs that people have been living here. 2 rooms on the second floor, for on the third. The entertainment facilities have also been used. I'd estimate 8 people, half male and half female. The rooms are quite messy, so they don't seem to be professionals." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "We need to upgrade the security measures." With that, he took out his phone and started ordering items from an eye-catching online store. Over the next while, Ding Zhu watched his money float out like water, quickly turning into various items and services. Watching the cleaning staff at work, Ding Zhu said somewhat reluctantly, "We could have done this ourselves. No need to hire people." Without looking up from the equipment he was assembling, Lin Feng replied, "They'll be faster. I need to rest later. I don't have time for this." Ding Zhu nodded reluctantly, thinking about the 3 or 4,000 star coins Lin Feng had already spent on parts, deciding this wasn't too much in comparison. Lin Feng installed the last display screen, connected the power, and turned it on. He pulled out a card from somewhere and inserted it into the machine. Instantly, the screen lit up with concentric circles of sleek, futuristic design. "It's a secondary system, but it should be enough for you," Lin Feng said, looking satisfied with the result. Lin Feng's fingers flew across the keyboard of his custom-built computer, producing lines of complex code. Ding Zhu stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded by what he was witnessing. He only knew that his phone had received several messages, and following Lin Feng's instructions, 8 unfamiliar faces appeared on the screen. "Are these the people who used to live here?" Ding Zhu asked in astonishment, his eyes fixed on the photos displayed on the communicator. Lin Feng nodded in confirmation. "Yes, and they're not from Central City, which is why there's limited information on them. All we know is that they have connections to a gang called Black Cat." He furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the data in his hands, feeling that there was something suspicious about these individuals. Ding Zhu put away the communicator and remarked, "It seems the security in Central City isn't as tight as we thought." Lin Feng recalled Huang Zheng's words and said softly, "Indeed, Central City is actually more chaotic than it appears. Being so close to power, it's a stage for various factions to make their moves." As the two continued their conversation, a housekeeping staff member approached and reported, "Sir, we've finished cleaning. Would you like to inspect?" Lin Feng waved them off. "No need, you can go. I'll transfer the payment to your company shortly." After watching the housekeeping staff leave, Lin Feng went straight upstairs to the largest dormitory. "Wash up and get some rest. We have things to do tonight," he told Ding Zhu. However, Ding Zhu wasn't tired. Instead, he became deeply interested in the communicator in his hand, sensing that Lin Feng's modifications had made the device more intelligent. Meanwhile, in the gazebo of the Long family's manor garden, an elegantly dressed elderly woman with white hair sat opposite an old man named Bai. "I never expected you to come back," the elderly woman said calmly. Bai Lao also responded with a blank expression. "I didn't expect the first person I'd see upon my return would be you." Despite his calm tone, memories of her younger self flashed through his mind. The elderly woman continued, "Qian Lan mentioned that you brought 2 people with you to Central City this time?" "Not exactly." Bai Lao shook his head. "They brought me to Central City." This answer surprised the elderly woman, who looked closely at Bai Lao, frowning. "What happened to you?" Bai Lao took a swig from his flask and said indifferently, "To gain something, you must pay the price. My price just wasn't enough." The elderly woman's eyes filled with sorrow as she remembered Bai Lao's past glory. "You went to the mercenary trials and succeeded, yet you chose not to leave. I don't know what you gained, but it seems it didn't meet your expectations. Can you tell me now?" Bai Lao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You haven't changed. You never do anything meaningless. Even this seemingly sentimental reunion is just a means to an end for you." The elderly woman didn't deny it, and simply waited for his answer. Bai Lao sighed and began to explain. "The mercenary trials were held in a polluted battlefield, a complete scam. As long as you obtained something valuable enough, they would take you away regardless of the trial results. Apparently, what I found wasn't up to their standards. After hearing this, the elderly woman's expression darkened. Bai Lao sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Do you really expect to develop anything with such people? Don't be ridiculous. After a long silence, the elderly woman finally spoke. Your disciple has been doing quite well in Central City recently. Would you like to see him? Bai Lao nodded. Of course, isn't raising a disciple all about having someone to take care of you in your old age? The elderly woman hesitated before saying, why don't you stay with me for a while first? No problem, it's up to you. Bai Lao agreed readily. In the distance, Lu Qianlan watched the scene with a heart full of curiosity. She had never seen her grandmother spend so much time with anyone. Even her mother was usually dismissed within 30 minutes. This Bai Lao was indeed different. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Li Chun was pleased as he observed Lin Feng and Ding Zhu, now dressed in the common attire of Central City. Compared to their ragged clothes and animal hides from the wilderness, Central City's outfits had a refined style. Lin Feng had chosen a suit resembling a Zhongshan suit, his handsome and refined appearance giving him the air of a scholarly student. Ding Zhu's brooding demeanor, coupled with the scar on his face, added an aura of dominance and mystery to his already striking looks. They now looked even more like city dwellers than the actual residents. Even the girl driving in front couldn't help but steal a few glances, thinking to herself how much more attractive these two were compared to Li Qin, their team leader. Although Li Qin wasn't ugly, he was the kind of person who could easily blend into a crowd. Lin Feng smiled and asked, Brother Ding wants to come in with me to take a look. Is that okay? Li Chun readily agreed. No problem. It's not prohibited. He turned to Ding Zhu. Encouragingly, people from the wilderness often experience a growth spurt when they enter a big city. Make good use of this time, and I might have to prepare a recommendation letter for you. Ding Zhu nodded solemnly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After getting into the car, Lin Feng gazed at the bustling scenes of Central City through the window. The roads were teeming with vehicles, and the sidewalks crowded with people. This lively spectacle, however, stirred memories of the camp in his Minda place filled with starving youths, malnourished children, and countless individuals fighting for scraps against monstrous creatures. Even though Lin Feng wasn't usually a sentimental person, he couldn't help but fall into silence. Li Chun noticed Lin Feng's unusual expression but remained silent. He had seen many newcomers to the big city with the same look on their faces. With time, they would adapt, and their expressions would become indifferent. After all, this was the norm in their world. The car was quiet as they quickly arrived at the address on the recommendation letter. Li Qin put on his coat and led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu out of the car. Lin Feng looked up to see a building exuding a classical charm. The weathered stone pillars and heavy doors stood in stark contrast to the surrounding modern skyscrapers, yet they radiated a unique sense of authority. Li Chen pointed to a long, narrow mail slot by the door, signaling Lin Feng to drop in the recommendation letter. With a subtle flick of his sleeve, the letter slid out naturally and was promptly deposited into the slot. This smooth move drew a look of surprise from both Li Chen and the female driver. It was impressive how seamlessly he concealed the letter. Moments later, the heavy door creaked open just a crack. The doorman, upon seeing Li Chen, appeared slightly taken aback. Captain Li Chen gave a slight nod without saying much and led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu inside. Watching them leave, the doorman couldn't help but marvel at the high-profile visitors of the day. Lin Feng followed Li Chen through a narrow, long corridor. The passage was only slightly wider than Ding Zhu's shoulders, and anyone bulkier would have to walk sideways. After nearly 15 minutes, they finally saw light ahead. Lin Feng silently estimated that the corridor must be close to 2 kilometers in length. Emerging into the light, they found themselves in a vast arena reminiscent of a coliseum. Tiered seating surrounded a central circular space, which was divided into several rectangular areas by simple white lines, giving it a rather rudimentary appearance. Ding Zhu couldn't help but admire the building's ancient style. However, Li Chen's attention was drawn to the people inside, and he muttered a curse under his breath. Following his gaze, Lin Feng saw a man wearing sunglasses and a long coat standing there, accompanied by a muscular, dark-skinned youth with bandaged hands. The youth's eyes were resolute, exuding an air of fierce determination. Li Chen led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu towards the arena. The man in sunglasses noticed Li Chen and smirked. Well, Captain Li Chen is here too? Are you here to poach someone? Just so you know, my nephew isn't joining your team. Li Chen snorted. Let's see if he passes the test first. With that, he took a seat with Lin Feng. The man in sunglasses scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly amused by something, and then whispered to the youth beside him. The youth nodded and walked straight towards Lin Feng. What's your name? The youth asked bluntly. Lin Feng looked up calmly. Didn't your family teach you to introduce yourself before asking someone else's name? The man in sunglasses watched with interest. The youth and Lin Feng locked eyes for a few seconds before the youth finally spoke. Chun Shuren. Lin Feng. Chun Shuren continued. Are you better at shooting or close combat? Shooting, I guess. All right, then let's have a shooting match. Lin Feng looked puzzled. Why should I compete with you? What's in it for me? Chun Shuren was taken aback, not expecting such a question. The man in sunglasses muttered to himself, thinking that Lin Feng's attitude was reminiscent of a drifter from the wilderness. After a moment of thought, Chun Shuren pulled out a vial containing a pale blue liquid. A mental awakening potion, worth about 100,000 star coins. Should be enough, right? Lin Feng looked at the potion with a strange expression. He thought, this thing is worth 100,000 star coins? The kid must have been scammed. In his knowledge, this was the lowest grade item for triggering mental abilities, and it carried significant risks. Lin Feng knew at least a dozen better methods. What's wrong? Not enough? Chen Shuren asked, noticing Lin Feng's unusual expression. No, it's not that. This thing is useless to me. It's not enough to make me want to compete, Lin Feng replied calmly. The man in sunglasses couldn't hold back any longer. So, you think the stakes aren't high enough? Fine, I'll up the ante. He pulled out a card with numbers on the front and a crossed swords emblem on the back. Seeing this, Li Chun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, marveling internally, as expected of a member of the Chen family. He turned to Chen Zai with a tone of admiration. Quite the generous gesture, Chen Zai. I'll take this bet on behalf of Lin Feng. Saying this, Li Chun pulled out a card from his pocket, boldly displaying the words, 10 purple star coins. Chen Zai's face lit up with a smile. No problem. Let's see how you both perform then. Chun Shuren remained composed, simply nodding slightly. Li Qin glanced at Lin Feng and, seeing no doubt in his eyes regarding the card, felt quite satisfied. Although Lin Feng was recommended by the old captain, it was ultimately Lin Feng he had to get along with. So far, Lin Feng's performance, especially his unconditional trust, had greatly impressed Li Chun. Ding Zhu, standing behind them, took in the scene with a sigh. Another person has been swayed by Lin Feng, he thought to himself. Naturally, this exchange caught the attention of the surrounding crowd, who began to whisper among themselves. Who are those two? How can such a solemn testing ground become their dueling arena? Don't speak carelessly. The one wrapped in bandages is Chun Shuren, one of the geniuses of the current Chen family generation. The Chen family? Which Chen family? The questioner inadvertently raised his voice, drawing the attention of those around him. The Chen family, you know, the top-tier family in Central City, controlling 30% of the city's arms market? Damn. So who is that guy betting against him? The others exchanged puzzled looks and eventually shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. A slightly chubby boy spoke up. I may not know the identity of that young man, but I do know that the one standing next to him is the captain of the Special Operations Division's Blevel team. The scene fell silent, and someone even muttered under their breath. Why bother testing at all? These people had to go through tests to enter the training camp, while others had direct recommendations from a Blevel team. Captain, the disparity was disheartening. Amidst the crowd's complex emotions, a round of applause drew everyone's attention back. A burly man stood at the center of the field, pointing to a neatly arranged row of firearms on a rack, and announced loudly, each of you, pick a firearm and come over for the test. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged toward the gun rack. Wow, except for the handguns, they're all 5th-generation firearms? TSK, the Special Operations Division sure is well funded. I've never used a 5th-gen firearm before. I hear they're incredibly powerful. Lin Feng glanced at the bustling areas of rifles and sniper rifles and headed straight for the relatively quiet handgun section. He thought to himself, since the competition is about shooting skills, it doesn't matter what gun he uses. Chun Shuren followed closely behind, also heading to the handgun section. Lin Feng meticulously tested each handgun before making his choice. Meanwhile, he gained a general understanding of the firearms manufacturing level in Yinfeng Central City. It was average. These peak 3rd-generation handguns were likely the limit of Yinfeng City's mass production capabilities. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, with some slight modifications to the production line, producing 4th-generation handguns that met the requirements wouldn't be difficult. Chun Shuren casually picked up a handgun, confident in his shooting skills, regardless of the firearm. Everyone ready? Follow me to the testing area. The burly man, seeing everyone had a firearm, was about to lead the way when a voice from the entrance called out, Wait, there's still me. Everyone turned to see a lavishly dressed, imposing blonde youth at the entrance, accompanied by a woman in a maid's outfit. Damn. It's one thing to be late, but bringing a maid? What's that about? Someone muttered, only to be immediately hushed by the person next to them. Shut up, do you want to die? That's Hua Wushang, the 2nd young master of the Hua family. The maid behind him is the 3rd in command of the city defense force. What? A maid is the 3rd in command? Amid the crowd's astonishment, a sneer came from within. Who knows if it's karma for those families misdeed? Xiao family, Hua family, Long family, all dwindling in numbers. It's a wonder they can even fill these positions. The scene fell silent at these words. Chen Shiren watched Hua Wushang impassively, as if the Chen family didn't belong to these prominent families. The burly man hosting the test was at a loss, looking to Li Chen for guidance. Seeing Li Chen nod, he signaled Hua Wushang to take a gun. The man in sunglasses next to Li Chen crossed his arms and whispered, "What's so special about your special operations division? The Lung family, the Lu family, they've all sent people in, and now the Hua family is eager to join as well." Li Chen continued to watch Lin Feng and the others silently. Hua Wushang approached the firearms but didn't choose one. Instead, he walked up to Chen Shiren. "Chen Shiren? So, the old folks in the Chen family finally let you out? Want to compete with me and see just how worthless those old folks are?" Chen Shiren looked at the twisted expression on Hua Wushang's face and replied calmly, "Hua Mad Dog, stop biting everyone you meet." Hua Wushang's face froze, and even Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Chen Shiren. This seemingly simple young man could certainly deliver a sharp insult. The other test participants wanted to laugh but didn't dare, their expressions turning awkward. "Ha ha ha, Chen Shiren, today I'm going to bite you. Let's see what you can do about it." Hua Wushang sneered, picking up a handgun and aiming it directly at Chen Shiren. "Come on, Chen Shiren. Show me what kind of genius the Chen family has high hopes for." Even Lin Feng frowned at this moment, thinking this guy really is a mad dog. Seeing this, Li Chen finally spoke up, his voice low but authoritative. "If you don't want to test, get out." Hua Wushang licked his lips but eventually lowered his gun. The burly test host, his face dark, led the group to the testing area. The group arrived at the testing ground, and the scene before them left them stunned. Each person had their own 500-meter-long exclusive track, with a stationary mechanical mannequin at the end. A man nearby spoke calmly, 10 bullets each. Hitting 3 is a pass. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd exchanged incredulous looks. A fixed target, 500 meters away, and only 3 hits needed? This seemed easier than a college entrance exam. The group hesitated, clearly not believing that the Special Operations Department's assessment could be this simple. The man stood silently on the side, waiting for the first brave soul to step forward. Lin Feng noticed Chen Shiren frowning deeply, while Hua Wushang's face was serious as he walked unhesitatingly towards his track. His actions immediately drew everyone's attention. Chen Shiren's frown deepened, and Hua Wushang bluntly commented, "A fool with just courage." Someone in the crowd noticed something peculiar. These mannequins may appear fixed, but their feet aren't anchored, and their joints have mechanisms. They're clearly not ordinary targets. They might move, and not slowly. The key is, they might dodge based on the shooter's actions. Upon hearing this analysis, the crowd was first stunned and then gasped. This significantly increased the difficulty. Not only would they have to deal with the irregular movement of the mannequins, but also their potential to dodge bullets. All eyes were on Lin Feng, unsure if he was confident or ignorant. Lin Feng stood firmly on his track, raised his hand to his shooting position, and fired without hesitation. Bang! Bang 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 bang! Bang 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 bang! Bang! 10 shots echoed through the air. The mannequin at the end of the track began to move, its head tilting to dodge the first bullet. But then, a clear ding sounded as a bullet hit its hand. No matter how the mannequin dodged, the ding-ding sounds continued until the last bullet grazed its thigh and hit the ground. The scene fell into a dead silence. In the distance, a man with sunglasses removed them, and Li Chun suddenly stood up. Only Ding Zhu had a satisfied smile on his face. Lin Feng turned to the man in charge of the test. "Did I pass?" The man scratched his head, took Lin Feng's gun, and fired it himself. With a bang, the bullet shot towards the mannequin, but it quickly raised its hand to dodge. This scene made all the testers question, how did Lin Feng hit so many times? The man announced, 8 direct hits and 1 graze, equivalent to 8.5 hits. Passed. Lin Feng nodded and stepped off the track, turning to Chen Shiren. "Your turn now?" Chen Shiren took a deep breath and walked towards the track with Hua Wushang. Both looked serious and fired quickly. The sound of gunfire was continuous, and the other testers also began to take action. 5 hits. 5 hits. 3 hits. 2.5 hits. 3.5 hits. 2 hits. 1 hit. The man called out the scores one by one. Chen Shiren and Hua Wushang exchanged glances and then looked at Lin Feng. They originally wanted to compete, but now had to face this big boss. In the distance, the man with sunglasses pushed them up and asked Li Chun, "Hey, where did you find this freak?" Li Chun replied seriously, "Picked him up in the wilderness." The man with sunglasses scoffed, "In the wilderness? I'd sooner believe my dog can do a handstand and poop." Li Chun ignored the disgusting analogy, while Ding Zhu quietly watched Lin Feng, knowing that this name would be remembered by everyone in an unstoppable manner. After nearly half of the testers were eliminated, the next test began. "Close combat," the man announced. Chen Shiren tightened the bandages on his hands, and Hua Wushang pulled out a butterfly knife, twirling it in his hand like a real butterfly, beautiful yet dangerous. Lin Feng faced his level 8 opponents without any fear. The man finally said, Within 3 minutes, take down the mechanical mannequin you just shot at. Time starts now. Without any hesitation, everyone dashed towards the mechanical mannequins on their respective tracks. The shooting round had already showcased the mannequins' incredible speed, and now they were about to experience their strength firsthand. Clang! The fastest contestant swung his blade at the mechanical mannequin. However, the moment the blade met metal, the intense recoil nearly made him lose his grip. Before he could retrieve his weapon, the mannequin's fist struck like lightning. Bam! A heavy punch landed squarely on his chest, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. Witnessing this, the other contestants couldn't help but gasp. These mannequins were not only fast and tough, but also incredibly strong. Did the Special Operations Division never intend for them to pass this test? Despite their inner complaints, everyone still charged at their respective opponents. 3 minutes was not a lot of time for hesitation. In this chaotic melee, Chen Xian and Hua Wushang stood out. Chen Xian's bandaged fists seemed to match the steel bodies of the mannequins, each collision producing a deafening clang. Li Chun, observing Chen Xian's bronze skin, thoughtfully asked, "Is this the chosen successor of the Chen family head?" The man in sunglasses, arms crossed, responded indifferently, "Chen Xian is indeed the best in the family at our traditional martial arts." His tone suggested there was more to the story. Li Chun, picking up on this, probed further. "So, there are even better fighters in the Chen family?" The man in sunglasses didn't answer, but shifted his gaze to Hua Wushang. Hua Wushang's movements were as elusive as willow fluff, deftly evading the mannequin's attacks by a hair's breadth. His butterfly knife danced like a butterfly, leaving marks on the mannequin's body. Though Qin Xian and Hua Wushang had vastly different fighting styles, their progress was neck and neck. Just as the man in sunglasses was about to turn his attention to Lin Feng, the sight before him left him speechless. Somehow, the mannequin Lin Feng was supposed to be fighting was already on the ground, and he was intently dismantling it with a screwdriver. The man in sunglasses was baffled. He had only looked away for a moment. How had the situation changed so drastically? Li Chen frowned. He had seen Lin Feng's actions, but only witnessed him walk up to the mannequin and lightly tap it before it collapsed. Seeing their confused expressions, Ding Zhu explained, "Lin Feng is highly skilled in mechanics. If I'm not mistaken, those 8 shots earlier hit the mannequin's critical points." The man in sunglasses and Li Chen exchanged incredulous glances. Li Chen asked in astonishment, "You mean Lin Feng identified the critical points of the mannequin just by looking?" Li Chen knew that these mannequins were the result of 3 years of work by experts from the Special Operations Division and the Weapons Research Institute. Although these were weakened versions, their mechanical structures remained unchanged. More shockingly, Lin Feng had taken less than 3 minutes from seeing the mannequins to firing his shots. The man in sunglasses couldn't help but add, "Who is this kid? Really?" Ding Zhu shrugged, slightly exasperated. According to Lin Feng, mechanical principles are universal. Complex machines become simple after a few glances. Hearing this nonchalant explanation, Li Chen suppressed his excitement, marveling inwardly. "Captain, what kind of monster have you sent me?" The man in sunglasses chose to stay silent, focusing on observing his nephew's performance. Half-step crushing fist. Chun Xian roared, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at the mannequin's neck. Bam! With a loud crash, the mannequin's specially reinforced steel neck was broken, sending its head flying. At the same time, Hua Wushang's butterfly knife transformed into a sharp disc, smashing into the mannequin's head. Screech! With a piercing sound, half of the mannequin's head was cleanly sliced off. Seeing the 2 mannequins fall almost simultaneously, Qin Xian and Hua Wushang exchanged glances, then turned to Lin Feng, curious about the close combat prowess of this sharpshooting prodigy. However, what they saw left them stunned. Lin Feng's mannequin was already reduced to a pile of parts on the ground, resembling a 3-dimensional blueprint. Lin Feng was casually toying with the mannequin's head, a slightly twisted smile on his face, making him look rather eerie. Is he even human? Hua Wushang couldn't help but wonder, feeling an immense pressure from a peer for the first time. Noticing their shocked expressions, Lin Feng explained, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. I hit the mannequin's critical points in the first round, making it easier to dismantle in the second." Relieved by his explanation, Chun Xian and Hua Wushang quickly realized something was off. They had struggled to land 5 hits, while Lin Feng had not only hit 8 but had also carefully chosen his targets. Taking a deep breath, Chun Xian walked up to Lin Feng and admitted frankly, "I lost." Hua Wushang, with one hand in his pocket and the other playing with his butterfly knife, scrutinized Lin Feng with a deep gaze, lost in thought. Lin Feng nodded graciously, casually tossing aside the mannequin's head. He wasn't examining the parts out of curiosity, but to gauge the mechanical prowess of Central City's engineers. After all, in his plans, such mannequins would be the mainstay for future home security. A burly man nearby checked his watch and couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. The top families might hold the best positions and most resources, But one had to admit, the talents they nurtured were truly the elite of Central City's current generation. Take Qin Xian and Hua Wushang, for example. They had finished the fight in about a minute and a half, whereas the next fastest contestant would take over 2 minutes. The gap was clear. As for Lin Feng, the freak who finished in under 10 seconds, the burly man chose to ignore him entirely. Such an overpowered performance was beyond his comprehension. Time's up. With a stern shout from the burly man, the testing ground fell silent. All mechanical puppets came to an immediate halt, and those who didn't pass the test reluctantly dropped their weapons. Despite their disappointment, they chose to leave with dignity. After all, everyone here was among the best of their peers, and even if they left, finding a good opportunity elsewhere wouldn't be too difficult. The burly man scanned the area, counting the number of participants who had defeated the mechanical puppets. Including Lin Feng and his 2 companions, only 8 people had passed the test. Considering there were around 80 participants, this success rate was indeed 1 in 10. However, the 80 participants had already gone through numerous rounds of selection to get here. Therefore, the final 8 could be considered 1 in a million. Lin Feng and the others watched the backs of those who failed the test as they left, then exchanged glances and turned their attention to the man in charge, waiting for his next instructions. The man grinned and said, "Since you've passed the test, we can talk about something more pleasant." As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Soon, someone brought 8 suitcases, 1 for each person. Hua Wushang lazily yawned and casually opened his suitcase. As a young master from a top family, he thought nothing could surprise him. However, his expression changed when he saw the contents. "Is this ginseng extract?" he asked, clearly astonished. Hearing the name, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and quickly opened his suitcase. Inside, there were 4 neatly arranged vials of earthy yellow liquid. Ginseng, one of the best supplements for levels below 10, was extremely rare due to its harsh growing conditions. Its market price often reached tens or hundreds of thousands, and the extract was even more luxurious. Each 100 milliliters vial required 3 ginseng roots, costing at least 1 to 2 million star coins and often being in short supply. Even Qin Shuren and Hua Wushang, who had never lacked money, were taken aback by such a precious item. The man continued, "That's right, it's ginseng extract. 4 vials each, as your reward for passing the test. I see most of you are around level 8. I hope by the time I return in 3 days, you'll have all reached level 10. Listening to the man's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel internally. This is what it means to be wealthy. Even at a conservative estimate of 1 million per vial, the 8 of them were walking away with a total value of 32 million star coins. The Special Operations Division must indeed have deep pockets. After the man left, the 8 of them also dispersed. Lin Feng noticed that besides their trio, at least 4 others had someone to pick them up, not requiring any arrangements from the Special Operations Division. This implied that at least 6 out of the 8 came from prominent families in Central City. The ratio was unusually high, but Lin Feng merely noted it in his mind, knowing such matters were beyond his control. When Lin Feng returned to Li Chun, the man in sunglasses was nowhere to be seen, but the card he left behind was still there. Li Chun handed the card to Lin Feng and began explaining, "This card represents an opportunity for the Central City Weapons Research Institute to custom-make a weapon for you. The institute not only has the best weapon experts in Central City, but also the finest forging materials." Lin Feng nodded in understanding. While he wasn't particularly interested in Central City's weapon designs, he was very interested in the top-notch forging materials. Li Qin continued, "However, I suggest you wait until you reach level 10. Although the unique attributes of Qi don't manifest until level 20, some characteristics do show up and can be tailored for during forging." Listening to Li Qin's advice, Lin Feng bowed slightly and sincerely said, "Thank you, Uncle Li." Whether it was because of Zhang Zhao's influence or not, Li Qin's care for Lin Feng was meticulous, almost like a deep familial concern. This uncle was well-deserved. Li Qin smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, saying nothing more, accepting the title. "Let's go. I'll take you home. Focus on breaking through these next few days. The Special Operations Division's training camp isn't easy to pass." With that, he led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu out of the testing ground, heading home. Meanwhile, in another sports car, the man in sunglasses glanced at the expressionless Qin Shuren and couldn't help but ask, "Don't you feel anything?" Qin Shuren looked puzzled and asked in return, "Feel what?" "Like disappointment or frustration," the man explained. "You were a genius, always smooth sailing, and now you've met someone who can crush you. Shouldn't you feel down? Give me a chance to counsel you." Hearing this, Qin Shuren rolled his eyes. "Uncle, you're overdoing it." After a pause, he added, "Honestly, Lin Feng is just too strong. If it were someone like Hua Wushang, who only slightly outperformed me, I might have felt something. But Lin Feng..." Qin Shuren shook his head, unable to continue. The man nodded in understanding. "True enough. But you're not entirely without hope." Hearing this, Qin Shuren immediately straightened up. While he thought Lin Feng was exceptionally strong, He was still interested in any chance to surpass him. The man continued, as Lin Feng himself said, he did get lucky in the second round. His marksmanship is extraordinary, probably not much worse than mine. But his close combat skills might not be as strong as you think, possibly even weaker. And that's your strength. Hearing this, Qin Shiren couldn't help but crack his neck, his bones making a popping sound, showcasing the fighting spirit unique to young people. Elsewhere, Hua Wushang sat in a nanny car, listening to his maid Hua Yao give a similar analysis. Hua Wushang nodded silently, then suddenly asked, "Does the Chun family have a fourth young master?" Hua Yao thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, he should be 10 years old this year." "Why do you ask?" Hua Wushang's gaze turned deep. "In the future, my eldest brother will definitely be the head of the Hua family, so I've been placed here. The Qin family hasn't decided on their next head yet, but with Chun Shiren out of the running, the next head of the Chun family is likely to be this fourth young master." Lin Feng, a 15-year-old half-elf boy, broke through level 10 in just 2 days, and a mysterious chi was born within him. Standing in the newly renovated backyard training ground, his eyes swept over the smooth ground, reminiscing how it used to be a grassy field. Thanks to the nutrient concentrate pills he obtained at the reverse star base, he had the extra money to make these renovations. Lin Feng approached a wooden stake as thick as a calf, closed his eyes, and began to channel his chi. He could clearly feel a strange flow of energy within him, gradually gathering in his palms as he willed it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and with a shout, he struck the stake with his hand like a knife. Crack! The stake broke cleanly, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Lin Feng stared at his hand in amazement and marveled. Is this the power of chi? He then drew 2 daggers, slowly extending his chi along the blades. With a swift kick, the broken half of the stake flew into the air. Serpent daggers twin flow. He seemed to hear the hissing of a snake as his daggers traced serpentine paths in the air. The stake exploded into countless fragments that rained down. Stunned, he murmured, "Is this the true power of the serpent daggers?" Suddenly, a flood of information from various books surged into his mind. Simple analysis of secondary energy, practical applications of secondary energy in shooting, and other educational texts from the mechanical nation, as well as True Chi Explained, a classic from the true martial empire. As Lin Feng quickly scanned through this knowledge, he learned that the mechanical nation referred to the energy produced by breathing techniques and meditation as secondary energy, while the true martial empire called it True Chi. As Lin Feng pondered this newfound knowledge, he remembered the location of the faceless god's mask. The artifact was in the core area of Central City, surrounded by layers of government offices and noble family estates. He began to calculate how he could get close to it. Just then, Ding Zhu's voice called from inside the house, "Lin Feng, Li Chun is here." Entering the house, Lin Feng saw not only Li Chun, but also the man who had previously conducted his tests. Li Chun introduced him. "You can call him Instructor Han." Instructor Han spoke briefly. "The training camp is starting early. We need to leave now. The car is outside." Lin Feng nodded in agreement and quickly went upstairs to gather his essentials. In his workshop, he picked a few items, skillfully disassembling them into parts and hiding them on his body. With everything ready, he swiftly headed downstairs, prepared to embark on a new journey. Downstairs, Li Chun handed Ding Zhu an admission letter. The paper slightly yellowed with age, bearing the words Blackstone High School. "This is your admission letter for Blackstone High School. Just report there tomorrow. They have adult classes, which should suit you better." Ding Zhu took the letter, examined it carefully, and then bowed solemnly to Li Chun. "Thank you." Li Chun patted Ding Zhu on the shoulder, speaking gently, "You were all brought here by the captain. He took care of me the same way, so there's no need for thanks." Nearby, Instructor Han's eyes widened. Taking advantage of Ding Zhu going to fetch some water, he lowered his voice and asked, "Captain, are they really from the wilderness?" Li Chun turned to look at Instructor Han, his expression calm. "Of course, why would I lie?" Instructor Han was momentarily speechless, feeling a sour sensation in his teeth. He thought of Lin Feng's performance and mused. With how Lin Feng performed, saying he's from the wilderness feels like a joke. If he can be this strong out there, imagine if he had been trained in the city from a young age. It wasn't long before Lin Feng came down from the second floor. Li Chun and Instructor Han took a quick glance. Apart from a handgun, he carried no other weapons, meeting the requirements. Lin Feng briefly explained a few things to Ding Zhu before leaving with Li Chun and Instructor Han. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng didn't ride with Li Chun but got into another car with Instructor Han. He waved goodbye to Li Chun and then settled into Han's car. Watching the car drive away, Ding Zhu looked down at his communicator. The screen flashed with a file just sent by Lin Feng. He opened it to find a blueprint of a building that exuded danger. Another message popped up. "Don't worry, when you return, you'll see a different house and a different me." Ding Zhu turned to his room and found 2 items on the table. Upon closer inspection, they were 2 vials of pale yellow liquid, with a note beside them in Lin Feng's scrawled handwriting. "The extract of radix ginseng can help you break through level 10. A simple sentence, yet it conveyed a deep, unspoken understanding between them. Dingzhu quietly pocketed the vials. After getting into the car, Lin Feng noticed two other passengers. One was a petite girl with a nervous look in her eyes. Although her outfit seemed ordinary, Lin Feng instantly recognized it as a highly durable combat suit, likely made with materials so advanced they were not available on the market, indicating her wealth. The other passenger was a robust young man with a wild appearance. He had dyed red hair, wore a thick gold chain around his neck, and sported a fuchsia blazer, fastened with just 2 buttons, exposing a broad, bronze chest. Instructor Han pointed to the girl first. This is Bai Xiaowen. Then to the young man. And this is Nangong Xiao. Finally, he introduced Lin Feng. This is Lin Feng. From now on, you're a team, and you'll need to complete your training tasks together. Nangong Xiao nodded, then suddenly threw his arms around Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen's shoulders, declaring boldly, since we're a team, I'll be your captain and big brother. From now on, I'll have your backs. If you ever need help, come to me. Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine the three of them kneeling before a statue of Guan Yu, swearing an oath of brotherhood. Bai Xiaowen, like a trapped little mouse, tried to escape but couldn't. Under Nangong Xiao's pressure, she softly muttered, Captain. Satisfied, Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng, awaiting his response. Lin Feng, ever straightforward, simply said, Captain it is. Seeing his teammates so compliant, Nangong Xiao wore a pleased smile and gave Instructor Han an approving glance, as if to say, good job. Instructor Han looked at Bai Xiaowen and then at Lin Feng, giving Nangong Xiao a look that seemed to say, as long as you're happy, while thinking, being the big brother now is fine, but can you hold on to it later? Lin Feng turned to Instructor Han and asked, Instructor Han, where are we headed? Instructor Han smiled mysteriously, you'll know when we get there. With that, he closed his eyes to rest, leaving the three of them to stare at each other. Luckily, Nangong Xiao wasn't one to let the atmosphere go cold. He asked, Xiaowen, what does your family do? Bai Xiaowen tilted her head in thought before answering softly, government employees. Oh, so civil servants. Why do you have to think so hard about it? Nangong Xiao then looked at Lin Feng. What about you, Lin Feng? Lin Feng shook his head. I don't have a family in the city. I'm from the wilderness. Hearing this, both Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao were taken aback, their eyes lighting up with interest. Nangong Xiao asked excitedly, you're from the wilderness? I've heard that hunters who venture out say the wilderness is full of treasures. They claim you can make a fortune in the central city just by hunting royal beasts and gathering herbs. Is that true? Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. For the strong, the wilderness might indeed be as Nangong Xiao described. But for someone like Lin Feng, who grew up there, it was more about hunger, violence, and constant fear. For the strong, the wilderness might be a paradise, a limitless treasure trove. But for those of us who grew up there, it's mostly about death. Lin Feng's words, though brief, cast a somber mood over the car. Nangong Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard there's a freak from yesterday's tests. They called him 8.5 shots because he hit 8.5 out of 10 targets in the first round. You were there too, right? Do you know him? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. 8.5 shots? What kind of nickname is that? He shook his head. I don't know anyone by that name. Instructor Han suddenly burst out laughing, drawing curious looks from Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. What's so funny, Instructor Han? Nangong Xiao asked. Instructor Han replied with a straight face. Nothing really, just remembered that my enemy's grandmother passed away recently. Brings a smile to my face. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged puzzled glances, both thinking, what in the world? What does that have to do with anything? The three of them continued their conversation for a while longer, and Lin Feng gradually learned about Nangong Xiao's background. Nangong Xiao claimed to come from a third-rate family within the city, but as he said this, Lin Feng keenly noticed a fleeting expression of distrust on Bai Xiaowen's face. Lin Feng understood that Nangong Xiao might not be telling the whole truth, or at least not the complete story. However, Lin Feng also realized that Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen were equally skeptical about his own story. Although Lin Feng claimed to come from the wilderness, they had clearly seen Li Chen's figure when they opened the door. Furthermore, Li Chen was not present when Instructor Han picked them up earlier. These details undoubtedly aroused their suspicions. As the conversation wound down, Bai Xiaowen stopped paying attention to Lin Feng, and Nangong Xiao, feeling bored, closed his eyes to rest. In the fully enclosed cabin, with no view of the outside and excellent soundproofing, there seemed to be nothing else to do but rest. Time passed quietly, and both Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao began to feel drowsy. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes, sat up straight, and blurted out, "Are we on a plane?" This abrupt question startled Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao awake. They looked at each other, not sensing anything unusual. Their eyes simultaneously turned to Instructor Han, seeking an answer. Instructor Han was equally surprised as he looked at Lin Feng. How did you know? With such good soundproofing, you can still hear it? Instructor Han was incredulous, as he himself had only known they had boarded through the time on his watch. Hearing Instructor Han's words, Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Shao finally realized they were indeed on a plane. They couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with puzzled expressions, wondering how he had detected it. Lin Feng calmly explained his reasoning. First, the vehicle's power system suddenly stopped. Despite the excellent soundproofing, the core system of the vehicle still produced a slight vibration when it stopped. Second, the vehicle was restricted in its movement, which usually means either boarding a ship or a plane. Lastly, even if the vehicle was firmly secured, it is not part of the plane, so there would still be slight shifts during takeoff. Listening to Lin Feng's detailed analysis, Bai Xiaowen, Nangong Shao, and Instructor Han were all dumbfounded, their minds filled with questions. They couldn't comprehend how Lin Feng had noticed such subtle changes. Eventually, Instructor Han gave up trying to figure it out, spreading his hands and saying, "I surrender. This is indeed to get you to the training site faster. Using a car would be too slow. A plane is more convenient." At this, Nangong Shao frowned slightly and asked, "Isn't our training site within the city?" Instructor Han's expression suddenly turned serious. "The city is too small to accommodate a training camp. Besides, our main adversaries don't just operate within the city." Main adversaries? Lin Feng, Bai Xiaowen, and Nangong Shao exchanged glances, the term inverse star simultaneously appearing in their minds. Nangong Shao hesitated for a moment before asking, "Instructor Han, I've always had a question. Why is inverse star so powerful? Their numbers are much smaller than ours. Yet no matter how the four major factions unite and strengthen internal investigations, we always seem to suffer losses at their hands. It's hard to imagine." Bai Xiaowen also widened her eyes, hoping to get an answer from Instructor Han. She had asked her family about this before, but they had been reluctant to discuss it. Instructor Han pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head, unwilling to say more. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. "Technology." Instructor Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Feng continued, "Before I entered the city, I happened to witness the military attacking an inverse star base. I went in to take a look. Inverse star's technology is very advanced, especially in the fields of medicine and weaponry, seemingly more advanced than Central City." Hearing this, Nangong Shao and Bai Xiaowen both had incredulous expressions. They could understand the medicine part, as it was well known that Yin Feng's medicine had its shortcomings. But weapons? Yin Feng was the strongest among all factions. How could they lose to Inverse Star? Instructor Han shook his head and said, "I don't know." Although he denied it, his response was almost an acknowledgement of Lin Feng's statement. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Shao found it hard to believe, but it seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. As individuals with access to some upper-level information, their expressions changed, clearly processing this shocking information. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was secretly pleased. Whether it was Inverse Star's technology or Yin Feng's technology, neither seemed like a big deal to him. More importantly, he realized there could be a huge business opportunity hidden in this. With this thought, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. At the same time, elsewhere, Old Bai was stopped at the manor gate by Lu Qianlan. Although Lu Qianlan's expression was respectful, she showed no intention of letting him pass. "What, girl? Are you planning to keep me from leaving?" Old Bai looked at Lu Qianlan, his tone teasing. "Old Bai, without grandmother's orders, I really can't let you leave." Lu Qianlan responded respectfully. "Girl, are you planning to put this old man under house arrest?" Old Bai laughed, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Lu Qianlan didn't answer, but her silence said it all. Old Bai squinted his eyes and finally said, "Fine, give me the communicator. I'll speak to your grandmother." Hearing this, Lu Qianlan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly handed over the communicator. If Old Bai had forced his way out, she wouldn't have known how to handle it. Old Bai took the communicator and quickly dialed the number. "What? I can't even go out to see my disciple." "Your disciple's information network is quite efficient. Finding out you're here so quickly?" "Of course, what do you expect from my disciple?" "Fine, you can go, but you must be back by tomorrow." Sure, I'll listen to you on this," Old Bai replied nonchalantly. "Give the communicator back to Qianlan." Old Bai nodded and handed the communicator back to Lu Qianlan. "Your grandmother has something to tell you." Lu Qianlan took the communicator, nodded a few times, and then allowed Old Bai to pass. Old Bai left the manor, and a convoy was already waiting at the gate. A tall, sturdy figure stood by the door of the middle car, waiting to greet Old Bai. Seeing Old Bai, the person quickly stepped forward to escort him into the car. Lu Qianlan watched the convoy leave, and then turned to the butler beside her. "Go ahead, bring Dingzhu over." "Yes." The butler responded immediately without asking any questions. After the plane landed, Nangong Shao looked around. Ahead was a dense forest, and behind them was an endless light blue lake. He stood there, unsure of their location. Lin Feng stared at the light blue lake, his face showing concern. The lake water clearly indicated radiation levels were off the charts. He worried that staying by the lake for too long could lead to contamination. Bai Xiaowen looked at the deep forest, a trace of fear flashing across her face. It's so dark. Seeing their reactions, Instructor Han smiled. He casually tossed each of them a signal gun. If you can't hold on, you can fire this. With that, he turned and boarded the plane, which quickly took off as if afraid to linger a second longer. Lin Feng patted Nangong Xiao on the shoulder, interrupting his gaze at the departing plane. Come on, stop staring. This lake is radioactive. Stay too long, and you'll start mutating. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen looked terrified at his words. They glanced quickly at the oddly beautiful light blue lake, and then sprinted toward the forest. Lin Feng shrugged and followed them at a leisurely pace. Just as the pair were about to plunge into the underbrush, Lin Feng grabbed them back. This way. He pointed in another direction. Nangong Xiao looked confused but didn't see any difference. It's higher ground this way, drier, and less contaminated by radiation, Lin Feng explained. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance and decided to trust Lin Feng's advice. After all, he had extensive experience surviving in the wild. The three of them proceeded along the path Lin Feng indicated. Although the surroundings looked similar, they could feel they were steadily climbing. The ground became drier, and the layer of fallen leaves was much thinner. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen noticed Lin Feng's serious expression and couldn't help but ask, "Did you notice something? Why do you look so grim?" Instead of answering directly, Lin Feng asked, "Look at these trees. What do you think?" The two of them examined the trees closely and immediately frowned. The trees were grotesque. Not a single one grew straight. Their trunks twisted and branches tangled chaotically, some even growing into neighboring trees. Such growth patterns were almost impossible in healthy trees. What's going on here? Nangong Xiao asked, puzzled. The radiation might have seeped into the island's groundwater system. Trees growing with that water would naturally look like this, Lin Feng explained. Nangong Xiao suddenly realized a severe problem. So, we don't have any drinkable water? Bai Xiaowen also frowned. This was indeed a tough issue. Even the strongest couldn't survive long without water, and they were only at level 10 or so. Lin Feng suddenly turned to face them and asked, "Do you think the Special Operations Department would send us here to die?" Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao immediately shook their heads. That means there must be supplies on the island, Lin Feng reasoned. We need to figure out where they might have hidden them. Nangong Xiao had a sudden insight. Mutant beasts. There must be mutant beasts on this island. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. That's why you're the captain, quick thinking. Nangong Xiao smiled proudly, then realized this might be Lin Feng's way of pacifying a child. Bai Xiaowen stifled a laugh. Despite feeling a bit peeved, Nangong Xiao asked, "So where should we look for these mutant beasts?" The island is pretty big. From their vantage point halfway up the mountain, they could only see endless forest. Let's keep going up, Lin Feng suggested. Large predators usually prefer dry areas. With that, he started heading toward the summit, followed closely by Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. Suddenly, Nangong Xiao realized that Lin Feng might have planned their route from the moment they entered the forest. Reflecting on Lin Feng's behavior, he couldn't help but question whether this was really the skill set of a wilderness drifter. Even heirs from top families might not perform as well. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a knowing look and silently followed Lin Feng's lead. Soon, they came across a massive tree hollow, inside which they could vaguely see a large, dark figure. "Damn, you guessed right again," Nangong Xiao exclaimed. Midway, Lin Feng had suggested changing direction, and they had indeed found a mutant beast, and it looked formidable. Lin Feng turned to Nangong Xiao and asked, "So, what's the plan?" Nangong Xiao hesitated for a moment before pulling out a handgun from his waist, grinning. "Bet you didn't expect this." But his pride quickly vanished. Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen also took out handguns, with Bai Xiaowen brandishing two. Lin Feng said, "I only brought one, but I packed extra bullets." He shook his sleeve, revealing 3 different colored bullets. Nangong Xiao was speechless. "Seriously? Why are you guys so well prepared?" After a brief discussion, Nangong Xiao volunteered to lure out the giant bear. Just as he was about to set off, Lin Feng called out to him, suggesting he change the bullets in his magazine. Nangong Xiao complied but didn't wait for an explanation before heading toward the bear. Aiming at the dark figure in the hollow, Nangong Xiao fired the first shot without hesitation. Bang! A massive explosion of flames erupted inside the hollow, startling even Nangong Xiao himself. Holy crap! What kind of bullet is this? So powerful! Before he could recover, a deafening roar echoed from the hollow. A giant bear, its head charred black, charged out. It was enormous, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Seeing the behemoth, Nangong Xiao immediately turned to run. Damn, why is this bear so huge? As the bear prepared to roar again, a sharp scream pierced the air, louder than the bear's roar. Lin Feng looked in horror at Bai Xiaowen beside him, unable to believe such a frail body could produce such an ear-splitting scream. He quickly covered her mouth. Why are you screaming? Lin Feng asked. Bai Xiaowen weakly replied, I'm scared. That bear is too ugly. For once, Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Damn it, don't call for help yet. Save me first. Nangong Xiao shouted as he dodged left and right through the jungle. His voice was filled with terror because a three-meter giant bear was chasing him. This massive creature moved on all fours, each stride covering several meters at an alarming speed. Lin Feng quickly patted Bai Xiaowen on the shoulder and without hesitation, ran towards the giant bear from behind. He raised his gun and fired 3 sharp, penetrating bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot hit its mark, slicing off half of the bear's ear. The bear let out a deafening roar, blood staining half of its face, making it look even more ferocious and terrifying. It immediately turned and charged towards Lin Feng. Nangong Xiao was about to fire his gun but saw Lin Feng making a stopping gesture. Reluctantly, he held his firing stance without pulling the trigger. Standing face to face with the giant bear, Lin Feng maintained a steady shooting posture. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots almost formed a continuous line. The bullets seemed to have a life of their own, hitting the bear's ear, nose, and eyes with pinpoint accuracy, with each part taking at least 3 shots. However, the bear's massive size provided it with astonishing defense. Despite the fierce attack, it did not fall. The bear charged at Lin Feng with a terrifying whooshing sound. Lin Feng counted silently in his heart, 3, 2. At this moment, the bear was less than 10 meters away, close enough for Lin Feng to see every drop of blood on its mangled face. Get out of the way. Bai Xiaowen shouted anxiously, struggling to suppress her fear. The bear opened its mouth full of fangs, lunging at Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng could see the barbs on the bear's tongue, he shouted, 1. Instantly, he channeled his inner energy into his legs and leaped high. Using a tree behind him for leverage, he changed direction and rolled 10 meters away. Due to inertia, the bear crashed into the tree Lin Feng had carefully chosen, producing a loud crash. With a sickening crack, its jawbone shattered. The excruciating pain and dizziness left the bear unable to stand. Aim for the rear, fire. Lin Feng commanded loudly. Nangong Xiao sprang into action, emptying his magazine without hesitation. The first 3 armor-piercing rounds cleared the way, followed by 3 explosive rounds to expand the damage, and finally 3 incendiary rounds to finish it off. The lower half of the bear's body was instantly rendered unrecognizable, even making Nangong Xiao wince. Bai Xiaowen lowered her head in shame, unable to bear the gruesome sight. Though Lin Feng had anticipated this outcome, he was still momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Silently, he walked into the bear's tree hollow, with Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen following closely behind. The interior of the tree hollow was unexpectedly tidy, with the floor covered in soft, clean straw. In the deepest part of the cave, they found 3 metal boxes marked with the emblem of the Special Action Unit. Opening the first box, they found various weapons: a sniper rifle, 2 assault rifles, 3 handguns, a knife, and a large quantity of neatly arranged ammunition. The second box contained food and water. The third box was filled with cultivation potions and a map of a small island. Nangong Xiao counted and couldn't help but complain. This food will only last the 3 of us for 3 days. But these cultivation potions could last 6 or 7 days. Lin Feng shook his head. No. These cultivation potions will only last 3 days as well. After a careful inspection, Bai Xiaowen confirmed, indeed, these are nearly 99.9 pure potions. We don't need to worry about toxin accumulation. If we use them quickly, they'll be gone in 3 days. Nangong Xiao suddenly understood the training camp's intention. They're trying to push us to our limits by controlling our food supply. But I love this kind of challenge. His eyes sparkled with determination. In contrast, Bai Xiaowen's mood appeared somewhat downcast. Grab these supplies. We need to leave quickly, Bai Xiaowen reminded. The noise we made might attract other creatures. The 3 of them left the tree hollow with the boxes. Lin Feng glanced back at the bear's corpse and sighed. Its muscle and fascia are filled with visible contaminants, completely inedible. Fortunately, they soon found a suitable shelter, a shallow cave just big enough for the 3 of them, with decent concealment. I'll go chop some firewood, Nangong Xiao said, taking the knife from the box and heading out. Lin Feng approached the boxes, shaking a few parts out of his sleeve and quickly assembling a multifunctional screwdriver. Bai Xiaowen curiously watched him. Lin Feng expertly disassembled the boxes, turning them into a pile of parts in no time. He paid special attention to the small temperature control devices in the boxes containing the cultivation potions and food. I knew it, Lin Feng explained. With the resources of the Special Action Unit, these temperature control devices are definitely standard. Bai Xiaowen asked in confusion, but what's the point of taking them out? As he dismantled the temperature control devices, Lin Feng explained, these small, disposable temperature control units rely on the reaction of 2 substances inside to regulate temperature, controlled by a thermal sensor chip. He snapped a wire, causing the device to stop working. To maintain temperature for so many days, the reaction inside must be quite intense. What if we control it to make the reaction happen instantly in this device? An explosion, Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, as if already witnessing a blast unfolding before her eyes. Phew! Flames danced in the night on the small island, dispelling the damp chill brought by the surrounding lake. The three of them sat around the fire, silently finishing their meals, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen broke the silence with a tearful voice. Am I really that useless? Her voice was filled with self-reproach, clearly upset about her poor performance earlier in the day. Nangong Shao opened his mouth to speak, but found he had nothing to say. Bai Xiaowen had indeed performed terribly, not even daring to fire a single shot. Lin Feng split a piece of wood with a swift motion and tossed it into the fire, causing the flames to leap higher. He spoke bluntly, if your lack of ability caused this situation, I might blame Instructor Han for putting someone like you in, and also blame you for not recognizing your own limitations. Bai Xiaowen lowered her head, and Nangong Shao gestured for Lin Feng to stop. But Lin Feng continued, however, if this is a condition, why blame yourself? Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Shao both looked up in surprise. What? I have a condition? Bai Xiaowen asked incredulously. Nangong Shao scratched his head, puzzled. Being timid is a condition? That doesn't sound right. Lin Feng explained deliberately. Timidity isn't a condition, but weak mental strength and unclear perception are. Bai Xiaowen is a typical case of mental weakness and susceptibility to panic. This is often seen in children, accompanied by physical weakness. With more exercise and robust health in adulthood, the mind usually strengthens as well. But some people remain easily frightened despite physical strength, which is considered mental weakness in the Jinwu Empire and requires special treatments to strengthen the mind. He went on to quote the basic techniques from the Jinwu Empire's Xingyan sect, explaining that there could be many reasons for such a condition. A glimmer of hope appeared in Bai Xiaowen's eyes. Although she had undergone numerous examinations and seen many psychologists, all of whom said it was an unchangeable personality issue, she was willing to believe Lin Feng one more time. Nangong Shao, however, was worried that Lin Feng might be overpromising. He knew Bai Xiaowen possibly came from a family renowned for their medical skills and potions. Lin Feng asked, do you know about meditation techniques? Bai Xiaowen nodded, yes, we have some passed down in our family. I remember one, but I've never been able to master it. Nangong Shao added, yeah, I haven't mastered my meditation technique either. Does that mean I'm mentally weak too? Lin Feng replied, you're not mentally weak. You just overthink. Then he turned to Bai Xiaowen, it's okay. Just follow your family's meditation technique. Skeptical but willing to try, Bai Xiaowen sat cross-legged by the fire and began to meditate. She clearly struggled to enter the most basic meditative state, constantly adjusting her posture and appearing restless. Nangong Shao glanced at Lin Feng, who was staring intently at the fire. In Bai Xiaowen's mind, terrifying images kept emerging. Strange beasts she had seen as a child, the giant bear they encountered today, and the twisted trees along the road, all seemed to come alive to devour her. Just as she was about to give up, a rhythmic sound of tides reached her ears. Outside, Nangong Shao was surprised to see Bai Xiaowen's state stabilize. But soon, her breathing became rapid again, like someone severely injured, exhaling more than inhaling. Nangong Shao was worried but didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a roar broke Bai Xiaowen's immersion. She vividly saw a monster with a snake's head and a scorpion's tail charging out of the darkness, seemingly her greatest fear. Just as she was about to scream and open her eyes, a puzzled sounded in her ears, followed by a thunderous crash like waves against the shore. The tidal water instantly smashed the monster to pieces and swept away all the debris. As the tide rose and fell, Bai Xiaowen's breathing gradually steadied, and she entered a meditative state. Even after the tidal sound disappeared, she remained unresponsive. Nangong Shao looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, it was obviously extraordinary. Lin Feng continued to poke the fire calmly. No way. Did you actually get Bai Xiaowen to master the meditation technique? Nangong Shao asked in disbelief. Even the mental strength masters in Central City couldn't do that. Lin Feng replied calmly, it was a special case. Just like we can't get you to meditate. Nangong Shao rolled his eyes and sat down heavily. Lin Feng took a few training potions and walked out of the cave. Where are you going? Nangong Shao asked. Training, Lin Feng replied. Nangong Shao stayed behind, watching the fire and the meditating Bai Xiaowen. Lin Feng found an open space, took the training potions, and began his practice. In less than an hour, the potions were fully absorbed. He looked at his watch in surprise. Only 30 minutes? He had calculated it would take at least 45 minutes. Looking around at the oddly shaped trees, Lin Feng realized. The Special Operations Department had chosen this training location because the unique environment accelerated training. Unfortunately, they couldn't stay long, or they would be contaminated. He had seen too much radiation damage in the wilderness. Lin Feng opened the Training Acceleration Handbook, which introduced many methods of using mechanical aids for training. He made a mental note to try some simple and feasible ones when he got back. After closing the handbook, Lin Feng took 2 concentrated nutrient pills and continued his training. In such a beneficial environment, he hadn't reached his limit yet and decided to make the most of the opportunity. When Lin Feng returned to the cave, he saw Bai Xiaowen sitting alone by the fire, her hands outstretched towards the flames for warmth. She had a childlike smile on her face and was humming a tune, clearly in a good mood. "How are you feeling now?" Lin Feng asked. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smile even more, nodding repeatedly. "Much better. At home, even with the lights on, I needed my sister or mom to stay with me to fall asleep. But just now, sitting alone by this fire, I only felt a tiny bit scared." Lin Feng nodded, silently lamenting Bai Xiaowen's situation. Although she had reached level 11, slightly higher than Lin Feng, her mental strength was only at 2 points, even lower than Lin Feng's when he was still out in the wilderness. Her mental strength had not grown nearly as fast as his, which had increased almost 1/10 with his levels, nor even as fast as the 2-tone growth seen in ordinary people who didn't practice meditation. It was truly baffling. "Xiaowen, do you or your family have any enemies?" Lin Feng suddenly asked, referring to the snakehead, scorpion-tailed creature. Bai Xiaowen paused, then understood. "Are you talking about that snakehead, scorpion-tailed monster?" Seeing Lin Feng nod, she gave a bitter smile. "Whether targeting my family or me, there are indeed quite a few." Lin Feng shrugged. "That's one of the downsides of being born into a big family. You enjoy the benefits, but you also have to bear the drawbacks. Just be aware of it." Bai Xiaowen nodded, her smile fading as she fell into silence, her mind racing through faces and names, pondering who might be behind the attack. Lin Feng sat down nearby, picking up the map from the earlier box to study it. Meanwhile, Ding Zhu was leaving school, rubbing his fists. He hadn't gone far when someone stopped him. "Are you Mr. Ding Zhu?" the person asked. Ding Zhu frowned slightly but nodded. "Who are you?" "I am the butler of the Long family. Our Miss Lu Qianlan invites you to the Long residence." Hearing Lu Qianlan's name, Ding Zhu's frown deepened. He didn't have a good impression of her, and the old man had been with her for so long without any news, making him worried. Glancing at the luxurious vehicle in front of him, Ding Zhu got in without hesitation. Whether for his own safety or for the old man he decided to go. The butler was taken aback by Ding Zhu's decisiveness, having expected at least some persuasion. As the car drove away, someone who had been tailing them hurried back to report. "It's the Lung family." That was the Lung family's car. "We're in big trouble this time." The car smoothly arrived at the Lung family's estate, and Ding Zhu couldn't help but marvel. The Lung family's wealth far exceeded his imagination. The estate occupied not just land, but an entire mountain. "How much is this estate worth?" Ding Zhu couldn't help but ask. The butler paused, then replied, "Worthless. Worthless. If someone can afford it, the price has meaning. If no one can afford it, it's worthless." Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully and followed the butler into the Long family's gates. After passing through the courtyard, they arrived at a pavilion in the back garden, where he was seated opposite an elderly woman. The butler respectfully bowed to her before leaving. Ding Zhu frowned. "Wasn't Lu Qianlan supposed to meet me?" The Long family matriarch didn't answer directly but said, "I heard you came straight here without any trouble on the way." Ding Zhu didn't like her tone, but saw no need to argue with an elder. The old man left with Lu Qianlan and hasn't been heard from since. "Naturally, I came to see him." "The old man Is that what you all call him?" The matriarch seemed surprised. "Is there a problem?" "Ever since I entered the camp, everyone referred to him that way." Ding Zhu asked, puzzled. The matriarch nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Do you have a good relationship with Yumin?" Ding Zhu realized she was referring to the old man "Pretty good, considering we entered the city together." At this point, he couldn't help but ask, "Where is the old man now?" "Unfortunately, Yumin was picked up by his disciple today. Leave your contact number, and I'll have him call you when he returns." Ding Zhu frowned, then relaxed, but quickly frowned again. "Disciple? He has a disciple for that crippling technique?" The matriarch gave Ding Zhu a strange look. "Crippling technique?" Yumin's leg issues weren't due to his technique. His technique is highly sought after even in the central city. Ding Zhu was bewildered. The old man skills? Highly sought after? Has the central city never seen anything good? It seems you don't really understand him. Tell me about what he did in the camp." Ding Zhu nodded and sat down, beginning to recount everything he knew about the camp. After listening, the matriarch fell into deep thought. Zhang Xiao? Su Gan? These names sound familiar. Seeing this, the butler escorted Ding Zhu out of the estate and arranged for a car to take him back. It wasn't until he was back in the living room that Ding Zhu suddenly realized what had happened. He jumped up from his seat. "What the heck? What did I just say? Why did I answer all her questions and even spill all the gossip I knew? No, it's not my fault. It was that old woman. She did something to me. Meanwhile, Nangong Xiao was fleeing desperately through the forest. He ducked just in time to avoid a fist-sized rock flying past. Bang! Looking back, he saw the rock embedded deeply into a tree trunk as thick as his waist. If he hadn't dodged, his head would have been smashed. Nangong Xiao ran as fast as he could, stones raining down behind him. Bang! 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 The trees along the way suffered, with branches snapping and trunks being shattered. Feeling the wind whistling around him, Nangong Xiao gritted his teeth and kept running, filled with indignation. Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you soon. High above in the treetops, the silhouettes of monkeys appeared and disappeared, each time hurling objects at Nangong Xiao. They're here. Bai Xiaowen alerted, her voice sharp. Lin Feng nodded slightly, peering through his sniper scope. The silhouette of a vine came into focus right in the crosshairs. Bai Xiaowen's eyes were glued to Nangong Xiao's figure as she began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Bang! 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 Lin Feng fired 3 shots in quick succession. The bullets tore through the dense jungle, precisely hitting 3 preset vines. The sudden gunfire startled the troop of monkeys, sending them into a frantic retreat. At that moment, the previously slack vines snapped tight, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Monkeys atop the trees were ensnared like fish in a net, trapped tightly. The vines collided with a deafening crash, mingled with the sound of breaking bones and the monkey screams. More monkeys were swept from the trees by the rapidly moving vines, and even the strongest ones took a while to recover from the fall. I'm coming for you, Nangong Xiao roared, swinging down like Tarzan with vines tied around his waist, landing where the monkeys had fallen. With a rifle in each hand, he unleashed a relentless barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat. The modified bullets from Lin Feng's weapons were devastating, leaving massive wounds on the monkeys. Though they sacrificed range and accuracy, in this chaotic slaughter, they were the most effective weapons. Bai Xiaowen also picked up her sniper rifle, targeting the monkeys that Nangong Xiao missed. Even though she closed her eyes briefly after each shot, her aim was impeccable, each bullet either a headshot or breaking a neck. She claimed it was to reduce the enemy's suffering, though Lin Feng suspected it was more to protect her own psyche. He wisely chose to keep silent. When the last surviving monkey was taken down by Bai Xiaowen, Lin Feng let out a long breath, signaling the end of the battle. They had finally found a way to deal with these troublesome creatures. Lin Feng pulled out the map they had acquired earlier and examined it closely. A red line extended from the bear's den to the center of the island. They were following this path. He marked their current location with an X and counted. That's 5xs, with each representing 3 days. We've been on this island for 15 days. Bai Xiaowen exclaimed in surprise. Only 15 days? It feels like it's been a month or 2. Lin Feng shrugged. Life's been tough, so it feels longer. The Special Operations Unit are real bastards. 3 crates, and all we get are weapons, a bit of food, and some training reagents. We're constantly pushed forward. We know there are more beasts ahead, each tougher than the last, but we have no choice but to keep going. Honestly, this is harder than surviving in the wild. Lin Feng glanced at his data panel, reflecting on how the Special Operations Unit's generous use of reagents had accelerated their progress. Bai Xiaowen's feeling of months passing was understandable from a growth perspective. The island's unique flora had given Lin Feng insights into concocting simple mosquito repellents and antidotes. Despite the lack of mechanical parts, he had learned to create wooden mechanisms using the abundant timber. The vine net trap for the monkeys was proof of his ingenuity. Nangong Xiao stood on the vine net, casually eliminating the trapped monkeys, admiring the clever trap. After their defeat by the monkeys the previous morning, Lin Feng had proposed this idea that afternoon. Observing that the monkeys primarily moved in the treetops, he designed the net to take advantage of their behavior. They gathered a large amount of vines and wove them in a specific pattern, keeping them loose. Using stones and wooden gears, they created a mechanism. When the monkeys were lured in, Lin Feng triggered the device, causing the stones to drop and the net to tighten, capturing all the monkeys at once. The plan worked flawlessly, even better than expected. To reduce their workload, Lin Feng had revised the design midway, reducing the number of mechanisms from 4 to 3 and the number of stones by a third. Nangong Xiao couldn't help but marvel at Lin Feng's skills, thinking the so-called master mechanics in Central City paled in comparison. This was true mastery. Let's move. Stop daydreaming on the net. Bai Xiaowen shouted from the ground. Coming. Nangong Xiao quickly grabbed a vine and slid down. The trio made their way to the monkey's nest, immediately spotting a crate in the corner. Nangong Xiao was surprised. Hey, this crate is a lot bigger this time. The crates were 3 to 4 times larger than before. Click, click, click. They opened the crate to find more weapons, food, and training reagents. The weapons were just bullets and knives, as had become the norm. After the first 2 crates contained guns, the subsequent ones only had bullets and knives. Bai Xiaowen counted the food and frowned slightly. There's a lot of food this time, enough for 10 days. The reagents are about the same. The three exchanged puzzled glances. Why had the Special Operations Unit suddenly changed their strategy? Why were they being so generous now? After tidying up the monkey's dwelling a bit, the three of them settled down. From their observations, they had learned that these powerful beasts had a strong sense of territory. As long as their neighbor's land wasn't encroached upon, they wouldn't interfere. This allowed the trio to rest peacefully. As night fell, each of them took out a handful of stones and began practicing their chi control. This was a trick Lin Feng had learned from his initial studies of chi, and he generously shared it with his companions. The stones spun in their palms, forming tiny vortices. With a mental command of reverse from Lin Feng, the chi shifted dramatically, and the stones instantly changed direction. A slight smile appeared on his lips, indicating his initial mastery of chi control. Glancing over, Lin Feng saw that Bai Xiaowen could already control half of her stones to move slowly, a promising talent. Meanwhile, Nangong Xiao let out a sharp yelp. His face flushed as he tried to control his stones with chi, but one suddenly shot up and struck him squarely on the forehead. Ouch! That hurts! Nangong Xiao exclaimed, clutching his reddened brow. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, about to speak when a sudden whoosh sound came from outside. A signal flare! They all exclaimed in unison, rushing out of the cave. Sure enough, a red streak shot into the sky, exploding into a massive red cloud. The entire island was illuminated by the signal. Soon after, 6 more whoosh sounds followed, signaling that multiple teams had chosen to withdraw. 7 signal flares? So many people are giving up? Bai Xiaowen asked in disbelief. Nangong Xiao sighed. Many were just holding on. Once they saw others giving up, they followed suit. Out of their sight, some teams questioned whether to give up, while others even fought over signal flares. Under the red glow, the island descended into chaos, affecting both humans and beasts. Lin Feng frowned and asked, has it always been this extreme? If so, how does the Special Operations Division manage to form 10 complete tactical teams each year? Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance before Nangong Xiao explained. It's not usually this intense. This year is special because the minister announced his potential retirement, and various factions are desperately trying to place their people in the Special Operations Division. Lin Feng looked at them. So, are you here for the same reason? Nangong Xiao nodded candidly, while Bai Xiaowen shook her head. Not me. I just wanted to challenge myself. After this, I might choose a clevel team. The gaps between blevel and A-level teams are too significant. Important positions are unlikely to be open for me. Lin Feng frowned slightly but said nothing more. He had hoped to find a place to train, not expecting so many complications. The three returned to the cave to rest and adjust their mindset. The next day, their journey was surprisingly smooth, encountering almost no beast attacks. 2 days later, they reached the island's center. Nangong Xiao shot a snake at his feet, frowning. Why are there so many snakes in the central area? Bai Xiaowen agreed. We hardly saw any other animals on the way here. They were probably eaten by the snakes. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, his brows furrowing. This place isn't good. It's damp and sunny, perfect for snakes. That valley over there is probably a snake den. He pointed to a nearby low hill. Let's head over there first. Climbing the low hill, they found fewer snakes. Bai Xiaowen opened the map and quickly frowned. Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, look. This largest red dot. Isn't it that valley? The three compared the map carefully and exchanged glances. Nangong Xiao squinted. It seems the way off the island is in that valley. I knew the Special Operations Division wouldn't let us leave easily. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. The Special Operations Division is really cunning. Let's find a chance to scout the valley first. It might be a snake pit. If we go in recklessly, we could be in serious trouble. Nangong Xiao nodded in agreement. Although he was nominally the team leader, he often followed Lin Feng's decisions. Should we gather some wood? He asked, recalling Lin Feng's knack for building mechanisms out of wood. Lin Feng shook his head. No need. We'll know the situation in the snake pit by tomorrow morning. They returned to Bai Xiaowen, who had already set up a tent. It was a makeshift structure Lin Feng had crafted from crates and tree bark. Though simple, it significantly improved their living conditions. When time allowed, they even took turns to bathe. While the island's water wasn't drinkable, it was fine for washing. That's how they avoided becoming savages. The three of them gathered some firewood to start a campfire. Suddenly, Lin Feng froze in place. What's wrong? Nangong Xiao asked, puzzled. Gunshots. I heard gunshots. Lin Feng said, alert. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen immediately drew their guns, even though they hadn't heard anything. They chose to trust Lin Feng's instincts. After listening carefully, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Not on our side. It's coming from the valley. Let's go check it out. Nangong Xiao said decisively and took the lead. The three of them moved to a vantage point where they could see the valley, choosing a safe distance to observe. Lin Feng set up his sniper rifle and quickly spotted 3 disheveled people fleeing the valley at high speed. Behind them was a river of snakes, a writhing mass of countless serpents surging in the same direction. Whoa! Nangongxiao shuddered. That's terrifying. Bai Xiaowen couldn't even bring herself to look. What should we do now? Should we help them? Nangongxiao asked. Lin Feng shrugged. Honestly, I don't know how we could. Without preset traps, rushing in would be suicide. Nangongxiao nodded in agreement, relieved they had chosen a distant observation point. As the snake swarm drew closer, the three fleeing figures were visibly exhausted. Nangongxiao frowned. Why aren't they firing a signal flare? If they don't, someone's going to die. Lin Feng also frowned. Although he knew there were special ops personnel on the island watching, he wasn't sure they'd intervene without a signal flare. Hey, Lin Feng, look. The snake swarm seems to be retreating, Nangongxiao suddenly said. Lin Feng focused his gaze and, sure enough, as soon as the three people exited the valley, the once menacing snake swarm began to flow back, as if an invisible barrier outside the valley was holding them back. Lin Feng pondered, a few ideas forming in his mind. Let's head back for now. We'll check things out again in the morning, Lin Feng suggested. As they returned to their camp, they found three people standing stiffly in front of their tent, not daring to move. Nangongxiao chuckled. Hey Lin Feng, those landmines you had me set are actually useful. Lin Feng smiled silently, recalling a hunting trip with Ding Zhu years ago. He hadn't set the protective landmines as Ding Zhu suggested, and their tent got stolen, forcing him to work off his debt to Ding Zhu for a month. Cough, cough. Nangong, it's our fault, but we were starving. Please let us go, one of the men pleaded. Nangongxiao approached and his smile widened. Well, if it isn't Lu Wu, the great young master. How did you end up looking like a beggar? You could scrape pounds of mud off you. Lu Wu and his companions looked pitiful, their clothes in tatters, hair matted, and faces etched with hunger. Lu Wu lowered his head. Nangong, I was wrong before. Please, just let us go. Nangongxiao stopped him and turned to his teammates. We're a team. I need to hear their thoughts. Both Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen agreed to follow Nangongxiao's decision. Feeling a sense of leadership accomplishment, Nangongxiao decided to let Lu Wu off the hook. Lin Feng poked the ground with a stick, signaling the three could move. Lu Wu cautiously took a step, and when nothing happened, the other two also relaxed. It was then they realized they might have been tricked. Nangongxiao dug up a landmine, revealing it was just a rock. But when he casually tossed it, the rock exploded in midair, sending hot debris flying and leaving the ground pockmarked. Lu Wu and his companions were stunned, feeling utterly humiliated. Nangongxiao proudly invited them into the tent for some food. They didn't care about their pride and devoured the food ravenously. Curious, Lin Feng asked Nangongxiao, are you and Lu Wu close? Nangongxiao explained, our grandfathers were sworn brothers. I couldn't just leave him to die, but I apologize for the trouble. Lin Feng understood and was now more concerned with how to enter the snake den. Watching Lu Wu and his companions wolf down their food, Lin Feng began to formulate a plan. Just as Lin Feng turned around, he suddenly heard Nanggongxiao's teasing voice. Oh my, Lu, have you not eaten for days? Hearing this, Lu Wu forced a bitter smile and couldn't help but complain. You have no idea what we went through, Nangong. He took a deep breath and continued. Just before we got here, we ran into a huge group of monkeys on the road. Those creatures were insane. They were perched on the treetops, raining stones down on us like a storm. Every hit felt like it could break a bone. Lu Wu's two companions eagerly chimed in. Yeah, you should have seen it. Those stones came down like a hailstorm, with the force of grenades. Another added. The worst part was how cunning those monkeys were. They stayed on the treetops where we couldn't reach them. Lu Wu concluded, luckily, we rationed our food wisely earlier, or else we wouldn't have made it here. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he listened, silently considering that his plan might need some adjustments. These people were clearly not as reliable as he had hoped, which meant he might have to rely more on himself. Suddenly, Lu Wu remembered something and turned to Nanggongxiao, asking, by the way, what did you guys face in the final challenge? The other two also looked at Nanggongxiao with eager eyes, ready to criticize whatever trash they encountered in their final test. Nanggongxiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged glances before Nanggongxiao simply said, monkeys. A heavy silence filled the tent. Eventually, Lu Wu and his companions, finding the atmosphere too awkward, suggested going out to sleep. Nanggongxiao shrugged and said nothing more. Bai Xiaowen, deep in thought, remarked, it seems there aren't many who have made it this far like us. Nanggongxiao nodded, glancing at Lin Feng and said, if it weren't for Lin Feng, we might not have fared much better than them. Bai Xiaowen wholeheartedly agreed, noting that following Lin Feng had not only kept them well-fed but also spared them from much hardship. As night fell, Nanggongxiao and Bai Xiaowen focused on practicing their qi control. Lin Feng, however, deviated from his usual routine. Instead of training, he found a piece of bark and, with a charcoal pen, began scribbling calculations. After a long while, Lin Feng pinched his brow and muttered to himself, if only we had some sugar. Despite having a plan, he lacked the necessary materials, making it difficult to execute, especially on such a desolate island. Why do you need sugar? Nangong Xiao asked, puzzled. Bai Xiaowen explained, sugar is incredibly useful. It's high in energy and is also an important ingredient in many medicines. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, adding, it's a versatile substance. Even in my previous life, sugar was considered a strategic resource. Bai Xiaowen recalled. I remember that some of the food we got came with sugar packets, but there weren't many. Lin Feng shook his head. It's still too little. Nangong Xiao had a sudden idea. The quantity may be small, but we can trade for more. Since Lu Wu and his team made it here, more people will surely arrive. Those who manage to clear the final challenge likely have sugar packets. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. You're right. While they may not give it to us freely, they'll definitely have needs once they're here. Trading shouldn't be too hard. Bai Xiaowen also offered some suggestions. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll leave it to our captain to negotiate for more sugar packets. Nangong Xiao readily agreed, feeling proud of being called captain in front of Lu Wu. Naturally, he wanted to return the favor. Things unfolded just as Nangong Xiao had predicted. Over the next 2 days, more people arrived in the valley, some even stumbling into the snake pit and barely escaping with their lives. Eventually, they started betting on whether the next team to arrive would fall into the snake pit, finding rare amusement in their dire situation. Soon, the last few teams arrived. They were in noticeably better shape than the earlier arrivals, though still ragged, and they had brought plenty of food. As soon as they appeared, they were surrounded. Brother Lu Cheng, we really have no choice but to ask for some food. Shurhan, consider this a favor I owe you. Lend us some food first. Hua Xiao, I have no one else to turn to. Gong Xiao. Requests for food rang out, filling the small mountain with noise. Chen Shuren frowned slightly and exchanged glances with Hua Wushang. They both felt the pressure of the crowd. Before they could decide, Lu Cheng spoke up. Everyone, listen to me. Lu Cheng raised his voice, quieting the crowd. We did manage to get a lot of food from the monkeys, enough to last us 10 days. We can't use it all, and we're willing to share the surplus. I believe others here feel the same. He glanced at Chen Shuren and Hua Wushang, who nodded in agreement. The crowd quickly quieted down, their goal of securing food within reach. Now, they awaited Lu Cheng's next words. Of course, we're willing to share our food because we hope we can all leave this island together. We all know the situation. The snake pit below is too much for any single team to handle. Therefore, we must unite and face the snake pit together. I hope everyone, once well-fed, will join forces to conquer the snake pit. Lu Cheng's speech was met with enthusiastic cheers. He's right. Lu is right. We need to unite. Amid the cheers, Lu Cheng sighed inwardly, realizing his ultimate goal was still not achieved. Nangong Xiao stood proudly at the mountain peak, looking down upon the myriad of beings below. This favored son of heaven had a glint in his eyes and a slight smile on his lips, as if he could see through the hearts of all those beneath him. Lu Cheng was indeed no ordinary man, daring to play his tricks under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He generously shared resources that weren't his, aiming to have the people elect him as their leader. However, such petty schemes couldn't fool the sharp minds present. Though they accepted his offerings, not a single person mentioned electing him, leaving Lu Cheng's plans in ruins. At this moment, Lin Feng calmly patted Nangong Xiao on the shoulder and whispered, Captain, it's your turn now. Nangong Xiao was taken aback, then scratched his head, pondering. His turn? For what? Could there be more schemes awaiting him? While Nangong Xiao was lost in thought, Lu Cheng arrived with his entourage in grand fashion. The crowd immediately noticed Lin Feng and his group's tent spacious and elegant, surrounded by a fence woven from vines, resembling a paradise. Such refinement would be remarkable even in a bustling city, let alone on this deserted island. Whose luxurious tent is that? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It's Nangong Xiao's, another person eagerly replied. I heard they got their hands on some treasure guarded by monkeys. But they're so selfish, unlike the generous Lu Cheng. Exactly, another chimed in. Nangong Xiao and his group set up landmines around their area just to hoard resources. Lu Cheng, basking in the flattery, strode confidently towards Nangong Xiao. This was his chance to showcase his strength. All he needed was to deal with Nangong Xiao and seize the tent, and everyone would fall in line. Nangong, my brother, we've met before, haven't we? Lu Cheng greeted with a beaming smile. Nangong Xiao finally understood the meaning behind Lin Feng's earlier words. He stretched lazily and responded calmly. Yes, we met at the Gong family banquet. Since we're old acquaintances, this should be easy, Lu Cheng continued. We arrived in haste and haven't set up camp yet. Could we borrow your place for a meeting? Nangong Xiao's eyes gleamed with cunning as he replied leisurely. Borrowing a tent comes with rent, doesn't it? What can you offer now? The crowd began to scrutinize Nangong Xiao. Despite his patched clothes, he looked neat and well-kept, suggesting a comfortable life. In contrast, Lu Cheng, though trying to appear composed, was in tattered clothes and covered in dust, just like everyone else. The crowd murmured among themselves. This tent might be out of reach. Suddenly, one of Lu Cheng's lackeys shouted. Young Master Lu shared his food with everyone. Why can't you spare your tent? Exactly. Another lackey echoed. Is the Nangong family's generosity so limited? Without a word, Nangong Xiao turned and walked away, muttering loudly, "What idiots!" His words echoed across the mountain, causing an uproar among the crowd. Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes and glared at Nangong Xiao's back, fuming. He hadn't been insulted like this in a long time. Hua Wushang couldn't help but laugh, having long been displeased with Lu Cheng. This guy strutted around like a big shot without knowing his place. Nangong Xiao's character was much to his liking. The crowd remained frozen, unsure of what to do next. No one dared to force their way in, as they still had to coexist on the island and didn't want to make enemies unnecessarily. Finally, Gong Tianyu stepped forward to mediate. Standing here won't solve anything. Wu, why don't you go talk to Xiao? Lu Wu nodded. Since Gong has spoken, I'll go. He then crossed the fence and headed towards the tent. Moments later, Lu Wu returned and reported to Gong Tianyu. Gong has ordered, and Nangong won't refuse. He said the Bai family girl wants some sweets. A few packs of sugar will suffice. Lu Cheng's face darkened immediately. What? This was blatant humiliation. Gong Tianyu only needed a few packs of sugar, but for him, nothing was allowed? Nangong Xiao was clearly provoking him. The crowd glanced between Gong Tianyu and Lu Cheng, their minds calculating. Hua Wushang smirked, thinking, the real show is just beginning. Chun Xian frowned, realizing that Nangong Xiao was no simple character. In just a few words, he had boosted Gong Tianyu's standing to rival Lu Cheng's. This could fracture the group. Of course, these were just the thoughts of onlookers. Nangong Xiao's true intentions were simply just wanted to get Lin Feng some sugar, and do it discreetly. Gong Tianyu, pleased with Nangong Xiao's gesture, said, since the Bai family girl wants it, let's give her all the sugar we have as a token of goodwill. The crowd couldn't object. With plenty of food, a few packs of sugar were negligible. So, Lu Wu carried 7 or 8 bags of sugar into the tent. When he returned, Nangong Xiao personally greeted them. Nangong Xiao even drew a path on the ground with 2 sticks, telling Gong Tianyu, follow this path. There are landmines on either side, so be careful. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished by the preferential treatment. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Gong Tianyu, the youngest, found it easy to call him brother. Lu Cheng, with no other choice, followed Gong Tianyu into the tent, his face stern. Inside, the crowd was further amazed. The tent was spacious, with a dry, flat floor and a table in the center, enough for 3 to dine. While Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao's sleeping areas were ordinary, Bai Xiaowen's was enclosed. This feels more like a vacation than a mission, someone couldn't help but remark. Something's off. Chen Xian frowned. Where did they get these materials? The crates, weapon boxes, and tree bark. Nangong, Hua Wushang suddenly asked, who made all these things? The incongruous atmosphere reminded him of the person who dismantled puppets in the competition. Nangong Xiao turned to see Lin Feng was gone. Huh, where did he go? He wondered aloud, scratching his neck. Maybe he had something to do. We can ask later. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had reached the edge of the valley, carrying a crate and a bundle of tree bark. He watched the writhing mass of snakes below, cracking his neck. Time to get started. Lin Feng opened the bark bag and took out a spherical object. Taking a deep breath, he hurled it towards the valley. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Lin Feng stepped into the snake-infested valley without hesitation. In the distance, 2 members of the Special Operations Unit witnessed the scene and were stunned. What the heck? Is he trying to get himself killed? One of them whispered. Should we intervene? He's the one Captain Li told us to keep an eye on. The 2 were torn, but what happened next shocked them even more. The sphere suddenly exploded, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. In an instant, the entire valley was shrouded in it. The 2 observers exchanged bewildered looks. By this time, Lin Feng had donned a mechanical-looking mask covering his mouth and nose, calmly navigating through the smoke. Strangely, the snakes in the valley seemed to lose consciousness. Even when stepped on by Lin Feng, they didn't react, as if they couldn't see him at all. Outside a tent on a nearby hill, someone noticed the smoke rising from the valley. What's going on over at the snake pit? Someone asked. Another person responded nonchalantly. It's probably just fog. In such a damp place, it's normal for the valley to get misty. For the moment, no one paid further attention to the unusual activity in the valley. Lin Feng had reached the deepest part of the valley and, just as he expected, there was a cave. The sound of countless snakes hissing echoed in the empty cave, creating an eerie wailing sound. The pitch-black entrance resembled the gaping maw of a demon, sending chills down the spine. The smoke from Lin Feng's sphere couldn't penetrate the cave. He took out a long, rod-like object from the bark bag, aimed it at the cave, and threw it with all his might. The rod ignited midair, spewing bright silver sparks that instantly illuminated the entire cave. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp as he quickly locked onto his target. Deep inside the cave, a giant crimson snake coiled atop a protruding rock, looking down from above with its eyes gleaming ominously. Man and snake, inside and outside the cave, instantly recognized each other as the ultimate threat. The giant snake let out a piercing hiss, demonstrating incredible agility and speed, vanishing into the darkness the moment the sparks died out. Lin Feng's eyes grew calm as he thought to himself, King Viper Hengya, and it's a mutated one. His suspicions were now confirmed. Lin Feng swiftly took out 12 blue and red spheres from the bark bag and tossed them into the cave. Suddenly, he sensed danger and rolled to the side, simultaneously pulling out a rifle from his suitcase. Splatter! Sizzle! The spot where he had just been standing was hit by a glob of dark green venom, which instantly vaporized into toxic gas. Even at a distance, Lin Feng felt dizzy. He quickly adjusted his mask to turn green, allowing him to breathe safely again. Another attack came from the darkness. Lin Feng drew his blade, and with a clang, his sword clashed with the snake's scales, sparking upon impact. Using the force, he retreated but accidentally ventured deeper into the cave. Hengya's form flickered and disappeared from his senses. Standing alert in the cave, Lin Feng held a sword in one hand and a rifle in the other. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Hengya seemed to have moved far away. At that moment, a snake lunged at him from behind. Lin Feng quickly turned and sliced it in half. However, this was just the beginning. A swarm of snakes suddenly surged towards Lin Feng. This was the King Viper's most powerful technique, snake control. The two special operations members had stealthily moved closer and witnessed this heart-stopping scene. Countless venomous snakes reared up, surrounding Lin Feng and attacking simultaneously. Lin Feng was like a lone boat in a sea of serpents, on the verge of being overwhelmed. At that critical moment, Lin Feng slung the rifle over his back and drew another sword. With dual blades in hand, his aura changed dramatically. Kill! Lin Feng roared, unleashing a technique called twin serpent blades. Sweep the world. The two blades created a whirlwind, cutting down everything around him. Enhanced by his inner energy, even the strongest snakes couldn't escape and were instantly chopped to pieces. Within seconds, Lin Feng cleared a 10-meter radius, leaving only snake parts scattered on the ground. The two observers gasped, astonished by Lin Feng's martial prowess. However, they quickly realized that his energy was likely depleted. Indeed, after clearing the area, Lin Feng turned to flee, but it was too late. Under Hengya's command, countless snakes swarmed towards him again. Lin Feng cut down a few approaching snakes and then made a sudden turn, charging towards the densest part of the snake swarm. The two special operations members were about to intervene when they saw Lin Feng assume the same stance as before. Twin serpent blades. Sweep the world. Another powerful slash, and snake parts flew everywhere. The observers were dumbfounded, unable to believe that Lin Feng could still use such a mighty technique again. The casualties this time clearly exceeded those of the last encounter. In the densest area of the snake swarm, mangled flesh gathered into small pools, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The path Lin Feng had charged through was strewn with the remains of venomous snakes, creating a ghastly sight. Having accomplished this, Lin Feng walked out of the cave without any hesitation. Two members of the Special Operations Unit exchanged bewildered looks, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's intentions. Was his sole purpose to reduce the snake swarm's numbers? It seemed pointless, as the majority of the snakes were still in the valley outside, rendered dizzy by his hallucinogenic drugs. What puzzled them even more was that Lin Feng's legendary marksmanship had yet to be displayed. The two men shook their heads in dismay, finding Lin Feng's actions utterly inscrutable. As Lin Feng neared the cave entrance, the massive Hengya serpent once again commanded the snake swarm to attack him. The serpent, now enraged beyond measure, was determined to eliminate this human intruder in its own lair. Its agile body slithered swiftly towards Lin Feng. With its movement, the entire cave erupted as countless snakes formed a writhing river, intent on devouring Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was about to reach the entrance, he suddenly turned around. The two special operations members were astounded, unable to believe the immense internal energy Lin Feng possessed. The snake swarm instinctively scattered at the sight. Even cold-blooded creatures, driven by fear, chose to flee. Even the Hengya serpent paused momentarily, but it quickly realized this was merely a bluff. Enraged at being fooled, its fury ignited further as it launched itself at Lin Feng like an arrow. Lin Feng remained calm, sheathing his dual blades on his back and drawing his rifle. His expression was serene, as if he anticipated the impending battle. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. In just 2 seconds, Lin Feng fired 12 shots, each in a different direction. The two special operations members finally witnessed the true extent of his extraordinary marksmanship. Yet, before they could even express their amazement, a dazzling white light erupted in the dark cave. Meanwhile, in a tent on the foothill, the captains of 17 teams were gathered. Representatives from the top families of Central City, including Lu Cheng, Gong Tianyu, Qin Shiren, Hua Wushang, and Nangong Xiao, sat in the front row. Lu Cheng was the first to speak, proposing a plan to divide the mission into 3 phases: reconnaissance, assault, and decapitation. He speculated that a Hengia serpent was controlling the snake swarm in the valley and suggested locating it first, then collectively sweeping away the swarm, and finally sending an elite team to execute the decapitation task. Though the plan was simple and effective, its execution posed significant challenges. Gong Tianyu subtly prompted Lu Wu to raise concerns, particularly about the difficulties of the reconnaissance phase. Other captains echoed these doubts, questioning who would dare undertake such a perilous task. Lu Cheng attempted to assign the task to the Hua family, but Hua Wushang deftly deflected, suggesting instead that the Lu family should handle it. Lu Cheng found himself in a dilemma, and no one else was willing to step forward. In this deadlock, Chun Shiren volunteered to carry out the reconnaissance mission, proposing to do it alongside Nangong Xiao. At this critical moment, Bai Xiaowen produced an antidote crafted by Lin Feng, invigorating the group. Chun Shiren promptly allocated other tasks. Gong Tianyu would be responsible for clearing the snake swarm, while Hua Wushang and Lu Cheng would handle the decapitation of the Hengia serpent. The meeting quickly reached a consensus, and everyone prepared for action. However, just as Hua Wushang stood up, a loud explosion shook the entire area. The ground trembled violently, as if the entire foothill was quaking. In a state of panic, everyone rushed out of the tent. As the sun set, one corner of the valley was shrouded in the dust of a collapsed section. Everyone realized that the situation was far more complicated and dangerous than they had anticipated. Let's go check it out. Gong Tianyu took the lead, sprinting towards the valley with the others following closely behind. Lin Feng stood before the ruins, spitting repeatedly. The air was thick with dust, making him cough uncontrollably. He surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of relief. 12 modified thermal bombs, enhanced with sugar to increase their explosive power, had finally destroyed the massive creature. Reflecting on the entire process, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. With adequate materials in the outside world, a single bomb could have easily solved the problem. But in this restricted environment, he had to exhaust his true energy to agitate the giant snake, guiding it to the trap center before detonating the explosives. The fragile geological structure had clearly been altered. Had he known earlier, his combat strategy would have been much simpler. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly turned around, frowning. The collapse had disturbed the snake-repelling powder, and the valley's poisonous snakes were now raising their heads, all staring intently at this intruder. 2 members of the Special Operations Unit exchanged glances from their hidden position. Should we intervene? One hesitated. The other checked his watch, equally uncertain. The biochip in the giant snake's body indicated its life was rapidly depleting but not yet entirely gone. According to protocol, they couldn't reveal themselves yet, though the snake's death was inevitable. Maybe we should step in? This guy managed to clear the level alone. He's definitely talented. Yeah, and with backing from higher-ups it should be fine, but wouldn't that break the rules? As the two debated, Lin Feng made a move. He put down his gun, gripping a long knife in each hand. The Special Operations Unit members widened their eyes, thinking, is he really going to keep fighting? However, Lin Feng's stance was unusual. He shouted, twin snake blades, roaming the world. Instantly, his true energy infused the blades, making them seem like 2 snakes dancing in the air. Unlike ordinary combatants who moved with their weapons, Lin Feng's entire body followed the blades' trajectories. In just 10 seconds, Lin Feng had dashed out of the valley. Without the giant snake's control, the other snakes, long confined to the valley, were unable to pursue. They began to scatter, no longer concerned with the human. The Special Operations Unit members looked at each other, realizing their worry was unnecessary. Lin Feng had it all planned out. Still, they wondered, how does he have so much true energy? Maybe that's what sets a genius apart, always exceeding common understanding. Just outside the valley, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing. Thankfully, he used his swords to steady himself. This battle had drained all his true energy. If not for his mastery in controlling it, minimizing waste, he wouldn't have managed a second roaming the world, let alone escaped. After a brief rest, Lin Feng sheathed his swords and stood up. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Lin Feng? Hua Wushang looked at the blood-soaked Lin Feng in shock, his expression complicated. Though he had suspected as much, seeing it was still hard to believe. The task was incredibly challenging, even for him, which was why he had initially refused Lu Cheng's request. Mission accomplished. Any problems? Lin Feng said calmly, walking past Hua Wushang. After a few steps, he encountered a large group. Lu Cheng, Qin Xian, Gong Tianyu, Nangong Xiao, and Lu Wu were all gathered. Lin Feng, Chun Xian exclaimed. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen quickly moved to support Lin Feng on either side. You're covered in blood. What happened? Nangong Xiao asked with concern. Bai Xiaowen also looked at Lin Feng, worried. Lin Feng smiled at them. Just cleared the level solo. Looks like it turned out all right. He lightly patted them, indicating they didn't need to support him. I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest for a while. With that, Lin Feng walked towards the low hill, accompanied by Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. The crowd parted to let them through, watching as they left. Did he really clear the snake pit alone? He's right in front of you. What more proof do you need? The group buzzed with discussion, but Lu Cheng, Chen Xian, and the others remained silent at the front. Let's check it out, Gong Tianyu said, heading towards the valley. From the top of the valley, they saw several snakes still slithering around, but their numbers were far fewer than before. More importantly, even at the valley's edge, they didn't encounter the previous swarm of snakes. Clearly, the giant snake was dead. Everyone's eyes turned to the collapsed corner of the valley, bewildered. They couldn't fathom how Lin Feng had accomplished all this. Even the Special Operations Unit members, who had been observing, were astonished. Though they had seen every step Lin Feng took, they couldn't fully grasp how he did it. Suddenly, one of their watches beeped, indicating the giant snake had completely died. One member called headquarters. The mission is complete, but there was an unexpected development. Unexpected? What happened? The final stage was cleared by a single person. The other end of the line fell silent for a long time. Finally, the voice spoke again. Did you just say the last stage was cleared by one person? Did he force everyone else to sacrifice themselves for him? Listening to the increasingly agitated voice, the Special Operations Unit member felt helpless. Boss, I'll send the video over. See for yourself. Hurry, send it immediately. In the top floor meeting room of the Special Operations Department, the atmosphere was tense. Lu Qianlan, Li Qian, and Captain Lu Heng of Team C were quietly discussing something, while Captain Miao Yi from the Inspection Division, the head of logistics, and the head of training appeared disinterested. After the discussion ended, the captain of the Inspection Division impatiently checked his watch and frowned. Why isn't the boss here yet? Miao Yi explained. I saw someone enter the boss's office on my way here. He might be held up with something? Lu Qianlan suddenly asked. Is the new recruit training almost over? Miao Yi nodded. Yes, it's down to the final challenge. Lu Heng's interest was piqued. The final challenge? Is it that snake pit you designed? Everyone present showed knowing expressions. They had all seen the challenging snake pit when Miao Yi asked for their help in setting up the island. Miao Yi smiled. Yes, it's the first time we're using it. I wonder how long it will take them to clear it. Li Chen asked. Any promising candidates? Miao Yi replied. Based on their performance so far, Lu Cheng from the Lu family, Gong Tianyu from the Gong family, and Qin Xian from the Qin family all seem promising. Li Chun waved his hand. Any talented ones from nunlight backgrounds? Miao Yi thought for a moment. There are a few with potential. I'll give you a list later. Suddenly, Miao Yi seemed to remember something and said to Li Chun. Oh, by the way, your friend Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao, their performance was quite impressive too. Lu Heng keenly noticed Miao Yi's choice of words. Impressive? Li Chun interrupted. Let's discuss this after the meeting. Everyone could see Li Chen's favoritism towards this friend. Just as Lu Heng was about to make a joke, a subordinate rushed into the meeting room and approached Miao Yi. Miao Yi immediately became alert. What's wrong? After hearing the report, Miao Yi stood up abruptly. What? At that moment, a burly man with a resolute face, draped in a coat, walked into the room. It was Lei Xiao, the minister of the Special Operations Department. What happened to scare you like this? Lei Xiao asked sternly. Everyone stood up to salute. Lei Xiao gestured for them to sit down and then turned his gaze to Miao Yi. Tell us, what's going on? Miao Yi looked at Li Chun, and everyone's eyes followed. Li Chun, looking puzzled, suddenly stood up. Did something happen to Lin Feng? Miao Yi nodded. Something did happen, but not what you think. Lin Feng cleared the snake pit alone and even blew it up. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Qianlan couldn't help but ask, did you let Lin Feng bring explosives in? Li Chen glared. Are you crazy? How could I let anyone bring explosives in? Lu Heng was puzzled. Then how did it blow up? Miao Yi's subordinate explained. We don't know the exact details, but it seems he dismantled the temperature control device from the food and medicine boxes and combined it with the sugar from the sugar packets to make a triggered bomb. Everyone was bewildered. Lei Xiao looked at the head of logistics, Li Si, with interest. Is that possible? Li Si adjusted his glasses. Theoretically, yes, but the practical difficulty is extremely high. The temperature control device alone is very hard to dismantle and… Lei Xiao interrupted. Possible is good enough. Li Si muttered under his breath. A bunch of illiterates. Lu Heng pondered. So, This Lin Feng kid really completed the challenge solo within the rules? Miao Yi confirmed with a nod. Lei Xiao asked, if he cleared it, bring him back, right? What's the issue? Miao Yi explained, the final challenge is meant to test team cooperation. Now that one person cleared it alone, it loses its purpose. Lei Xiao turned to Lu Qianlan. Qianlan, didn't you report a few peripheral members of the NI Xing group hiding in the outer city yesterday? Lu Qianlan nodded. Yes, though they are peripheral members, they are closely connected to NI Xing, just short of an initiation ceremony. Lei Xiao waved his hand. Our training camp is meant to match those peripheral members. Since they are of the same level, there's no problem. Lu Qianlan understood Lei Xiao's intention but couldn't stop him. Lei Xiao looked at Miao Yi. Got it? Bring them back first, and we'll add another test at the training camp. A few days later, a plane landed by a low hill. Instructor Han stood at the cabin door and shouted, everyone, get on. All eyes were on Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowing. Lin Feng calmly led the other two onto the plane. Instructor Han nodded at Lin Feng. Well done. Once the plane took off, everyone visibly relaxed. Shortly after, they landed in the satellite city and were taken home by the Special Operations Department's special vehicles. After exchanging contact information with Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen, Lin Feng got off the vehicle. Instructor Han said to him as he left, we'll pick you up in 3 days. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing a deeper meaning in those words. Lin Feng pushed open the door and stepped into the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar house. On the surface, everything seemed the same except for a few new paint marks. However, he keenly noticed the subtle signs of modifications and nodded in satisfaction. Ding Zhu had indeed done a reliable job. After a quick wash, Lin Feng approached the hidden door on the first floor. As the designer of the blueprints, he knew all the secrets of this place. He placed his palm on the hidden door, and a cold mechanical voice immediately sounded, verification passed. The hidden door slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Descending the stairs, Lin Feng soon arrived at a high-tech underground room. The all-metal space was divided into 3 levels, a potion room, a mechanical workshop, and a testing area. The rudimentary instruments he once used had all been upgraded, and now looked brand new. Lin Feng carefully took out the cultivation potions he had brought back from the island and placed them in the potion room. The potential of these potions had not been fully realized due to the limited conditions on the island. With some slight improvements, their effectiveness could easily be doubled. As he opened his phone to purchase some supplies, Lin Feng suddenly froze. His account balance was down to just 5 million. He quickly recalled his previous expenditures. Over 40 million to Ding Zhu for the nutrient concentrate pills, 20 million to Old Bai, and 10 million to Huangzhong. By his calculations, he should still have 70 million left. Could Ding Zhu have been scammed? Lin Feng frowned as he checked the transaction records and found that all the recipients were anonymous accounts. He suddenly realized that Ding Zhu had chosen special channels for the suppliers to avoid attracting the attention of the central city's authorities. Although the prices were higher, it was reasonable from a safety perspective. Lin Feng understood that he needed to devise a plan to make money. However, the immediate priority was to establish himself in the Special Operations Department. With that connection, future endeavors would be much easier. He knew that in a place like the central city, every significant transaction was controlled by powerful families. To survive here, he needed to cloak himself with a tiger skin. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng entered the mechanical workshop and focused on his work. He decided to create a powerful firearm tailored to his needs, rather than upgrading the inherently flawed weapons of the central city. By evening, Ding Zhu returned home from school, followed by a tall girl with wavy blonde hair. The girl had a voluptuous figure and, even in flat shoes, was only slightly shorter than Ding Zhu. This is your house? The girl crossed her arms and looked disdainfully at the house. With such a nice place, you still claim to be from the wilderness. Ding Zhu glanced back at her and replied coolly, who said people from the wilderness have to be poor? You've seen my house now, you can leave. The girl shook her head and said, no way. I'm moving in a few days, so I need to check out the interior first. Ding Zhu frowned. When did I agree to let you move in? I only said Xiao Jie could come. I don't trust Xiao Jie coming alone. As her big sister, I have to come along to prevent someone from turning into a beast in gentleman's clothing. The girl pointed accusingly at Ding Zhu. Standing on the balcony, Lin Feng watched the scene with interest. Ding Zhu looked up and saw Lin Feng, and the blonde girl noticed him too. Hey, you have a roommate? Yeah, Ding Zhu replied briefly and eventually let the girl into the house. Ding Zhu went upstairs to find Lin Feng and briefly explained the situation. He had met a girl named Jiang Jie at school who had helped him. Now, Jiang Jie's family was in trouble, and she needed a place to stay for a while. Lin Feng nodded in understanding and asked about the blonde girl's identity. That's Yano, Jiang Jie's close friend who often calls herself Jiang Jie's big sister, Ding Zhu said helplessly. All right, we have enough rooms. If they want to come, let them, Lin Feng said indifferently. Ding Zhu nodded and went downstairs, soon leaving with Yano. presumably to pick up Jiang Jie. Looks like Ding Zhu's school life is quite interesting, Lin Feng mused to himself, rubbing his chin. Then he shook his head and returned to the underground lab to continue his work. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaowen returned home. As soon as she entered the door, she felt her face enveloped by something soft. Sis, Bai Xiaowen called out playfully, knowing that this warm embrace belonged only to her sister. Upon hearing Bai Xiaowen's voice, Bai Xiaoya didn't loosen her grip. Instead, she hugged her sister even tighter. Her voice was gentle, but carried a hint of coldness. I know everything. Don't worry, no matter who is behind this, I will make them pay. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen broke free from her sister's embrace and said firmly, Sis, I want to take revenge myself. This declaration left their usually kind and gentle parents stunned, staring at their daughter in disbelief. Bai Xinshu, regaining his composure, exclaimed, All right, since we have a lead, I, Bai Xinshu, will spare no expense to find the culprit. Turning to Bai Xiaowen, he asked, Do you know where that Lin Feng lives? I have some matters to discuss with him. Bai Xiaowen nodded and said, We exchanged addresses and communication device numbers before we parted. Fine, you go freshen up and rest. After dinner, we'll go, Bai Xinshu said. Meanwhile, Nangong Xiao, having finished freshening up, stepped out of his room and looked around, puzzled. Aunt May, have you seen my father? He asked. A graceful and charming woman replied, Your father will be back in a while. I heard there's been some chaos in the outer city, and a few of our shops are having issues. Nangong Xiao was quite surprised, wondering how their shops could be in trouble. He went to his father's study and began searching for books related to machinery. Suddenly, a tall and muscular figure silently entered the study. What are you looking for? Nangong Zhenshou asked. Nangong Xiao recounted his encounter with Lin Feng on the island, emphasizing that Lin Feng's mechanical skills far surpassed those of ordinary masters. After hearing this, Nangong Zhenshou decided to seek Lin Feng's help immediately. It turned out that it wasn't the shops, but the factory that had problems. At the same time, Chu Yin and his men arrived at Lin Feng's residence. Ding Zhu had just finished arranging accommodations for Yano and Jiang Jie when he heard a knock on the door. Opening the door, Ding Zhu found Chu Yin standing outside. Chu Yin sneered, Ding Zhu, you used the Lung family as a shield, and all you got was a mere interrogation. Ding Zhu frowned, not understanding Chu Yin's implication. He sternly replied, Chu Yin, this is not a place for you to cause trouble. Leave. Chu Yin smirked. I'll leave if you hand over Jiang Jie. Yano stepped in front of Jiang Jie, angrily confronting Chu Yin. But Chu Yin ignored him and looked at Jiang Jie, saying, Jiang Jie, your parents are still detained, owing us 35 million. You don't intend to dodge the debt, do you? Jiang Jie looked utterly desperate. The amount was far beyond her family's means. Ding Zhu coldly replied, Chu Yin, no matter how much Jiang Jie owes your family, you have no right to take her. Now, leave my house immediately. Just as the tension was about to reach a breaking point, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh, so this really is Lin Feng's place. With so many people blocking the door, I almost thought I was at the wrong address. Everyone turned around to see a row of burly men standing behind them, all dressed in neat black suits, wearing bowler hats, with faint claw tattoos visible on their necks or hands. Chu Yin's men, feeling intimidated, shouted nervously, Who are you? Pretending to be a gang in the central city? Watched too many movies, huh? Oh, it's been a while since anyone talked to me like that. Interesting. As he finished speaking, the burly men parted in unison, revealing Nangong Xiao, dressed in a striking magenta suit with bright red hair. Chu Yin glared at Nangong Xiao's ostentatious display and arrogant demeanor, his anger surging. Just as he was about to reprimand him, he was caught off guard by a heavy blow. With a resounding slap, Chu Yin was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Nangong Xiao looked down at Chu Yin with a cold expression and sneered, Raised on filth, no manners when you speak. Chu Yin struggled to get up, but the world spun around him, and he collapsed again, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His lackey stood in shock, unable to believe how quickly Nangong Xiao had struck. Nangong Xiao turned to one of Chu Yin's henchmen and ordered, You, come here. The man was so frightened he nearly burst into tears, stammering, Boss, we're just errand boys. We only follow his orders. Nangong Xiao dismissed his fear. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to hit you. Just call his family and tell them someone beat up their son, and they need to come immediately. Hearing this, Chu Yin, still on the ground, tried to speak, but his swollen face made it difficult to articulate. Seeing this, Nangong Xiao kicked him in the chest, the sound of breaking bones echoing clearly. Did I tell you to speak? Nangong Xiao questioned coldly. Chu Yin spat out more blood, too terrified to say another word. Jiang Jie and Yanua watched in horror, realizing that Nangong Xiao was even more tyrannical than Chu Yin. The henchman, trembling, dialed the number. On the other end, a calm voice answered, Hello, what has Chu Yin done now? Before the henchman could respond, Nangong Xiao snatched the phone. 47, Rose Branch Road, 3rd Avenue. Come quickly. Your son is about to be beaten to death. He crushed the phone in his hand, reducing it to rubble. Everyone present was paralyzed with fear, not daring to move. Meanwhile, the head of the Chu family received the call, his face darkening. Realizing the opponent was young but extremely arrogant, he knew they must have a powerful background. He immediately contacted another person, briefly explained the situation, and set out for the address Nangong Xiao had given. At that moment, Ding Zhu suddenly announced, "A car is coming." Nangong Xiao turned to look, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. Well, this is getting interesting. A convoy of white cars pulled up on the other side of the street, contrasting sharply with Nangong Xiao's black fleet. Two girls stepped out of the central white car. The younger one wore a white dress, while the older one was in military uniform. They greeted the people in the car parked at the entrance before walking over. Bai Xiaoya glanced at Chu Yin on the ground, then at Nangong Xiao. "Young Master Nangong, are you beating people up for fun?" Nangong Xiao explained, "Sister Xiaoya, you're mistaken. I'm here to rid the world of scum today." He nudged Chu Yin with his foot. "This guy ruined a girl's family and tried to force her to go with him. He's pure scum." After hearing the story, Bai Xiaoya and Bai Xiaowen looked at Chu Yin with disdain. Bai Xiaoya turned to Jiang Jie and Yanhua. "Which girl was the victim? I'll take you to get your parents out first." Jiang Jie timidly stepped forward, tears welling up in her eyes. Bai Xiaoya felt a pang of sympathy and hugged her. "Don't worry, with me here you'll be fine." Jiang Jie sobbed. "My brother is still in the hospital." Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but curse. What a scumbag. Nangong Xiao immediately stomped on Chu Yin's right leg, exposing the bone. Chu Yin screamed in agony, only to be kicked in the mouth again by Nangong Xiao. "I told you not to speak." Nangong Xiao warned coldly. At that moment, another convoy drove into Rose Street. The residents peered out curiously. Such a spectacle was rare even in the central city. Inside one of the cars, the head of the Chu family was talking to the head of the Lin family. The Chu family head spoke humbly. "I really need your help this time, Brother Lin." The Lin family head reassured him. "Don't worry, it's just a squabble between kids. I'll mediate, and everyone will be satisfied." The Chu family head expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Brother Lin. After we resolve this, let's stay at my club for the night." Hearing this, the Lin family head's eyes lit up. He knew the Chu family club was renowned, especially for its exceptional hospitality. After the convoy stopped, the heads of both families got out, only to see the black and white convoys on either side. The Lin family head glanced at the license plates and his face changed dramatically. Ignoring the Chu family head's questions, the Lin family head quickly approached the central white car, respectfully asking, "Is the head of the Bai family here?" A nonchalant voice came from inside. "Go to the other side. The head of the Nangong family is there." The Nangong family? The Lin family head felt his mind explode. Translation. What's so special about today? Even the great Buddha has come out. In the heart of Lin Feng City, an extraordinary gathering was taking place. The names of the 8 top families Lu, Long, Bai, Qian, Xiao, Gong, Hua, and Xin echoed through the air, each representing a powerhouse above level 30 and enormous stakes in the Lin Feng factions. However, the rise of the Nangong family had disrupted this balance. The legendary story of the Nangong family patriarch was well known in the city. A small-time figure from the outer city's underworld who overcame numerous obstacles to become a force beyond level 30. This achievement shocked the entire central city of Lin Feng and forced the other families to reconsider their interests. To prevent conflicts, the 8 families carved out a new domain for the Nangong family, the underground industry. In this gray area, the Nangong family could freely trade in goods of dubious origins, breaking the boundaries between the inner and outer city. Over time, the Nangong family's influence expanded, their legitimate businesses grew stronger, and they even began to crack down on some of the more sordid underground trades. At this moment, the head of the Lin family walked heavily towards another car. His heart was filled with anxiety because he knew who was inside the head of the Nangong family. The Lin family? This has nothing to do with you. Leave. A cold voice from Nangong Jinsho came through, laden with clear displeasure. The head of the Lin family sighed in relief, nodded repeatedly in thanks, and quickly left. Seeing this, the head of the Chu family realized something was amiss, and was about to follow when a chilling title reached his ears, the King of the Underground. These 4 words struck like a heavy hammer, causing the head of the Chu family to turn ashen and his hands to tremble uncontrollably. How had they gotten involved with this legendary figure? "Come, let's talk inside." Nangong Xiao called out from the courtyard, beckoning the head of the Chu family. With his head lowered, the head of the Chu family walked into the courtyard, seeing his son, Chu Yin, lying on the ground, his anxiety spiking. Nangong Xiao unceremoniously placed a hand on his shoulder and nudged Chu Yin with his foot. "Your son?" Nangong Xiao said curtly. Yes, my son. He was ignorant. The head of the Chu family stammered, but was cut off. I ask you answer. Nan Gongxiao demanded sharply. The head of the Chu family could only nod in agreement. Jiang Jia, watching from the side, couldn't help but think of scenes where gangsters collected protection money, feeling both shocked and doubtful. Nan Gongxiao continued, forget it, having a son like this is your family's misfortune, but compensation is still necessary. The head of the Chu family immediately bowed, promising to make full amends. However, when Nan Gongxiao mentioned a debt of 35 million, the head of the Chu family felt like crushing his son underfoot on the spot. No, no, my son was mistaken. It's our family that owes the young lady's family 35 million. The head of the Chu family gritted his teeth and said. Only then did Nan Gongxiao seem satisfied, patting his shoulder and letting him take his son away. As for Chu Yin's henchmen, Nan Gongxiao's men broke each of their legs on the spot. Just as the head of the Chu family was about to leave with Chu Yin, another car pulled up at the door. Li Qian stepped out, frowning at the chaotic scene before him. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been working diligently, opened the door and asked, Ding, is dinner ready? Seeing the crowd at the door, Lin Feng was stunned. What just happened? Finally, Lin Feng invited everyone inside. He first spoke with Bai Xiaowen's parents, explaining the situation about the mark and providing a prescription. Although the Bai family had strong medical capabilities, they accepted the prescription out of courtesy. As the Bai family took their leave, Bai Xiaoya warned Nan Gongxiao, but he responded fearlessly. Only then did Nan Gongxiao emerge from the car to consult Lin Feng about the metal production line issue. After analyzing, Lin Feng suggested checking the warehouse and raw materials, making the Nangong family realize the problem might lie with Nangong Haisha. Nangong Zhao's expression turned grim, but he decided to handle it upon returning. Watching the Nangong family depart, Li Chun turned to Lin Feng and remarked, It seems you had a good time on the island. Uncle Li's sudden visit caught Lin Feng by surprise. He had just come out of the lab, still immersed in his experiments, and was unaware of what was happening outside. Uncle Li, is there something you need from me? Lin Feng asked curiously. Li Chun smiled and explained, It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask which team you prefer to be assigned to. Lin Feng shook his head and replied honestly, Uncle Li, to be honest, I don't know much about any of the 3 teams. I'll leave the decision to you. Li Chun nodded in agreement. All right, just do your best on this mission. You don't need to push yourself too hard. I'll handle the rest. Sensing the deeper meaning in Li Chen's words, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. They chatted for a while longer before Li Chen patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Li Chen turned to Yano. Princess Yano, I know you don't want to go back yet, but Due Course has sent several letters to our Foreign Affairs Department and included some items for you. Make sure to pick them up. With that, Li Chen gestured to Yano and left. Yano was momentarily stunned, while Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged puzzled looks. Yano's expression turned serious as she stared at Lin Feng. Have you joined the Special Operations Department? Lin Feng looked at Yano with interest. How did you know? Because I know who Li Chen is, Yano explained. Is he well known on your side too? Lin Feng was puzzled. The title Due Course sounds like someone from Dongbin. The Special Operations Department usually doesn't operate that far out, right? Yano didn't answer directly, but began to recount the history of the Special Operations Department. Originally, the Special Operations Department had members from all 4 factions. It gathered top talents with one goal, to combat the Nixing. At that time, Nixing frequently carried out terrorist attacks in major cities. As the department's achievements grew, so did its power. Until one day, a new division was added, the Inspection Department. From that point on, the nature of the department changed. Lin Feng immediately grasped the implication. With immense power and the ability to monitor everyone, it's basically like the Jinyui. But the Jinyui serve the emperor. Who does the Special Operations Department serve? Yano nodded. So, while the department seems powerful, the burden it carries. You understand? Lin Feng frowned, but quickly relaxed. What did this have to do with him? He joined the Special Operations Department to gain resources for his training. Internal power struggles or external pressures, none of it mattered to him. Once he advanced quickly, he'd be able to handle any situation with sheer strength. Having figured this out, Lin Feng changed the subject. I'm hungry. He sat down at the table to eat, and after finishing, he hurried back to the lab to continue his work on gunmaking. As Lin Feng left, Yano turned to Ding Zhu. Is Lin Feng a relative of yours in the city? No, we came from the wilderness together, Ding Zhu replied. Yano was astonished. Are you sure? He seems so young, yet he passed the Special Operations Department's assessment. Can someone like that come from the wilderness? Ding Zhu shrugged. He is young, the same age as Jiang Jia, 15. As for his current skills, he developed them all on his own. It has little to do with the wilderness. Yano and Jiang Jia exchanged incredulous looks. Meanwhile, at the Bai family residence, Bai Xiaoya and Bai Xiaowen lay on the same bed. Bai Xiaoya noticed her sister was wide awake and smiled. What's on your mind? Are you thinking about Lin Feng? Bai Xiaowen blushed. No, I'm not. Look at you. Your face is all red, and you say you're not. Bai Xiaoya pulled her sister into her arms. Come on, do you like Lin Feng? Bai Xiaowen calmed down. I don't know. Lin Feng has helped me a lot, but I can't tell he's not very interested in any of us. Bai Xiaoya rolled her eyes. He's a man. If you both got naked and lay in bed together, let's see if he's interested then. Bai Xiaowen's face turned beet red. Sis, what are you saying? We're still young. Bai Xiaoya didn't continue the topic. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen asked, Sis, were your words before leaving meant to remind Nangong Xiao? Bai Xiaoya patted her sister's head. Oh, Xiaowen, you're getting smarter. I don't have a good impression of the Chu family. I wanted to make it clear that the Nangong family is still the king of the underground. Even though they are not one of the top 8 noble families on the surface, they are working hard to go legitimate and hold significant influence in many industries. But their reputation can't spread widely, which says something, doesn't it? Someone still wants the Nangong family to stay as the underground king. The key word here is underground. Bai Xiaoya sighed. I was reminding Nangong Xiao, but he also gave me his answer. Bai Xiaowen recalled Nangong Xiao's last words. With a flick of a finger, families are ruined, and was about to speak when her sister covered her mouth. Some things, some words, should stay buried in your heart, Bai Xiaoya said seriously. If you tell someone once, you'll tell them a second, a third time, and eventually, it will spread unknowingly. Bai Xiaowen nodded silently, then suddenly thought of something. Why would Nangong Xiao, as the absolute heir of the Nangong family, join the Special Operations Department? Is it because of his surname? On the training ground, Lin Feng stared at his attribute panel, his brows furrowed. Over the past few days, he had tested numerous ideas in a well-equipped laboratory, significantly improving his knowledge. However, his mental strength seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Since shattering and absorbing the remnants of the mark in by Xiaowen's mental sea, Lin Feng's mental power had experienced a slight increase. Unfortunately, the improvement was short-lived, and his mental strength stagnated at 14.9. Lin Feng opened a simple understanding of psychic ability and began reading carefully. Soon, he realized that this might be a precursor to the awakening of his abilities. Although most abilities awaken later in life are related to meditation techniques, Lin Feng didn't mind. Even a little gain is still a gain, he thought with relief. Continuing to research, Lin Feng discovered several solutions. The quickest method involved using a special potion, but it required a rare material known as a mental seed. Lin Feng frowned, as the creation of a mental seed was extremely cruel, involving the torture and killing of many mentally powerful beings. Closing the book, Lin Feng looked up at the starry sky, realizing that this universe was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Time was up. Lin Feng quickly armed himself, went downstairs, and boarded the waiting vehicle. Instructor Han stood by the car door, motioning for him to hurry. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao were already seated inside. Brother Feng, they greeted enthusiastically. Lin Feng smiled in response, thinking that these two were indeed good partners. Nangong Xiao feigned annoyance. Next time, don't even think about clearing the level alone, Lin Feng explained. At that time, I didn't have enough materials, and I wasn't sure about the effects of those items. This time, I promise you'll have a blast. Nangong Xiao's eyes twinkled. Having fun is fine, just don't make me suffer too much. Instructor Han and Bai Xiaowen both rolled their eyes simultaneously, while Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. No problem, Lin Feng said, handing Nangong Xiao a fiery red handgun crimson. Nangong Xiao played with the custom handgun, marveling at how perfectly it fit his hand. Lin Feng then handed a smaller handgun white thorntoe Bai Xiaowen. Both quickly noticed the unique features of their respective weapons. Instructor Han glanced at the guns in their hands, and then at the bag on Lin Feng's back, curious about what other astonishing weapons Lin Feng might produce. All right, you've arrived at your destination, Instructor Han announced just as Nangong Xiao, Lin Feng, and Bai Xiaowen simultaneously froze in surprise. Arrived? So soon? We can't still be within the city, can we? Nangong Xiao frowned and fired off 3 rapid questions at Instructor Han. With a slight smile, Instructor Han replied, No, we're not in the city, but it's a place you're very familiar with. He then pulled a yellow manila envelope from his coat and handed it to Nangong Xiao. Since you're the team leader, this information is for you. As soon as Nangong Xiao took the envelope, before he could even open it, the 3 of them were unceremoniously kicked out of the vehicle. Lin Feng took a deep breath and whispered 2 words, the wilderness. The familiar air triggered countless memories for him. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen gazed into the distance, where the outline of the central city was clearly visible, and at their feet were rows of densely packed tents. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smile. Captain, we're really counting on you this time. Following their gaze, Lin Feng finally realized just how close they were to the central city, separated by just a single wall. They were standing in what the city's inhabitants called the outer city. Nan Xiao threw an arm around Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen's shoulders. Being here feels like coming home. Let's go. I'll show you the exciting life of the outer city, he said, leading the way. Bai Xiaowen fell a few steps behind and quietly explained Nangong Zhao's background to Lin Feng. The Nangong family controls the largest underground network in the Rock Peak faction. Half of this outer city was built by them. For Nangong Xiao, this place really is like home. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Underground network? You mean unregistered materials and supplies? But that can't support such a large outer city. As they moved closer, Lin Feng realized that this place was nothing like he had imagined. What looked like densely packed tents from afar were actually permanent structures made of reinforced concrete, designed to look like tents. Some areas that appeared to be tent clusters were actually single buildings, camouflaged to blend in. This was far beyond what ordinary wilderness hunters could afford. Bai Xiaowen nodded in agreement. You're right. The underground network alone can't sustain this. There's a lot of interaction between the four major factions and some undisclosed forces here. She briefly introduced the main industries and trade controls of each faction, as well as the under-the-radar dealings with Nixing. Overhearing their conversation, Nangong Xiao chimed in. Exactly. As long as the price is right, I can get you anything. He pointed to a fortress-like building ahead. Come on, let's soak in the hot springs first. As soon as they stepped inside, three scantily clad women greeted them. Bai Xiaowen blushed, and one of the women immediately clung to Nangong Xiao. Young master, why didn't you give us a heads up? She cooed. Nangong Xiao gave her a playful pinch on the butt. Prepare 2 baths for us first. We'll talk about the rest later. Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen exchanged glances, suddenly feeling like they might have chosen the wrong person to follow. Moments later, the three of them were soaking in the hot springs. Nangong Xiao let out a contented sigh as he enjoyed a massage from one of the women. Lin Feng, meanwhile, was skimming through the documents. So, what did you find out? Nangong Xiao asked. Lin Feng frowned. The Special Operations Department's report indicates that the targets vanished after their last appearance, almost as if they evaporated from the outer city. Nangong Xiao pondered for a moment. The outer city is indeed hard to investigate. Honestly, if you told me they were dead, I'd believe it. This place is full of lunatics. Shaking his head, Lin Feng replied. I believe they're hiding and hiding well. 3 people, 2 level 15s and 1 level 16. Part of Nixing's outer circle with decent gear and combat skills, they wouldn't go down easily. Nangong Xiao, still toying with the woman's chest beside him, thought about places suitable for hiding that would be hard for the Special Operations Department to find. Could they be in the Black Ravine? One of the women suggested. Nangong Xiao's eyes lit up. That's very possible. Black Ravine? Lin Feng looked at Nangong Xiao in confusion. It's a haven for lunatics on the edge of the outer city, one of the most chaotic places. It's also perfect for hiding, Nangong Xiao explained. Shall we check it out later? Lin Feng proposed. Nangong Xiao shook his head. They have rules there. No entry during the day. We'll have to wait until nightfall. Lin Feng nodded and jotted down some notes, handing the paper to one of the women standing by. Could you get these items for me? I'll pay you when you return. Nangong Xiao waved his hand. Notify the warehouse. They'll deliver it shortly. Surprised, Lin Feng asked. Warehouse? Did you resolve the issues with your family? Nangong Xiao nodded. You were right. The problem was with the raw materials supplied by the warehouse, and there was an inside man in the testing lab. But with our patriarch overseeing things, it's all minor stuff. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, Lin Feng, can you repair highly precise instruments? For what purpose? Lin Feng inquired. Prosthetics. Lin Feng frowned slightly. To be honest, I'm not very skilled in that area. Prosthetic repair involves neurobiology, and I haven't studied that extensively. Simple Mechanisms for Prosthetic Devices is from the Mechanic Nation's General Knowledge series, and Basic Neurobiology is from the Joint Educational series by Mechanic Nation and the Roland Mystical Continent. Seeing the sudden appearance of the information, Lin Feng changed his mind and said, well, it's worth taking a look. Nangong Xiao noticed Lin Feng's change in expression and thought he was feeling pressured. He quickly reassured him, don't worry about it. My dad was planning to invite you to dinner anyway, as a thank you for your guidance this time. Otherwise, we would have wasted a lot more time. Lin Feng shook his head without explaining further. He couldn't very well say that he had learned it in just a few days. Nangong Xiao probably wouldn't believe him. The two of them arrived at the hot springs. Lin Feng submerged himself completely in the water, closing his eyes to enter study mode. Nangong Xiao, sitting across from him, couldn't help but scratch his head. He felt an odd sensation, as if he were a slacker facing a top student who was still studying even after acing all the exams, making him feel a strange sense of shame. When the necessary materials were delivered, they finally got out of the hot springs. Nangong Xiao stretched his body and sighed. It's been a while since I soaked in a hot spring. It feels great. Bai Xiaowen nodded in agreement. Lin Feng took the materials and found a suitable spot to start working in front of the two of them. In less than half a day, 3 thumb-sized mechanical spiders appeared on the table. Nangong Xiao curiously fiddled with the delicate mechanical spiders, feeling that a light touch might break them. How do you use these things? He asked, puzzled. Instead of answering directly, Lin Feng poured a drop of the prepared solution onto Nangong Xiao's clothes. Instantly, the 3 spiders sprang to life, their 8 legs moving in unison as they lightly jumped onto Nangong Xiao's clothes. At the same time, 3 red dots appeared on Lin Feng's communicator. Do you feel anything? Lin Feng asked. They're so light I can't feel a thing. Nangong Xiao replied, astonished. It was only then that Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen understood the purpose of these tiny creatures. When used with the solution, once someone was marked, it was almost impossible for them to escape. The two exchanged glances, reluctantly admitting Lin Feng's extraordinary talent. It's about time we head to Haigu, Nangong Xiao said, checking his watch. He then led Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen towards their destination. As they crossed a certain boundary, Lin Feng keenly noticed a change in the environment. There were more hunters lurking by the roadside, and the ground was increasingly stained with dark blood. The atmosphere shifted from lively and exuberant to oppressive and chaotic. Is this no longer your family's territory? Lin Feng asked. Nangong Xiao nodded and explained. Yes, this is the old outer city. Our family built the new outer city. This area is more chaotic, and it's harder for us to control. They eventually arrived at a desolate ruin. As far as the eye could see, there were countless crumbling walls and broken structures, giving off a sense of desolation. Lin Feng walked up to a shattered wall and carefully examined its edges. He discovered unique marks left by energy weapons, which puzzled him. Feng's technology shouldn't be this advanced. Could it be extraterrestrial? What's up? Nangong Xiao noticed Lin Feng's unusual behavior and asked. Nothing, let's go inside. Lin Feng replied without elaborating. As they walked, Nangong Xiao explained. The reason this place is called Haigo is simple. The buildings here are too complex. People often get ambushed and fail here, so we call it Haigo. If you ever feel in danger here, just... Before he could finish, Nangong Xiao suddenly fired a shot at the wall to his left. The bullet pierced through, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. A muffled sound came from behind the wall, followed by the collapse of a body holding a large-caliber sniper rifle, its head missing. The power of this gun is impressive, Nangong Xiao said, looking at the crimson weapon in his hand with satisfaction. Bai Xiaowen asked worriedly, this place is so big. How are we going to find anyone? Nangong Xiao confidently replied, every place has its key people. Find them, and we'll get the information we need. He then led them around for a while until they came across an old beggar lying on the ground, covered in filth. Bai Xiaowen wrinkled her nose but held back. Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao remained unfazed. Nangong Xiao squatted beside the old beggar and said, Old Bao, we need some information? Ask. The old beggar responded without turning around. Nangong Xiao placed 3 photos on old Bao's back and asked, have these people been here recently? As Bai Xiaowen waited for old Bao to turn around, an eye suddenly opened on the back of his head. Bai Xiaowen was so startled, she almost fired her gun, but Lin Feng stopped her in time. The eye glanced at Bai Xiaowen, then continued to scrutinize the photos. They haven't been here, old Bao replied curtly. Nangong Xiao frowned, put away the photos, and stood up. Some white cakes will be delivered to you later. Upon hearing this, the eye on old Bao's back silently closed. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Bai Xiaowen wouldn't have believed what had just happened. As they walked away, Nangong Xiao explained to Lin Feng, old Bao may look like this, but he's actually a powerful psychic. Even lying here, he monitors the entire Haigu. However, his power comes from radiation mutation, so he has to spend all his energy fighting off physical deformities every day. It's pretty tragic. So the white cakes are like sedatives? Bai Xiaowen realized. Nangong Xiao nodded. Yes, they help him escape the pain temporarily. Our family stopped this business long ago, and the ones we produce now are for medical use. Old Bao gets special treatment. Doesn't the central city have anti-deformation drugs? Lin Feng asked. Bai Xiaowen shook her head. The 4 major factions have limited anti-deformation drugs. There are 3 types, 2 in Gao Chao's hands, and 1 in Dong Bin's. But as you know, they don't have enough for themselves. Lin Feng can't buy much even at high prices. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. As they reached the exit of Haiga's ruins, a figure suddenly dashed past them. A group of people appeared in front of them, clearly chasing the person who had just run by. The 3 quickly stepped aside to let the group pass. TSK. So many people chasing one guy. What did he do? Nangong Xiao quipped. Bai Xiaowen watched the group curiously, then suddenly noticed someone was missing. Hey, where's Lin Feng? Nangong Xiao looked around, realizing that Lin Feng, who had been standing right next to them, had vanished. Could it be that they got separated by that group of people just now? No way, that was Lin Feng. As Bai Xiaowen and her companion were puzzled, her communicator suddenly lit up, displaying a new message. I have something to deal with. I'll meet you at the bathhouse later. The two exchanged glances, wondering where Lin Feng could have gone. Meanwhile, the group chasing Lin Feng had reached a dead end. Looking around in confusion, someone suggested that Lin Feng might have escaped by scaling the wall, but this idea was quickly dismissed. They had been following him closely, and as a mentalist, Lin Feng didn't have the physical prowess for such a feat. The group nodded in agreement, thinking that if Lin Feng were that strong, he wouldn't be fleeing so desperately. The leader ordered them to spread out and search. Soon, the sound of weapons striking the walls echoed around. However, after 10 minutes, they still found nothing and had to admit that they might have fallen for Lin Feng's mental illusion. Just as they were about to give up, they noticed someone standing at the entrance of the alley. It was Lin Feng. The leader was startled, realizing that if Lin Feng had fired at them earlier, they would have been defenseless. Lin Feng calmly asked why they were chasing that person. The leader cautiously explained that the person was suspected of child abduction, and they were pursuing him for the sake of the missing children from their camp. After receiving the answer, Lin Feng nodded silently and walked away. The leader then reprimanded a companion who had shown disrespect towards Lin Feng, warning them to remain polite when encountering strange individuals. When someone questioned Lin Feng's abilities because he looked like a child, the leader scoffed and asked, "Have you ever seen a child stronger than me?" He explained that Lin Feng's power was at least level 12, and just being near him made the leader feel an intense sense of danger. At that moment, Lin Feng was following the red dot on his communicator. He knew the group's judgment was correct but had been misled by a small trick. Lin Feng had already placed a tracking mark on the target, but he wasn't in a rush to catch up, maintaining a safe distance instead. When the target stopped moving, Lin Feng quickened his pace, leaping onto a broken column to observe the hiding spot with his exceptional vision. It was a concealed corner surrounded by broken walls, accessible only from above. Lin Feng guessed that the target might have dug an underground tunnel as a contingency. Realizing he couldn't approach silently, Lin Feng quickly assembled a high-tech sniper rifle named Ripple. This rifle's performance surpassed even the most advanced weapons in Yinfeng City. He loaded a specially designed penetrating bullet, aimed at the room where the target was hiding, and commanded a spider robot to climb onto the target's body. Using the enhanced red dot trajectory, Lin Feng calculated precisely and pulled the trigger. With a soft sound, the black bullet sliced through the air towards the target. After firing, Lin Feng immediately moved towards the target location with his rifle. Inside the room, Li Tao, who was resting, suddenly sensed imminent danger. Before he could react, a gunshot rang out, and intense pain erupted in his abdomen and spine, rendering him unable to control his lower body. The room's alarm system activated, but it was too late. Li Tao realized this was a premeditated attack, but he couldn't even stand, let alone draw his gun for defense. At that moment, a figure descended from a ceiling hatch. Li Tao was shocked because that door had been specially modified, and not even explosives could open it without the correct password. Yet, the intruder had managed to unlock it in such a short time, which was simply astonishing. Lin Feng, who had just descended into the room, quickly scanned his surroundings. His eyes swiftly swept across the entire space. The first thing he saw was Li Tao sitting in a chair, his lower body drenched in blood, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng coldly ignored him and continued to survey the environment. In one corner of the room, a metal dog cage caught his attention. Inside, a young girl was curled up like a caged animal. The cage was so small that she couldn't even stand up, her head nearly touching the steel bars above. A rudimentary metal bowl was placed in front of the cage. Lin Feng's gaze then shifted to the opposite wall, which was lined with glass jars of varying sizes. Each jar contained human organs: hearts, livers, spleens, kidneys, lungs, eyes, ears, mouths, noses, tongues, and even severed limbs and heads. The most chilling sight was a jar with an infant's head. With his professional knowledge, Lin Feng could tell it was a newborn who had been executed, likely via a cesarean section. Along the wall were also various organs from mythical beasts, and further in the distance were grotesque specimens of human-animal hybrids. These horrifying displays extended to the far end of the room, which was cluttered with all sorts of reagents and medicinal herbs. Lin Feng glanced down at the workbench beneath him, which was strewn with medical instruments. He looked coldly at Li Tao and said, "You truly deserve to die." Li Tao, trying to maintain his composure, stared directly into Lin Feng's eyes and said, "I suggest you don't mess with me. The forces behind me are not something you can contend with." "Oh, so confident? Let's hear it," Lin Feng replied as he jumped down from the workbench and began carefully selecting medical tools. "Although I don't know how you managed to scheme against me for so long without being discovered, I can tell you with certainty that your knowledge of me is just the tip of the iceberg," Li Tao said through gritted teeth, convinced that the person before him had been plotting for a long time. Lin Feng unhurriedly picked out some reagents and mixed them in specific proportions. "Come on, don't waste time. Tell me who you're working for," he urged. Li Tao, puzzled by Lin Feng's actions, finally spoke, "Nixing." Hearing this, Lin Feng's hand paused midair. Li Tao, thinking he had found Lin Feng's weakness, smiled smugly. However, Lin Feng merely said, "All right, the mixture is ready." He capped the bottle, picked up a scalpel and the prepared reagent, and walked slowly towards Li Tao. "Nixing? Huh? It's not like I haven't dealt with him before," Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Li Tao's eyes widened in shock. "You're from the Special Operations Division? No wonder. No wonder you've been plotting against me for so long. But wait, that's impossible. My records were erased from the Special Operations Division. You can't be one of them." Realizing he might have caught a big fish, Lin Feng was about to continue his questioning when Li Tao suddenly clammed up, his eyes turning pitch black. "You want to kill me? Die!" he roared. A creature with a snake's head and a scorpion's tail burst out of Li Tao's body, aiming straight for Lin Feng's mental sea. However, it quickly collided with an ocean of mental power. Li Tao, shocked, exclaimed, This can't be. How do you have such strong mental power?" Lin Feng looked at him with mild surprise. "Your mental power is much weaker than I expected. Such talent is wasted on you." A wave suddenly surged up, tossing the snakehead, scorpion-tailed creature aside effortlessly. To Lin Feng, Li Tao's mental power of around 10 points was pathetically weak. Lin Feng picked up a syringe and directly injected it into Li Tao's neck. The red reagent quickly entered his body, making him hypersensitive. "The shot earlier destroyed your spine, leaving you mostly numb. Luckily, you have enough reagents here, or I might have let you go," Lin Feng said coldly. Hearing this, Li Tao's body began to convulse violently. Lin Feng made a small cut on his hand, causing Li Tao to experience unbearable pain. Another injection made Li Tao's mind incredibly clear, preventing him from passing out. "There are quite a few people like you in Nixing, aren't there?" Lin Feng said, slicing a thin piece of flesh from Li Tao's finger. "Ah!" Li Tao screamed in agony, his neck veins bulging, his voice becoming hoarse. "It hurts. It hurts. Let me go. I'll tell you everything." Seeing Li Tao in such a pitiful state, Lin Feng's eyes grew even colder. "You've experienced scenes like this many times, haven't you? Did you ever spare anyone?" "I'm guilty. I'm a murderer. Kill me, please, just kill me," Li Tao begged, realizing Lin Feng's intentions. "Don't worry. You haven't told me everything I want to know yet. I'm not letting you die so soon. Now, tell me about Bai Xiaowen," Lin Feng said calmly. Hearing the name, Li Tao's pupils contracted instantly. "Bai Xiaowen? I don't." Before he could finish, a sharp scalpel was driven under his fingernail. Ah! The intense pain cut off Li Tao's scream almost immediately. Lin Feng yanked out the scalpel and shouted, "Don't tell me you don't know. I want answers." Lin Feng finally extracted the long-sought information from Li Tao and gained a deeper understanding of the Nixing organization. To his surprise, many of the materials in Li Tao's possession were not self-collected but provided by Nixing. This revelation made Lin Feng realize that Li Tao was not some biology genius. Rather, his imaginative ideas were deemed worth exploring by Nixing, which casually supplied him with experimental materials. What shocked Lin Feng even more was the power of Nixing. According to Li Tao, Nixing had numerous members entrenched in high-ranking positions within Lin Feng, infiltrating various government agencies and even top-tier families. Lin Feng recalled the imprint in Bai Xiaowen's mental sea, which Li Tao claimed was the work of an heir from one such elite family. Lin Feng initially planned to inform Bai Xiaowen about this, but decided to keep it secret for now. He looked down at the lifeless Li Tao, took out a sharp scalpel, and unhesitatingly pierced his forehead. With a soft sound, a black seed-like crystal, a mental seed, was exposed. Surveying the medium-sized room, Lin Feng began arranging things. Despite Li Tao's poor experimental skills, the reagents provided by Nixing were abundant enough to support Lin Feng's plans. After setting everything up, Lin Feng turned and opened the dog cage. As soon as the door was unlocked, the girl inside, like a frightened animal, desperately tried to escape. For someone who had witnessed Lin Feng torturing Li Tao, this reaction was entirely normal. Lin Feng didn't mind. He simply waved his hand in front of the girl, and she instantly lost consciousness. When the girl woke up again, she found herself lying in a bathtub. She tried to recall what had happened, but found her mind completely blank, as if it had been thoroughly cleansed. "Xiao Chun, are you done? We need to go back," a girl of similar age called from the bathroom door. Pulling back the curtain, Xiao Chun looked at her in confusion and pointed to herself. "Are you talking to me? Xiao Chun, what's wrong with you? Who else would I be talking to? Is my name Xiao Chun? I don't remember. Oh my god, don't scare me. Come on, let's go see the supervisor." With that, the girl pulled Xiao Chun out. Xiao Chun initially stumbled but quickly matched the pace, running faster and faster. Upstairs, Nangong Xiao shook his head. "That's how it is out in the wild. You always get these twisted individuals." Bai Xiaowen nodded sympathetically and then exclaimed, "But Lin Feng, your hypnosis is amazing. You managed to wipe Xiao Qin's memory so thoroughly. Lin Feng explained. This bit of mystical stuff comes from the mysterious continent of Roland. The first-level dream entry techniquites from the Dream Eater Faith School in Roland's Mystical Arts Compendium. He added that he hadn't actually mastered the dream entry technique, which required a mental power level of 15. But with some basic tricks, he had managed to erase Xiao Qin's filthy memories completely. Nangong Xiao suddenly shifted the topic. But being around you makes us feel quite pressured. Bai Xiaowen nodded in agreement, saying that such hypnosis techniques were indeed intimidating. Lin Feng reassured them. You're overthinking it. The main reason it worked so well on Xiao Qian is because she was deeply traumatized, with low mental strength and a crumbling sense of self. For normal people with a bit of willpower, it wouldn't have the same effect. Hearing this explanation, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen felt somewhat relieved, but their wariness was not entirely dispelled. Lin Feng sat down on the sofa and asked, do we have any other sources of information? Nangong Xiao shook his head. I've had people looking around all day, but there's no sign of those three. I'm starting to wonder if they've already met their end. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, Nangong Zhao's communicator rang. He frowned at the screen. Lu Cheng? Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why Lu Cheng was contacting them now. Nangong Xiao answered the call and got straight to the point. What do you want? Lu Cheng directly asked. Have you found those three people? No. Nangong Xiao replied curtly. As soon as he spoke, they could hear other voices on the other end. It was clear Lu Cheng was not alone. In fact, Chen Xian, Hua Wushang, Gong Tianyu, and others were present. They had come to the outer city mainly for entertainment and knew nothing about the intelligence network. After being deceived by so-called informants a few times, they had no choice but to gather together and, in the end, decided to call Nangong Xiao. Did you not find them? Or did you not even look? Lu Qing asked, distrust evident in his voice. This angered Nangong Xiao. Whether I looked or not is none of your business. With that, he hung up the communicator, not giving Lu Cheng and the others any face. Forget it. Lin Feng is exhausted today. Let me arrange rooms for everyone to rest first, Nangong Xiao said, casually tossing the communicator aside. Ignoring the flashing call notification, he looked around at his weary companions and added, we've been busy all night. Everyone needs to rest. Lin Feng nodded and stood up, ready to leave, when a sudden thought struck him. Wait, I think I know where those three people are, he exclaimed. Before he could continue, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen perked up and asked in unison, where? Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, a blinding flash of light erupted in the distance, illuminating half of the outer city. The guards on the city walls were alarmed, and the urgent sound of military horns filled the night sky. Soldiers' footsteps echoed along the walls as they quickly gathered, all eyes fixed on the source of the light, faces etched with confusion and concern. Residents of the outer city rushed to their windows, staring in horror at the direction of the explosion. Suddenly, a deafening blast shook the city, and a powerful shockwave flattened buildings within a radius of several hundred meters. My God, is that a mushroom cloud? Bai Xiaowen gasped. A massive mushroom cloud of fire slowly rose into the sky, visible even to the residents of the central city. People looked up in shock at the blazing cloud. The alarm of the Special Operations Department blared immediately. Lei Zhao's furious voice echoed through the entire building. Lu Qianlan, Li Chen, Lu Heng, take your teams and investigate immediately. The whole department sprang into action. The heads of the 8 major families also began urgent communications, ultimately deciding to convene a special meeting. The explosion was too close to the central city, leaving everyone on edge. Nangong Xiao stared in disbelief at the dissipating mushroom cloud, and Bai Xiaowen's pupils slowly refocused. Did someone detonate a nuclear bomb in the outer city? Nangong Xiao muttered. Although this world also had nuclear weapons, they were the most terrifying weapons held by the major factions. Bai Xiaowen's face was solemn. It's hard to believe that someone could cause such a massive explosion in the outer city. Even though the outer city is chaotic, how did such a powerful explosive get smuggled in right under the central city's nose? Lin Feng bit his tongue in shock. He had only thought of making the most powerful explosive when he saw the materials with Li Tao, not expecting the result to be so devastating. What have the children of the mechanized nation been learning all their lives? He wondered, once again awed by the terrifying capabilities of the universe's top empire. Meanwhile, in a grand study, someone was reviewing the latest developments in weapon research. Suddenly, an urgent communication interrupted his thoughts. He frowned and answered, what is it? On the other end, a bald man reported anxiously, Chun Mishi is dead. Chun Mishi? The man's eyes widened. What happened? Chen Mishi was the chief coordinator of the stone-breaking plan. If he's dead, the entire plan could fall apart. The bald man quickly explained, we lost contact with Li Tao today. When we sent people to check, we found him dead in his room. We couldn't even determine how the killer got in. The girl who was with Li Tao is also missing. We reported this to Chen Mishi. When Chen Mishi arrived at Li Tao's place to investigate, there was an explosion as soon as he entered the room. Chen Mishi and leaders Zhang and Hua were all killed. The man felt a wave of dizziness upon hearing this. The deaths of Qian, Zhang, and Hua meant the loss of the three core figures of the stonebreaking plan. He steadied himself and asked, "Is there any footage? Send it to me." He quickly received a complete video, starting from before the investigator entered Li Tao's small house. The video showed several people vomiting nearby, while the investigator looked on with disdain. Entering the house from above, the investigator immediately saw Li Tao sitting neatly in a chair. Suddenly, the investigator seemed to notice something and moved closer for a better look. As he approached, a light breeze stirred Li Tao's body, revealing countless thin, red slices like blooming petals. The investigator realized that these were slices of flesh. Li Tao's entire body had been meticulously sliced into translucent pieces, revealing his internal organs beneath. The man paused the video, observing closely and noting something was off. The positions of the internal organs are wrong. Somehow, the killer rearranged Li Tao's organs, connecting his esophagus to his rectum and his cardiac sphincter to his mouth. The video continued, but the rest was uneventful. The investigator ran out and began vomiting uncontrollably. The grotesque and horrifying scene would likely haunt him for life. The man's expression darkened. What is this? A provocation? He quickly noticed something. Why did nothing happen to the others who entered, but Chen Mishi and the others exploded as soon as they did? Could it be a biometric recognition chip? His eyes grew deeper in thought. Such technology isn't something ordinary people can obtain. In reality, the man misunderstood Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng could create a biometric recognition chip, he lacked the materials and time here. He had simply made a timed bomb. Chen Mishi and the others were just unlucky. As the explosion subsided, a large crowd began to gather at the blast site, eager to see what had happened. People from the central city's walls also descended to investigate. Nangong Xiao and his group, however, remained where they were, relieved they had returned early. If they had been in Black Trench when the explosion occurred, they might have been trapped. Coming back to his senses, Nangong Xiao suddenly remembered something and turned to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you said you knew where those three people were?" At this moment, Lin Feng snapped back to reality, his eyes gleaming as he said, "You just mentioned that your family has searched almost every possible place. The answer is actually quite obvious now." Bai Xiaowen furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and then suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Nangong, that means those three people are hiding in your house." Nangong Xiao was taken aback by her words, then shook his head repeatedly and explained, "No, you don't understand the situation in our house. Almost all of our staff are trained by us, and it's very rare to have outsiders." He stopped mid-sentence, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes, as if he had just remembered something important. Black Tiger Martial Arts School? Lu Wu looked at Qin Xian, his face full of confusion. "Isn't that an underground fighting arena?" Lu Cheng was the first to react, his face lighting up with realization. "I see. Given the Nangong family's influence, if they couldn't find this person in the outer city, it can only mean that the person is hiding right under the Nangong family's nose. It's a case of hiding in plain sight." Gong Tianyu picked up the thread, adding, "Exactly. And since the Nangong family is very strict with their employee screening, the only place left for them to hide is here. The underground fighting arena, as a contracted fighter." She continued to explain, "This is a well-known project in the outer city. They arrange about 50 preliminary fighters to enter the underground maze to battle. The one who grabs the key and comes out becomes a contracted fighter for the Nangong family. Being able to fight in the underground ring means earning a significant appearance fee for each match. So, the competition is always fierce." Everyone suddenly understood. If their guess was correct, those three people should be among the preliminary fighters. With their skills, they could ensure their safety without taking the final key, staying hidden in this way. "Let's go in now." The group pushed the door open and strode in. Their imposing presence immediately drew the attention of everyone in the lobby. A manager came forward politely and asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I help you with something?" The group exchanged glances, and Lu Wu stepped forward. He pulled out 3 photos and placed them in front of the manager, asking, "Do you recognize these 3 people?" The manager studied the photos carefully, his brows furrowing as if they looked familiar, but he eventually shook his head and said firmly, "Never seen them." Just then, someone shouted, "Look at the screen." Everyone turned quickly towards the large screen in the lobby. The screen was divided into 36 segments, each showing live footage from the underground maze. In the top left segment, one of the people they were looking for appeared. Seeing this, the group became excited. Lu Cheng took the lead and told the manager, "We need to get in now." The manager shook his head repeatedly, saying with difficulty, "Impossible. The maze is already active. Unless someone retrieves the final key to open it, no one can enter." At that moment, a commanding voice came from the back of the crowd. "Let them in." The crowd parted to reveal Nangong Xiao, Lin Feng, and Bai Xiaowen standing behind them. The manager, upon seeing Nangong Xiao, immediately picked up his walkie-talkie and ordered, "Open the emergency door to the underground maze, and inform the audience that they're in for a treat today." The manager then quickly approached Nangong Xiao and respectfully said, "Young master, you should have informed us beforehand. I would have sent a car to pick you up." Nangong Xiao waved his hand and said, "Uncle Han, no need to be so formal. Let everyone in, and I'll explain everything later." Uncle Han complied and immediately arranged for someone to lead the group to the emergency door. Lu Cheng, seeing this, felt a twinge of frustration, realizing they had been played. But now was not the time to dwell on it. He followed the group to the emergency door. The scale of the underground maze was impressive. The walls alone were 6 to 7 meters high and quite thick. The emergency door was so heavy that it took 5 or 6 people to push it open. Chun Xian asked a nearby staff member, "Can we bring weapons in?" The staff member smiled and nodded. "The rules here are no holds barred." The brief answer hinted at the brutal nature of the competition. No wonder this was the outer city, and no wonder it was an underground fighting arena. As everyone entered the maze, Nangong Xiao, Lin Feng, and Bai Xiaowen were about to follow, but Uncle Han stopped them. "Young master, do you need a map of the inside?" Uncle Han asked. Nangong Xiao shook his head and declined. "No need. I want to see how good I really am." Uncle Han smiled. "Then we'll wait outside for your good news." Nangong Xiao nodded and led Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen into the maze. Soon, the spectators noticed that more people had entered the maze. Uncle Han stood on the stage, cleared his throat to get the audience's attention, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a slight change today. Those who just entered are quite mysterious, but their skills are not to be underestimated. Their target is these 3. As Uncle Han spoke, the screen displayed photos and levels of the 3 targets. Huang Tianxiao, level 16. Feng Wan, level 15. Feng Wu, level 15. The audience erupted in astonishment. Level 15? That's so high. Are you kidding? Some official fighters haven't even reached that level. Why would a level 15 be a preliminary fighter here? They could easily be a bodyguard and earn a good salary, plus it's safer. Seeing the audience's reaction, Uncle Han smiled with satisfaction. The more intense the competition, the better. He sighed inwardly, thinking that if they had known earlier, they could have sold more tickets for today. At this moment, Huang Tianxiao is leisurely strolling through the maze, wearing a cautious expression on his face but feeling confident inside. He knows that no one in this maze can match him. Meanwhile, Feng Wan and Feng Wu share the same sentiment, unaware that danger is creeping closer. Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen had just entered the maze and were already feeling overwhelmed by the complex environment. Nangong Xiao regretted his earlier arrogance but quickly adjusted his mindset, suggesting they head north since he remembered Feng Wu should be in that direction. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao nodded in agreement, while Lin Feng, following behind, couldn't help but yawn. Noticing Lin Feng's fatigue, Bai Xiaowen asked, "Feeling a bit tired?" Lin Feng explained that dealing with Li Tao earlier had drained him significantly. Keeping Li Tao alive while ensuring he suffered enough had even improved his biological skills. Nangong Xiao confidently declared that they would perform well this time. Lin Feng, slightly teasing, reminded him that Feng Wu was a level 15 opponent. Undeterred, Nangong Xiao claimed that he and Bai Xiaowen together could handle it. Bai Xiaowen just rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated by Nangong Xiao's bravado. As they navigated the maze, their unfamiliarity with the environment, combined with Lin Feng's lack of effort, led them into several dead ends, wasting a lot of time. Nangong Xiao grew increasingly frustrated, complaining about the maze's overly complex design. During their progress, Bai Xiaowen seized the opportunity to ask Lin Feng about potion knowledge. Though she did most of the talking, Lin Feng's occasional insights were enlightening. As a member of the Bai family, Bai Xiaowen had deep expertise in pharmaceuticals and medicine, but Lin Feng's perspectives were highly beneficial. Through his conversation with Bai Xiaowen, Lin Feng gained a deeper understanding of the world's pharmaceutical development. The Bai family, top-tier producers in the Yin Feng faction, had strong collaborations with pharmaceutical research labs in Dongbin and Gaoqiao. Bai Xiaowen explained that while nutritional and cultivation potions were the best-selling and most profitable, gaining a good reputation required focusing on anti-mutation potions and prosthetic regeneration. Intrigued, Lin Feng asked how much it would cost to establish a potion factory. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up, immediately suggesting a partnership with the Bai family. She promised to provide a factory directly, only asking for about 10% of the profits. Nangong Xiao also supported the idea, emphasizing the Bai family's financial strength. Lin Feng said he would consider the proposal. Just then, he noticed a figure ahead and asked if it was Feng Wu. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen squinted and indeed saw a tall, ragged young man charging at them with a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. Without a word, Feng Wu opened fire. Bai Xiaowen quickly retaliated, her superior gun shattering Feng Wu's bullets and continuing toward him. Startled, Feng Wu hastily blocked the remaining bullets with his knife. The scene elicited gasps from the spectators. Although many contestants had shown impressive skills, Bai Xiaowen's marksmanship was still astonishing. The Special Operations Division had long pinpointed their location but chose not to intervene directly. They observed from the shadows, giving Bai Xiaowen's shooting an 8 out of 10. At this moment, Fang Wu realized he was surrounded by two teams. On one side were Nangong Xiao, Lin Feng, and Bai Xiaowen. On the other, a team led by Chen Xian and Hua Wushang. Glancing around, Fang Wu suddenly smirked and said, "You both want to complete the mission. Who's going first?" Hearing this, Lin Feng stepped forward. Seeing Lin Feng step forward, Fang Wu immediately tensed up, his body slightly stiffening. Chen Shuren and the others reacted even more dramatically, almost simultaneously taking a step back, their faces full of caution. This scene left both Fang Wu and the audience outside stunned. Voices of discussion rose around them. What's going on? That young man doesn't seem that intimidating, does he? Aren't their reactions a bit exaggerated? Is he really that strong? The two judges exchanged a wry smile. Lin Feng's astonishing performance in the clearance video had already circulated internally among them, and they had to admit, it was indeed impressive. No wonder even figures like Chen Shuren and Hua Wushang felt such pressure facing him. Lin Feng, without looking sideways, walked straight past Fang Wu and approached Chen Shuren, Hua Wushang, and the girl in white. He said calmly, "I'll leave Fang Wu to my teammate. Your opponents are me." Hearing this, Chen Shuren and Hua Wushang exchanged a glance, a flicker of hesitation in their eyes, but ultimately their gazes turned resolute. The girl in white looked reluctantly at Fang Wu but eventually focused her attention on Lin Feng. They all understood that without overcoming Lin Feng, there was no chance of getting to Fang Wu. Fang Wu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Is he helping me? But why doesn't it feel like it? While he was pondering, Nangong Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. He yanked down the iron chain as thick as a finger from his waist and launched a fierce attack on Fang Wu. In Nangong Xiao's hands, the iron chain moved like a venomous snake, agile and dangerous, striking at Fang Wu. Fang Wu reacted swiftly, his long knife spinning in his hand, clanging against Nangong Xiao's iron chain twice, deflecting it. He then flipped his knife forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Nangong Xiao. Meanwhile, Chen Shuren and Hua Wushang also made their move. Chen Shuren displayed his hard skills, his arms glowing with a metallic sheen. Hua Wushang, wielding a butterfly knife, darted agilely through the narrow alley, attacking Lin Feng even as Chen Shuren occupied most of the space. As soon as they struck, they drew everyone's attention. Their imposing manner was strikingly different, making people hold their breath. However, their opponent, Lin Feng, remained standing in place, looking relaxed and seemingly unguarded. But just as Chen Shuren and Hua Wushang's attacks were about to reach him, Lin Feng suddenly moved like lightning. His hands, like twin blades, executed the sweeping the world technique from the Ling snake twin blades. Without the sharpness of the blades, the move resembled more the entangling and clever strength of a snake. Chen Shuren's heavy punch was effortlessly redirected by Lin Feng's single hand, sending it toward Hua Wushang. Hua Wushang gritted his teeth, deciding to take the hit hidden while thrusting his spinning butterfly knife at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained unfazed, deftly disarming Hua Wushang of his butterfly knife. Then, with a swift palm strike, he sent the butterfly knife flying toward Chen Shuren. Bang! Chen Shuren, unable to halt his momentum, struck Hua Wushang heavily. Hua Wushang was slammed against the wall, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. Simultaneously, a glaring white line appeared on Chen Shuren's skin where the butterfly knife had grazed. He didn't dare make any sudden moves, knowing that the slightest action could turn the line into a gaping wound. Lin Feng resumed his lazy posture, as if he hadn't been the one to make the previous moves. But everyone present understood why the masters had instinctively stepped back when Lin Feng appeared. One move, just one move, and both Chen Shuren and Hua Wushang were defeated. Lin Feng turned to watch the other battle. Nangong Xiao, Bai Xiaowen, and Fang Wu's fight had reached a critical point. Despite Fang Wu's impressive knife skills, facing Nangong Xiao's snake-like iron chain and Bai Xiaowen's air-splitting strikes, coupled with the disadvantage of a two-known fight, he was in a perilous situation. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen let out a light shout, her hand striking down and hitting Fang Wu's wrist. With a cracking sound, Fang Wu's wrist was broken, and his long knife fell from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Nangong Xiao's iron chain coiled around Fang Wu like a snake, quickly tightening and binding him. Fang Wu knelt on the ground, unable to move. As the situation seemed to settle, Lin Feng was about to leave when a voice stopped him. "Wait, there's still me." The girl in white stood solemnly, looking at Lin Feng. At that moment, all eyes were on her. Earlier, even the combined forces of Chen Shuren and Hua Wushang couldn't withstand a single move from Lin Feng, yet she dared to step forward? The spectators had stopped their chatter. They had come for entertainment, but as the competition progressed, They realized that these contestants were the top young talents of Yin Feng Central City, the future pillars. The atmosphere grew tense, and everyone watched every detail intently. This girl has guts, but I wonder how strong she really is, someone whispered. The two judges exchanged a glance and began to observe seriously. Anyone who dared to step forward at this point must have real skill. Lin Feng nodded at the girl in white, signaling her to start. With a swift move, the girl in white appeared in front of Lin Feng, letting out a powerful shout and launching a forceful kick aimed at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng calmly deflected her leg with one hand and countered with a straight punch. The girl used the momentum to spin, delivering a roundhouse kick in midair. Bang! A fist and a foot collided, and both took 3 steps back. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Feng's eyes. This girl's strength was unexpected. The girl in white also looked serious, having known Lin Feng was formidable but realizing it firsthand was a different experience. Chen Shuren and Hua Wushang's expressions also changed. They seemed to have underestimated this girl's abilities. Locking eyes, Lin Feng and the girl in white both moved simultaneously. This time, Lin Feng abandoned his usual style, attacking with the speed and ferocity of a storm, his punches like thunder and his steps like the wind. Despite this, the girl in white didn't fall behind. Her legs moved like a chain, and her fists hit like heavy hammers, each strike accompanied by a powerful whooshing sound. Pop, pop, pop. The sound of their blows echoed continuously, even making Nangong Zhao's palms tingle. As the battle continued, Lin Feng's expression grew more peculiar. To his astonishment, he found that the girl's strength was steadily increasing. From initially being slightly stronger than him, she had now surpassed him by 2 levels. The girl in white glared at Lin Feng, her expression filled with rage. She had never lost a match before, not even the martial arts instructors at the academy could teach her for more than 3 months. Yet today, against an opponent younger than her, she felt completely outmatched. What infuriated her even more was that her opponent dared to be distracted. Driven by anger, the girl's punches became increasingly fierce. Lin Feng quickly dodged to the side, and with a loud bang, her fist smashed into the wall, creating a hole the size of a bowl. Holy crap! Nangong Xiao couldn't help but swear. Bai Xiaowen's eyes widened in shock at the girl's terrifying strength. Chen Xian and Hua Wushang momentarily forgot their pain, thinking to themselves, what kind of monster is this? The audience erupted in astonishment at the hidden prowess of this fighter. The judges exchanged glances, regretting that they had not recognized her strength earlier. Lin Feng glanced at the hole in the wall and then back at the girl in white, his eyes showing a hint of appraisal. Again, he said calmly. The girl in white, hearing this, didn't hold back. She unleashed her full strength, and her punches grew even faster. As Lin Feng watched the flurry of punches, he suddenly struck. His arm moved like a snake, weaving through the barrage, and stopped just half an inch from her throat. The girl froze, knowing that if she moved even slightly, her throat would be in danger. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and said calmly, "You're quite good. Your techniques are rough, but your talent is exceptional. Both your martial arts and physical abilities are outstanding. I hope you find a good teacher." With that, he left with Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. The girl bit her lip, hesitating whether to follow him. She felt that Lin Feng understood her better than she understood herself. In the end, she sighed and stayed put. The audience applauded, cheering for Lin Feng, the girl in white, and Nangong Xiao, Chen Xian, and others. They had showcased the strength and spirit of the new generation in Rock Peak City. The broadcast of this match attracted not only the live audience and judges but also members of the Special Operations Department, top family heads just out of a meeting, and many others. The next day, Lin Feng woke up and stretched. He had slept exceptionally well. Reflecting on the previous day's events, after they had exited the underground labyrinth, members of the Special Operations Department had been waiting outside. They handed Feng Wu over to them and were taken to the department's base to await team assignments. By dawn, Huang Tianxiao and Feng Wan were also brought out, and everyone's scores were finalized. Lin Feng learned that the A, B, and C teams were not ranked by level but were simply different groups. Each team operated on a small group basis, and aside from mandatory tasks, they could choose their missions and receive rewards upon completion. The reason the A and B teams seemed stronger was due to their own development and structure. The A team had a task completion rate of 70, the B team nearly 60, while the C team only had 40. After learning these statistics, almost everyone chose the A team without hesitation. However, the A team was selective, accepting only the elite of the elite, as Lu Qinlan put it. In the end, the A team only chose Chen Xian, Lu Cheng, Nangong Xiao, and the girl in white. Unexpectedly, Hua Wushang, though picked by Lu Qinlan, chose to join the C team. Even more surprising, Lin Feng was also assigned to the C team by Li Chen. Bai Xiaowen was delighted, as she could team up with Lin Feng again. Seeing Bai Xiaowen and Lin Feng joining the C team, Nangong Xiao, who could have stayed in the A team, decided to follow them. Despite Lu Qianlon's warning that he would never have another chance to join the A team if he left, Nangong Xiao chose Lin Feng. This delighted Lu Heng of the C team, who felt that with these talents, their task completion rate could soon reach 50. By the time everything was settled, it was evening. Lin Feng went home and slept soundly. Upon waking, he decided to take a break from all training and enjoy a day of rest. Downstairs, Lin Feng found that Ding Zhu and the others also had a day off. Zhang Jie and Anua had already prepared breakfast. Through conversation, he learned that students in the city had a break every 10 days. Lin Feng casually asked Ding Zhu about his recent studies, and although there were many mistakes, Lin Feng didn't mind. He valued more the systematic learning habits and knowledge Ding Zhu was developing at school. After breakfast, Lin Feng made a cup of tea and took a book about the planet's history to the balcony on the second floor. He relaxed, reading and sipping tea, enjoying the rare leisure time. In stark contrast to Lin Feng's leisurely day, the Rebel Star organization was in turmoil. The deaths of Qin Mishi and two leaders had caused a massive stir in the city, and the Special Operations Department's activities had intensified. A person sitting in a chair pondered for a moment and then spoke. We must find a way to divert the Special Operations Department's attention. After resting for an entire day, Lin Feng got up early the next morning. As he came downstairs, he immediately felt the gazes of Ding Zhu, Jiang Jie, and Yanhua glued to him. From getting breakfast to pouring water and finally sitting down, their eyes never left him. Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and asked, is there something going on? Ding Zhu looked surprised. You don't know? Know what? Lin Feng was completely puzzled. Seeing that Lin Feng was genuinely unaware, Ding Zhu took out his phone, opened a video, and showed it to him. Lin Feng was stunned as he read the title. The strongest young fighter in Yinfeng Central City. Mysterious man easily takes on two, but turns into this in front of a beauty? To make matters worse, the title was accompanied by his photo. Lin Feng felt like he'd been hit in the knee with an arrow and thought, are you kidding me? He played the video, which showed his fight with Chen Xian, Hua Wushang, and a girl in white. What Lin Feng had considered an ordinary battle had been edited, narrated, slowed down, and set to background music, making it look incredibly epic. Anyone who didn't know better would be fired up after watching it. Where did this come from? Lin Feng noticed that the video clearly identified Chen Xian and Hua Wushang, even including brief profiles, something only a powerful organization could manage. However, the most valuable information for Lin Feng was the name of the girl in white, Shuang Min, the acknowledged martial arts prodigy of Yinfeng City's top high school. Yanhua explained, we don't know either. It just suddenly appeared online last night. Zhang Jie added, and then it went viral. It's part of a series, featuring Lu Cheng, Gong Tianyu, and others, but yours is particularly popular. After a moment of thought, Lin Feng brought out his custom-built computer. With his level 13 programming skills, he quickly traced the original uploader of the videos. A brief analysis revealed that it was an official operation. The uploader had high-level permissions on the internet, but deliberately hid some government-related codes. Whatever, as long as they didn't reveal my address, I'll just pretend it doesn't exist, Lin Feng said, setting the matter aside and starting to eat his breakfast heartily. Jiang Jie and the others exchanged glances before Ding Zhu asked, Feng, how do you think you compare to Lu Cheng? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, but Jiang Jie and Yanhua got excited. Yeah, the internet was buzzing about it last night. Exactly, but we support you. Even though Lu Cheng soloed a level 16 Huang Tian Xiao, he can't compare to your effortless style, right? And most people online are backing you. Seeing the two chatter away, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Lu Cheng is about the same as Chen Xian. If he wants to compare himself to me, he should beat Shuang Min first. Hearing such a confident statement, Jiang Jie and Yanhua's eyes lit up. They picked up their phones and started battling online. The situation got so heated that even Ding Zhu's phone was commandeered, and the three began posting furiously. Lin Feng watched this farce unfold, feeling the urge to roll his eyes. I'm going to use the training ground today, so don't come, Lin Feng said. Without looking up, the three responded. No problem. Go ahead. Sure, we won't bother you. Lin Feng realized they weren't there to worship him. They just wanted more ammunition for their online battles. Ignoring the chaos, Lin Feng headed to the backyard training ground. He started by stretching slowly, then sat cross-legged in the center of the field, closing his eyes to practice the tidal meditation technique. As he breathed, the rhythmic sound of tides rising and falling echoed in his ears. Soon, he felt his mental strength hit a bottleneck, completely stalled. At this moment, Lin Feng took out a black mental seed that contained Li Tao's endless resentment and mental power, pressing it gently against his forehead. His mental sea began to draw the seed in slowly. The moment the seed entered, Lin Feng's mental sea boiled, and the seed transformed into a pure black creature with a serpent's head and a scorpion's tail. Seeing this monster filled with endless resentment, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. I was worried Li Tao hadn't suffered enough. Looks perfect now. Suddenly, The creature noticed Lin Feng's consciousness and charged at him, roaring, "Die! I want you dead. I want to take you with me." Each word sounded like a demon's whisper, but Lin Feng remained unfazed. Without any action on his part, the power within his mental sea moved to counter the attack. A sizzling sound like a red-hot iron plunged into water filled the air. The creature was the red-hot iron, while Lin Feng's mental power was the vast sea. Ultimately, the immense sea cooled the iron, naturally dissolving the serpent-headed, scorpion-tailed monster into Lin Feng's mental sea. The vaporized mental power began to recondense within the mental sea. During this process, Lin Feng seemed to gain some insight. From an external perspective, a peaceful and serene expression appeared on his face. The data panel updated. Mental power, 14.9 15.0. Special attributes, mind. Innate abilities, intimidation, darkness. However, as soon as these two terms formed, they began to blur. Innate abilities. At the same time, in the distant cosmos, a chain connecting millions of planets flickered. In another star region, within a grand palace built on a nebula, black mist suddenly erupted. Before the surrounding cosmic beings could understand what was happening, the black mist mysteriously dissipated. Lin Feng, a 15-year-old half-elf, stood in the training grounds holding a book titled Tianyi Empire Resident's Guide to Supernatural Abilities. His eyes scanned the pages intently, searching for information about his newly awakened power. Mental control? Lin Feng muttered to himself, frowning slightly. This ability sounded somewhat dubious, but its formidable nature left him in awe. He could control both living beings and inanimate objects, as long as they were within the limits of his mental strength. His gaze shifted to a small box beside him, containing a spider robot. He reached out his hand, closed his eyes, and began to attempt controlling the robot with his mind. As Lin Feng's thoughts focused, the spider robot slowly crawled out of the box and started moving across the training grounds. It moved with such agility and fluidity that it seemed almost alive. However, Lin Feng soon felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. "No, it's too mentally exhausting," he murmured, withdrawing his control over the robot. Lin Feng realized that although the lightweight design made it easy to conceal, it was incredibly taxing to control. He began to ponder if there was a more efficient way to improve his control. After flipping through several books on the material science of mental abilities, Lin Feng had an epiphany. So it's the material. It looks like I'll need to remake it with different materials. His attention was then drawn to another ability. Mental simulation? What's that? With curiosity, he delved into the encyclopedia of supernatural abilities for answers. When Lin Feng finally found the relevant information, his eyes lit up. Mental simulation allowed him to mimic and use other people's mental abilities. This discovery thrilled him, and he began to imagine the endless possibilities. However, a question suddenly surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. These two abilities didn't seem to be directly related to his tidal meditation technique. Just as he fell into deep thought, a strange sensation washed over him. Lin Feng looked up at the sky, as if he could hear the sound of chains clinking and mist swirling. He immediately realized this was the call of the cosmic treasure, the billion-star god chain, in the black, dark hall. Meanwhile, in the office of the Special Operations Department, Lu Hang was making an important announcement to Chai Bin. "You did a great job on this mission. I've decided to appoint you as the new team leader." Chai Bin scratched his head in confusion. He had always thought he wasn't sharp enough to be a team leader. But Lu Hang insisted, "You've worked hard and achieved a lot. If I don't promote you now, I might get in trouble." Chai Bin reluctantly accepted the appointment but still voiced his concerns. "Boss, I can complete missions, but leading a team I really don't think I'm up to it." Lu Hang smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I know your situation. That's why I arranged for Cui Shi to be with you. Your new team members are waiting in the C5 conference room on the second floor. Go on, don't keep them waiting." As Chai Bin and Cui Shi made their way to the conference room, they were greeted with congratulations from colleagues. Both felt puzzled, not understanding why everyone was so enthusiastic. When they finally entered the C5 conference room, Chai Bin immediately spotted a red-haired teenager. Beside him, Cui Shi exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Feng?" Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but cover his face. He hadn't anticipated the immense impact of a viral video. Almost everyone recognized him along the way. When he reported to Team C, the situation was even worse, with people practically greeting him face-to-face. The most exasperating part was that many asked the same question. Between you and Lu Cheng, who's stronger? Lin Feng couldn't understand why the Special Action Unit had to join in the frenzy. What he didn't know was that in this newly emerging internet era, although the infrastructure was well established, the internet was still a novelty. This series of viral topics sparked widespread debate, giving the citizens of Yinfeng Central City a sense of participation for the first time, thus capturing everyone's attention. Of course, some people tried to comfort Lin Feng, advising him to relax, saying that people would soon forget, or praising his strength while suggesting he adapt to the changes in the Special Action Unit. Seeing Lin Feng covering his face, Kai Bin had an idea. He turned to the crowd at the door and said, all right, don't you all have something to do? Our team needs to have a meeting. Move along, move along. With his urging, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Watching Kai Bin's actions, Chuishi smiled and said to Lin Feng and the others, the captain may not be very smart, but he's very considerate. Hearing this, the three of them exchanged glances, feeling that such a comment might be a bit harsh, but seeing that Kai Bin didn't mind, they kept silent. Kai Bin approached the three and said directly, let's start with introductions. Nangong Xiao spoke first. Nangong Xiao, 17 years old, level 13, from the Nangong family. I'm skilled in hand-to-hand combat and grappling, and my shooting is decent. Bai Xiaowen followed. Bai Xiaowen, 16 years old, level 14, from the Bai family. I'm good at palm techniques, and my shooting is pretty good. Lin Feng introduced himself last. Lin Feng, 15 years old, level 14, skilled in shooting, and my combat skills are alright. Hearing Lin Feng's introduction, Chuishi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had seen the video. Was that level of combat really just alright? Kai Bin was a bit puzzled after hearing the introductions. The Nangong and Bai families were top-tier families, so why were they in Team C? He curiously asked, if you don't mind me asking, what were your scores? Nangong Xiao replied, I scored 97. Bai Xiaowen added, I scored 96. Lin Feng was a bit confused since he hadn't paid attention to his score, but Bai Xiaowen remembered. Lin Feng scored 100, the only perfect score. 97, 96, and a 100? Kai Bin looked at the three of them, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, are you sure you remember correctly? Nangong Xiao explained, yes, we know what you're thinking, Captain. We have our reasons for not joining Team A. Chuishi couldn't help but sigh. Their captain was really out of touch with the department's dynamics. For them, joining Team A wasn't necessarily a good thing. Chuishi introduced himself. This is Kai Bin, our team captain. He's 23 years old and almost at level 20, making him one of the strongest in Team C. I'm Chuishi, a veteran in the team. I'm 22 years old, level 18, and while my combat skills are average, I'm good with intelligence and information. Lin Feng and the others nodded. They had to admit, both Kai Bin and Chuishi were impressive within the Special Action Unit. Although they had undergone training and reached level 13 or 14, leveling up became increasingly difficult. Both Kai Bin and Chuishi were still young, and they had the potential to reach level 25 before turning 40. This would make them formidable leaders in Lin Feng's faction cities. Kai Bin stood beside Chuishi and coughed twice, saying, you all are outstanding individuals, so we hope to work together and complete every mission successfully. Lin Feng and the others stood up and said in unison, we'll follow the captain's lead. Kai Bin quickly gestured for them to sit. No need to be so formal. We're a family now, and we'll make decisions together. After the introductions, the conversation became much more relaxed. Through Chuishi's introductions, Kai Bin started watching the video series about Lin Feng and the others. Watching Kai Bin engrossed in the videos, Chuishi remarked, it's a bit strange how this series became so popular overnight. Although the production is excellent, the speed at which everyone started talking about it is surprising. Bai Xiaowen explained, Sister Chuishi, it's not that surprising. The officials are pushing it. When we were chasing Huang Tianxiao in the outer city's underground maze, many people were watching the live stream. The officials saw the promotional potential and turned it into a series. Next, they'll likely start publicizing the crimes of Anai Xing to rally everyone against them. Chuishi and Kai Bin exchanged glances, with Chuishi asking in surprise, did your family tell you this? It sounds like classified information. Bai Xiaowen replied nonchalantly, no, my dad mentioned it casually at the dinner table. The rest was easy to figure out. Silence enveloped the room. Kai Bin and Chuishi exchanged shocked glances, their astonishment plain to see. They couldn't help but wonder, are these the kind of talents that top-tier families produce? Their abilities are simply astounding. Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao, however, remained calm, as if they had expected this. They were well aware that figures like Lin Feng and Lu Cheng, who garnered much attention, would inevitably have more of their stories revealed to the public, especially their confrontations with Anai Xing. This was undoubtedly a good sign, indicating that Lin Feng was now confident enough to face Anai Xing head-on. Lin Feng broke the silence at the right moment. Kai Bin and Chuishi shared a knowing look. Having experienced it firsthand, they understood the arduous journey of battling Anai Xing. From initially being outmatched to gradually figuring out their opponent's tactics and closing the technological gap, the situation had indeed become increasingly favorable. Kai Bin put down the communicator in his hand, having just finished watching Lin Feng's video footage. He had to admit, the performance was truly breathtaking. Coupled with Lin Feng's keen grasp of the evolving situation, Kai Bin couldn't help but smile wryly. Honestly, I think you should be the team captain. Lu Hang had certainly given him a tricky task. Lin Feng quickly waved off the suggestion, humbly declining, I'm not suitable for it. By now, The five had become quite familiar with each other. After a moment's thought, Chai Bin said directly, I don't think you three from the Special Operations Division are here for a vacation. You're all here to make progress. So let's get started right away and go pick up a mission. Shuishi pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. If they were dealing with ordinary newcomers, they could share some training techniques or combat experiences. But with these three, it was better not to. The group arrived at a small room, and just as they sat down, someone approached them with some documents. Chai Bin, I was just looking for you, the newcomer said. What's up? Do I have a compulsory mission? Chai Bin asked, looking puzzled. Normally, the task assignment personnel wouldn't seek someone out unless it was a compulsory mission. Take a look for yourself, Chimu said, handing over the documents. Chai Bin skeptically opened the file, and upon reading the first line, he stood up abruptly, trembling with shock. Shuishi hurried over, and her face turned pale upon seeing the name. Yang Hui, that traitor dares to come back? Shuishi exclaimed. Chimu explained, honestly, we were skeptical at first too, but subsequent clues confirmed it's really him. Chai Bin quickly skimmed through the documents and then handed them to Lin Feng, solemnly telling Chimu, we'll take this mission. Chimu nodded. All right, follow me to sign off on it. As Chai Bin left, Shuishi began explaining the situation to Lin Feng and the others. Yang Hui was the captain of Chai Bin's first team, essentially his mentor. However, Yang Hui later joined an Xing and even set traps to betray his teammates to prove his loyalty. In the end, only the youngest member, Chai Bin, survived. After hearing the explanation, Lin Feng and the others understood why Chai Bin had been so emotional earlier. Shuishi sighed and added, I was really lucky. I was originally part of Yang Hui's team, but got reassigned just 3 months before his betrayal. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged silent glances. Lin Feng frowned as he finished reading the documents. The clues were scant, with only a blurry side profile photo of Yang Hui sipping coffee in a cafe. The rest of the documents were old mission records and stories about Yang Hui. Sister Shuishi, did Yang Hui like drinking coffee before? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Shuishi thought back. He didn't have that habit when he was in Yinfeng City. But he's been away for so long, who knows if he picked it up? Lin Feng nodded silently, but Nangong Xiao spoke up. Regardless, we should check out that cafe. Shuishi and Bai Xiaowen agreed. When Chai Bin returned after signing the documents and heard their decision, he immediately agreed to head to the cafe together. Chai Bin took on the role of driver. Lin Feng kept scrutinizing the photo. What's up? Did you find something? Shuishi noticed Lin Feng's actions and asked. There is something odd, Lin Feng explained. This person is wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, but no mask. The cafe's camera is poorly positioned, mainly capturing the entrance, yet it managed to get a clear shot of his distinct features. It seems deliberate. Bai Xiaowen, Nangong Xiao, and Shuishi examined the photo closely. They too noticed the issue. Despite the blurriness, the photo clearly showed Yang Hui's distinct facial features, a high-nose bridge, thin lips, and a noticeable mole at the corner of his mouth. Without these, they wouldn't have been able to confirm it was Yang Hui. It does seem deliberate. But what's the benefit of doing this? Nangong Xiao wondered aloud. Bai Xiaowen agreed. Yeah, could it be just to get hunted by our Special Operations Division? Shuishi and Chai Bin furrowed their brows. Chai Bin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Yang Hui wasn't the strongest in the team, but he became the captain because he was smart. Very smart. So when dealing with him, either you think of nothing, or you consider everything. Lin Feng nodded, understanding that Chai Bin was giving him advice. Soon, they arrived at the cafe. The place was ideally located at the crossroads of several major companies. Despite it being the afternoon, the shop was bustling, with baristas constantly brewing coffee. Nobody even noticed their arrival. Where was Yang Hui sitting at the time? Lin Feng asked. Shuishi shook her head. We'll need to check with the security team to review the cafe surveillance footage. With that, she volunteered to handle the task. Let me go with you, Bai Xiaowen offered. Sister Shuishi, I'll accompany you. Shuishi looked at Bai Xiaowen, then at Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao, and agreed with a smile. Happy New Year. The little bear wishes everyone a healthy, prosperous, and successful new year. And most importantly, may you all get rich. Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Chai Bin stepped out of the coffee shop, their eyes scanning the bustling street. All three frowned simultaneously. The scale and density of the crowd far exceeded their expectations. The presence of numerous large corporations further complicated the situation. Finding useful clues here would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Looks like we'll have to wait for news from Bai Xiaowen and the others, Nangong Xiao said, somewhat disheartened. Chai Bin remained calm. If an Xing were that easy to deal with, it wouldn't have troubled all the major factions for so long. Lin Feng's attention was suddenly drawn to the security camera at the entrance of the company across the street. Whose company is that? He asked. Nangong Xiao glanced over and replied, That's the Liu family's Baijun armaments. They're quite well known. They're the main manufacturers of the commonly used fourth-generation rifles. Can we access their surveillance footage? Lin Feng pointed at the camera. Chai Bin shook his head. To be honest, these large corporations are all backed by powerful families. We might manage with the ordinary ones, but with top-tier families like this, we'll have to negotiate. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then took out his communicator and called Ding Zhu, catching him just as his class ended. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaowen and Cui Shi walked into the city guard station set up in that area. Cui Shi flashed his credentials. Special Operations Department, we need your cooperation. The guards exchanged glances and quickly fetched the deputy director. Cui Shi explained their purpose, and the deputy director nodded and went to retrieve the footage. Our Special Operations Department has high authority, Cui Shi explained to Bai Xiaowen. In the future, if you need help from the guard station, just show your credentials. You won't even need to explain. Bai Xiaowen raised an eyebrow. Is it really that easy? Cui Shi explained that the guard station's personnel were more complex and not as carefully selected as those in the Special Operations Department. To avoid leaks, their department operated independently, making investigations safer and more efficient. Soon, the deputy director returned with the footage and handed it to Cui Shi. After confirming its accuracy, Cui Shi told them they could expand the scope and let the Special Operations Department handle the surrounding cases. The deputy director smiled. This was one of the reasons the guard station was happy to cooperate. With the footage and a few case files in hand, the two returned to the coffee shop and found Lin Feng and the others already watching some surveillance footage. It turned out Lin Feng had hacked into the company's system across the street and pulled up the footage from outside the coffee shop. Everyone analyzed the footage together and quickly identified where Yang Hui had been previously right at the spot where they were now sitting. Lin Feng noticed that Yang Hui had spent less than 5 minutes in the shop, his gaze unfocused, as if he were just casually wandering. This discovery left everyone more puzzled. What was the significance of Yang Hui's appearance? Was he deliberately showing himself to mislead the Special Operations Department without leaving any clues, just to toy with them? As everyone fell silent, Lin Feng noticed the files in Cui Shi's hands. They were records of nearby cases provided by the guard station, mainly involving theft and smuggling. Nangong Shao suggested they could assign personnel to handle these cases. Suddenly, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He had a vague feeling that Yang Hui, the large corporations, theft, and smuggling were somehow connected, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Chai Bin was seething with anger but knew they were stuck in a dead end. He suggested they take a break, and everyone nodded in agreement. As Chai Bin, Cui Shi, Bai Xiaowen, and Nangong Shao stood up to leave, they noticed Lin Feng still sitting in his chair, not making a move. The four exchanged glances. Finally, Chai Bin walked over to Lin Feng and gently advised, Lin Feng, I know you're anxious, but we really don't have any good leads right now. Why not take a break? A few days won't matter. Lin Feng suddenly sat up straight, a spark of realization in his eyes. Maybe that's exactly what the enemy wants. The four were taken aback, not understanding. Lin Feng stood up, took the documents from Cui Shi, and explained, I've been thinking. Yang Hui wouldn't act without reason. His deliberate actions must have a purpose. Since we can't figure out his goal, why not think about the most likely reaction to his appearance? Cui Shi crossed her arms, pondering. As a traitor from the Special Operations Department, and now a member of Rebel Star, Yang Hui's appearance would definitely catch the attention of the Special Operations Department, especially Chai Bin's. Nangong Shao turned to Chai Bin. Captain, do you know Yang Hui well? Chai Bin's expression was grave. Very well. He knows not only me but the entire Special Operations Department inside out. Lin Feng spread out the documents and analyzed. Yang Hui knows that once he shows up, Captain Chai will investigate. This way, his case falls into the hands of the Special Operations Department. According to our operating style, we would take over all related cases. This allows him to transfer something that the Security Bureau is about to discover, right under their noses. The four's expressions changed dramatically, their eyes falling on the documents in front of them. Nangong Shao couldn't help but exclaim, is Yang Hui really that clever? It seems like he's predicted our every move. Bai Xiaowen was also surprised. Yang Hui is indeed formidable. Chai Bin and Cui Shi exchanged a glance, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They were familiar with Yang Hui's methods, and this kind of calculation was typical of him. But what astonished them more was Lin Feng's ability to see through Yang Hui's entire plan in such a short time. Lin Feng continued his analysis. If I'm correct, their goods will be smuggled out of Central City tonight. Upon hearing this, Chai Bin immediately picked up his communicator to contact the Security Bureau. However, Cui Shi stopped him. Wait, why? Chai Bin asked anxiously. Didn't Lin Feng say they're acting tonight? We need to confirm the Security Bureau's plan for tonight. Cui Shi patiently explained. Captain Chai, think about it. Why did Yang Hui show up yesterday? Because he knew the Security Bureau would act today. If he knows their schedule, don't you think he would anticipate your call? Chai Bin suddenly understood and sighed deeply. I didn't think it through. I need some air. With that, he walked out of the cafe alone. Cui Shi watched him leave and explained to the others, Yang Hui is special to Chai Bin. He was Chai Bin's mentor, guiding him when he wasn't so sharp. But to be betrayed by such a person and pushed into a pit, Chai Bin has never given up on gathering information about Yang Hui. I hope you understand. Lin Feng and the others nodded in understanding and began studying the Security Bureau's files. First, we need to find cases related to smuggling. Second, the goods are likely difficult to transport, probably pharmaceuticals, Lin Feng analyzed. Nangong Xiao frowned. Why pharmaceuticals? Bai Xiaowen explained, because Rebel Star has high-level weaponry. There wouldn't be much here worth their effort. We've found traces of their activities in our pharmaceutical factories and research labs multiple times. Cui Shi provided the answer directly. It should be case 45, involving the smuggling of a pharmaceutical raw material white flower grass acid liquid. This material is very precious and must be transported within 8 hours, or it loses its properties. Bai Xiaowen looked at Cui Shi in amazement. Sister Cui Shi, you remember all that from a quick glance in the car? Cui Shi smiled and pointed to her eyes. Photographic memory. I never forget. After carefully reading the file, Lin Feng understood why Yang Hui was in such a hurry. The file was overly detailed, with times, locations, people, and even the quantity of goods and routes of the contacts. Seeing the number of people involved, Lin Feng guessed that the other side highly valued this batch of raw materials. Looks like we'll need to call for reinforcements, Lin Feng said. Cui Shi nodded in agreement and went out to find Chai Bin. Lin Feng turned to Bai Xiaowen, who shook her head and said, Sister Cui Shi will be fine. She mentioned leaving Yang Hui's team earlier because of too many interrogations, which she's used to. Lin Feng nodded and took out his communicator to call Ding Zhu. Brother Ding, bring me my gear and the grenades and Type II bullets from the equipment box next to it. What are Type II bullets? Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up instantly. They recalled the 3 types of bullets Lin Feng had given them before: penetrating, high incendiary, and explosive. The effects of those bullets were unbelievably good, and they cherished every use. Lin Feng explained, these are upgraded versions of those 3 bullets, with better effects and greater power. Additionally, we've added tranquilizer bullets and jumping bullets. Hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen's eyes shone even brighter. Nangong Xiao couldn't wait and asked, Brother Feng, do we get some too? Lin Feng felt a chill but quickly replied, yes, definitely, absolutely. Nangong Xiao snapped his fingers in excitement, showing a satisfied smile. Bai Xiaowen couldn't stop laughing beside him. At this moment, Chai Bin and Cui Shi walked in. Seeing the 3 of them playing around, they couldn't help but smile. Cui Shi curiously asked, what's making you all so happy? Lin Feng was about to speak, but Nangong Xiao interrupted. Nothing much, just a little surprise for you later, he said mysteriously. Chai Bin and Cui Shi exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. The higher-ups have approved reinforcements, and we'll be planning and arranging it this time, Chai Bin said. Lin Feng thoughtfully stroked his chin, his gaze falling on the document displaying the transaction location. Shitsi River. Shitsi River is a mystical river with both its mouth and source located between 2 mines. The exposed part runs right through the center of Yin Peak City. This river didn't exist before the city. It appeared suddenly after a rare earthquake, spanning the entire city but not extending beyond its borders. At this time, deep in a reed-covered riverbank of Shitsi River, Yang Hui stood with his hands in his pockets, surrounded by 4 or 5 members of the rebellious Star Group. A young man with a lollipop in his mouth glanced at the timer on a box on the ground and frowned. What's going on? We've been waiting here for almost an hour, and they still haven't arrived. Yang Hui checked the time and shook his head. It's fine. It's not time yet. That path isn't as easy as the one Nangong's family uses. It's understandable if they're late. The other rebellious Star members nodded in agreement. They recalled how convenient it was to enter Yin Peak City back then, just riding in Nangong's family's car and arriving with their eyes closed. A chubby guy snorted. Shouldn't that be considered their good luck? If they really come, I guarantee none of them will make it out. As the appointed time approached, the wind by the river grew stronger. Even though the reeds were bent down by a third, Yang Hui and his group remained well hidden. Yang Hui checked his watch more frequently, appearing increasingly impatient. Suddenly, the timer emitted a piercing beep, indicating it was 10 o'clock. Yang Hui squinted his eyes, scanned the surroundings, and seeing no one, decisively ordered, let's go. The rebellious Star members turned to leave without hesitation but were suddenly stopped by a voice, Cold Crow crossing the river. Only for the medicine, Yang Hui reflexively responded, rebellious Star forever. The others halted as well. However, upon seeing the newcomers, their brows furrowed. The group bore varying degrees of injuries, seemingly not from battle. The leading man on the other side smiled awkwardly. Sorry to keep you waiting. We had a car accident on the way, causing a delay. Yang Hui nodded and said directly, you're the Cold Crow, right? Let's start the handover now. We don't have much time. No problem. Let's hurry. The Cold Crow team felt embarrassed and cursed the 15-year-old kid who secretly drove on the road, hoping to finish this quickly. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the reed marsh, Nangong Shao couldn't help but give Lin Feng a thumbs up, praising, "That car accident on the way was brilliant." Lin Feng shook his head, indicating it was a minor thing. "Is the location confirmed?" he asked. Nangong Shao pointed to the red on the communicator and said, "They haven't moved since a while ago. The location is confirmed." The reinforcement team leader, Wu Feng, asked excitedly, "So, is it our turn now?" Lin Feng shook his head and marked a spot on the map. "Wait here. Set up an ambush, and you'll surely catch a big fish." Wu Feng looked at the map, feeling the distance was a bit far but nodded in agreement. After watching him leave, Lin Feng whispered, "We can start our operation too." Chai Bin, Cui Shi, Nangong Shao, and Bai Xiaowen nodded and plunged into the reed marsh. On the other side, the handover between Yang Hui and the Cold Crow was completed. Safe journey. Both sides bid farewell, and were about to leave when a sudden burst of gunfire rang out. Bang! 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 In an instant, members of Yang Hui and Hanya squads dove to the ground like startled rabbits. They lifted their heads slightly, witnessing 3 streaks of fire slicing through the reeds, accompanied by the howling cold wind. The flames quickly ignited large swathes of reeds, dividing the entire area into 4 sections. Xiaopeng glared at the Hanya squad, but they were not intimidated. "Shouldn't you be the ones explaining? The location, time, route, and number of people were all decided by you. What does this have to do with us?" Hanya retorted. The momentum of Yang Hui's squad immediately weakened. Indeed, it was their information that had been leaked. But Yang Hui decisively interrupted the argument. "Now is not the time for this. Let's split up and leave." Though disgruntled, the Hanya squad reluctantly nodded in agreement. Yang Hui analyzed, "They set the reeds on fire, which means they don't know our exact location yet. Let's leave quickly before the fire fully spreads." He pointed out 2 directions. The Hanya squad chose to break through on the right, the direction they had come from. For the sake of survival, they decisively abandoned the medicinal materials. Meanwhile, Wu Feng's squad arrived at the location designated by Lin Feng and swiftly concealed themselves among the reeds, waiting for their prey to take the bait. Chai Bin, Cui Shi, and others dispersed as planned, stealthily moving through the reed field. Apart from the crackling of the flames, an eerie silence enveloped the reed field. Members of all 4 squads moved cautiously, each step potentially deciding their fate. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of Yang Hui and Hanya's members, dreading an encounter with the enemy at any moment. Xiaopeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What's the Special Operations Division up to?" They fired and then went silent. The young man with the lollipop bit down on it, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. Suddenly, Yang Hui seemed to realize something. The enemy intends to use the fire to segment the battlefield and draw us into a trap for annihilation. He immediately ordered, "From now on, everyone split up and break through. Use any means necessary to escape." Xiaopeng felt a sense of relief. "All right. I'm out of here first." He darted into the reeds and quickly fled. The others followed suit, leaving Yang Hui alone. He chose an unexpected route following the burning fire line, planning to use the cover of the flames. As Yang Hui reached the fire line, a loud explosion came from the direction where the Hanya squad had gone. Intense gunfire erupted, the sound of bullets filling the air. Yang Hui's squad quickened their pace to escape, while Wu Feng's squad found themselves on the defensive. Despite being ambushed, the Hanya squad launched a strong counterattack with their leader Hanya's 6-barrel machine gun. In the midst of the stalemate, Lin Feng quietly loaded a specially made black bullet. He aimed at the red on his screen and decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet shot through the air, heading straight for Hanya. Despite his alertness, Hanya was a moment too late. The black bullet pierced through his skull, snuffing out the light of his life instantly. With Hanya's fall, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. Wu Feng was the first to react, roaring orders to open fire. Without their strongest firepower, the Hanya squad quickly fell into a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the scattered members of Yang Hui's squad accelerated their escape, no longer concerned about being exposed. They knew that once the battle on Hanya's side concluded, they would be the next targets. Driven by the instinct to survive, they fled desperately, turning the reed field into a stage for a life-and-death escape. Xiaopeng's movements were the most noticeable, resembling a rolling wheel. He dashed through the reeds, racing against time towards the shore. The shore was a bustling park, and once he reached a crowded area, the Special Operations Unit would be hesitant to act. That was their favorite battleground. As Xiaopeng passed through a patch of reeds, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something white out of the corner of his eye. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his spine. His limbs went numb, and he fell heavily to the ground, rolling into a ball from the momentum. His mind screamed for him to stop, but his body was completely out of control. A sound quieter than a muffled fart, "Ift," was heard, and a bloody hole appeared in the back of Xiaopeng's head. The light in his eyes faded with confusion. Bai Xiaowen, holding her white pistol, smiled slightly. The white pistol was her signature weapon, currently in silent mode. Its true silencing effect was so effective that even the person shot wouldn't notice. Xiaopeng was the perfect proof. Despite being a level 17 warrior who should have detected a 4th-generation gun attack, Xiaopeng was easily taken down by the 5th-generation white pistol, combined with its silencing effect and Type 2 penetrating bullets. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the silence. Bang! Accompanied by a scream, Nangong Zhao's crimson flame pistol, in burst mode, blasted through the heart and half a lung of the man holding a lollipop stick. Blowing the smoke from the gun barrel, Nangong Zhao grinned widely, clearly growing more fond of the weapon. He looked up at the other exposed members of the rebel star group, showing no intention of pursuit. Sure enough, 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, and the movement of those 3 individuals ceased abruptly. Facing Lin Feng's sniping, they were like sitting ducks, each with a bullet hole in their head, falling heavily among the reeds. Yang Hui, fleeing along the fire line, witnessed this and gritted his teeth. His entire squad had been wiped out. Even if he escaped, he would be a lone commander. In the Rebel Star's internal recruitment system, these members were painstakingly gathered by him. He had hoped to advance to a first-level squad, but now even finding enough new recruits was uncertain. Where there's life, there's hope. Yang Hui muttered as he ran along the fire line, his face growing darker. He had to avoid that terrifying sniper. The opponent's marksmanship was unbelievably precise, simultaneously taking down 3 targets from different directions. Such skill was only matched by Falcon in the Rebel Star's first-level squads. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had already put away his sniper rifle and quietly infiltrated the reed marsh. Cui Shi had also dealt with his opponent, and despite an injured arm, he continued to move according to plan. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Zhao advanced towards their designated direction. As Yang Hui sprinted along the fire line, his face suddenly changed. The supposedly safe route had turned into a charred open space, resembling a circular duel arena. You finally arrived. A calm voice emerged from the reeds. A figure slowly stepped out, causing Yang Hui's pupils to constrict in disbelief. Chai Bin? Chai Bin had been waiting for a long time. After much thought, he decided it was time to settle things. Yang Hui looked around warily, his face growing darker. The reeds swayed in the cold wind, vaguely revealing several human figures. You calculated that I would take this route? Yang Hui asked incredulously. Chai Bin nodded. That's right. Lin Feng said someone as smart but cowardly as you would choose the safest route, sacrificing teammates to clear the way for yourself. I didn't believe it at first, but now I see I overestimated you. Your so-called choices are just selling out your teammates for an easy path. Yang Hui stretched his body, coldly replying, Oh, so you're here to lecture me? Chai Bin shook his head. Everyone makes their own choices. I have no right to lecture you. Then what's the point of saying all this? Yang Hui summoned 2 crutches with a flick of his wrist. I'm just telling you that the path you've chosen is a dangerous one, Chai Bin said before lunging at Yang Hui like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Yang Hui retaliated, swinging his crutches with Twin Dragon's dive, aiming straight for Chai Bin's eyes. Smack! Chai Bin, midair, slapped the crutches away with a powerful hand. Yang Hui's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, Chai Bin's other hand struck his head forcefully. Smack, splat. Yang Hui's head turned to mush under Chai Bin's palm. This scene left Nangong Zhao in awe, not expecting their usually mild-mannered leader to be so ruthless. Through the communicator, Cui Shi explained, since that incident, Chai Bin has been rigorously practicing his martial arts every day. He said he wasn't smart enough and could only rely on hard work to master his skills. Now, his combat prowess is recognized even within the Special Operations Unit. Lin Feng sighed, that's true wisdom. He glanced towards the direction of Hanya and the other's demise, continuing, it's often said that catching rabbits in the snow is easy because they always follow the same path home, leaving tracks. Look at Hanya. Look at Yang Hui's teammates, they all thought of returning to the most familiar place. How much smarter are humans than rabbits? Nangong Zhao approached Lin Feng with a slight frown and whispered, Still, it feels a bit rushed to end it like this, doesn't it? Lin Feng shrugged, his gaze sweeping over Kai Bin, who was dealing with Yang Hui's corpse in the distance. After so many years of hatred building up to this day, I doubt the captain wanted to spar with Yang Hui for hundreds of rounds. Bai Xiaowen nodded in agreement, but then turned to Lin Feng, a mischievous glint in her eyes. If it weren't for the captain, you wouldn't have arranged such an arena, would you? Lin Feng stood with his arms crossed, his eyes still on Kai Bin, his tone heavy. Some things need a slightly more formal conclusion. The scene shifts to the meeting room of the Special Operations Department. Lei Xiao sat at the head of the table, a hefty list spread out before him. As he flipped through the pages, his expression grew darker. Before even reaching the last few pages, he couldn't contain his anger any longer. Are these people confirmed? Do you realize the impact of submitting this list? Yes. The few people in the meeting room responded in unison, their voices resolute. Lei Zhao's face rarely showed fear, but this list revealed a scope far beyond the upper echelons of Yin Feng's central city. It exposed infiltration by members of the resistance star at nearly every important position, from the highest levels to the grassroots, from the core to the periphery. Even more shocking, some had been embedded in key roles for 20 years or more. Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, and Lu Heng exchanged a heavy glance. Finally, Li Chun broke the silence. Minister, most of the names on the list are confirmed. There are still a few we're investigating, Lu Heng added. If it weren't for the explosion in the outer city causing those people to go missing, we might still be in the dark. Lei Zhao's gaze turned to the silent Xiao Yu, his tone accusatory. Captain Xiao, say something. Internal investigations had always been Xiao Yu's responsibility. This incident only brought Li Chun and his team into the loop, revealing such a startling truth. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. Although this might sound like I'm defending myself, I must say there's someone behind all these people. This person holds a very high position, not only in Yanfeng Central City, but also within the Resistance Star. As he spoke, he pulled up a document from 2 years ago. Lu Qianlan's face changed drastically upon seeing it. Xiao Yu, what are you implying? Instead of answering directly, Xiao Yu started explaining the document. It detailed a scandal involving 8 top families, a wedding between 2 elite families where the bride was caught having an affair with an old lover in the bridal chamber by the groom. The discovery led to a bloody conflict, resulting in multiple deaths, including both the bride and groom. Captain Lu, hear me out. Xiao Yu pressed down Lu Qianlan's doubts firmly. This wasn't an accident. The groom's family scapegoated the boy from the Huang family. It was a meticulously planned scheme. He continued to reveal that the bride was actually a high-ranking member of the Resistance Star, one of the 12 secret histories, codenamed Bone Serpent. When Xiao Yu's team discovered her identity, they intended to arrest her immediately but found that Bone Serpent had a superior in Yin Feng Central City. The revelation stunned everyone present. Li Chen and Lu Qianlan exchanged a look, realizing this meant at least one deputy director of the Resistance Star was embedded in Yin Feng Central City. Xiao Yu turned to the silent Lu Heng and asked, "Did you know about this?" Lu Qianlan looked at Lu Heng in surprise, waiting for his response. Lu Heng shrugged, looking slightly resigned. "Your status is unique, and Brother Chun was looking for Zhang Xiao at the time. I was the only one who could help. So here we are." He took a deep breath and began recounting the story. It was really frustrating. Xiao Yu and I couldn't find a breakthrough, so we decided to capture Bone Snake and interrogate her. People like her usually cooperate to reduce their sentences. But just a day before we were going to act, there was suddenly an announcement about an alliance marriage, and we were warned not to cause any trouble. We had no choice but to wait until after the marriage. You know what happened next? Xiao Yu looked down at the list in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Think about it, someone of Bone Snake's level was directly killed. They didn't even bother to take her away. How high must that person's status be? Lei Xiao remained silent, feeling a pang of regret. If only he had firmly supported Xiao Yu and Lu Heng back then, things might have turned out differently. Lu Qianlan was completely silent. That great battle had not only claimed the lives of the young noblewoman and her fiancé, but also many promising members of the 8 great families. The Hua family had so few members that even their maids had to be assigned to the guard. The Long family couldn't spare anyone and had to rely on her, their granddaughter, to handle matters. The Xiao and Gong families were in even worse shape. The Xiao family had only one heir left, and the Gong family had to let the young Gong Tianyu take on heavy responsibilities. All of this was tied to that battle. Li Chen frowned as he flipped through the documents in front of him. Suddenly, he looked up at Xiao Yu. If what you're saying is true, there must be someone from the other side within our special operations department. Why isn't there a single name on this list? Lu Qianlan snorted. Have you forgotten the wave of defections a couple of years ago? Qian Fangzhong, Yang Hui, Zhao Zhongyuan, and Mu Zhan from the task force. Do I need to list the rest? Li Chen suddenly understood. So many people defected because they feared Xiao Yu's internal purge. Lei Xiao stopped hesitating and gave the order directly. First, I'll report to the Supreme Council and request action. Second, we've finally caught the other side slipping up. We must not let them get away this time. Investigate thoroughly. Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, and Lu Heng responded in unison. Understood. Meanwhile, in another room, Qimu looked at Chaibin and his team, who had just returned from their mission, with some surprise. Finished already? Chuishi explained while handling the handover. Chaibin's current state of mind isn't suitable for dealing with this kind of thing. Qimu glanced at the statistics and couldn't help but be astonished. You killed 12 members of the rebellious star? That's a major case. Exactly, that's why we requested reinforcements, Chuishi said, glancing at the frustrated Wu Feng and his team. Noticing their expressions, Qimu asked, shouldn't you be happy about completing the mission? Why do you all look like you failed? Chuishi explained, it's nothing. They just found out that it was the newcomer, Lin Feng, who helped them take down the biggest boss on the battlefield. They've been like this ever since. Chimu raised an eyebrow. Are these three newcomers really that good? Shuishi shook his head and said seriously, not just good, they're amazing. Good means they're just tools that follow orders. Amazing is what Lin Feng and his team truly are. Chimu, processing the documents, sighed. Another wave of extraordinary newcomers. By the way, have them wait. Don't forget the ceremony. With that, he hurried to the inner room to prepare. Just then, the door opened again. Two squads walked in, one led by Lu Cheng and the other by Chen Xian and the Double Roses. Lin Feng could clearly feel the hostility from Lu Cheng and the fighting spirit from Chen Xian. The captain of Lu Cheng's squad looked at Chai Bin. Chai Bin, it's been a while since you came to our squad for a spar. Chai Bin smiled. Yeah, it's been a while. I'll come by in a few days. The captain nodded and then turned his eyes to Lin Feng. You guys came early to pick up a mission too? Lin Feng replied briefly. Yes, we've been cleaning up the battlefield, putting out fires, and identifying the deceased. It took us almost the whole night. Nangong Xiao, yawning beside him, looked a bit weary. Lu Cheng's captain said coldly, Chai Bin, as a first-time captain, let me remind you, team members without ambition, no matter how strong they appear, won't be much help to you. He glanced at the downcast Lin Feng and the drowsy Nangong Xiao. This is how they perform in the morning? No matter how strong they are, there's no room for improvement. Chai Bin frowned, Shuishi narrowed his eyes, and Wu Feng's face darkened. Nangong Xiao instantly snapped awake and cursed, screw you and your passive-aggressive crap. What? We have to be in a squad to have ambition. A, B, and C squads are on the same level. Just because you're in a squad, you think you're the big boss? Stop pretending. Bai Xiaowen silently gave Nangong Xiao a thumbs up. She loved this about him. He never held back and always spoke his mind. Chai Bin finally reacted, his face darkening and his aura surging. Lu Cheng's captain was rendered speechless by Nangong Xiao's outburst, his face alternating between green and red. Just as he was about to retort, Chimu burst out from the inner room with three task force members holding confetti cannons. Bang, bang, bang. The cannons exploded, and colorful streamers rained down on Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen. Congratulations to Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen for completing a major case on their first mission. The crowd was stunned by what they saw. Even Chen Xian and Shuang Mei had a flicker of surprise in their eyes. Everyone had the same question. Seriously? These newcomers have only been here for 2 days, and they've already solved a major case? Lu Cheng and his captain looked even more upset. Just a moment ago, they were mocking others for lacking ambition, but now those very people had completed a major case. If this was considered lacking ambition, then what did that make them? Chi Mu observed the room's awkward silence with a slight smile. He had heard the argument outside and hurriedly organized the celebration. It wasn't that he had a particularly close relationship with Chai Bin. He just couldn't stand the attitude of Team A. Having worked in the Special Operations Department for nearly 15 years, Chi Mu knew the secret behind Team A's rise. It was all because Lu Qianlan wanted her own private army, or rather, the Lung family did. The resources poured into Team A each year were astronomical. In contrast, he preferred the independent model of Teams B and C. However, the strange atmosphere didn't last long. The room's alarm lights suddenly flashed violently, drawing everyone's attention. While the newcomers like Lin Feng were still confused, the veterans' expressions turned exceptionally serious. 10 seconds later, the alarm lights went off, and everyone received a message on their communicators simultaneously. Lin Feng checked his mandatory mission. Arrest Councilman Gua Haoqiang. Target location, Villa 369, Councilman's residential area, Central District. Mission time, immediate. Mission level, top secret, high risk. Arresting a councilman? Lin Feng sensed that this was no simple matter. He glanced at Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao, noticing their grim faces. Chai Bin didn't say much, only uttering a brief, let's go, before leading Lin Feng and the others out of the room. Lu Cheng, Chen Xian, and their team also looked grim as their captain led them away without a word. In the car, Bai Xiaowen took the initiative to explain to Lin Feng. She told him that these councilmen were no ordinary individuals. Each represented the interests of a major city. Arresting a councilman wasn't just about the individual, but also the powerful forces behind them. Lin Feng suddenly understood. If every team had received similar tasks, the entire central city would be in turmoil. Even Chai Bin couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. As their vehicle sped through the empty streets, Lin Feng and the others realized that the Guard Corps had taken control of all the roads in Central City. Many vehicles were stopped, and only the Special Operations Department's cars were still moving. The usually heavily guarded Central District was now fully exposed to them. The Special Operations Department had clearly become the most free and powerful force in Central City. With no obstacles in their way, they quickly arrived at the councilman's residential area. This place was filled with independent villas, each with a front lawn and a backyard. and only one road leading in and out. Chai Bin floored the gas pedal, stopping right in front of Councilman Gua Haoqiang's villa. As soon as they got out of the car, Bai Xiaowen's nose twitched, and her face changed. Something's wrong. I smell blood. Hearing this, Chai Bin rushed toward the villa without a word. The others cocked their guns and followed in a line. Chai Bin reached the door in a few strides and smashed it open with his fists. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen entered from the sides, while Cui Shi and Lin Feng stayed on guard at the rear. Sunlight streamed into the room, and Chai Bin's brow furrowed first. A middle-aged man was slumped on the sofa, with a bloody hole in his temple and a gun by his side. Blood had stained half of his body. Suicide? Nangong Xiao remarked, surprised. Even if caught, councilmen usually weren't sentenced to death. Most could save their lives by cooperating. Such a decisive suicide was rare. Chai Bin stepped inside, followed closely by Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. Cui Shi was about to follow when she saw Lin Feng's signal. She nodded and moved in the direction he indicated, while Lin Feng went the other way. At the same time, Li Xiaowen was sliding down a wire into the backyard. As soon as she landed, she heard Bai Xiaowen's voice, followed by a loud crash. Terrified, Li Xiaowen stayed still, lowering her head and trying not to make a sound. Only when she heard Nangong Zhao's puzzled suicide did Li Xiaowen dare to move. She crawled on the ground like a snake, moving swiftly and silently. Although she appeared calm, Li Xiaowen was cursing the person who assigned this mission. Wasn't this supposed to be about killing a nobody? From Bai Xiaowen's voice to the door being smashed open, it took less than 3 seconds. With such strong opponents showing up, how could this be a small-time target? Finally, Xiaowen Li swam to the fence in the backyard. Beyond this fence lay a small grove. Once she entered it, she could rely on her abilities to survive. Just as she was about to climb over, a cold click of a gun being cocked sounded behind her, followed by a youthful voice. I advise you not to move. Cold sweat broke out on Xiaowen's forehead as fear gripped her heart. She couldn't fathom how someone had approached her so silently and without her noticing. At that moment, Shi Chui also arrived and asked quietly, is this the girl who killed Councilman Hao Qianghua? Shi Chui had noticed Xiaowen moving on the ground, but kept silent to avoid alerting her. She was astonished that Lin Feng had managed to approach so openly without Xiaowen reacting. Lin Feng replied, she did kill him, but calling her a murderer might be premature. Shi Chui nodded in understanding. This girl had some skills but was clearly not a top-tier assassin. Her timing was just too coincidental. Xiaowen was startled that the person behind her would speak to her. Get up, Shi Chui commanded. Xiaowen slowly raised her hands and stood up. Shi Chui immediately moved forward to search her. Her professional technique made Xiaowen realize this was no ordinary person. Shi Chui meticulously checked every possible hiding spot for weapons, even areas that most guards might overlook. After finding a handgun, a dagger, and some wire, Shi Chui said, turn around. As Xiaowen turned, a dreamy purple light flashed in her eyes, and she prepared to use her illusion snake dream ability. However, she was surprised to find that Shi Chui had already turned her back, seemingly prepared. Unwilling to give up, Xiaowen focused all her attention on Lin Feng, seeing a thin layer of purple mist cover his eyes. But before she could celebrate, the mist dissipated. Psychic illusion. Snake dream. Xiaowen exclaimed, collapsing to the ground before she finished speaking. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, realizing that the psychic force he had released was too strong, directly knocking out someone with innate psychic abilities. Shi Chui turned and saw what had happened, asking helplessly, why did you knock her out? Nothing, just used a bit too much force, Lin Feng explained. Shi Chui shook her head and picked up Xiaowen with one arm. Let's take her back for questioning. The two of them returned to the villa. Meanwhile, Bin Chai had already reported the situation to his superiors. Although Hao Qianghua was dead, Xiaowen Bai and Xiao Nangong had found a pile of burnt documents in the study. Chai frowned. The key now is to confirm whether she burned these documents. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Since they couldn't save Hao Qianghua, the priority was to find more useful clues. With no new breakthroughs, the group took the unconscious Xiaowen with them. As they looked at Xiaowen, who remained unresponsive no matter what they did, the others couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng curiously. Feng, how did you do that? Someone couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng could only roll his eyes. How was he supposed to explain that he accidentally overdid it and knocked her out? The vehicle returned to the Special Operations Division. After Xiaowen was taken away, Lin Feng and the other four were not allowed to leave. They were assigned to individual dormitories prepared by the Special Operations Division and were likely to stay there for a few days. Lin Feng, Xiao Nangong, and Xiaowen Bai exchanged glances but did nothing. Bin Chai and Shi Chui, however, walked in calmly. This is the Special Operations Division's rule. Let's just follow it, Bin Chai explained. The three then nodded and entered their rooms. It had to be said, the Special Operations Division's accommodations were quite nice. The rooms looked simple but were equipped with top-notch facilities. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng felt a comfortable sense of support and relaxation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng suddenly jumped up, grabbed a pen and paper from the table, and began to draw. The room's camera turned towards him, but quickly lost interest as Lin Feng only drew a squiggly line. However, in Lin Feng's mind, this line formed a map of the central city. His treasure was still there, and now that he had the rare chance to enter the heavily guarded central city, he intended to gather as much information as possible. Setting down the paper, Lin Feng opened his system panel and carefully reviewed his attributes and skills. He had been studying and practicing diligently, and the results were decent. However, the most crucial aspect was his second psychic ability. He had naively thought that he could mimic psychic abilities just by studying data, but it turned out that only by truly experiencing and feeling another psychic ability could he perfectly replicate it. Just like today with the illusion snake ability, only after personally experiencing it could he perfectly mimic it, and the effect was indeed remarkable. Lin Feng, who had just woken up, received some news that was neither good nor bad. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked at Chai Bin standing by the bed, surprise evident on his face. That girl refuses to talk? Lin Feng asked, his voice still tinged with drowsiness. Chai Bin nodded and explained. The interrogator said that after she woke up, she only said two things. She isn't the mastermind, and she wants to see the boy who captured her. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Feng remarked, the boy who captured her, that would be me. But, doesn't the Special Operations Department have other means? Chai Bin sighed resignedly. Of course, we have methods, but the most effective ones are psychological. However, you saw it yourself as a natural-born psychic. Our methods don't work on her. He paused, lowering his voice, and you know how rare people like her are. I suspect even the squad captains are tempted and don't want to use extreme measures. Lin Feng gave Chai Bin a surprised look. She killed a councilman. Is handling it this way really okay? Chai Bin waved dismissively. We aren't even sure if she did it. Besides, didn't you say there's likely someone behind her? As long as it's not the reversal star, the Special Operations Department doesn't really care that much. Assassinating a councilman might not be as serious to us, who have access to a lot of intelligence, as random murders. Those councilmen, which one of them has clean hands? Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Got it. I'll go see her now. He stood up, gaining a deeper understanding of the big city. On the surface, it wore the guise of advancement, but at its core, it was a brutal world of survival of the fittest. Arriving at the interrogation room, Lin Feng was stunned. This was no interrogation room. It was a single room identical to his own. His mouth twitched. They both weren't allowed to leave the Special Operations Department and lived in similar single rooms. This felt less like detaining a criminal and more like he was the one being punished. To Lin Feng's further dismay, Li Xiaowen even had recovery potions on her desk, something his room lacked. Pulling out a chair, Lin Feng sat across from Li Xiaowen and got straight to the point. Your accommodations are nice, better than mine? Li Xiaowen shrugged indifferently. I'm used to it. How so? Lin Feng asked, surprised. Li Xiaowen calmly explained, a valuable item, even if obtained illegitimately, still needs to be well kept, right? Lin Feng suddenly understood. A natural-born psychic, an awakened one at that, was indeed a treasure. Whether in the wilderness or the big city, awakening abilities meant a good life. Everyone knew that. In that case, you shouldn't be in this line of work, Lin Feng said. Being an assassin, regardless of the pay, is extremely dangerous. It's simple freedom, Li Xiaowen said slowly, looking directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, not pressing further. He understood the hint in her words. She was cautioning him not to reveal his abilities, or he might lose his freedom. Let's talk about Guohaoqiang. Lin Feng changed the subject. Li Xiaowen shook her head. I don't know any Guohaoqiang. My agent just took this job for me. The target was listed as Councilman Guo. She looked frustrated, clearly feeling betrayed by her agent. What's the name of your assassin organization? Lin Feng asked. The White Assassin Alliance. You can ask around. Their information is quite transparent, Li Xiaowen replied. It's just a place that cares only about money. You can post any task on their platform if you have the money. I thought the White Assassin Alliance was just a platform. Can't assassins take jobs themselves? Why need an agent? Lin Feng probed further. In the monitoring room, everyone was baffled. No matter who had gone in before, the girl had always been indifferent and silent. But with Lin Feng, they were chatting like old friends, even discussing the basics of being an assassin. Li Xiaowen explained, because the White Assassin Alliance only provides a platform, which is the biggest hassle. They simply categorize tasks by payment amount, but the information inside is very complex, with truths and falsehoods mixed together. Without an agent, finding and verifying tasks yourself could take 10 days just to find one suitable job. She couldn't help but complain. And this platform charges a 5 fee, which is outrageous. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. They were earning dirty money, but she was complaining about the platform's fees? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Li Xiaowen immediately retorted. What are you thinking? Killing people is hard work. The platform simply provides a service and charges such a high fee. How is that not outrageous? Lin Feng shrugged. All right, you win. Now, let's talk about this task. Li Xiaowen appeared thoughtful. This task was quite strange. When I got it, I noticed it was different from usual assassination tasks. The first requirement was timing it specified an exact time to kill the target. The second was to make it look like a suicide. And the task provided a detailed route, specifying where I should be at what time. After hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly realized something. Did you encounter any obstacles along the way? Obstacles? Li Xiaowen's eyes locked onto Lin Feng. You were my biggest obstacle. Lin Feng quickly shook his head. I mean on your way to kill Guahaoqiang. No, it was smooth sailing all the way. Hearing this, even those in the monitoring room were baffled. Smooth sailing? How was that possible? At that time, they hadn't yet cleared the security in the residential area for the council members. However, Li Xiaowen had already made his way unimpeded into Guahaoqiang's residence. This unhindered access made Li Xiaowen unaware of the significance of his assassination target. Lin Feng frowned and asked, Did you see the documents that Guahaoqiang burned? Li Xiaowen recalled the scene. Oh, you mean that pile of burning stuff in the study? I entered through the study, and according to the plan, Guahaoqiang was supposed to be there. But when I got in, all I saw was a pile of burning documents, and Guahaoqiang was downstairs on the phone. You know what happened after that? Did you see what was on the documents? Lin Feng pressed. Li Xiaowen shook his head. I'm an assassin, not a thief. I don't pay attention to such things. In the control room, everyone sighed. The trail had gone cold again. Li Chun shook his head in frustration, and Lu Qinlan frowned. What a pity, Lu Qinlan analyzed. If Reverse Star went to such lengths to kill Guahaoqiang, he must have known some secrets about them. Exactly, Lu Heng chimed in. It must be something big. Reverse Star didn't even dare to send their own people to kill him, fearing he might retaliate. Li Chen also lamented. Yeah, it's a shame we have no leads. Lin Feng, however, remained expressionless. Li Xiaowen noticed his unusual calm. Is there something on my face? You've been staring. Aren't you surprised that there are no leads? Lin Feng asked calmly. Li Xiaowen exaggerated a facial expression. How come I can't see any reaction from you? Lin Feng replied calmly. Your entire path was meticulously planned. Clearly, we're also part of someone else's scheme. It's not surprising we didn't get any information. Li Xiaowen was stunned for a moment and then suddenly asked, So, you know who it is? With such capabilities, I can't think of anyone other than Reverse Star. Lin Feng directly named the organization. In the control room, Lu Qinlan frowned, thinking Lin Feng was too reckless in revealing information. Li Qin, however, believed in reciprocating good faith. The two started arguing, even bringing up past grievances. Lu Heng had to step in to mediate, steering the conversation back to Guahaoqiang. In the room, Li Xiaowen's face turned grim at the mention of Reverse Star. Lin Feng noticed his reaction. You don't like that organization? Of course, all superhumans hate it. Li Xiaowen stared into Lin Feng's eyes, his tone filled with warning and caution. Lin Feng recalled Li Tao's experiments and immediately understood. I get it. Li Xiaowen's expression softened a bit. He stood up and said, Since you're being so honest, I'll tell you what I know. Although I didn't pay attention to those documents, when Guahaoqiang went downstairs to make a call, I overheard a location. Mingshui Grand City, Baoshan Dock, warehouse number 85. The three in the control room were instantly excited. Lu Qianlan was about to dispatch Team A to the location but was stopped by Lu Heng. Lu Heng reminded her that the minister had just ordered Teams A and B to stay in Central City, and that external missions were to be handled by Team C. Lu Qianlan and Li Chen expressed doubts about Team C's capabilities. Lu Heng pointed to the surveillance screen showing Lin Feng, Chai Bin, Cui Shi, Bai Xiaowen, and Nangong Xiao, expressing confidence in their ability to complete the mission. Lu Qianlan still had reservations, especially about the newcomers Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao. Lu Heng shook his head and placed the file on the Yang Hui case in front of them. Lu Qianlan reached out for the document, her eyes quickly scanning the pages. Li Chen smirked but chose not to argue. After Qianlan finished skimming through the information, she turned to Li Chen with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Li Chen. Li Chen frowned, puzzled by Qianlan's words, wondering what had gotten into her. He took the document from her and began reading it carefully. It didn't take long for him to turn to Lu Heng with a look of confusion. Did you tell Chai Bin to write this? Even if we want to highlight Xiaofeng's contributions, we can't attribute everything to him. He found Yang Hui, he made the plans, and he killed the most people. The only one directly taken down by Chai Bin was Yang Hui. Isn't this a bit much? At that moment, Li Chun even suspected Lu Heng was not helping Lin Feng but rather setting him up for failure in a different way. Qianlan also looked at Lu Heng curiously, thinking that despite the rivalry among the three, Lu Heng couldn't be so underhanded after all these years. Lu Heng shrugged and explained, This wasn't my idea. It was Chai Bin's. Even Cui Shi signed off on it. You trust Cui Shi, don't you? At the mention of Cui Shi, both Qianlan and Li Qian immediately pictured the fiery woman. They recalled how she was suspended for her involvement in the Yang Hui incident, despite her strong insistence that she had cut ties with Yang Hui months ago and maintained normal interactions. She had questioned why she was suspended and had been willing to cooperate with the investigation, but not the suspension. The matter had even reached Lei Zhao's desk, who eventually sided with Cui Shi. With such a strong-willed woman, if Lin Feng hadn't truly earned those merits, she would have raised hell by now. Li Qian stroked his chin, a smile gradually forming on his face. So, all this was really Xiao Feng's doing? Looks like he still has more surprises for us. Lu Heng nodded. Lin Feng is indeed impressive. You've seen his performance on the training island and in the maze yourself. Qianlan had nothing to say, having to admit that Lin Feng's journey had been extraordinary. She snorted and left the monitoring room. Lu Heng and Li Qian exchanged smiles, understanding that Qianlan had tacitly agreed to let them handle the matter. The scene shifted to a high-ranking official seated in a chair, watching a live projection. The projection showed a round table with 14 people seated around it, the main seat empty. How is the plan coming along? The official asked. The person to the left of the main seat immediately replied, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you to set the date. Good. Set it for a week from now. Understood. The person to the right of the main seat stood up and reported, Director, the Special Operations Unit in Yinfeng has almost wiped out all our key personnel in the central city. The remaining ones are either just partners or low-level members who haven't played a role yet. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense, and everyone held their breath. Are you sure everything has been cleaned up? The director of the Reversal Star Bureau suddenly asked. Confirmed. The person on the right side sensed the director's concern and responded immediately. All cleaned up, that's fine. But why is there still no clue about the outer city explosion? Clearly, the director was more concerned about who disrupted his plan than the deaths of Reversal Star members. The person on the right side helplessly explained, the explosion was too intense, nothing was left behind. We can only rely on video footage to find clues, which is extremely difficult. The director frowned. He had seen the video himself and found nothing useful. He waved his hand. Keep investigating. But the most important thing now is the catch the turtle in the jar plan. I don't want it messed up this time. Though his tone was not harsh, everyone around the table stood up. Yes. All right, sit down. By the way, Guahaoqiang has been dealt with. You don't need to worry about that batch of items. I've sent someone to retrieve them. Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, realizing the director had other operatives. Meanwhile, Chai Bin, Lin Feng, and others, who had just gotten off a plane, were being driven in a speeding car. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, Captain, is the Special Operations Unit always this busy? Since the first day, it's been one mission after another. Finding Yang Hui, planning assassinations, capturing a councilman, interrogating Li Xiaowen, and now investigating a new location. Isn't this too much? Chai Bin replied helplessly, this is an unusual situation. We weren't this busy before. Nangong Xiao sighed, I don't expect much anymore. I just hope we can get a day off after this mission. Bai Xiaowen nodded in agreement. In the past 3 days, apart from the 30 minutes they were given to grab their things before coming here, there had been no rest. Cui Shi tried to offer some comfort. There will definitely be a break. Definitely. The vehicle sped along and soon arrived at a port. A giant ship was docked there, flanked by 3 warships for escort. There was no time to explain. 5 people were hurriedly pushed onto the ship. Hundreds of eyes on the deck instantly focused on their faces, a mix of tension and curiosity filling the air. Lin Feng and his companions quickly realized the situation and immediately bowed to the crowd on the deck to apologize. Before anyone could react, the first mate appeared just in time to ease the tension. Please follow me, he said kindly, though his gaze lingered mostly on Bai Xiaowen. The group followed the first mate to the luxurious cabin at the top of the ship. It was spacious, brightly lit, lavishly decorated, and had an excellent view. Are you satisfied, Miss Bai? The first mate asked Bai Xiaowen directly. Bai Xiaowen frowned slightly. Have we met before? The first mate explained. We attended the same party on the Pearl Sea. Bai Xiaowen forced a smile. Although she couldn't recall, she was used to such situations. It's fine. I'm satisfied. But why is there only one cabin? The first mate's heart raced as he hurriedly explained. Your bodyguards will be accommodated in the premium cabins. Luxurious cabins are limited, and this female bodyguard can sleep on the sofa. A brief silence fell over the room. Bai Xiaowen was about to explain, but Lin Feng stopped her. All right, that will do, he said, recognizing the first mate's misunderstanding of Bai Xiaowen's identity and deciding to go along with it to ensure a safe arrival in Mingshui City. In the end, Bai Xiaowen and Cui Shi stayed in the luxurious cabin, while Lin Feng, Chai Bin, and Nangong Xiao were accommodated in the premium cabins below. After settling in, Lin Feng voiced his curiosity. Why are we taking a ship to Mingshui City? Nangong Xiao explained. Mingshui City is located at the border between Yinfeng and Dongbin, closer to Dongbin's central city. Flying such a long distance is too risky. The ship we're on and the 3 escort warships outside are all products of the Dongbin faction, which is more advanced in ship and warship technology. Lin Feng observed the escort warships outside the window, nodding in admiration at their powerful weapon systems and reinforced steel exteriors. Nangong Shao continued, due to its unique geographical location, Mingshui City was once a focal point of contention between the Yin Feng and Dongbin factions. Ultimately, the Yin Feng faction gained control with a batch of smuggled weapons. Chai Bin was surprised by this little-known history, while Lin Feng keenly asked, "So, does your family have connections there too?" Nangong Shao smiled confidently. "Of course, where there's smuggling, there's our family's involvement." The Baoshan dock that Li Xiaowen mentioned is a major smuggling hub, with at least half of the goods being of dubious origin. Chai Bin agreed. That fits the nature of Guahaoqiang and the reverse stars dealings. Lin Feng turned to Nangong Shao. "Then we'll need your help with this investigation." Nangong Shao casually assured him that it was no big deal. "How many days until we reach Mingshui City?" Lin Feng asked. "Around tomorrow night," Nangong Shao replied. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man with a scarred face received news of the Special Operations Division personnel boarding the ship. He turned to face a group of muscular, half-naked blood warriors and said calmly, "The Special Operations Division always comes to investigate us. This time, let's take the initiative and give them a big surprise, shall we?" The blood warriors remained expressionless, and the man nodded in satisfaction. "Good, that's the attitude of qualified warriors. Now, I order you to ambush this Special Operations Division team." "Understood," the warriors shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The man nodded in satisfaction, hopeful that these meticulously trained blood warriors would not disappoint him. Back on the ship, Lin Feng upgraded Shueishi's weapons, only to find that Chai Bin had come empty-handed. "Captain, how did you pass the Special Operations Division's test?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Chai Bin nonchalantly replied, "Nothing much, just defeated the instructor with my martial skills." Lin Feng and Nangong Shao exchanged glances, metaphorical question marks popping up above their heads. That answer was the epitome of showing off. The sun was gradually setting, and in the distance, the grand city of Mingshui emerged in the eyes of the onlookers. Unlike the typical cities governed by the Yinfeng faction, Mingshui's unique geographical location meant it was constantly plagued by aquatic beasts. In response to this threat, the city's builders ingeniously designed 3 massive bridges that extended from the city center to 3 islands in the river, transforming them into the city's ports and significantly reducing the risk of attacks from these beasts. The massive ship slowly approached its destination, Yu Mountain Island. Each of the 3 islands, Yue, Bao, and Zhu, had its own distinct features, forming a unique port layout. As the ship docked, the deputy captain was already waiting at the deck door for Bai Xiaowen and her party. "Miss Bai, we've arrived at the dock," he said. Bai Xiaowen acknowledged briefly and, together with Cui Shi, stepped out. Lin Feng and the other 3 had already been awakened by the deputy captain and followed closely behind. "Miss Bai, please follow me," the deputy captain said, leading the way. A massive disembarkation ladder was already in place. The deck was crowded with people, but staff held them back, clearly intending for Bai Xiaowen's group to disembark first. Lin Feng noticed that most people seemed accustomed to this arrangement, with only a few hurried passengers glancing at their watches impatiently. Bai Xiaowen moved gracefully and confidently, clearly well-versed in such situations. The vehicle sent by Mingshui City had been waiting for a while, bearing the emblem of the operations department. Suddenly, Lin Feng's instinct screamed danger. "Wait, Mingshui City knew we were coming. Get down," he shouted urgently. Nangong Shao and Bai Xiaowen reacted instantly, dropping to the ground. Although Chai Bin and Cui Shi were a split second slower, they quickly followed suit. The deputy captain turned back in confusion, but before he could speak, his head exploded like a watermelon. Lin Feng quickly analyzed, southeast direction, 35 degrees, 90 meters altitude, in the woods across the river from Yu Mountain. Immediately, a barrage of bullets rang out. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and his hands moved swiftly, assembling a sniper rifle with the precision of a dancer. Within 3 seconds, he had loaded, aimed, and fired. The bullet whistled through the air, striking a black rocket mid-flight, causing it to explode. "Holy shit!" everyone exclaimed. The rocket had been coming in hot, and without Lin Feng's quick intervention, the consequences would have been disastrous. "Jump down," Chai Bin ordered, and everyone leapt from the ladder. At that moment, for sniper rifles locked onto them, Lin Feng, holding his rifle with one hand, fired 4 precise shots, taking out the snipers. The passengers on the deck finally reacted, screams erupting as chaos ensued. 3 escort warships sounded their alarms, and vehicles with flashing police lights sped across the distant bridge. The 5 had barely landed when they sensed movement in the water. An ugly, muscular man with a dog collar and chains around his body leaped out, growling like a beast as he charged at them. Nangong Shao raised his red flame gun and fired, but the bullet was deflected by the man's chains, though it still hit his arm. Shockingly, the powerful bullet was stopped by the man's muscles, unable to penetrate. Level 20? Only someone with a level 20 physique could pull this off, right? A shout shattered the silence of the battlefield. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the scene before them. The mysterious figure had caught a bullet with incredible speed and strength, demonstrating physical prowess far beyond that of an ordinary person. However, while his reactions were swift, his speed didn't quite match that of a true level 20 warrior. This contradiction left everyone baffled. Just as the crowd was reeling from the shock, ripples suddenly appeared on the water's surface. For figures, dressed similarly to the first, emerged. The only difference was their grotesque faces. These newcomers didn't utter a word. They simply let out hoarse roars, charging at Lin Feng and his group like wild beasts. Chai Bin took a deep breath and plunged into the fray without hesitation. His fists moved like a storm, striking with incredible speed and force. With each punch, the sound echoed as the 5 opponents were sent flying by his blows, creating a stunning spectacle. However, to everyone's horror, the 5 figures got back up. They moved on all fours, their necks extended to the limit, and their eyes glowed red like demons. This eerie sight sent chills down the spines of all present. Undeterred, Chai Bin charged back into the fight. His movements were fierce and precise, like a tiger battling a pack of wolves. One by one, he defeated these abnormal adversaries with brutal efficiency. Within a minute, only 5 mangled corpses remained on the ground. In the distance, a bloodthirsty warrior raised a rocket launcher again, but before he could fire, Lin Feng's sniper rifle took him down with a precise headshot. This scene once again showcased the terrifying prowess of the Special Operations Unit members. Lin Feng explained why he hadn't immediately killed the opponent earlier, pointing to a row of cannons on the side of the frigate, hinting that these were their true trump cards. Meanwhile, in a warehouse somewhere, a scar-faced man was humming a tune as he took inventory. He was plotting to make the Special Operations Unit suffer a few losses in front of everyone to avenge the setbacks suffered by Reverse Star. Little did he know, his plans were already facing unexpected obstacles. As night fell, the massive ship restarted its journey, heading south along the Mingshui River into the territory of the Dongbin faction. Inside the lab, Lin Feng, holding a sharp scalpel, meticulously dissected the strange creatures they had encountered that afternoon. Bai Xiaowen assisted him, her eyes gleaming with excitement and admiration. Each of Lin Feng's cuts was precise, effortlessly slicing through skin, fascia, muscles, and blood vessels to reach organs and bones. His skill was so adept that he rarely needed to make a second incision to find what he was looking for. Soon, the body on the dissection table was reduced to a heap of parts. Have you found anything? Bai Xiaowen asked curiously. Although she sensed something off about these bodies, she couldn't pinpoint the exact issue. After all, the heart looked remarkably healthy and vibrant. Lin Feng sighed. To be honest, the Nixing faction is even more diabolical than I imagined. He casually sliced open the freshly dissected lung, motioning for Bai Xiaowen to take a closer look. Bai Xiaowen gently pressed the lung tissue, discovering that the alveoli were stiff, the bronchial mucosa was yellowed, and the lung's vitality was poor. She glanced at the robust, red heart nearby, puzzled. What's going on? Why are his organs so imbalanced? Lin Feng nodded in agreement with her observation and explained. This is a method of exploiting potential. They use special drugs to sever certain nerves, significantly enhancing muscles, bones, and skin organs more useful in combat. But such one-sided enhancement inevitably leads to internal imbalance, forcing other organs to work overtime to support these combat organs, ultimately accelerating death. Bai Xiaowen frowned. Why not enhance all the organs at once? Too slow and too difficult, Lin Feng said, removing his lab coat. Overall enhancement requires either extensive training or a large amount of rare and expensive drugs. Nixing wouldn't afford it, even if they had access to such resources. As they exited the lab, they saw Nangong Shao waiting outside. Chai Bin and Cui Shi had already gone to investigate the warehouse situation. Though Nangong Shao was not afraid of killing, the dissection process made him uncomfortable. Did you find anything? Nangong Shao asked urgently. Lin Feng briefly explained the situation. After hearing it, Nangong Shao frowned deeply. This certainly aligns with Nixing's methods. Any solutions? Not yet. Lin Feng shook his head. He had some ideas but was reluctant to use them. Both the low-level war slave production methods of the Tianyi Empire and the death squad training manuals of the Jinwu Empire were far superior to Nixing's crude tactics. Let's go find the captain and see what they've discovered, Lin Feng suggested. The 3 of them then headed to Baoshan Harbor. Meanwhile, at another location, a scar-faced man glared menacingly at a woman in a white lab coat with square-framed glasses. What did you say? The scar-faced man asked sharply. The woman adjusted her glasses and calmly replied. This squad is very strong. Our blood rage warriors are no match for them. The scar-faced man stepped forward, a gust of wind blowing through her bangs. Too strong? What do you mean? He roared. The woman remained unfazed. You trained these blood rage warriors. You should know their capabilities and limits. There's no need to get so worked up. The scars on the man's face seemed to come alive, writhing like centipedes. But the woman's breathing remained steady, her gaze unflinching. After a few deep breaths, the scar-faced man reluctantly calmed down. Let's go. I want to see for myself who can render our blood rage warriors helpless. As they left the warehouse, they encountered a group of children chasing and playing. A small, skinny child ran ahead while the older ones chased him, shouting, "You little monkey, stop right there." The woman frowned and hid behind the scar-faced man, clearly disdainful of the dirty children. The man, however, remained indifferent, letting the children run past him, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He recalled being chased through the streets after stealing something from a harbor as a child, his keen sense of danger allowing him to escape and survive. "Let's go," he said calmly once the children were out of sight. The two of them then left the warehouse district. Meanwhile, in a distant room, Chai Bin and Cui Shi stared at the red dots on their communicator, smiles of delight on their faces. Lin Feng's spider robots were indeed effective. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Cui Shi glanced at the communicator, then got up to open the door. Seeing Lin Feng and the others, he quickly ushered them inside, excitedly saying, "Lin Feng, we've pinpointed their location with your spider robots." Surprised, Lin Feng asked, "Do you know the identity of the warehouse owner?" Chai Bin and Cui Shi both looked at Nangong Xiao, who explained, "As I mentioned before, my family has some influence here. The 85th warehouse they rented is part of our properties, so identifying them was easy." The key was Lin Feng's information from Li Xiaowen about the exact warehouse number. Baoshan Harbor is huge, with over 3,000 warehouses. Without precise information, we'd be lost. With a smile, Nangong Xiao added, "We also have secret passages in that warehouse. Want to check them out?" Chai Bin and the others exchanged glances and nodded. One of their main tasks was to verify what the other side was transporting. Seeing that everyone had reached a consensus, Nangong Xiao immediately started making phone calls to arrange things. Taking advantage of this pause, Chai Bin and Cui Shi couldn't wait to ask about the autopsy results. Lin Feng detailed the findings, and Cui Shi nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike Cui Shi. She looked up at Bai Xiaowen. "Xiaowen, your family has a long history in pharmacology. Do you know what the white flowergrass acid solution is used for in medicine?" This question plunged both Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen into deep thought. Bai Xiaowen's face quickly turned grim as she recalled that the white flowergrass acid solution wasn't a raw material but an excellent stabilizer. She blurted out, "Enai Xing's target is the blood rage potion." Blood rage potion? Chai Bin and Cui Shi simultaneously looked up at the mention of the name. It sounded oddly familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before. Chai Bin suddenly realized, his eyes widening in shock. "It's that thing." Cui Shi also had an epiphany, her face turning pale. Seeing their reactions, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about? What is the blood rage potion?" Chai Bin and Cui Shi exchanged a glance and looked at Bai Xiaowen without saying a word. Bai Xiaowen sighed bitterly and began to explain the scandal involving her family. "The blood rage potion is a name my grandfather came up with. Our family's lab accidentally produced this reagent, which can significantly boost the user's strength and speed for a short period. The only side effect was a few days of weakness." Lin Feng gestured for her to continue. Bai Xiaowen went on, "Once this potion was introduced, it immediately caught the military's attention. We signed an agreement to supply it exclusively to them. Later, the Special Operations Department also found out and signed a special supply agreement with us. But problems soon followed." She explained that the military began mass procurement after preliminary testing, while the Special Operations Department used it frequently. Members of the Special Operations Department carried a few vials on every mission, achieving a success rate as high as 90. However, during this period of success, an incident shattered the calm. A Special Operations team member, after taking the potion during a mission, experienced a surge in combat ability but then started indiscriminately killing. His teammates urgently restrained him, but he bled from his orifices and died within half a minute. This team member caused the deaths of 3 Enai Xing members and severely injured a teammate. More gravely, nearly 50 civilians were killed. Although the incident was covered up, with civilian casualties blamed on Enai Xing, the Special Operations Department launched an investigation. The results showed that while the blood rage potion could enhance strength and speed, it led to organ failure. Repeated use could even burn one's life force, bringing greater combat power at the cost of losing sanity and killing indiscriminately. After hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. He realized that both the Bai family and the Special Operations Department were driven by greed. In normal pharmaceutical production, verifying side effects is a crucial step. Clearly, The Bai family had rushed to market the potion for its effects, and the Special Operations Department and military had overlooked necessary procedures in favor of its benefits. At this point, Nangong Xiao walked in, having grasped the situation. He said, "So, the people we've encountered were actually cultivated using the blood rage potion?" Bai Xiaowen sighed. "It seems so. They must have modified the potion, making these people take it long-term to permanently enhance their strength and speed, although it greatly shortens their lifespans." Nangong Xiao added, "No wonder a batch of blood rage potions suddenly appeared on the black market recently. I thought it was your family releasing them. Is this stuff really on the black market?" Chai Bin asked curiously. Nangong Xiao explained that the black market had everything, and short-term use of this potion had minimal impact. The ones in circulation now were old stock, and they were quite expensive. Chuishi shifted the topic, asking Nangong Xiao about the contacts he had made. Nangong Xiao indicated that they could head out immediately. They arrived at a dilapidated house where someone was waiting. The person lifted a floorboard, revealing a slide that everyone went down. Lin Feng noticed observation holes at the top of the slide, clearly designed for security. In the pitch-dark tunnel, the guide briefed Nangong Xiao on the situation. He mentioned that Warehouse 85 was the largest, with a monthly rent of 5 million. The tenants had behaved oddly, renting it for 3 months, but only starting to use it 3 days ago. Hearing 3 days ago, Lin Feng and the others felt a chill. Wasn't that the night Gua Haoqiang was killed? Nangong Xiao's question broke the silence in front of the warehouse. The person leading the group shook his head and spoke in a low voice. "No, we don't gather every piece of information, especially when it doesn't concern us or pay us. We don't bother." He stopped and pointed upwards. "Just climb up these stairs." The group nodded silently and followed him up. The staircase was longer than expected, and it took them a while to reach a platform. One of the Nangong family members crouched down and carefully removed a panel, revealing a piece of one-way glass. Through the glass, they were shocked to find themselves at the warehouse's ceiling, giving them a full view of the entire space. Nangong Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Is that a tank?" Lin Feng scrutinized the massive black machines below. The wide tracks, solid black armor, thick barrels, and sensors covering the top all highlighted their power. What was even more shocking was the sheer number 9 rows horizontally, 9 vertically, plus 2 more rows in the back, totaling 101 tanks. This number was staggering. Even in the militarily advanced Yin Feng faction, a large city had only about 500 tanks in total, with only 200 to 300 ready for immediate combat. Yet, this warehouse alone housed nearly half of a large city's standing tank force. Chai Bin and Cui Shi's faces turned ashen. "This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous," Chai Bin said through gritted teeth. Cui Shi added grimly, "If I'm not mistaken, these are Yin Feng City's most advanced 4th-generation tanks. They can fire accurately at speeds of 90 kilometers per hour, their 30-centimeter armor is stronger than the 50 centimeters of 3rd-generation tanks, and the automatic targeting system requires only 2 operators, or even just 1 in extreme situations." He sighed. "Even the military hasn't fully upgraded yet, and here we find so many." Lin Feng's gaze swept across the warehouse, noticing numerous crates besides the tanks. "There's probably more. Those crates likely contain artillery or other weapons. With this setup, they could equip a mechanized force of 5,000 soldiers. This goes beyond smuggling. Someone probably fabricated a receiving unit and plans to hand everything over to an I Xing once it's ready." Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a meaningful glance. Who else but the 8 great families could have such power? Chai Bin and Cui Shi signaled for a quick retreat. This had to be reported to their superiors immediately. Meanwhile, the Special Operations Department was holding an emergency meeting. "Is the information confirmed?" Lei Xiao asked sternly. Lu Qianlan, a mix of excitement and tension in her voice, replied, "Yes, it's confirmed. Although the intel is a bit outdated due to a beast-tide attack on a downstream city, trapping them in Haoshuai City." Lei Xiao folded his arms, deep in thought. Should they proceed with the operation? It could deal a significant blow to an I Xing, but if it was a trap, they could suffer severe losses instead. Lu Heng turned to Lu Qianlan. "Have we identified the individuals involved?" "We've confirmed a deputy director and 4 envoys. We don't have much information on the deputy director of an I Xing, but the envoys include Bao Xiong and Sha Kuei." Li Chen squinted his eyes. Bao Xiong and Sha Kuei were old foes, and many brothers had fallen to them. Lu Heng pressed on. "What's their purpose in that city?" Lu Qianlan answered cautiously. "It seems they are meeting with an important figure, possibly a high-ranking member of our Yin Feng faction, likely someone from the 8 great families in the government." Lu Heng sighed. "It's all about interests, always interests." Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door interrupted the meeting. The group frowned. Such high-level meetings were rarely disturbed unless something major occurred. Lu Heng called out, "Come in." The door opened, revealing an intelligence officer from Team C. Seeing the room full of high-ranking officials, the officer hesitated. Lu Heng sternly said, "This is the minister and all the team leaders." What can't you say here? The officer cleared his throat and read from a document. Report, this is information from Chai Bin's team. They have arrived at Baoshan Port in Mingshui City. It has been confirmed that Gua Haoqiang's deal with Enai Xing involves 101 fourth-generation tanks and various artillery. They estimate it can equip a mechanized combat unit of 5,000 soldiers. Li Qin asked in shock. Repeat that. How many tanks? Report, Team Leader Li Qin. It's 101 tanks, all fourth generation. We've confirmed with Chai Bin 3 times. Lu Hang took the document and waved the officer away. Once the door closed, he smiled wryly. I was against such a risky operation, but now I support it. Lei Zhao's eyes darkened as he immediately ordered. Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, listen up. Lu Qianlan and Li Chun stood straight and responded in unison. Awaiting your command, Minister. Lu Qianlan led 5 squads, while Li Chun led 9 squads, heading to Haoshui City to intercept Vice Commissioner Enai Xing and his secret agents. Upon receiving the order, Lu Qianlan and Li Chun straightened up and responded in unison. Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, ready for orders. In the command center, the atmosphere was tense. Nangong Xiao, with a furrowed brow, outlined the current dilemma. The report has been submitted, but the problem remains. According to intelligence, Enai Xing is likely to move these supplies immediately. The Special Operations Division won't make it in time, even if they deploy right away. Shaking his head, he continued. As for the people in Mingshui City, Kai Bin and his team have completely lost trust. Setting aside the issue of Councilman Gua Haoqiang, being attacked the moment we disembarked was absurd enough. Not to mention the 100 tanks. There must be high-level involvement. Nangong Xiao sighed. But without the people of Mingshui City, we can't handle the situation in the warehouse. There are at least 100 blood rage warriors. No matter how strong we are, we can't take on 100 of them alone. Kai Bin nodded in agreement, knowing he could easily dispatch 5 opponents but couldn't maintain that state for long. Lin Feng, frowning, looked out at the Mingshui River and suddenly asked, how big a ship would it take to transport so many tanks and artillery? Nangong Xiao replied, actually, a 3rd-generation cargo ship would suffice. The technology is well developed. Bai Xiaowen added, that's right, cargo ships only need to carry the weight. Speed isn't a major concern. 1 3rd-generation cargo ship is more than enough. Lin Feng turned to Cui Shi. Does Enai Xing have such a cargo ship? Cui Shi thought for a moment, then nodded and shook his head. According to speculation, one of Enai Xing's 3 major bases is on a small island in the sea. They likely have cargo ships. But even if they do, they can't bring them here. Nangong Xiao had a realization, because both cargo ships and cruise ships have identification numbers. On the Mingshui River, any ship without a number, or with a mismatched number would be stopped. Kai Bin also caught on. So Enai Xing still has to rent a cargo ship for transport. Everyone's eyes lit up, and Nangong Xiao excitedly stood up. Exactly. 3rd-generation cargo ships require long-term maintenance and supplies. If they want to leave quickly, the ship should be at Baoshan Port now. Let's go investigate. Lin Feng nodded. You all go ahead. I still need to prepare some things. With that, he headed straight to the electronics market. Meanwhile, at Haoshui City Airport, Lu Qianlan and Li Qian disembarked from the military plane with their teams. Lu Qianlan noticed Li Xiaowen and frowned, asking Li Chun, why did you bring her along? Li Chun calmly replied, Enai Xing is our common enemy. She has her ways of dealing with them. The conflict between superhumans and Enai Xing is no secret. Li Xiaowen, meanwhile, was casually sucking on a lollipop, looking around. Where's Lin Feng? Li Xiaowen suddenly asked. Li Qin explained. He's on a mission in Mingshui City, almost done. We'll have him join us when he's finished. Lu Qianlan said no more and, after exchanging a few words with a female team member, had her lead the way to the designated hotel. Just as they entered the hotel, 2 team members hurried over to report, Captain, it seems those 5 from Enai Xing are about to leave. They're at the port, renting a ship through a shipping company. Li Chun looked at Lu Qianlan in doubt. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? We just arrived, and they're already leaving? Lu Qianlan pondered for a moment and said, maybe they aren't planning to leave. If they were, the best option would be to blend in with a cruise ship. Renting a ship means that if the ship goes missing, the shipping company will definitely investigate. This would make all their previous efforts at hiding meaningless. Li Chun nodded in agreement. Let's go see what they're up to. Meanwhile, in Mingshui City, Lin Feng put down the electronic components he was working on and asked Nangong Xiao, who had just returned, how did it go? Nangong Xiao replied, confirmed. It's a 3rd-generation cargo ship traveling downstream from Mingshui City to Helfen City in the Eastern Shore faction. We've taken over, and all the crew have been replaced with our people. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. The crew aren't Enai Xing's people? For something this important, they wouldn't use their own men? Nangong Xiao explained. The crew belongs to the Xiao family's first shipping company. I guess Enai Xing plans to deal with them once they're on board. Lin Feng nodded. Realizing this gave him more room to maneuver. Nangong Xiao urged, time is tight. We need to head to the warehouse in half an hour. Are you ready? He pointed to the zaped electronic devices in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng counted them 15 in total and nodded. More than enough? All right, let's board the ship now. As soon as they boarded, the cargo ship set off towards Warehouse 85. At that moment, Scarface and the woman in the lab coat reappeared in the warehouse. Scarface looked serious, while the woman remained calm. The ship has arrived, the woman reminded him. Without looking up, Scarface replied, all right, let's start loading the cargo onto the ship. Lin Feng and his team soon discovered a disturbing issue. The Nixing group was blatantly loading tanks and artillery onto the ship without any attempt to hide it. They seemed completely unconcerned about being seen, which meant they had no intention of letting anyone leave alive. Nangong Xiao sneered. Looks like they're planning to send us all to a watery grave. Chuishi also smirked coldly. Well, we don't intend to let them take their stuff either. So, it's even. Bai Xiaowen reminded. But we still need to play along. Nangong, you should send someone to ask what's going on. Nangong Xiao nodded and sent one of his men to inquire. After making the arrangements, he turned around and noticed that Lin Feng was missing. Where did Lin Feng go? Nangong Xiao asked, puzzled. Chai Bin pointed towards the cargo hold, where people were directing the placement of the tanks. He said he was going down to help with the tank placement. Everyone was baffled. Tank placement issues? What kind of operation was this? Lin Feng was enthusiastically directing. Yes, place them to the sides. These heavy beasts will bend the floor if placed in the middle. Exactly, park them on the edges, with the barrels facing out. Be careful not to damage anything. 15 in a row, just like that. Chuishi watched Lin Feng's active involvement with a peculiar expression. Bai Xiaowen shrugged, indicating she didn't understand Lin Feng's intentions, but trusted that he had a reason. Meanwhile, the person sent by Nangong Xiao approached Scarface. Seeing Scarface's face, he was immediately startled and stammered. Are you the owner of the cargo? Scarface scrutinized him before asking, what do you want? Nangong's man nervously replied, I noticed you're transporting what appears to be military equipment. Do you have a transit permit from the Yinfeng Central City? This is an open cargo ship, and will be questioned if we're spotted. Scarface let out a chilling smile, causing Nangong's man to almost collapse. Scarface steadied him. Sorry for scaring you. Nangong's man quickly waved his hand. No, it's my fault. Scarface explained, don't worry, we have the transit permit. Otherwise, why would we be so brazen about it? He handed over a permit. Nangong's man inspected it, and was shocked to find it was genuine. He sighed in relief and said joyfully, thank you. I'll go check on the loading. Scarface didn't say much and turned to the woman beside him. The people we selected have poor aptitude and can't learn advanced martial arts. Should we find some with better potential? The woman shook her head. There are too few with good potential. Even if they learn martial arts, they won't be much better than the Special Operations Unit. We should consider a different approach. Use drugs to cultivate enough people and form a regiment, making them the most elite war machines. Scarface's eyes lit up. The conflict with Chai Bin had already proven that these people, though not as good as the Special Operations Unit, were far superior to ordinary soldiers. And drug cultivation was much faster than conventional training for elite troops. That's a good idea. I'll discuss it with the director. Scarface agreed. They watched as the cargo was slowly loaded onto the ship, a process that took nearly 5 hours. When the last crate was loaded, the leader of the Blood Rage Warriors approached Scarface. Coach, everything is loaded. Scarface nodded. Looking at the Blood Rage Warriors lined up beside him, all aboard. The cargo ship started, and Scarface gave a brief order, move quickly, and prepared to board. However, he noticed something was wrong. Where's the ladder? Why is the door locked? And why is the ship moving away from the shore? Scarface's face darkened. The Blood Rage Warriors on the shore exchanged confused looks. Scarface's lips curled into a mocking smile. Himph. A slow cargo ship trying to double-cross us? Even if it has a 5-minute head start, I can catch it. His scar started to move violently, showing his anger. Blood Rage Warriors, climb up. Leave no one alive. Yes. The Blood Rage Warriors' eyes turned bloodshot, exuding a terrifying killing intent. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared on the deck, looking down at Scarface and the Blood Rage Warriors, preparing to enter the water. A smile appeared on his face. All loaded up, time to give you a gift. He slowly raised his hand, and the sound of tanks loading shells echoed beside him. Shells loaded. The cold electronic voice rang in Lin Feng's ear. Fire. Lin Feng clenched his fist. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. 15 tanks roared in unison, their barrels all aimed at the scarred man and the bloodthirsty warriors. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and metal, a palpable sense of danger filling the atmosphere. As Lin Feng appeared on the deck, the scarred man's heart pounded, and a sense of alarm surged within him. Reacting swiftly, The scarred man grabbed the woman beside him and launched himself backward like a cannonball, retreating to the warehouse. His decision was quickly vindicated. 15 meticulously selected fragmentation shells whistled through the air, landing amidst the bloodthirsty warriors. The explosions were deafening, and the shockwaves sent the unprepared warriors flying. Their once proud muscles and skin were no match for the barrage of shrapnel. As the smoke cleared, only a massive crater and scattered remnants remained. Lin Feng watched expressionlessly, then turned his gaze to the scarred man. The latter's eyes widened not for the fallen subordinates he felt no affection for, but for the destruction of his painstaking efforts, which filled him with fury. "You're courting death," the scarred man roared, dropping the woman and leaping toward the ship. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. "I was afraid you wouldn't come." He waved his hand, and the turrets of the 15 tanks swiveled to target the airborne scarred man. Scoffing, the scarred man, a formidable figure above level 20, disdained the slow-moving tanks. His form flickered, turning into a shadow that darted through the air, vanishing from the tank's targeting systems. Chai Bin and the others looked tense, ready to act, but Lin Feng stopped them. His hand moved slowly through the air, guiding the tank's barrels. Bai Xiaowen observed keenly. "Lin Feng knows where that guy is." Sweat beaded on the scarred man's forehead as he realized Lin Feng's hand gestures were precisely tracking his movements. He was baffled. How could a kid below level 20 see through his shadowy teleportation? Not daring to approach recklessly, the scarred man continued to dodge in midair. The pressure from the 15 tank barrels made him sweat profusely. Gritting his teeth, he flickered even more intensely. Lin Feng's expression was grim, his hand poised to give the firing command. The tanks rumbled, ready to unleash their firepower. Chai Bin's hands formed tiger claws, and a faint roar emanated from him. Cui Shi, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen also prepared themselves, the level 20 opponent imposing significant pressure on them. Suddenly, the scarred man's figure flashed and plunged into the water with a splash. The tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. He ran away? Cui Shi and the others were incredulous. They had braced for a fierce battle, only for the enemy to escape with a feint. Lin Feng's face darkened, the tension ebbing away as quickly as it had come. He shook his head and turned to walk into the cargo ship's interior. Curious, Cui Shi asked, "Lin Feng, how did you know his movement trajectory? Didn't you tell me?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. "We." Cui Shi suddenly understood. "You mean the spider robots?" Lin Feng nodded, confirming, "No setup is useless. It always comes in handy when needed." Meanwhile, the woman in the warehouse received a message from the scarred man. "You go first. I'll follow shortly." She immediately grasped his intent, was planning a sneak attack. The scene shifted to a conference room in Haoshui City, where Lu Qianlan and Li Chen were watching footage from the afternoon. The ship disappeared into a dense fog. "Has this fog always been here?" Lu Qianlan asked the Haoshui City Guard members present. "Yes, it's always been on the river. We sent people to investigate before. There's a desolate island inside." After a brief inspection, they returned. Exchanging a glance, Lu Qianlan and Li Chun recognized the familiar disguise of the Nixing overseas base. After a moment's thought, Li Chun asked the guard members, "Can you arrange for some fishermen to accidentally enter the fog the day after tomorrow? Our people could blend in and investigate thoroughly." The guard members nodded, assuring this was a minor task they could arrange anytime. As night fell, the freighter sailed through the darkness. After a brief discussion, everyone retired to their rooms, leaving only the lights in the control room on. At that moment, a shadow silently emerged from the water and boarded the ship. He quickly searched the cargo hold and deck, finding no one, then focused on the control room. Through the glass, he saw two people operating inside. "Should I deal with them first?" The scarred man shook his head, dismissing the thought. "I'm alone now. I need someone to steer the ship to the designated location." His gaze shifted to the boy who had appeared on the deck earlier, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "It's you." The scarred man turned into a shadow again, moving swiftly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, inside his room, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his watch, starting a countdown. 1, 2. The shadow reached Lin Feng's door, touching it. "Did I just touch a wire?" 3. A loud explosion followed, and a blue, electrified liquid spread out instantly. Then, a white hairdryer extended from the door crack, blowing a mesmerizing gas into the area. As the scarred man fell, he vaguely saw someone in a gas mask opening the door. Before losing consciousness, he heard a voice say, "Electroplasma grenade with anesthetic smoke, perfect for someone like you." The woman who had boarded the ship last glanced at the communicator, then tossed it into the Ming River. No news for 2 days. The scarred man is probably done for. When the scarred man opened his eyes again, he saw Bai Xiaowen holding a syringe. As he tried to speak, the needle was already in his arm. The liquid flowed in, and he lost consciousness once more. Bai Xiaowen shook her head, sighing, impressive, as expected of a Nixing elite. His resistance to drugs is far higher than normal. He woke up an hour earlier than expected. She turned and left, leaving the unconscious scarred man. This formidable level 20 warrior had yet to utter a complete sentence before passing out again. If he knew this was his first awakening in 2 days, who knows what he would think. Buzzing. The cargo ship continued its voyage on the Mingshui River. Inside the captain's cabin, the atmosphere was tense. Chai Bin, Cui Shi, Nangong Xiao, and Lin Feng sat in a circle, each with a serious expression. Bai Xiaowen pushed the door open, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to her. Cui Shi couldn't wait to ask, "How is it?" Bai Xiaowen replied succinctly, "Woke up once, but then fell unconscious again." Nangong Xiao couldn't help but remark, "Impressive adaptability." He recalled the last injection where he had deliberately increased the dosage, his brows furrowing slightly. Lin Feng focused on studying the map in his hands. Bai Xiaowen quietly approached him and softly asked, "Where are we heading next?" Before Lin Feng could respond, Chai Bin jumped in, "We just made contact with the higher-ups. The department wants us to head to Haoshui City. There's a mission underway there." Cui Shi rolled her eyes, thinking, she clearly wanted to talk to Lin Feng. "Why are you butting in?" Bai Xiaowen remained composed, continuing to smile as she asked, "How long until we reach Haoshui City?" Lin Feng put down the map and smiled warmly. "We'll be there in 8 hours." Just as he finished speaking, a piercing alarm sounded in the captain's cabin. Everyone quickly pulled out their communicators, and Lin Feng's brows knitted tightly. Alert! 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 A large-scale aquatic beast riot has erupted around Haoshui City. The scale has reached a mid-level beast tide. All ships heading to Haoshui City, immediately halt your journey. Repeat, immediately halt your journey. Chai Bin looked bewildered. Something happened in Haoshui City? Where do we go now? Cui Shi frowned, mumbling to herself, beast tide? Haoshui City? This feels too coincidental. Lin Feng suddenly remembered their encounter on the wasteland, alarms ringing in his mind. Shurju City also had a beast tide. Also the Special Action Department, also a mission. He stood up, his expression grave. "Captain, contact the department. I feel like something's off here." Chai Bin nodded in agreement. Lin Feng scanned the room, then quickly walked to the captain, asking in a low voice, "Where's the tool room?" The captain replied, "On the lower deck, right next to the engine room." Lin Feng decisively ordered, "All right, shut off the power and let the ship drift for a while." He then turned and left, leaving the captain looking puzzled. The captain looked to Nangong Xiao for help, who simply nodded. Reluctantly, the captain complied and slowly shut down all the power systems. Lin Feng headed straight for the lower deck, but didn't go directly to the tool room. Instead, he opened the door to the engine room. A wave of heat hit him as he carefully examined the structure of the hybrid power system. Quickly calculating a modification plan in his mind, he walked to the tool room to select the appropriate tools. Returning to the engine room, the gas turbine had already stopped running. Without hesitation, Lin Feng began his modification plan. Meanwhile, on a distant island, members of the Special Action Department were valiantly fighting off the surging beast tide. Bullets formed a dense barrier in the air, keeping the beasts at bay 20 meters away. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone's hearts tightened as they looked toward the source of the sound. Li Chen lay on the ground, a broken blade lodged in his chest, blood seeping out and staining his clothes red. His breathing grew weaker, his life rapidly slipping away. Beside him, Lu Qianlan's face was grim, her right arm twisted and deformed, her body covered in wounds of various sizes. She finally realized that this was a meticulously planned trap. From the capture of that person in Central City to Haoshui City, and now to this fog-covered island, every step was part of the plan. Lu Qianlan's gaze fell on the black briefcase on the ground. It was for this that they had charged in without hesitation. But what awaited them were explosions and ambushes. Worse still, there wasn't just one deputy director and 4 secret agents, but a deputy director of the Inverse Star faction and 8 Inverse Star secret agents. If it weren't for Li Qin's last-minute outburst, they might have been completely wiped out. Lu Qianlan turned to the endless beast tide and asked the white-haired girl beside her, Yi Shuang, "How long until Haoshui City's forces arrive?" Yi Shuang shook her head, her expression grim. "All the warships at Haoshui City's port have been destroyed and are unusable. They can only notify the warships executing missions upstream and downstream to come. But it will take at least 3 hours to form a strong enough fleet to break through the beast tide and rescue us." Lu Qianlan's face darkened further. 3 hours. If they only had to deal with these beasts, they might be able to hold out. But her gaze swept over the outskirts of the beast tide, where a man in a white lab coat and half-mask stood. The smile on the exposed part of his face sent chills down everyone's spine. It was this man who had severely injured Lu Qianlan and left Li Qian on the brink of death. Suddenly, the Inverse Star deputy director raised his hand. "Again?" Almost reflexively, all the Special Action Department members ducked. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, all the bullets the Special Action Department had fired earlier flew back. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets ricocheted wildly around them. Though not very powerful, they effectively disrupted the carefully woven bullet barrier of the Special Action Department. Damn it! Someone cursed, but that was all they could do. Their bullets were no threat to that man. To kill him, they would have to cross the beast tide, which was an impossible task for them now. Keep firing. Ultimately, it was Lu Qianlan who issued the order. Everyone immediately raised their heads and re-established the firepower net. But in that brief moment, the beasts had closed in to just 15 meters. Lu Qianlan looked at the Inverse Star Deputy Director, his smile unchanged, clearly satisfied with the turn of events. The Deputy Director turned and disappeared behind the beast tide, arriving under a tree. His smile vanished, replaced by an exceptionally grim expression. Explosive Bear and Killer Kuei each had a bullet hole in their foreheads. Of the remaining 6 secret agents, 3 were seriously injured, and 3 were lightly injured. The first and second-tier team members they had brought were now nearly a third down. This was supposed to be an ambush, and yet, this was the final outcome? White Ghost, Li Qian, the Inverse Star Deputy Director muttered. He was the one who killed Wang Bo with 3 shots in Dongbin back then, wasn't he? Beside him, Black Scorpion nodded in confirmation. Yes, it was him. It's over. Today, they will all die by my hand. Vice Director In Ai Xing's eyes gleamed with a cold, metallic light as a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He turned to Xue Gu beside him and ordered, expand the lure's range. Let's draw out some bigger targets. Lu Qianlan watched the approaching horde of beasts, her brows furrowed as she noted the dwindling ammunition in her hands. Suddenly, Yi Shuang beside her looked up and asked, puzzled, where's Li Xiaowen? Lu Qianlan scanned the area and found no trace of Li Xiaowen. She shook her head, her tone complex. Forget it. He's already done more than I expected. Injuring those 3 In Ai Xing emissaries, Li Xiaowen deserves at least a third of the credit. Lu Qianlan recalled Li Xiaowen's contributions. A diversion that created an opportunity for her, several surprise attacks that disrupted In Ai Xing's plans. If not for the quick reactions of the In Ai Xing vice director, the 3 emissaries would already be dead. It was Li Xiaowen's actions that allowed them to retreat to this defensive position backed by a giant rock. Yi Shuang's reminder only strengthened Lu Qianlan's resolve. She spoke in a determined voice, everyone, get ready. We're breaking through. Though her voice was not loud, every member of the Special Action Division present could foresee the impending bloodshed and death. Yet, their faces remained unchanged, silently calculating the stamina and ammunition they needed to conserve. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowen leapt out of the water, realizing she had escaped the fog-covered area. She struggled internally, debating whether to continue helping the group. Eventually, she decided to patrol the surroundings, looking for any ships to relay information. However, she soon discovered that the area was desolate, with hardly any life forms. Li Xiaowen let out a bitter laugh, muttering to herself, "Ha, I was too naive. How could Nai Xing make such a rookie mistake?" Just as despair began to envelop Li Xiaowen, a loud broadcast suddenly blared, "Attention! Ship out of control, vessels ahead, clear the way." Startled, Li Xiaowen turned to see a massive black cargo ship speeding towards her at an extraordinary speed. To her shock, the ship was loaded with tanks. Back at the defensive position, Yi Shuang was tying Li Qian to himself with a rope, while Lu Qianlan secured her right hand. Other injured team members were also making similar emergency preparations. Suddenly, a member of Team B patted a member of Team A on the shoulder, remarking, "After all this time, you guys in Team A are still the best." The Team A member replied proudly, "Of course, with the in our name, we have to be the strongest." The Team B member nodded, then stood up and shouted, "All Team B members, fall in." In an instant, those not actively fighting the beast horde broke away from their positions and quickly formed an arrow-shaped formation, shielding Team A members, Li Qian and Lu Qianlan behind them. The leading member of Team B glanced back at Lu Qianlan and said calmly, "Captain Lu, make sure you get our leader out." With that, he charged into the horde as the tip of the spearhead, without hesitation. The aquatic beasts that had come ashore moved swiftly on land like serpents. Team B demonstrated astonishing close combat skills, their fists, feet, and swords all striking with incredible power, quickly clearing a vacuumed area. "Move out." With a command, the human spearhead formed by Team B carved a bloody path through the beast horde. Vice Director In Ai Xing watched coldly, his face showing no emotion. As the Special Action Division charged into the middle of the horde, he suddenly smiled wickedly and said, "Let me give you a hand." With a wave of In Ai Xing's hands, the weapons in the Special Action Division members' hands began to tremble. The leading member of Team B's sword veered off target, and a massive fish head slammed into his chest. Amid the sound of breaking bones, He spat blood and let out a final roar. Kill. His sword fell, cleaving the fish beast in two, but he collapsed, lifeless. Someone cursed, but most silently filled his position and continued the assault. Stay calm. Iron-blooded. Even Inai Shing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, impressed by their fighting spirit. Black Scorpion. Send our men in, Inai Shing ordered. Black Scorpion signaled, and Inai Shing's forces began to merge with the beast horde, charging towards the Special Action Division members. Suddenly, Inai Shing seemed to sense something and looked towards the shore. A deafening broadcast echoed, "Attention! Ship out of control, vessels ahead, clear the way." A deafening broadcast from a massive loudspeaker reached the island first, followed closely by a colossal black ship breaking through the thick fog towards the island. In the control room, Captain Lin Feng, his face etched with fear, decisively pushed the gas turbine lever to its maximum. No time to slow down and dock. We're heading straight onto the island. The roar of engines reverberated across the island as the cargo ship crushed the bodies of strange beasts and barreled onto the shore. Unexpectedly, the ship came to a stable halt, thanks to its immense weight and a small stretch of beach at the front of the island. Through the intercom, Lin Feng issued a command. Deploy the ramps and fire the cannons. On the deck, Nangong Shao signaled immediately. Long iron ramps crashed down on both sides, and a barrage of cannons fired simultaneously. Shells rained down upon the beast horde, explosions echoing non-stop, filling the air with smoke and fire. Members of the Special Operations Department and Vice Director of the Reversal Star stood dumbfounded at the scene. They had expected military reinforcements, but were stunned to see a cargo ship with such overwhelming firepower. Even more shocking, tanks began rolling down the iron ramps on either side of the ship. The cold barrels and imposing frames left the Reversal Star members in disbelief. However, they quickly noticed that the tanks were unmanned, moving with a slightly mechanical rigidity. The Vice Director of Reversal Star made a quick decision. Black Scorpion, White Jackal, kill everyone on that ship. The two dashed towards the cargo ship without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered and controlled the 50 tanks still in the cargo hold to aim at the two intruders. Here's a big one for you. He clenched his fist. All 50 tanks fired simultaneously, creating a barrage of shells that left Black Scorpion and White Jackal no escape route. After a thunderous explosion, fireballs lingered in the air for several seconds. Lin Feng looked puzzled, not expecting the enemies to be so easily eliminated. Meanwhile, the 50 tanks that had already reached the island began to move under the control of by Xiaowen and Cui Shi. Though not skilled in tank operation, Lin Feng's modified system was user-friendly. The tanks rampaged, effortlessly crushing the beast horde and the interspersed Reversal Star members. On the other side, Lu Qianlan led Team A in a fierce assault, their fury fueling their relentless attack. They poured all their rage into the battle. Seeing the tide turn against them, the Vice Director of Reversal Star glared at Blood Dove. "Is this what you meant by nobody?" Blood Dove protested, but there really was nobody inside. The Vice Director stopped pressing the issue and decisively ordered a retreat with the remaining forces. Lin Feng watched them leave, his eyes narrowing. "Go ahead, there's something waiting for you. After what you did to Uncle Li, did you think we'd let you go so easily?" The Vice Director and his team reached the other side of the island and boarded a fast boat that had been prepared. The boat shot off like an arrow, but beneath the water, Li Xiaowen surfaced, holding a remote control. As the boat crossed the distance Lin Feng had specified, she pressed the red button without hesitation. This was the first time Li Xiaowen had witnessed an explosion emitting a blue glow. The arcs of electricity dancing across the water's surface resembled a breathtaking light show, and she finally understood why Lin Feng had insisted she be at least 500 meters away from the yacht before pressing the detonation button. The explosion's power was astonishing. The seawater around the yacht was instantly electrolyzed into hydrogen and oxygen, causing a secondary explosion. Fish within a 500-meter radius were all killed, floating belly up on the surface. Those closer to the blast center were charred black by the electricity, a horrifying sight. Li Xiaowen didn't approach to inspect the aftermath. She softly murmured Lin Feng's name a few times before turning and leaving. She chose a direction that led neither to the island nor to Haoshui City, but to an unknown destination. In the hospital, Lu Qianlan, her arm completely encased in plaster, anxiously stopped the doctor who had just come out of the operating room. "How is it?" she asked urgently. The doctor gave a thumbs up, his face showing admiration. A member of Team B couldn't help but ask, "What does that mean? Did the surgery go well?" The doctor, excited, replied, "I mean the child who performed the surgery is incredibly skilled. Honestly, I've never seen such exquisite surgical technique in my life." This revelation left the members of the Special Operations Unit stunned. They realized that Lin Feng had not left the operating room after carrying Li Chen inside because he had been the lead surgeon. In fact, they had all safely arrived at the hospital by now. Thanks to the heavy artillery and tanks on the cargo ship, The Beast Tide and the Nixing members on the island were quickly cleared out. Although the warship contacted by Haoshui City arrived late, it still managed to pick them all up and deliver them to the port hospital. Lin Feng's speed was astonishing. He had arrived first with a ship full of ammunition and rushed Li Chun into the operating room. The others were surrounded by doctors for examination and treatment. Those with minor injuries were quickly attended to, and then anxiously inquired about Li Chun's condition. After a long 6-hour wait, Lin Feng finally emerged from the operating room. As the crowd moved to question him, he raised a hand to stop them. He walked straight to Bai Xiaowen and handed her a piece of paper. Xiaowen, I need the medications listed here as soon as possible. Please arrange for them to be delivered. Bai Xiaowen glanced at the list and nodded immediately. No problem. They'll be here within 3 hours. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'm going to rest now. With that, he followed a nurse to an empty room and collapsed into sleep. This left Lu Qianlan and the others at a loss. Cui Shi reacted the quickest, stopping the doctor who had come out behind Lin Feng to ask about Li Chen's condition. The doctor sighed. The injuries are severe, and it was almost too late. If it weren't for Lin Feng's surgical skills, he wouldn't have made it. Now there's a slim chance of survival. With that, the doctor hurried off to rest, indicating that he would need to continue the surgery once the medications arrived. Hearing this, the group's hearts sank, and they could only look at each other in silence. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated house in Haoshui City, a projection appeared on the wall. The Nixing director, with a grim expression, looked at the battered and bruised Nixing deputy director. Explain what happened, the Nixing director demanded in a low voice. The deputy director nodded and methodically recounted the events on the island. From the initial setup, the ambush execution, Li Chen's severe injury and unconsciousness, Lu Qianlan losing an arm, to their final escape to a slope backed by a giant rock, barely surviving. Nixing had suffered 2 deaths, 3 severe injuries, and 3 minor injuries, reducing their numbers by a third. The Beast Tide had formed, and the Special Operations Unit was trapped. They would have completed their mission within half an hour if Lin Feng and his team hadn't landed with the cargo ship, changing the situation completely. The heavy artillery and 100 tanks overwhelmed the Beast Tide and the Nixing members. Worse still, their ship had been rigged with a bomb capable of releasing high-voltage currents. After the battle, he was the only survivor. After listening to the report, the Nixing director fell silent. This was undoubtedly one of the heaviest blows they had ever suffered. Come back for now. We'll lay low for a while, the Nixing director finally said. The deputy director couldn't help but look up, a hint of despair in his eyes. Director, do we still have a chance? The Nixing director looked at him calmly and slowly revealed a shocking piece of news. Our energy extraction and infusion device has been successfully developed. Hearing this, the deputy director's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had seen the dawn of hope. The legendary device had actually succeeded. Li Chun slowly opened his eyes, but the blinding sunlight forced him to close them again. Despite this, a smile crept onto his lips. He was alive. Still alive. For someone like him, waking up every morning and seeing the sun was already a huge blessing. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, Li Chun opened them again and noticed someone standing next to him. Xiaofeng. Li Chun looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Uncle Li. Lin Feng nodded in response. Li Chun suddenly laughed. Funny enough, I dreamt that you were performing surgery on me. Quite amusing. Lin Feng shrugged. That wasn't a dream. You were semi-conscious at the time and could vaguely sense what was happening around you. Li Qian was stunned, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief. It was really you who performed the surgery? I did the main part, but the rest was handled by the hospital's doctors, Lin Feng explained calmly. Li Qian blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. You can perform surgery? Just a bit, not really proficient, Lin Feng shrugged again. My current skills aren't enough to fully restore your body, so I can only do so much. At that moment, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat walked over, followed by a group of doctors. Mr. Lin, if what you did is just a bit, then no one in our hospital in the entire Yin Feng medical community can perform surgery. Li Chen keenly noticed that the doctors were looking at Lin Feng with a kind of reverence, as if he were a rare treasure. Seeing Lin Feng's impassive expression, the middle-aged doctor turned to Li Chen. Mr. Li, you might not know this, but your injuries were very severe and had been left untreated for too long. If it weren't for Mr. Lin Feng's exceptional surgical skills, you might not be seeing today's sunlight. Li Chen nodded silently, aware of the severity of his injuries. He had even prepared his last words. The doctor continued, what's more impressive is that Mr. Lin Feng managed to repair your severely damaged muscles and blood vessels, giving you the chance to train again. I believe that's the most valuable outcome for you. Hearing this, Li Chen became excited. A chance to train again? Really? Lin Feng quickly reassured the excited Li Chen. Calm down. You still need some time to recover. Once your muscles and blood vessels heal, you can continue training. He then turned to the middle-aged doctor. All right, you all can leave for now. I can give a lecture tonight and answer any questions then. The doctors' faces lit up with joy, and the middle-aged doctor couldn't hide his excitement. Great. We'll let you rest now and come back tonight for the lecture. With that, they left the room. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. These people are quite persistent. They've already approached me 3 or 4 times. Li Chun nodded absent-mindedly, then eagerly asked about training. So I can really train again? No problem, Lin Feng explained. The Bai family's medicine arrived in time, and your muscles and blood vessels are healing well. With some targeted training, you'll be fine. Li Chen sighed in relief but still lamented. I've been training since I was 5. Now, at 29, I have to start all over again. Life is so unpredictable. Lin Feng frowned. Why start over? Didn't I say your muscles and blood vessels are healing well? Once they're fully recovered, we can use an energy infusion device to restore your strength. Li Chan scratched his head. What's an energy infusion device? Lin Feng patiently explained. In simple terms, the qi in our bodies is a secondary energy that we generate by digesting the energy present in the universe. An energy infusion device is a tool that concentrates this existing energy in the universe. The concentrated energy can significantly speed up our digestion process. Infusing this energy into your body can accelerate your training. Right now, it's like your water tank is broken and all the water has leaked out. Once we fix the tank and use the energy infusion device, we can refill it quickly. Seeing Li Chen still confused, Lin Feng clarified, in short, after about 3 infusions, your strength will be restored. Li Chen finally understood. Got it. Where can we get this energy infusion device? We don't have one yet. We'll have to build it ourselves, Lin Feng replied. That. Li Chen felt disappointed. This device sounds amazing. How long will it take to build? Lin Feng rubbed his chin. If we have enough funds, it shouldn't take too long. Li Chen's eyes lit up again. How much would it cost, roughly? He thought to himself that he could come up with a few million if needed. Not much. Lin Feng quickly calculated. Just about a few billion. Li Chen was speechless. What? Then I might as well train on my own. It'll be faster. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.